Shen Lian, once a top-tier celebrity, found himself inexplicably transformed into a 38th-tier obscurity, clutching a script that would lead to his downfall, one that jeopardized the emotions of the protagonists. Shen Lian mused, "Let me see what this is all about." Upon delving into the situation, his gaze was immediately ensnared. The principal antagonist, the rumored disfigured Chu Yilan, had just poured a drink over his head. Shen Lian pressed his lips together, staring intently at the man, thinking to himself how exhilarating this was. "Do you regret everything you've done?" Chu Yilan asked coldly. "Not at all," Shen Lian replied earnestly, his passion igniting. "Only in this way can you truly see me." Chapter 1. From Stardom to Obscurity. Get up and keep drinking if you're not dead. Shen Lian has fallen into our hands tonight. He is bound to suffer. The cacophony of mocking laughter erupted around him as the young man, slumped in a corner, slowly opened his eyes. The dimly lit room was alive with a chaotic revelry, yet all eyes were fixed on him with malicious delight. Shen Lian frowned and shifted his position, deciding to bide his time. After a few minutes of absorbing the unfamiliar memories flooding his mind, he confirmed it. He had transmigrated into a novel, sharing the same name and existing in the same entertainment industry. The original Shen Lian was infamous, a 38th-tier nobody. In contrast, Shen Lian in his previous life had ascended to the heights of stardom. He had met with a tragic accident en route to an awards ceremony and awoke here. The original Shen Lian had gained popularity through a talent show, securing a wealth of resources. While he was not a top-tier star, he was certainly within the upper echelons. However, he became infatuated with the protagonist, Zhou Tongxi, who was romantically linked to a character named Zheng Gu, recently thriving in the entertainment sphere. Zheng Gu, with his charming allure, not only captivated Zhou Tongxi, but also garnered the affection of another pivotal figure, Chu Yilan. Yet, as fate would have it, Chu Yilan was destined to remain unrequited, ultimately becoming a catalyst for the tumultuous relationship between the two leads. After enduring numerous trials, he succumbed to darkness, leading to a tragic demise by a self-immolation by the seaside. The original Shen Lian, far from being a significant player in this narrative, merely played the role of a minor sycophant, always at Zhou Tongxi's beck and call, especially when it came to provoking jealousy regarding Zheng Gu. The ensuing drama unfolded with Zhou Tongxi gripping Zheng Ji's shoulders, shouting, "Let me explain," while Zheng Gu wept, declaring, "I won't listen." This melodrama continued with the two embracing and passionately kissing in various public places, while the original Shen Lian repeatedly intruded upon their relationship, leading to numerous scandals and a complete loss of public goodwill. As he recalled this, Shen Lian downed the drink on the table in one swift motion, leaving those around him stunned. Tonight marked the pivotal moment of the original's descent into hell. According to the plot, Shen Lian was to meet with Chu Yilan under the pretense of negotiating a collaboration, only to find himself ensnared by the very villain whose reputation he had tarnished. Having just been released from the hospital after suffering disfigurement, Chu Yilan would not let the original Shen Lian escape unscathed. 3 months prior, during a visit to a vacation resort, Zheng Gu had been locked in a room while a fire was set. Chu Yilan, attempting to rescue him, sustained severe injuries when struck by a falling beam, leaving his face marred. This incident marked a significant turning point in Chu Yilan's life, instilling fear in those who encountered him. The arsonist was rumored to be the original Shen Lian, yet the surveillance footage from that night had mysteriously malfunctioned, leaving no evidence. Although Shen Lian's memories were fragmented, particularly concerning that night, it was of little consequence. The original was destined to bear the blame. With a history of antagonizing Zheng Gu, it was inevitable that Chu Yilan would seek vengeance. Understanding his dire predicament, the original Shen Lian, perhaps overwhelmed by despair, erupted in a frenzy of insults directed at Chu Yilan, calling him ugly and declaring, "You will never surpass Zhou Tongxi." This was a veritable minefield of words. By the following morning, the original Shen Lian had vanished from the entertainment industry, burdened with insurmountable debt. Compounded by a heart condition, he ultimately succumbed in a dilapidated apartment upon learning of Zhou Tongxi and Zheng Ji's apparent engagement. Truly, he was a tragic pawn. However, Shen Lian remained unperturbed, thinking to himself, "Watch me perform." He turned to the man closest to him and inquired, "Did I just insult someone?" If he had indeed insulted Chu Yilan, then there would be no performance to give. He would simply resign himself to fate. The man, momentarily taken aback, replied with incredulity, "Have you lost your mind from drinking? Go ahead and try insulting him." Relieved, Shen Lian noted that he had not yet crossed that line. The most reckless moment had yet to unfold. In the next instant, all the lights in the room blazed to life, forcing Shen Lian to shield his eyes. Amidst the brightness, a figure approached with deliberate grace. Even in silence, an aura of intimidation surrounded him, sending chills down Shen Lian's spine. As his eyes adjusted to the light and he discerned the person before him, he was momentarily taken aback. The man stood nearly 6 feet tall, clad in a bespoke, expensive suit, impeccably composed amidst the chaos surrounding him. His features were striking, with pronounced contours casting deep shadows beneath his brow, and his close-cropped hair added to his formidable presence. A conspicuous scar traced from the brow bone to his cheek, enhancing his chilling demeanor. Most would tremble in fear at the sight of such a figure, but Shen Lian found himself involuntarily crossing his legs. What was he doing? Shen Lian's mind raced, yet he found himself at a loss. Frankly speaking, he was attracted to men. While he appeared wild and untamed, his preferences leaned decidedly toward the masculine. However, the distinction between being attracted to men and having a specific man in mind was significant. What was even more difficult to admit was that he preferred to be the submissive partner. Yet, due to his notorious reputation, he had become a top-tier star, surrounded by sycophants who could never truly challenge him. Shen Lian often lamented his situation, pondering whether he would die without ever having tasted the essence of a man. At that moment, he encountered Chu Yilan and suddenly grasped the significance of his transmigration. This man was undeniably a manifestation of his own desires. The implications were staggering, like a tiger returning to its domain or a wolf reclaiming its prey. Noticing the shifting emotions in Shen Lian's eyes, Chu Yilan remained unfazed, lifting a glass from the table and pouring its contents over Shen Lian's head. The room fell silent, the only sound being the gentle trickle of liquid. All present anticipated Shen Lian's imminent breakdown. Indeed, in accordance with the original narrative, this was the moment when the original Shen Lian would lose control and seek his own demise. Yet, Shen Lian remained seated, making no move to rise. He and Chu Yilan regarded each other in silence. Something about this man had changed, and Chu Yilan's brow furrowed slightly. A mere flicker of emotion, and Shen Lian found himself licking his lips. He then swept his disheveled hair back, exposing his smooth forehead. Under the bright lights, the onlookers realized that when Shen Lian ceased to wear the mask of a sycophant, he appeared quite different. His eyes, when alight with laughter, held a captivating allure, and whether it was due to the alcohol or a deeper emotional turmoil, the corners of his eyes glistened with unshed tears, accentuating their charm. His brows arched elegantly, exuding a striking and delicate beauty that countered any arrogance he may have harbored. With a smile, Shen Lian seemed unconcerned by Chu Yilan's provocation, casually loosening the buttons of his shirt collar, feeling the discomfort of damp fabric against his skin. Leaning back against the couch and tilting his head to face Chu Yilan, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" The room fell into a stunned silence. "Have you lost your mind?" Chapter 2. I can practice some more. Chu Yilan possessed a remarkable voice, deep and alluring, yet at this moment, it hinted at danger. How will you find relief? And what if you do not? Implicitly, he suggested that one's fate was sealed. Shen Lian narrowed his eyes, a tingling sensation traveling from his tailbone. Good heavens! If one were to accuse you of being unreasonable, you certainly possess a sense of loyalty. The very sound of Chu Yilan's voice rendered him somewhat weak-kneed. Indeed, when one abstains from indulgence for too long, the first taste can be lethal. Chu Yilan's gaze descended, inevitably resting upon Shen Lian's fair collarbone, which was quite beautiful, albeit slightly gaunt. Shen Lian smiled. "If Master Chu finds his relief, I humbly ask that you spare me. Yet, should you find no solace, I would be most willing to share another drink." To his surprise, these words ignited a fierce anger within the man. Chu Yilan leaned in, gripping Shen Lian's chin. Drawing closer, "Spare you? Do you see the scar on my face? Do you truly believe I am capable of mercy? What a scar! Shen Lian replied, unable to resist the urge to reach out, seemingly wishing to touch it. Chu Yilan's eyes darkened abruptly, and he seized Shen Lian's wrist. Are you seeking death? Whether or not one bears scars, beauty remains. Shen Lian spoke from the depths of his heart. He leaned closer as well, their faces nearly touching, their noses merely half a finger's breadth apart, each breath distinctly perceptible. The potent scent of alcohol mingled with a hint of aged wood. Indeed, this was my type, Shen Lian affirmed. This raw, masculine energy was utterly captivating, unlike that insipid Zhengge. A flash of coldness flickered in Chu Yilan's eyes as he forcefully pushed Shen Lian away. Shen Lian understood, for no one was aware of his transformation. And in Chu Yilan's eyes, he was the very architect of his disfigurement. By tomorrow, your name shall be utterly erased from the entertainment industry. Are you prepared to compensate for the substantial breach of contract? Chu Yilan revealed his intentions without reservation. He intended to obliterate all. Unexpectedly, Shen Lian remained unperturbed. I am not prepared. Thus I sincerely hope Master Chu can show some compassion. On what grounds? The events of that night in the wooden cabin were not my doing. Shen Lian could not find a trace of relevant memories from the original owner's recollections, which fell amiss. The original owner had also awakened in the hospital, indicating he was likely in a comatose state during the events. Were you feigning? The man who had previously answered Shen Lian's questions could no longer restrain himself. He was Shen, a friend of Chu Yilan. Who doesn't know you're Zhou Tangxi's devoted sycophant? Even Zhengge has been a target of your schemes. That night, who else could have set the fire but you? I do not claim responsibility for the fire, but I do not deny targeting Zhengge, Shen Lian replied. Shen snorted, considering Shen Lian's words to be mere folly. Yet Shen Lian appeared somewhat resigned, his gaze distant. Suddenly, he let out a laugh, as if some pent-up emotion had reached its breaking point. Shen Lian then turned to Chu Yilan, speaking each word with deliberation. If you do not drive Zhengge away, how could you ever see me? Chu Yilan's pupils constricted sharply. Shen Lian's expression was self-mocking, tinged with a hint of madness. Master Chu, I do not appreciate your gaze lingering on others. From now on, anyone you look at will not escape my notice. Kulme, let them witness the prowess of a top-tier film emperor. It was no exaggeration. Shen Lian's brief declaration sent the private room into chaos, including Chu Yilan. Everyone thought they had misheard. Observing Shen Lian's expressive demeanor, Chu Yilan suddenly chuckled. Is this truly your method of self-preservation? Come, Shen Lian, prove it to me. In that instant, Shen Lian's heart fluttered. You said it. Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, Shen Lian rose to his feet. The man towered over Shen Lian by half a head, and his visage was increasingly endearing. Shen Lian, being someone who pursues what he desires with unwavering determination, was emboldened by the alcohol and the allure of the moment. He gently rose on tiptoe, and under the watchful eyes of all, placed a light kiss on the scar on Chu Yilan's face. It was a mere whisper of a touch, akin to a feather's caress. After the kiss, Shen Lian swiftly turned his head away, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. His eyes and entire face flushed crimson. Well, that was my first time, so please be forgiving. If you're unsatisfied, I can practice more. What audacious words! Chu Yilan remained motionless, with only a tumultuous darkness swirling in his gaze. Noticing the man's silence, Shen Lian tentatively inquired, is that not acceptable? All right. Shen was utterly flabbergasted, covering his face with his hands, resolutely avoiding the scene. Yet his eyes were wide open, with enough space between his fingers to allow two plump koi to swim through. Shen Lian looked at Shen in astonishment. I'm not kissing you, so don't think you can take advantage of me. Shen, in the midst of profound silence. Chu Yilan raised his hand and gently patted Shen Lian's cheek. Not too light, not too heavy as if settling a score. But before he could utter a word, Shen Lian suddenly furrowed his brow and pressed his palm to his forehead, as if struck by a sudden blow, becoming momentarily disoriented. Chu Yilan instinctively caught him. He then furrowed his brow and touched Shen Lian's forehead, which was so hot it could fry an egg. Shen Lian experienced a delightful dream where he was held by Chu Yilan, the the man's muscular contours more defined than his own career path. A divine beauty, an ethereal masterpiece. No one could fathom the depth of Shen Lian's satisfaction and infatuation. Upon awakening, he was greeted by the bright, pristine ceiling. Shen Lian wiggled his fingertips, feeling as if his entire body had been hammered. He sensed that his body was akin to one recovering from severe illness. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he was startled to realize that his indiscretion with Chu Yilan had occurred the night before. Shen Lian, momentarily disregarding everything else, felt sticky and rushed to wash up. Just as he emerged from the bathroom, someone knocked on the door. "Mr. Shen, are you awake?" Shen Lian replied, "Come in." The visitor was a slightly plump, middle-aged woman, her hair neatly tied, with a kind and honest expression. "My name is Wang Xiaofan. If you don't mind, you can call me Aunt Fun." Shen Lian raised an eyebrow. According to the descriptions in the book, Aunt Fun was the elderly caretaker who had raised Chu Yilan, and their bond was profound. Even after Chu Yilan grew up to be solitary and cold, eventually becoming the antagonist, Aunt Fun remained by his side. This meant that he was currently in Chu Yilan's home. Shen Lian felt a mix of surprise and joy. Aunt Fun was an excellent cook, and Shen Lian devoured 3 bowls of vegetable porridge and a bowl of chicken soup in one go. With his striking looks and sweet words, he easily brought smiles to Aunt Fun's face with just a few sentences. After finishing his meal, Shen Lian retrieved his mobile phone. To his surprise, upon turning it on, a flurry of messages cascaded in like snowflakes, causing the screen to lag for a couple of seconds. The original owner was still using an outdated device, indicating that their financial situation was far from affluent. Indeed, with life hanging by a thread, even if he had evaded the troubles of the previous night, the overall circumstances would remain unchanged. The next moment, a call came through. It was Qian Gao, the original owner's manager. Shen Lian tapped to answer. "Shen Lian? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The frantic voice on the other end didn't require speakerphone. "Why didn't you show up for the XC brand advertisement shoot yesterday? Playing the diva? Do you think you have the luxury to act like one? Get over here right now. Once the shoot is done, we'll deal with you." Living requires one to earn a living, and with the current state of affairs, there is no room for complaints. Shen Lian lazily responded, "Understood." Chapter 3. The Rose. Given the current state of affairs, it was evident that there would be no chauffeur to escort him, nor even an assistant. Following the address in his phone, Shen Lian hailed a taxi. To avoid being recognized, he donned a mask, but his exquisitely beautiful eyes shone through, prompting the driver to glance several times. For Shen Lian, participating in an advertisement was as effortless as sipping soup. He aimed for a swift conclusion so he could return to Chu Yilan. Upon arriving at the shooting location, the staff bustled about in a hurried manner. Shen Lian caught hold of one, removed his mask, and inquired politely, "Excuse me, could you tell me where the No. 6 shooting studio is?" The young woman, momentarily taken aback by the sudden encounter with such striking beauty, took a moment to gather her thoughts before recognizing him. "Shen Lian?" "Yes." The young woman, recalling her previous encounter with Shen Lian when he had been brought to the set by his manager, remembered him as a timid figure, head bowed and demeanor submissive, exuding an air of pitiable eagerness. He was now a radiant presence, outshining even the sunlight. Her heart softened, and she offered, "Let me take you there." Shen Lian smiled, "Thank you." On the way, the young woman couldn't resist reminding him, "You missed yesterday's shoot." Photographer Zhao was quite upset. "Yes," Shen Lian replied, "I had a fever and couldn't get up." Her sympathy deepened. It was well known that Shen Lian was on the verge of being discarded by the company, leading to an urgent effort to extract his remaining value. Consequently, he was burdened with an endless workload that even the strongest of individuals could not endure. "Here we are," she announced as they reached the entrance to studio number 3. Shen Lian expressed his gratitude once more. Upon entering the studio, he was met with mocking taunts. "Oh, the illustrious Shen has decided to grace us with his presence?" Truth be told, collaborating with a novice was rather disheartening, yet Shen Lian was a bargain. The two companies would share the costs, making it essentially a free ride. Standing at the entrance, Shen Lian directed his gaze toward photographer Zhao Ban, adopting a humble and respectful demeanor. "I apologize for my prior absence. I'm here to follow your lead today, and I'm open to any direction you choose." Zhao Ban was taken aback. Upon further observation, he noticed that although Shen Lian was dressed simply in black pants and a white shirt and had carelessly tousled his hair, his languid demeanor and suppressed emotions radiated an air of confidence that aligned perfectly with the essence he sought. How had Shen Lian transformed so dramatically? Zhou Bon, a person who placed great importance on feeling, promptly summoned the staff to commence the shoot. To everyone's astonishment, Shen Lian exhibited an impressive sense of the camera. The young man, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, though on the lean side, possessed a well-proportioned figure. His waistline was distinctly revealed through the folds of his movements, and his handsome visage radiated an effortless charisma. Zhao Ban pursed his lips, signaling Shen Lian to change his pose. Without further elaboration, Shen Lian instinctively adjusted himself to Zhao Ban's desired stance. A subtle smile graced the young man's face, exuding a blend of allure and aloofness that captivated the observer while simultaneously fostering a sense of distance. As Zhao Ban became increasingly immersed in the shoot, he instinctively sought perfection, frowning as he remarked, "Not enough desire." However, the client's request mandated the use of a standard black shirt, leaving little room for creative expression. Shen Lian nodded in acknowledgement, demonstrating his understanding. Then, with a swift glance around, Shen Lian's eyes brightened as he briskly approached a table, retrieving a red rose that had been placed there. He then drenched his chest with half a bottle of water. After completing this, Shen Lian turned to face Zhao Ban, maintaining a relaxed and free demeanor, though his gaze now bore a captivating intensity. Seated casually on a chair, Shen Lian toyed with the rose in his hand. It was evident that he was no stranger to the camera. In his past life, he had been the darling of numerous lenses, adeptly catering to the whims of various photographers. With a dampened chest, he appeared languid and disheveled, akin to a rose nearing its end in the dark of night, exuding a rich fragrance yet teetering on the brink of wilting. It seemed as if a mere squeeze would release a cascade of luscious nectar into his palms, creating a palpable tension that sent shivers down one's spine. As Zhao Ban pressed a shutter, he felt an acute dryness in his throat. Meanwhile, the entire studio had fallen silent, with everyone pausing their tasks to intently observe Shen Lian. Unfazed by the attention, Shen Lian remained composed. After all, every accolade he had ever donned in his previous life was earned through tangible achievements. The original persona shared his visage, and there was no reason for him to falter. Initially, Zhao Ban had considered capturing even one more shot of Shen Lian to be a waste, but as time passed, his camera became filled with images of the young man. What was intended to be a 1-hour shoot extended into 3, driven by the sheer allure of Shen Lian. The afternoon had transitioned into sunset by the time the shoot concluded. Zhao Ban's tone had softened considerably as he remarked, "Teacher Shen, you truly are a hidden gem." Shen Lian did not contest this. The company's earlier demands had left him with no choice. Zhao Ban's expression shifted to one of realization as he mused. "So that's how it is. Shen Lian's company seems rather short-sighted." After finalizing the subsequent tasks, Shen Lian took a taxi back along the same route. With some free time at his disposal, Shen Lian found himself contemplating Chu Yilan. The more he thought about it, the more his heart swelled with joy. Indeed, he was captivated by Chu Yilan's physicality. He felt a sense of longing that bordered on shameful. Yet, to be fair, having spent 28 years in solitude, encountering a crush ignited within him a sensation akin to fireworks bursting forth before his eyes, a rare delight for Shen Lian. He was a person with modest desires, for in his previous life, he had possessed everything. Yet now, with thoughts of someone special occupying his mind, he felt as though he had reverted to a youthful state, heart racing with excitement. As for the mess left behind by the original persona, Shen Lian perceived it not as insurmountable. He is known among fans for his stubbornness and resilience. Many have wished for Shen Lian's demise, yet none have succeeded, nor endured the trials he has faced. Yesterday, in a stupor, Shen Lian revisited the entirety of the narrative within the book. There was little of substance. The story was predominantly an entanglement of Zhou Tongxi and Zheng Ji's tumultuous romance, with the original character serving merely as cannon fodder, scarcely appearing before meeting his end. Conversely, Chu Yilan endured significant hardships in the latter part of the tale, which displeased Shen Lian to some extent. Having lost his parents at a young age, Chu Yilan had little exposure to familial affection, and Zheng Ji's promise to become his family breached his psychological defenses. Yet, Zheng Gu regarded Chu Yilan merely as a backup. While the so-called thrilling love between the protagonists trampled upon the lives and sacrifices of others, Shen Lian found this distasteful. Suddenly, Shen Lian spoke up, "Master, please stop by the roadside for a moment. I'll add 10 yuan for 3 minutes." The driver had no objections. After disembarking, Shen Lian hurried to a flower shop, purchasing a bouquet of red roses. He delights in showering affection upon those he cherishes. By the time Shen Lian returned to Chu Yilan's villa, night had fallen. He hummed a tune as he ascended the steps, only to have the door swing open before he could ring the bell. Chu Yilan stood at the entrance, a tempest of anger swirling about him. Shen Lian blinked in confusion. What is the matter? Taking Shen Lian back home, Chu Yilan was driven by a mix of inexplicable emotions and a desire for amusement. It was akin to discovering a playful, foolish toy during a moment of boredom, eager to see how far it could be pushed. Upon returning home to find no one present, Chu Yilan's fury began to boil within him. Playing games with me? Suddenly, he lunged forward, gripping Shen Lian's collar. Due to their positions, Shen Lian was thrust forward, nearly collapsing on the steps. Chu Yilan's strength was overwhelming, almost lifting him off the ground, his chiseled features glinting like a sharp blade in the night. "Where do you think you're going?" Chu Yilan sneered. "What? Zhou Tongxi isn't helping you. So you're worried I'll retaliate and slink back?" Before he could finish his taunt, a bouquet of roses was thrust before him. Almost immediately, a more radiant visage emerged from behind the flowers as Shen Lian smiled. "I didn't run away. These are specially for you. Do you like them?" The unexpected sweetness disarmed Chu Yilan's rage, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What could I possibly go?" Shen Lian appeared utterly unfazed by Chu Yilan's ferocity, soothingly adding, "It's my fault for not asking Aunt Fen to leave you a message. I thought I could return sooner." Chu Yilan was a man profoundly lacking in security, harboring a deep aversion to deception. Shen Lian reached out, playfully stroking his hair. "If you still don't believe me, would a kiss help?" He puckered his lips, leaning in, causing Chu Yilan to flush with embarrassment, hastily shoving him away. Chapter 4. "I want to pamper you." 2 minutes later, Shen Lian stood naturally at the entrance. Changing his shoes, Chu Yilan remained rigidly beside him, awkwardly clutching the roses. Finally, he broke the silence, asking, "Where have you been?" "Working," Shen Lian replied. "I fainted yesterday and missed an advertisement shoot. My agent called today and nearly chewed me out." Chu Yilan snorted dismissively. "Is it that urgent to make money? I haven't even gotten anyone to blacklist you. There's no need to accumulate penalty fees. There's no money to be made." Shen Lian sighed, lamenting that he was merely working for nothing. Noticing Chu Yilan's slight frown, he elaborated, "Aren't we about to terminate the contract with Xingtou? They seem eager to squeeze me dry, burdening me with an excessive workload while compensating me with a pitifully meager salary. After purchasing flowers for you today, I find that merely 800 remains in my bank account." Upon realizing his words might seem inappropriate, he hastily added, "But do not fret. I am well acquainted with the entertainment industry, and opportunities shall surely arise. Next time, I'll buy you a grander bouquet." As Chu Yilan listened, he felt an unexpected pang in his heart. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. "Is there any food?" Shen Lian inquired, his hunger evident. Chu Yilan called for Aunt Fen, who had prepared an aromatic pot of stew. After enjoying a hearty meal, Aunt Fen retired to the kitchen to tidy up, leaving Shen Lian to discuss a few matters with Chu Yilan. "Since you have brought me back, I suppose I could stay here for a while," Shen Lian suggested. Chu Yilan raised an eyebrow. "What is your face made of?" Shen Lian chuckled. "Well, I have nowhere else to go, and I can pay rent." Chu Yilan vito. "With what? This bouquet of roses? Or your remaining 800? "Please, Chu Yilan, trust me," Shen Lian insisted, "in no more than 3 months. I shall earn a substantial sum." Chu Yilan regarded Shen Lian's claims as mere bluster. His gaze drifted to the roses beside him. Throughout his life, He had seldom received flowers and held little affection for them. Yet this time, Shen Lian seemed to have mended a small crack in his heart. Chu Yilan was vengeful, but he would not forget even a drop of kindness. Very well. Letting you go will only lead to your demise, he conceded. Do you truly like them? Shen Lian's eyes sparkled. Then I shall bring you flowers every day henceforth. Chu Yilan, maintaining a stern expression, warned, speak another word. I shall have you thrown out. Shen Lian's smile grew wider. The so-called antagonist was, in fact, easily pleased, a trait Shen Lian found endearing. I will deliver a sea of flowers. A vast expanse. That evening, just before sleep, Shen Lian received a call from his agent. Upon seeing the name Qian Gao, he smiled knowingly. Those 3 hours spent today were not in vain. Qian Gao had anticipated that Zhao Ban would berate Shen Lian mercilessly for his earlier shortcomings. But to his surprise, the advertisers called in the evening, praising the finished product and complimenting Shen Lian's looks and on-screen presence. One collaborator even expressed interest in dining with Shen Lian. This compelled Qian Gao to reassess Shen Lian's value. Currently, Qian Gao held 2 variety shows, both with mediocre ratings, thus in need of a highly controversial topic or sensational figure. He recalled Shen Lian's recent notoriety and the ongoing buzz surrounding him, and a plan formed in his mind. Qian Gao scheduled a meeting for the following day, to which Shen Lian eagerly agreed. Shen Lian's bedroom was adjacent to Chu Yilan's, with Aunt Fan residing on the first floor, rarely ascending. As Shen Lian prepared to shower, he experienced a slight dizziness, dismissing it after a brief moment. However, once under the hot water, he felt something amiss. A ringing in his ears alerted him to a troubling thought. His original self had a heart condition. Panic-stricken, he hastily donned his pants and rushed outside, only to miscalculate the limits of this new body. Shen Lian executed a tumble right at the bathroom door, his ankle colliding painfully against the sliding door, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. After several moments, he heard someone knocking on the door. He had left it ajar, intending to step out for a glass of water. Soon, the person's patience waned, and they pushed the door open. Chu Yilan had just emerged from the study and happened to be passing by. Upon seeing Shen Lian clad in a white t-shirt and baggy shorts, his gaze deepened. For Shen Lian was wearing his clothes. Unfortunately, Shen Lian had yet to move his belongings, and just before bedtime, he had mentioned this to Aunt Fan, who promptly retrieved a few items that Chu Yilan had long outgrown. Having taken over the company, Xiaolan had rejected such childish garments, which were barely worn. Surely, they wouldn't offend him? Shen Lian certainly didn't mind. At that moment, he was seated on the floor, his pale ankle swollen and blood seeping from a scraped wound. Chu Yilan felt an urge to ask if he was a fool, but upon noticing Shen Lian's noticeably pale lips, he refrained. Frowning, he moved closer to assist Shen Lian in standing, inquiring, "How did you fall?" "Perhaps low blood sugar." Shen Lian replied uncertainly, though he felt it was too exaggerated to mention a heart condition. He would get it checked when he found the time. Chu Yilan was dissatisfied with this response. "You should know your own body better." Shen Lian chuckled. "I've been rather busy lately." Chu Yilan veto. "Then you can choose not to work." Shen Lian halted, turning to face Chu Yilan, intrigued by the suggestion. Chu Yilan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Those who exude aggression, no matter how striking, often instill a sense of wariness, and Chu Yilan was a prime example, his features sharp and stern. Yet, Shen Lian was unperturbed. "Please don't look at me like that," Shen Lian murmured softly. At once, the warmth of Chu Yilan's hand dissipated, and he felt a pang of frustration at his own attraction. "Where did you learn such lines?" He pondered, wishing he could find tape to seal Shen Lian's mouth. Shen Lian insisted, "I can manage this myself," as Chu Yilan retrieved the medical kit, hesitant to intervene. Standing by, Chu Yilan suddenly forgot the words he intended to say. Under the bright light, Shen Lian's ankle appeared porcelain-like, and the oversized t-shirt and trousers accentuated his slender waist. As Shen Lian dabbed iodine on the wound, he winced slightly but remained silent. Once he finished tending to the kit, Chu Yilan spoke solemnly. "If work is too exhausting, you needn't continue." Shen Lian looked up, noticing a serious demeanor in Chu Yilan's expression. The implication was unmistakable. Chu Yilan could support Shen Lian, Yet the motives behind this support were intriguingly complex. Was it a test? A form of revenge? Both interpretations seemed plausible. Shen Lian understood that Chu Yilan was not one to easily reconcile. Accepting his offer would render him a mere pet in Chu Yilan's home, at least in the eyes of the world. If Chu Yilan were to be more ruthless, he might wait for Shen Lian to fall in love, only to cast him aside, a truly heart-wrenching act. Yet, beneath the surface, Shen Lian sensed a flicker of compromise. A wave of empathy washed over him. Chu Yilan despised warmth, yet he was inexplicably drawn to it. Because of a mere expression of fondness for the scars on his face and a bouquet of roses, Chu Yilan was willing to grant Shen Lian a chance. Even if this opportunity was singular, a misstep could awaken a ferocious beast, leading to irreparable consequences, which pained Shen Lian deeply. "No," he said, his expression radiant as spring. "Chu, work isn't exhausting. I want to earn money to support you." Chu Yilan replied, "I have one more question for you." Chapter 5. Not wanting to mislead the one you admire, what Chu Yilan was unaware of was that in the previous life, whether as Shen Lian's ardent supporter or critic, there was a unanimous consensus on one matter. Shen Lian was flamboyant, undeniably so. He expressed his affections with clarity and boldness, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. Conversely, Chu Yilan jeopardized. Consequently, Shen Lian wielded his words relentlessly, showing no sign of respite. He successfully cornered Chu Yilan back into the room. Once Chu Yilan departed, Shen Lian, having healed from his previous wounds, couldn't resist rolling around in bed, feeling as if he had witnessed Chu Yilan's ears flush with warmth. Returning to the bedroom, Chu Yilan swiftly gulped down a glass of cold water. The following morning, by the time Shen Lian awoke, Chu Yilan had already left for work. He leisurely finished the breakfast prepared by Aunt Fun before heading to the coffee shop designated by Qian Gao, standing at approximately 165 meters. With an unremarkable appearance and a slight baldness in his 30s, Qian Gao's eyes sparkled with astuteness, having made a name for himself in the aged circle, suggesting he was far from naive. Initially lounging on the sofa with an air of indifference, Qian Gao's expression shifted from disdain upon first seeing Shen Lian to incredulity upon a second glance. The transformation in atmosphere was striking. Shen Lian settled down across from him. "Hello, Brother Qian." "Qian Gao, I searched for the right words for a long time," he remarked, testing the waters. "What provoked this change?" "The lack of money." Shen Lian replied lazily, smiling. "Brother Qian, do you have any suitable offers for me?" At this, Qian Gao immediately launched into an enthusiastic discourse. One reality dating show and one adventure show. After analysis, he leaned towards the former, as Shen Lian's current trajectory guaranteed interest regardless of his pairing. "How about the adventure show?" Shen Lian interjected. Qian Gao, taken aback by Shen Lian's rebuttal, inquired with surprise. "Why?" Shen Lian responded candidly. "I don't wish to mislead the one I admire." Meanwhile, in the office, upon hearing this phrase, Chu Yilan's back stiffened. Shen Lian was correct. Chu Yilan would not fully trust him, and placing a small listening device on Shen Lian's clothing was not a daunting task. Qian Gao paused, then nearly leapt up, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? How many times must I say this? Zhou Tongxi looks down on you. He doesn't even glance your way, and you still don't want to mislead someone who isn't Zhou Tongxi." Shen Lian interrupted with a frown. "I have no interest in foolishness." Qian Gao was bewildered. "I don't like Zhou Tongxi either." Regardless of the credibility of Shen Lian's words, he insisted, "Brother Qian, grant me this opportunity. I can handle the adventure show." Qian Gao was unlikely to agree, as Shen Lian's current circumstances left him with no options. Just then, Shen Lian's phone vibrated, and Qian Gao, with a warning look, pulled it out. However, upon witnessing something inexplicable, Qian Gao's expression swiftly transformed. After a full half-minute, he inquired of Shen Lian, "Have you made up your mind? An adventure variety show?" Shen Lian nodded affirmatively. Qian Gao confirmed, "Very well, then it's settled. You will report in 3 days." Shen Lian was indifferent to the sudden shift in Qian Gao's demeanor. At most, it suggested a pitfall ahead. "Brother Qian," Shen Lian continued, "the previous appearance fee. The company ought to settle that for me. Don't even think about it." Qian Gao spat vehemently, You insisted on meddling in the affairs between Zhou Tongxi and Zheng Ge, causing significant negative repercussions for the company. The compensation alone could leave you destitute on streets. Don't overstep your boundaries. If you arrive late again, just try me. Shen Lian narrowed his eyes slightly. It had been many years since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. A chill inexplicably coursed through Qian Gao, prompting him to swallow the remaining harsh words. Shen Lian scoffed inwardly, who had pressured the original persona to bind with Zhou Tongxi. They had claimed that even if he was infamous, any fame would suffice. Now that they had reaped the benefits of the publicity, they were quick to disown him. Very well, once this adventure variety show concluded, it would be time to terminate the contract. In the spacious office, Chu Yilan wore a sullen expression. He had initially thought Shen Lian was merely playing the victim, yet it was evident that he had been thoroughly exploited. No wonder there was so little money left in the bank. A knock echoed at the door. The assistant entered cautiously, pushing the door open with a look of peculiar apprehension. Chu Yilan disliked such hesitance from his subordinates and was about to voice his discontent when he noticed the bouquet cradled in the assistant's arms. Chu Yilan's gaze momentarily froze. His lips pressed together. What are you bringing in flowers for? A bouquet of pink lilies, exuding a delicate fragrance. The assistant replied softly. They were sent to the front desk, said it was for you. As the assistant approached with the flowers, he attracted numerous curious glances. Chu Yilan, the formidable Lord of Commerce, was already known for his icy demeanor, and after the recent mishap with his appearance, he became even more unapproachable, leaving no one daring to express any affection towards him. After a brief pause, Chu Yilan commanded, "Bring them here." The assistant wondered, shouldn't he just toss them in the trash? Gently, the assistant placed the lilies before Chu Yilan. The man's long fingers sifted through the flowers and soon retrieved a card. The card, imbued with the scent of the blooms, bore elegant and powerful handwriting. "Roses are a bit costly. Please do not disdain this bouquet. Mr. Chu?" The assistant, unable to discern any emotion on Chu Yilan's face, timidly inquired, "How should we handle this? Do you truly need to ask me about such trivial matters?" The assistant thought to himself, "All right, I'll just discard it." Chu Yilan added, "Is there not a vase in the office? Can't you manage a simple arrangement?" The assistant was taken aback. Chu Yilan scoffed, "You could be a tad more foolish." After the assistant departed, Chu Yilan resumed his focus on the documents on the screen, yet his mind kept revisiting Shen Lian's composed and articulate words. "I do not wish to cause misunderstandings with those I hold dear." After a long while, a cold, mocking smile crept onto Chu Yilan's face. Whatever, he mused, it mattered little to him, merely a condiment for his boredom. Closing his eyes, he embraced the familiar darkness enveloping him. He had once briefly placed his trust in many, but what had come of that? Human hearts were the least deserving of hope. The assistant arranged the lilies and placed them on the small table by the door, the leaves glistening with droplets of water, easily visible to Chu Yilan at a glance. After Shen Lian and Qian Gao parted ways, he returned to his rented apartment. Although it was referred to as an apartment, its modest area barely spanned 20 square meters, featuring a single bed upstairs with disheveled bedding. Shen Lian meticulously tidied up the space, given that the company had arranged this place. He found that many of his belongings were not transportable. Ultimately, he managed to fit only half a suitcase worth of items. He hurried back to Chu Yilan's residence before nightfall. Upon entering, he discovered Chu Yilan seated on the sofa, engrossed in a financial magazine. The man had his legs crossed, and even while bowing his head, his striking and austere profile was evident. Shen Lian admired him for a few seconds before changing into his indoor shoes. At the dining table, Shen Lian mentioned the variety show he would be participating in 3 days later. Chu Yilan merely responded with a subdued seemingly indifferent. Shen Lian then shifted the topic, inquiring if Chu Yilan liked lilies. Chu Yilan replied, "The fragrance is too overpowering." Shen Lian understood and decided to save them for another occasion. Chu Yilan remained noncommittal. Aunt Fin cheerfully entered the kitchen, remarking that Xiaolan would still be receiving flowers from Mr. Shen. Chapter 6. The script for stars boldly moved forward. The variety show Shen Lian had signed on to prompted him to review the previous 2 seasons over the course of 3 days. His conclusion was rather lukewarm. The show featured a jungle adventure theme with fallen logs, rapids, mosquitoes, snakes, and lurking beasts, which sounded intriguing, yet the participating guests could only make minimal progress. Each of them was rather fragile, and any minor mishap had the production team on high alert, hindering their performance. Ultimately, it seemed to cater to the masochistic desires of the audience. As for the renowned stars, they were unattainable. Most participants were regulars from various dramas, recognizable despite their names being unknown or internet celebrity singers. The less fortunate newcomers were often pushed in by their agencies. Regarding the challenge segments, Shen Lian chuckled softly. How did they differ from a casual game of Candy Crush? On the day of the variety show, Shen Lian woke up at 7 but did not see Chu Yilan around. Anfan informed him that he had left for the office around 5. No wonder I was drawn to him, Shen Lian mused, acknowledging that Chu Yilan was indeed a workaholic. During these 3 days, Shen Lian had intended to add Chu Yilan's contact information, but Chu Yilan had been dismissive, suggesting he contact his assistant if needed. Adhering to the usual protocol, Shen Lian took a taxi to the filming location. The regular cast of stars boldly move forward consisted of 3 members, 2 males and 1 female. Zhao Lin, aged 30, stood at 178 centimeters tall and was a graduate of the Beijing Film Academy. He had appeared in numerous television dramas and possessed considerable acting talent. Yet his appearance did not align with the aesthetic preferences of contemporary youth. With a square face and a trustworthy demeanor, he served as the elder brother of the group. Li Jiabua, aged 27, was 180 centimeters tall. Upon debut, his clean-cut looks and cheerful personality made quite a splash, earning him the moniker Sunshine Boy. However, lacking a good agency, he found himself relegated to variety shows, quickly exhausting his charm and gradually transitioning to a comedic route, resulting in a lukewarm career. The female regular, Zhu Yingyu, was 25 years old, standing at 170 centimeters. She had gained fame with her song Dream on a winter night, but subsequent albums performed poorly, although she had commendable singing and dancing abilities. Recently, her company had shown interest in pairing her with a newcomer for a comeback. In addition to the main cast, 3 to 4 guest stars would be invited for each episode. The filming location is set within a well-preserved, semi-pristine jungle, where investors once expended considerable financial resources, now hoping to reap greater profits. In the secure area outside, temporary resting huts and a row of staff dormitories have been erected, though the conditions leave much to be desired. It is quite a distance away, and Shen Lian spent nearly 200 on the taxi fare. From a pile of aesthetically questionable clothing, he managed to find 2 wearable items, a pair of deep gray work pants paired with a blue t-shirt. He then slung a backpack over his shoulder, containing merely a jacket and a few toiletries. Upon seeing Shen Lian alight from the taxi, the staff mistook him for a colleague, but upon closer inspection, they were momentarily taken aback. He was escorted to the resting area, where the regular guests were gathered. Standing in the doorway against the light, his refined and tall silhouette was striking. He greeted the 3 individuals one by one. Shen Lian's voice was melodious, reminiscent of the refined tones often described online, and his deliberate speech evoked an uplifting sense of springtime. Zhao Lin and the others, who had been jovial, suddenly found their smiles falter upon hearing Shen Lian's name. After all, just a month prior, he had faced public humiliation and had been compelled to suspend both his studio and personal Weibo accounts, with fans scattering in disarray, seemingly on the brink of obscurity. To everyone's surprise, he had made a remarkable comeback by joining this variety show. Zhao Lin and the others fell silent, but Shen Lian seemed unconcerned. He entered with his shoulder bag, taking a moment to survey the surroundings before finding a corner spot with a single chair perfectly suited for him. The interplay of light and shadow accentuated the young man's features and aura. Li Jiabua, who had previously harbored a degree of schadenfreude, found that sentiment suddenly evaporating. Shen Lian exuded an air of nonchalance, his right leg casually crossed over his left knee, inadvertently displaying the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. Zhao Lin and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and awe. Yet, how strikingly handsome he is, Zhu Yingyu thought to herself. Soon, the remaining 3 guests arrived in succession. Concurrently, the camera crew followed suit. For the sake of theatrics, the self-introduction segment prior to the show's commencement was broadcast live, showcasing the guests in their most authentic light. Almost immediately upon airing, viewers began to flock in. Long time no see, San Jian Ke. And you, sister, sending hugs. Quickly, my Fong Ke. Fong Ku, a temporary guest at 23 years old, had skyrocketed to fame through 2 web dramas and was now enjoying promising prospects with a loyal fan base, characterized by his thick brows and bright eyes, radiating vitality. Go for it, Su Su. Fong Su Su, 27, another female guest standing at 1.68 meters, sported a stylish wine-red bob and was a social media influencer with millions of followers, often crossing over into various cosplay characters and recently trending towards the entertainment industry. Who is the remaining guest? I am quite eager to find out. To pique the audience's interest, the assistant director personally stepped forward, beaming. This time, we have invited a heavyweight guest. As the words left his lips, the camera panned to the entrance. A young man in a white tracksuit entered with a smile. Meticulously groomed from head to toe, with distinct features and fair skin. Especially notable were his fluffy eyelashes. Standing approximately 178 centimeters tall, his smile revealed 2 charming dimples, instantly endearing him to everyone present. One could say he was quite adorable. Wow, Feng Ye? Shen Lian raised an eyebrow in surprise. He finally comprehended why Qian Gao had relented that day in the cafe. Did this group truly intend to sacrifice him? It is worth noting that Zhang Jiyi's fans had just finished tearing apart the original persona, and their emotions had yet to subside. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, the identity of a mistress is invariably met with disdain. Indeed, it was always Zhou Tongxi who summoned the original persona, yet ultimately, for the sake of Zhang Jiyi's reputation, Zhou Tongxi would unhesitatingly sacrifice the original persona to create a favorable image for his beloved. Thus, the sensational elements of conflict and rivalry were all in place. Could they not attract an audience? As expected, due to the meticulous secrecy maintained by Zhang Jiyi's studio, fans had only just received the news and rushed to the scene. I want to tear down the studio. How could they keep this from us? This is a risky game. Xiao Ge has just sprained his ankle and been discharged from the hospital. Is participating in such a program not likely to exacerbate his condition? I am truly worried. Calling Zhou. Quickly take your little Ge away. Many online were shipping the couple, and Zheng Ge had recently enjoyed an exceptional stroke of luck, with a barrage of comments overwhelmingly praising him, while his image overshadowed Fong, Ku, and Li Jiabua. Are there only 3 new guests? Coughing lightly, the assistant director interjected. There is one more guest. At this point, the assistant director hesitated, not out of intention, but because he found it difficult to articulate. Finally, he hastily uttered the name. Shen Lian. Could you repeat that name? Is the production team foolish? Is this deliberate? I want to take a taxi and confront Shen Lian. Why does that scoundrel keep pestering Xiao Ge, haunting him endlessly? The camera appropriately panned over. Shen Lian, having risen at some point, leaned against the side of a chair, his long legs strikingly visible. He appeared somewhat displeased, as he was holding the script for a sacrificial performance. Yet without his usual bangs obscuring his brow, his youthful visage, enhanced by an air of arrogance, became strikingly impactful. With his hands in his pockets, he met the gaze of the crowd, nodding slightly. Hello. There would be no flattery or sycophancy. They would play as they wished, without pampering. Chapter 7. Disturbing others' mindsets without needing to see Shen Lian, he was well aware of the online vitriol directed at him. Upon encountering Shen Lian, Feng Ye's demeanor faltered entirely. His smile froze, his eyes fluctuated with inscrutable emotions, harboring deep-seated wariness and resentment. Yet, he seemed to quickly realize they were on camera. Those negative feelings faded in an instant, coalescing into a reluctant acceptance and a facade of calm. He spoke softly. Long time no see, Shen Lian. Shen Lian mused to himself that this performance was commendable. Why did some detractors online insist on belittling Zhang Jiyi's acting abilities? Shen Lian nodded. Long time no see. Damn, my poor Xiao Ge. What is Shen Lian even pretending to be? Newcomer reporting in, may I timidly ask, is this the Shen Lian you all speak of? With his crooked eyes and crooked mouth, like an old cucumber? Wow, I accidentally clicked on this variety show recommendation. Who is this handsome guy in the blue t-shirt? Within 3 minutes, I want to know everything about him. To the one above, can you even handle Shen Lian? Have you lost your mind? In response to the one above, I will like whoever I please. What business is it of yours? The barrage of comments erupted into chaos. To be frank, even the professional detractors have fallen silent. They initially intended to ride the wave of controversy surrounding Zheng Ge, given his high profile. But no one anticipated that Shen Lian would make a powerful comeback after 2 months of silence. Has he undergone a transformation? One must admit, the change is rather intriguing. Everyone has decided to observe a little longer. Regardless, the collision between Zheng Ge and Shen Lian has yielded results far exceeding the expectations of the production team. The team had originally planned for Shen Lian to draw the fire, absorbing all the audience's negative sentiments, with minimal camera time, as he possesses a remarkable talent for self-sabotage. There were a couple of mediocre moments intended to stir emotions. However, at this moment, the guests standing together made Shen Lian, with his relaxed demeanor and poised presence, impossible to overlook. Such individuals are, without a doubt, the favored subjects of photographers, noticing the lens lingering on him for a tad too long. Shen Lian squinted slightly and offered a gentle smile. The comments read, "Does this guy really think he can become handsome just by trying to look cool? As a self-proclaimed connoisseur, I must admit he is genuinely quite handsome." Little did anyone notice, Shen Lian's stagnant Weibo follower count was gradually on the rise. Having consumed a boxed lunch at noon, the filming commenced in earnest in the afternoon, still in a live broadcast format. Inside the break room, the atmosphere was rather peculiar, with hardly anyone speaking. "Shen Lian, do you have enough food?" Zhu Yingyu approached, holding her own boxed lunch, where the rice had been divided in half. Zheng Ge glanced over. Shen Lian looked up and replied, "It's sufficient. Are you unable to finish yours?" "Indeed." Zhu Yingyu nodded. "I need to maintain my figure." Shen Lian offered his lunchbox. "Then please share some with me." Whether it was intentional by the production team or not, Shen Lian's lunch was not only meager, but also filled predominantly with vegetables, appearing quite shabby compared to the other guest meals of 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. The production team was waiting, anticipating Shen Lian to react, hoping for some drama once the broadcast began. Yet, this individual remained as composed as ever, while Zhu Yingyu shared some of her braised pork and stuffed peppers with him. Shen Lian glanced at her and murmured, "Thank you." Zhu Yingyu smiled in response. Once Zhu Yingyu returned to her seat, Feng Susu, who had witnessed the entire exchange, suddenly bit her chopsticks and remarked, "Sister Yingyu gets along well with everyone." Zhu Yingyu, sporting a single ponytail today, appeared neat and tidy, while Feng Susu was adorned in candy-colored attire, resembling a character from an anime rather than casual wear. Zhu Yingyu met Feng Susu's gaze, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. The next moment, Shen Lian lazily interjected, "If I recall correctly, Zhu Yingyu is younger than you." Feng Susu's eyelashes fluttered. Shen Lian added, 2 years younger. When the guest information was announced, Shen Lian had memorized everyone's details. Feng Susu fell silent, lowering her head to eat, but it was evident to anyone watching that she was not particularly pleased. "Oh, a 2-year difference isn't significant," Li Jiabwa chimed in to smooth things over. Smiling broadly at Feng Susu, "You should learn from Shen Lian. His mental fortitude is unmatched." His words, always imbued with cheerfulness, conveniently masked the underlying hostility, as if he were merely jesting. Feng Susu's expression shifted as she suddenly recalled Shen Lian's role as the scapegoat for this program. Thus, Feng Susu regained her confidence, dramatically set down her chopsticks, and coughed a couple of times. "Shen Lian, could you impart some wisdom?" With a thick skin, Shen Lian responded, "As long as it's thick enough, one becomes impervious." Just as Feng Susu was about to laugh, she heard Shen Lian continue, "However, given your exceptional talent, you likely one thing need to learn. Just a couple of days in this industry, and you'll grasp everything effortlessly." His tone was more natural than anyone else's, devoid of any sarcasm, and he spoke with the authority of a mentor, sincerely sharing his insights. In terms of skill, Feng Susu felt utterly inadequate, her eyelids twitching violently. Li Jiabwa expressed mild dissent. Shen Lian, you should be a bit kinder when speaking, girls. You're so preoccupied with your sunshine boy persona that you neglect your acting, he added. Just look at Fong Ku. He debuted a year ago. Although it's a web drama, it's a tremendous success. Shen Lian still hadn't fully detached from the brilliance of his previous life. Speaking with a flourish, Fong Ku, keep it up. The future is promising. Fong Kiskiviko, ever eager to learn, nodded vigorously at the praise from his senior. All right, I will continue to strive. Zhao Lin, the elder brother, observed Shen Lian's animated speech, and his instinct for caution advised him to remain silent. Hey, Zhengge finally set down his lunchbox, directing his gaze towards Shen Lian. His expression held a natural innocence, and his tone was laced with sympathy and helplessness. Shen Lian, please don't be like this. I have nothing to do with Zhou Tongxi. Shen Lian interrupted, unable to contain himself, pressing his fingers to his forehead and sincerely implored. Could we please refrain from mentioning that unfortunate name? It has brought ruin to the original self. It could be said that without Zhou Tongxi's exploitation and reckless harm, the original self would not have reached this juncture. Zhengge was taken aback. Others seemed to have been muted as well. Not only Zhengge, but who in the room was unaware of Shen Lian's infatuation with Zhou Tongxi? Over the years, he had committed countless absurd acts for Zhou Tongxi, practically a textbook example of a devoted admirer. To the original self, Zhou Tongxi was a selfish, obstinate fool with no sense of boundaries. If possible, it would be best if they never crossed paths again in this lifetime. Let us eat. Let us eat. Zhao Lin could not help but shout twice. The production team intended to rattle Shen Lian's composure, not to have him unsettle others. When Zhengge finally stood up, he appeared somewhat dazed, as if lost in the shock of Shen Lian's recent words. Shen Lian, nonchalant and indifferent, resolved that since peaceful coexistence was unattainable, he would leverage the poor hand he had been dealt to overturn everyone. Chapter 8. I mean no harm. The live broadcast commenced. The guests enthusiastically greeted the audience. Shen Lian flashed a gentle smile at the camera. He was acutely aware that in the current circumstances, the more he sought to please the viewers, the less likable he became. A subtle approach was sufficient. Shen Lian's sycophantic demeanor isn't so bad after all. He was quite impressive when he first debuted. Who would have thought he would drift further away later? Those who defend Shen Lian have questionable morals. To the one above, not everyone adores your Zhengge. If you wish to discipline someone on behalf of your master, do it yourself instead of barking at normal people. The barrage of comments quickly devolved into a war of words, and soon after, the production team announced the tasks. The guests need not form groups. Guided by the signposts, they must reach the destination before dusk. It sounds deceptively simple, yet the jungle is fraught with peril. More critically, the production team no longer provides any sustenance, not even a drop of water. They even confiscated Fong Ku's chewing gum. Shen Lian donned his jacket, trailing at the rear of the group. He was aware that a camera was discreetly capturing his every move, but he had no intention of delivering the sensational moment the production team desired. One assistant whispered to the deputy director, expressing his surprise at Shen Lian's composure. The assistant smiled shyly, captivated by Shen Lian's presence. The young man on screen was slender and tall, his gait relaxed, and his movements light and graceful, with the hem of his jacket tracing an elegant arc through the air. His face was flawless from every angle. Chu Yilan, cigarette in mouth, observed the young man on the live feed, his eyes swirling with intrigue. As they entered the jungle, the sunlight grew feeble, the air turned damp and chilly, and mist crept down into their collars. The vegetation was lush, with bushes leaning against towering trees, leaving few gaps. Zhao Lin, hands on his hips, scanned the surroundings, noting that the signposts were buried. The last sign pointed in this direction, but the deeper they ventured, the more elusive the path became. Shen Lian recalled that the signposts had been placed the day before filming began. The production team would introduce challenges but would not obscure the signposts beyond reach. He knelt down, brushing away the pine needles, searching intently. Feng Su chuckled. Shen Lian, who buries signposts? Shen Lian ignored her, soon discovering a series of footprints. Following them, he found signs of disturbance among the bushes. With a stick, He cleared the debris and revealed the signpost. To the right, he stated solemnly. Zhao Lin stepped forward, his face lighting up as he clapped Shen Lian on the shoulder. "You got skills." Shen Lian smiled lightly, explaining that the wet soil easily retained impressions. It was not particularly difficult, just required a bit of attentiveness. "I'll lead the way, Zhao Ge. My shoes have good traction," Shen Lian offered. Zhao Lin nodded in agreement. Thus, Shen Lian became the guide. Zhang Gu gazed at his retreating figure, an inexplicable unease flickering in her heart. After another arduous trek, thirst began to plague them. Shen Lian stood atop a large stone, peering ahead, and announced there's a spring. Zhao Lin exclaimed, "Really? Pity, parched." Numerous springs dotted the area, their waters drinkable, though outsiders found them hard to locate. Only the nearby villagers knew the paths well, using them to quench their thirst while foraging. Zhu Yingyu inquired curiously, "Shen Lian, how did you know?" "White bamboo shoots," Shen Lian replied, pointing to a low-growing, serrated bush with horizontal branches. This plant typically flourished near water sources. Li Jiabwa chuckled. "Shen Lian, what if we wander aimlessly? How will you compensate?" The production team had subtly conveyed to Li Jiabwa that Shen Lian was merely a source of amusement, a minor character, and that occasional friction was necessary for the show's effect. Thus, his popularity was likely greater than Shen Lian's. Hence, Li Jiabwa felt no burden in his jibes. Shen Lian glanced down at Li Jiabwa's feet, dismissing the thought. Li Jiabwa was about to say something when suddenly his foot slipped. He desperately tried to regain his balance, but the ground was too damp. In less than a second, he fell face first into the mud. Oh! Zhang Ge could only extend a hand in haste. Furthermore, to accentuate his physique, Li Jiabwa had worn particularly snug trousers that day. A tearing sound echoed as the seam at the back gave way, revealing a glimpse of his red underwear. Just as Li Jiabwa, looking bewildered, lifted his head, Shen Lian leisurely remarked, "It seems you've stepped onto a spring." Li Jiabwa, Zhu Yingyu was struggling to contain her laughter. Fortunately, there was another spring nearby. After everyone dug it out and allowed the mud to settle, they were spared from the unpleasantness of Li Jiabwa's foot odor. Brother Jiabwa, Fang Ke without any malice, could not hide his amusement. "Is this your zodiac year?" "Ha ha ha." Zhao Lin instantly broke down, and everyone erupted into laughter. Li Jiabwa's face flushed crimson. He felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet he refrained from reacting too strongly in front of the cameras, lest he be accused of being unable to take a joke. Zhang Gu revealed 2 dimples and then turned to Shen Lian, casually suggesting, "Shen Lian, you must have seen the spring before Jiabwa stepped in, right?" Shen Lian would certainly not admit to it. "Do you think I possess X-ray vision?" Zhang Ji's eyes flickered slightly as she bit her lip. "I apologize. I meant no harm." Shen Lian replied, "Neither did I. Your attitude is no different from mine." "Wow, Shen Lian is fierce." "Fierce? Just normal conversation. I'd say." "Stop it. Zhang Ge is a sensitive soul." The mountain spring water was refreshing, but the production team had not provided the guests with any suitable vessels, so they could only quench their thirst and continue on their journey. Shen Lian was the last in line, and just as he prepared to take another sip, a large clump of mud tumbled into the spring. Shen Lian looked up to see Li Jiabwa, shrugging apologetically. "Sorry, I didn't notice I kicked it." Shen Lian replied, "No problem," seeing that Shen Lian remained unfazed. Li Jiabwa rolled his eyes as he turned away, thinking he had evaded the camera's gaze. Unbeknownst to him, he inadvertently caught the attention of another hidden camera, clearly captured in the edited footage. Oh dear, a fan quickly came to his defense. Jiabwa has a childlike disposition. He is probably in a bad mood after that fall. Zhang Ge's fans seized the opportunity. "I mean, it's Shen Lian. Isn't it normal for someone to be disliked?" To the one above, "Did you forget your brain in the delivery room?" Shen Lian led the way, and he found the spring. He politely queued for the last turn. Where did he go wrong? To the one above, "You weren't here when Shen Lian was being criticized online, were you? He is indeed quite annoying." In response to the one above, "I wasn't here. But even if I were, I would know how to differentiate issues. What I saw was Shen Lian doing nothing wrong, while Li Jiabwa was bullying him. Also, Li Jiabwa's eye rolling is truly unappealing." Sister, you are fierce. I've thought for a long time that Li Jiabao has gone astray. He has nothing to show for himself outside of variety shows, so I wonder why he remains a regular guest. Who is Li Jianing, anyway? In the office. Chu Yilan Suden Li Inguit. Assistant Yangbin looked up in confusion. Chapter 9. What on earth happened? Yangbin approached Chu Yilan and caught sight of the variety show's title in the upper left corner. He barely had time to be astonished that Mr. Chu was actually watching such a program. His exemplary professionalism compelled him to immediately pull out his phone to gather pertinent information. The profile of a regular guest appeared in the first column. Yangbin explained, one of the guests is a minor celebrity. As for the titles trailing behind Li Jiabao, they hold no significance. Is there a collaboration with Xinkai? Xinkai is a subsidiary of Hung Tai, primarily focusing on the entertainment sector, which is where Chu Yilan has invested his efforts. 3 minutes later, Yangbin reported, there's a brand endorsement. Not hearing a response from Chu Yilan, Yangbin's internal alarm bells rang. Is there an issue, Mr. Chu? I harbor doubts regarding the judgment of Xinkai's leader. Chu Yilan replied in a low voice. This Li Jiakai lacks distinctiveness. Within a mere few minutes, you have already altered his name twice, Yangbin thought, and as Chu Yilan's trusted aide, he understood the implications. Very well, I shall take care of it. Now, Yangbin found himself pondering why Mr. Chu would be watching a variety show. During the live broadcast, Li Jiabao lost his balance and instinctively reached for the nearest Shen Lian. Had it not been for Zhao Lin's quick reflexes, the two might have tumbled down the slope together. Although unscathed, Shen Lian's clothing was torn, revealing a small red mole on his right shoulder. For a fleeting moment, Chu Yilan's gaze turned as cold as a wolf's. Shen Lian glanced back, his expression neutral. Li Jiabao offered a nonchalant smile. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. This Li Jiabao shall no longer collaborate with Xinkai. Chu Yilan remarked indifferently. Yank, bin read it, Li Jiabao. Chu Yilan responded, what? Without having climbed a steep slope, Zhao Lin called for a break. Shen Lian, having consumed little water, appeared pale, his lips slightly chapped. The production team confiscated their phones, leaving him no choice but to ask the cameraman, excuse me, what time is it? This was a normal inquiry, and the cameraman replied, it's 2:40 p.m. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike Shen Lian, and he smiled, just as the camera zoomed in on his face. It could be said that from his entrance until now, this was the first time he smiled like that. An expression of genuine delight, tinged with a hint of mischief, as if a small scheme was about to succeed. Radiating pride from the corners of his eyes, dazzling and resplendent. Could someone enlighten me about Shen Lian's dark past? Wait, with that smile? Who is he trying to entice? Indeed, who are you trying to entice? Chu Yilan mused. Knock, knock, knock. Yang bin spoke. Come in. Surrounding Chu Yilan were 7 or 8 assistants, yet only Yangbin was a constant presence. The female assistant before him approached cautiously, her eyes sparkling with suppressed curiosity. Yangbin asked. The female assistant produced a sunflower from behind her, speaking with heightened caution, Mr. Chu, this is for you. After delivering her message, she held her breath, poised for Mr. Chu's command to discard the sunflower into the trash. Bring it here, Chu Yilan said in a low voice. The female assistant hurriedly stepped forward to hand him the sunflower. It comprised 5 blossoms, perfectly open, symmetrical, and beautiful, clearly crafted with care. Yet it unavoidably exuded a hint of poverty. What are you doing standing behind me? Chu Yilan inguit. Yangbin immediately stepped back, positioning himself beside the female assistant. The two then observed Chu Yilan extracting a card from the bouquet. Recently, funds have been scarce. I've opted for small flowers. Once my salary arrives, I shall procure roses for you. Even if it meant waiting until his hair turned gray, Chu Yilan could not help but mock internally. The female assistant widened her eyes and gently nudged Yangbin. Brother Yang, why is President Chu smiling? Yangbin closed his eyes, unsure of the reason behind it. He even began to doubt himself, questioning whether he had overlooked something amidst his recent busyness. Otherwise, how could he suddenly fail to comprehend President Chu's sentiments? Unsurprisingly, sunflowers were also immersed in clear water, elegantly displayed alongside the exquisite vase on the small cabinet at the entrance. The previous lilies had yet to wither, and there were still roses at home. It seemed as though a multitude of colors had suddenly burst forth in the otherwise barren vision of Chu Yilan. Shen Lian, what brings you such joy? Zhu Yu, captivated by Shen Lian's smile, could not resist inquiring. Shen Lian replied with a gentle smile, I sent a bouquet of sunflowers. I hope the recipient enjoys a day filled with cheer. Zhu Yu responded, I don't quite understand. Shen Lian casually plucked a withered leaf from her shoulder. It's nothing. Let's depart. Meanwhile, Chu Yilan abruptly shut his laptop. Faced with countless pairs of eyes, Shen Lian seemed to have uttered a cryptic yet transparent declaration of affection. How could one not be a bit more audacious? Chu Yilan, arms crossed, gazed down at his computer as if it were Shen Lian herself. Is there no one to enlighten him about what transpired? Yang Bin exclaimed, not entirely to blame for his confusion, having just returned from a business trip that morning. Moreover, Chu Yilan had not mentioned Shen Lian's affairs to him. On the first day of filming, the challenges were relatively manageable, primarily revolving around the guests' introductions and their acclimatization to the jungle environment, with subsequent challenges increasing in complexity based on this foundation. As dusk fell, the guests finally arrived at their destination. Exhausted, they gathered supplies and plopped down without desire to move. Shen Lian retrieved his phone from the staff, contemplating sending a message to Chu Yilan's assistant but refrained. He had yet to meet the person, and discussing matters pertaining to Chu Yilan with outsiders felt inappropriate. Shen Lian considered staying the night in the resting area, but the production team subsequently informed him of insufficient accommodations. He realized that to remain, he would likely have to squeeze into the temporary staff quarters. Frowning, he was interrupted by a phone call from Qian Gao. Are you free this evening? Qian Gao asked. Yes, Shen Lian replied. I'll come and pick you up. Their essay dinner gathering. Shen Lian agreed, which conveniently saved him transportation costs. As they descended the mountain, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the group began to disperse. Suddenly, a startled voice rang out. Feng Yi, are you all right, Teacher Zheng? Zheng Ge had lost his footing and tumbled into a muddy pit, aggravating an old ankle injury. As the program's prized asset, he was surrounded by a flurry of staff eager to assist, practically clamoring for a stretcher to carry him down the mountain. Shen Lian cast a glance but continued on his way. Qian Gao was nearby, estimating it would take no more than 10 minutes to reach him. Feng Yi, supported on either side, looked up only to see Shen Lian's figure growing increasingly distant. The strange sensation in Zheng Gu's heart was almost palpable. Today's recording saw Shen Lian exhibiting no signs of impropriety. On the contrary, his performance was nothing short of composed, truly reminiscent of someone far removed from the experience of participating in an adventurous variety show for the first time. Merely 2 months prior, they had engaged in fierce battles online, with Zheng Gu emerging victorious, while Shen Lian found himself the target of public disdain. Upon their reunion today, one must wonder, does Shen Lian truly remain unaffected? The significant transformation in Shen Lian left Zheng Gu struggling to adjust. Qian Gu, I've arrived. Which car is yours? Shen Lian inquired over the phone. At that moment, a gray Pagani rolled in and parked outside the lounge. Shen Lian glanced around and noticed Qian Gao's vehicle signaling with its hazard lights, prompting him to jog forward. Zheng Ge was escorted down by the staff, and a man clad in a tailored suit emerged from the Pagani. Even through the dim lighting, his extraordinary aura was palpable. Zheng Ge threw himself into the man's embrace, conversing with him before casting a glance in Shen Lian's direction. The man soon approached with purposeful strides. Shen Lian had already settled into the car. Is that Zhou Tongxi? Qian Gao exclaimed. What have you done now, Shen Lian? The mention of Zhou Tongxi's name cast a shadow over Shen Lian, prompting him to respond with a frigid tone, drive. Qian Gao, unable to restrain himself, pressed the accelerator, and their somewhat worn-out van roared to life, zipping past Zhou Tongxi and raising a cloud of dust in its wake. It wasn't until they had driven quite a distance that Qian Gao processed what had just transpired. Why does he listen to Shen Lian so obediently? Before Qian Gao could voice his thoughts, Shen Lian interjected, I'm on good terms with Zheng Ge. There has been no conflict. Qian Gao found himself at a loss for words. The show demanded drama, and bringing Shen Lian along was tantamount to designating him as a scapegoat. In other words, The more he faltered, the better the outcome. However, on the other hand, Qian Gao wished to avoid any further entanglements between Shen Lian and either Zhenggu or Zhou Tongxi, as the consequences would be dire. The journey remained silent for 40 minutes, culminating in the car halting at the entrance of a restaurant. Only then did Shen Lian venture to ask Qingge, "Who are we dining with?" "A sponsor. The finished piece you filmed previously was impressive, and they expressed interest in collaboration after viewing it." Shen Lian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The private room was located on the 8th floor, with a wide corridor adorned in red carpet and somewhat outdated yet opulent decor, where prosperous money trees flourished at intervals. Qian Gao took note of the mud-stained shoes Shen Lian wore, wrinkling his nose in disdain. "You couldn't he bother to clean them off?" "It was inconvenient in the car," Shen Lian replied. "Couldn't you have prepared a spare pair?" Qian Gao retorted. "I'm too broke to afford that," Shen Lian responded, his words devoid of exaggeration. Even when purchasing flowers for Chu Yilan, he practiced frugality. Qian Gao huffed, not pursuing the topic further. Shen Lian was acutely aware that this group was comprised of unscrupulous individuals who had siphoned off his funds and were unlikely to return them. Upon reaching the door, Qian Gao straightened his tie and adjusted his hair, casting one last assessing glance at Shen Lian, who appeared considerably more presentable than before. He then knocked on the door. "Come." A voice called from within. Qian Gao shot Shen Lian a warning glance before pushing the door open with a smirk. Inside sat 5 men, all in their 40s, enveloped in a haze of cigarette smoke that carried an unpleasant odor. Shen Lian subtly wrinkled his brow. "You've arrived. Take a seat." One of the men beckoned as he stood to greet them. Shen Lian pulled out a chair, only to be immediately interrupted by someone saying, "Hey, you sit here." She looked up to see the position indicated, next to a man who was smoking with his arms crossed. The man was observing Shen Lian with keen interest through the haze of smoke. Having encountered countless scenes in her previous life, Shen Lian instinctively glanced towards Qian Gao, who appeared oblivious, engrossed in conversation with another individual. "What are you waiting for? Sit down." With no other choice, Shen Lian complied and took a seat. "This is Manager Liu, the head of Tina Advertising. All your resources will be at his discretion," someone enthusiastically introduced. Shen Lian raised her cup of tea in a toast. But the man who had urged her to drink intercepted her gesture, replacing her tea with a glass of liquor, his tone laden with implication. "This is true sincerity." Shen Lian pressed her tongue against her cheek, and after a few moments, she smiled and nodded. However, she did not accept the offered drink, instead pouring herself another glass. "Manager Liu, I toast to you." Liu Kaisheng immediately broke into a wide grin, his love for alcohol evident. He resembled a balloon, his ears barely visible from the front. And when he smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes could easily swat a fly. Liu Kaisheng clinked glasses with Shen Lian 3 times. The liquor was sharp upon entry, sending heat surging from her chest, making her uncomfortable. Subsequently, Shen Lian continued to drink with others, but she could not match the drunken revelry of her companions. Having consumed nothing that evening, her stomach soon began to churn. Sweat beaded on her neck, and she raised a hand to wipe it away. Liu Kaisheng observed this, his eyes growing wide. Indeed, she was more attractive than her photographs, he marveled, and then placed a hand on Shen Lian's thigh. Qian Gao witnessed this scene, a flicker of conflict in his eyes, yet he ultimately said nothing. Shen Lian understood completely. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her nausea and pushed Liu Kaisheng's hand away. "Thank you, Manager Liu, for your consideration." Though her words were polite and respectful, the clear rejection in her action immediately displeased Liu Kaisheng. Liu Kaisheng, straightforward as ever, squinted as he scrutinized Shen Lian and stated bluntly, "If you don't make me happy, what resources can you expect? Do you think a few drinks will suffice? Do you believe opportunities will simply fall into your lap?" This was non-negotiable. "Oh, Manager Liu, Shen Lian understands. Please don't be angry." Qian Gao hastily poured more liquor. It had been a long time since Shen Lian had faced such humiliation. Slowly rising, she turned to Qian Gao and said, "Brother Qian, I've just remembered I have something to attend to." Suddenly, with a splash, hot tea was thrown in her face. The droplets dripped down her chin as she turned to the one who had urged her to drink. "You little brat, do you even know your current standing?" The other party, intoxicated, spoke with increasing ferocity. You're nothing but unwanted trash. Only manager Lu doesn't tea mind you. Instead of finding a place to enjoy yourself, you dare to refuse here? Do you believe you won T land a single endorsement in the future? Lu Kaisheng did not intervene, taking a drag from his cigarette, clearly enjoying the exchange. Had it been a newcomer, they might have been horrified by such threats, likely agreeing to any subsequent conditions. Shen Lian took a tissue and dabbed her face. Her expression remained calm, her movements graceful, betraying no hint of anger. Everyone assumed Shen Lian had surrendered. In the blink of an eye, Shen Lian struck with lightning speed, seizing the head of the man who had just spoken and forcefully plunging him into a pot of chicken soup. The resounding crash startled everyone present. An endless gloom surfaced in Shen Lian's eyes as he coldly uttered, "Dare to utter another insult, and I shall listen." Panic washed over Qian Gao's mind. "Damn it, you bastard!" The room erupted into chaos as dishes shattered, and a cacophony ensued. Shen Lian, facing 5 adversaries, found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Even landing a punch on the eager peacemaker, Qian Gao, in the midst of the fray. Yet, despite the odds, Shen Lian began to gain the upper hand. Though he endured several blows in return, the pain was fleeting, merely a heartbeat's duration. Adrenaline surged through him, and after having endured countless indignities lately, he desperately sought an outlet for his pent-up frustration. The room lay in ruins, completely ravaged. With a cold expression, Shen Lian clutched his waist and opened the door to the private room. Qian Gao was left in a daze, awestruck by Shen Lian's fierce demeanor. "Get up, you fool!" Lu Kaisheng struggled to rise from the ground. Shen Lian, disheveled and feeling faint, leaned against the corridor wall, faintly hearing footsteps and laughter approaching. Suddenly, the laughter ceased, as many turned their gaze towards him. Shen Lian remained indifferent until a tall, dark figure loomed over him. He glanced down to see polished black shoes, followed by sharply tailored trousers. "What are you doing?" Came a deep, magnetic voice, pulling Shen Lian's drifting spirit back to reality. Looking up, Shen Lian saw a man silhouetted against the light, yet his features were distinctly clear. After a moment's hesitation, he confirmed it was Chu Yilan. Noticing Shen Lian's split lip and the dark bruise around his eye, Chu Yilan's expression darkened instantly. "Master Chu," Shen Lian managed to utter, his voice strained. His eyelashes fluttered, and his pale skin appeared almost translucent, exuding a fragile vulnerability. Shen Lian swayed slightly, prompting Chu Yilan to steady him with a hand. Leaning in to meet him at eye level, enunciating each word clearly, "I am inquiring about your actions." "What do you think you are?" Qian Gao, regaining his composure, stormed out of the private room, cursing, "You think just because you're paying for drinks you can assault people?" His words were abruptly cut short. Everyone present was astute enough to comprehend the implications of the situation. Thus, there was no need for Shen Lian to elaborate on the events that had transpired. Shen, with his hands casually in his pockets, wore a cold smile as he fixed his gaze on Qian Gao. "You, my friend, are rather audacious." Chapter 11. What the hell are you? Qian Gao did not recognize Shen and had no connection to Chu Yilan. He merely sensed that this group exuded an air of opulence, clearly not lacking in wealth. One individual appeared somewhat familiar, and upon reflection, Qian Gao identified him as the young heir of a media company. In reality, this young heir was merely a subordinate of Shen. In the ensuing silence, Chu Yilan spoke. "Why didn't you inform me?" "I didn't anticipate it," Shen Lian replied, his voice taking on a more pitiful tone. "Moreover, I don't have your contact information." The crowd reacted with astonishment. Shen clicked his tongue, shaking his head at Shen Lian's seemingly delicate demeanor. Meanwhile, Qian Gao was struck by a jarring sense of absurdity. Who was this person who had just unleashed such violence in the private room? In a moment of turmoil, Lu Kaisheng emerged, clutching his wig, seething with anger. He forcefully pushed aside Qian Gao and bellowed, "Where is that wretched Shen Lian?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yilan raised an eyebrow, sensing an impending storm. "Help him rinse his mouth," he instructed. 2 bodyguards stepped forward from behind and seized Lu Kaisheng, whose expression quickly shifted from fury to a comical blend of confusion and fear. "Enough, I shall handle this," Feng Yuanshan interjected. You best think carefully, Yuanshan, he continued. Jiao assessed the severity of the injuries. After all, Shen Lian appeared on the verge of collapse. Qian Gao, momentarily bewildered, questioned, Kia? What shower? Since when did Shen Lian ascend to such heights? In the next heartbeat, Feng Yuanshan wrapped an arm around Qian Gao's neck with considerable force. Come on, it's just drinking. Today, I'll ensure you drink your fill. None of the five, including Lu Kaisheng, managed to escape. Feng Yuanshan was not aiding Shen Lian. Rather, Shen Lian was now a matter of brotherhood for him, whether as a mere plaything or a fleeting interest. It was a private affair that did not warrant the interference of those beneath such standards. Moreover, had they not noticed Chu Yilan's rising ire? Shen Lian? Shen Lian! Qian Gao called out tremulously, only to be silenced by Feng Yuanshan's hand. Shen Lian paid him no mind. Qian Gao was hardly a virtuous character. The departure of these individuals seemed to strip Shen Lian of his very essence. Weakly, he leaned against Chu Yilan, murmuring, Master Chu, it hurts. Chu Yilan Zipli? I did not notice. Shen Lian's display was somewhat theatrical, a fact easily discerned by Chu Yilan. Yet, the way he clutched his midsection suggested genuine discomfort. With his plans for a drink disrupted, Chu Yilan ushered Shen Lian into his vehicle, instructing the driver to head to the hospital. Seizing this rare opportunity, Shen Lian settled beside Chu Yilan, leaning in closer. Despite sensing the palpable surge of anger from the man beside him, Shen Lian feigned weakness, resting his head on Chu Yilan's shoulder. The scent of pine mingled with the aroma of dark wood filled his nostrils, a fragrance he found delightful. Through the rearview mirror, the driver cast a terrified glance as Shen Lian placed a hand on Chu Yilan's chest. What are you doing? Chu Yilan inquired, his tone devoid of warmth. Shen Lian chuckled softly. Master Chu, has anyone ever mentioned how well-defined your pectoral muscles are? The driver nearly wished for something to block his ears. With a sharp command, Chu Yilan barked, remove your hand. Shen Lian feigned ignorance, replying, Master Chu, during today's recording, Zhengge was present, and I did not extend him a warm welcome. The knowledge that Chu Yilan favored Zhengge left Shen Lian feeling rather discontented. Not hearing a response from Chu Yilan, Shen Lian tilted his head curiously. Aren't you upset with me? From this angle, he could admire the man's sharp and elegant jawline. Chu Yilan repeated his warning, remove your hand, or I will throw you out of the car. Instantly, Shen Lian complied, not out of fear, but rather as a sudden frown crossed his face, his complexion paling further as he began to cough uncontrollably, clutching his chest. Chu Yilan's attention snapped to him. Shen Lian felt a sensation akin to deflation in his lungs. The more he restrained himself, the more difficult breathing became. Before long, a large hand gently patted Shen Lian's back, providing him with considerable comfort. Once he regained his composure, Shen Lian leaned back again. This time, Chu Yilan refrained from uttering a word of rejection. You had a confrontation with your manager? Shen Lian was uncertain how Chu Yilan had become aware of Qian Gao's actions. Nonetheless, it was inconsequential. He spoke in a hoarse whisper. No, Qian Gao brought me there. The head of Tianhe Advertising wishes to pursue me. He spoke candidly, knowing full well that Chu Yilan could easily investigate the matter. However, Shen Lian soon began to fabricate a tale. I thought to myself, I must remain virtuous for Master Chu, so I resisted. Chu Yilan in quit, oh hot? How did you resist? I retaliated blow for blow, Shen Lian replied. A turn-based approach? Indeed, Chu Yilan remarked. Not a single truthful word escapes your lips. Upon entering the hospital through the expedited route, Shen Lian was swiftly assisted onto a stretcher. After enduring the journey in silence, he succumbed to unconsciousness as soon as he lay down. As he gently closed his eyes, a sudden pang of anguish struck Chu Yilan's heart. He surmised that the situation might be grave, yet he had not anticipated its severity. Shen Lian bore numerous contusions. 2 ligament injuries in his legs, extensive bruising across his waist, and a fractured rib that nearly punctured a lung. It was a wonder he had managed to speak to Chu Yilan all the way here. The doctor responsible for the examination could not help but exclaim, the patient possesses remarkable willpower. Otherwise, with such injuries, any ordinary person would have uttered a few groans. Yet, Shen Lian remained silent throughout the examination and the transition to the ward, waking several times without a sound. In truth, there were others in a more dire state. Lu Kaisheng and Qian Gao, among others, had been so inebriated by Feng Yuanshan that they nearly crawled out the door. Initially, Feng Yuanshan had relented, but then he received a call from Chu Yilan. Where is he? Feng Yuanshan glanced over to see Shen Lian crawling on the ground. Rest assured, he has had quite a bit to drink. Revenge for Shen Lian has been taken. Lu Kaisheng, Chu Yilan succinctly commanded, break one of his legs. Feng Yuanshan sat upright from the couch, astonished. Are you serious? Chu Yilan replied. Shen Lian has sustained a broken rib. Feng Yuanshan protested, wait, brother. I don't understand your sudden change of heart. Not long ago, Shen Lian opposed Zhou Tang's and Zheng Ge, and you had quite a strong opinion about him. Didn't you? He has only been by your side for a few days, and your attitude has shifted 180 degrees. Yet, Feng Yuanshan felt a flicker of joy. Ever since Chu Yilan had suffered a disfigurement, he had been gloomy and taciturn. Recently, however, he had exhibited a newfound vitality. If it was due to Shen Lian, Feng Yuanshan would accept it. Regardless of the authenticity, if it brought joy to his brother, he would grant him that favor. Understood. Feng Yuanshan ended the call and stood up, clutching the bottle of liquor. Qian Gao, observing Feng Yuanshan's cold demeanor, was unable to express his tears. He had never realized Shen Lian had such a powerful background. He vowed never to bully Shen Lian again and to repay every penny he owed him without fail. The liquor bottle slipped from Feng Yuanshan's grasp, accompanied by a piercing scream. Lu Kaisheng, clutching his right leg, was rendered speechless, curled up in agony. Feng Yuanshan turned, astonished, to the trembling Qian Gao. Why are you screaming? I haven't even hit you. Chapter 12. The rules when Shen Lian opened his eyes again. It was the following morning. Raindrops pattered against the window, instilling a profound sense of lethargy within. Shen Lian exerted effort to sit up, grasping his phone from the bedside table for a glance. Indeed, the production team had issued a notice regarding the suspension of filming. The beauty of live broadcasting lies in its ability to dominate a platform, allowing one to invest significantly for a prime position, enabling spontaneous commencement at any moment. The rain was relentless. In such weather, even seasoned professionals would hesitate to venture into the wilderness. A moment later, Shen Lian raised an eyebrow as a salary card unexpectedly received a deposit of 50,000 yuan. After a quick review, he found a message from Qian Gao. This is the payment for the previous announcements. The fund will be settled upon completion of the variety show. The tone was devoid of any arrogance. Had he undergone a transformation? Shen Lian momentarily forgot about Feng Yuanshan's incident. The door creaked open. Chu Yilan bao set. Surprised to find Shen Lian awake so early. Aunt Fin squeezed in from behind, carrying a thermos and chattering. Oh dear, I made bone broth. It's best enjoyed hot. The bruise at the corner of Shen Lian's mouth deepened, contrasting sharply with his fair complexion, tugging at Aunt Fin's heartstrings. Be more cautious next time, she advised. Chu Yilan refrained from mentioning that Shen Lian's injuries were the result of a fight. Understanding the unspoken words, Shen Lian obediently replied, I will remember, Aunt Fin. The broth, rich and fragrant, was swiftly consumed, soothing his restless stomach and bringing a sense of comfort. Aunt Fin lingered for a short while, exchanging a few words with Shen Lian before departing. Throughout the entire encounter, Chu Yilan remained silent. Once the door was shut, Shen Lian leaned back against his pillow and smiled at Chu Yilan. Thank you, Master Chu. Chu Yilan scoffed. You're not so simple yourself. Managing to beat Lu Kaisheng and his group so thoroughly. Shen Lian mused to himself that this was a rather mild outcome. Had he possessed the physical capabilities and background from his previous life, he could have easily sent Lu Kaisheng to the hospital straight from the hotel. Recalling the events of the previous night, Shen Lian instinctively pressed his side, muttering, just don't damage this area. Chu Yilan pulled out a chair to sit. You're picky even about where to get beaten? Of course, Shen Lian retorted. My face is off limits. What transpired was crucial to both how Master Chu perceived him and the quality of their intimate life. Chu Yilan's neck stiffened as he gradually raised his head. Shen Lian, are you not the least bit ashamed? Shen Lian remained unfazed. Affection must be boldly expressed. At this point, his expression brightened. Master Chu, I can buy you roses again. Qiangao has settled a portion of my overdue wages. How much? 50,000. Chu Yilan spread his long legs and tilted his head slightly. A faint smile gracing his features, not even enough for a tie. Shen Lian responded, one step at a time. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Kaisheng had already been dismissed by Tianhe Advertising. After causing such significant trouble, who would dare keep him? As for Qiangao, aside from a hospital visit to have his stomach pumped and a fright of a lifetime, he was otherwise unharmed. For Shen Lian, even if you lent him 10 lives, he would not dare to bully him again. Initially, Chu Yilan found this approach cumbersome. He could easily bring Shen Lian closer and have Xinkai Media accommodate him. Yet, at the moment of decision, he hesitated, as Shen Lian's cunning gaze and indomitable ambition flashed vividly in his mind. Chu Yilan found it quite simple to raise a little bird, yet Shen Lian was far from compliant. He was adept at painting grand visions, promising not only an entire field of flowers, but also offering to nurture the creature. Chu Yilan was intrigued to see how far Shen Lian could go. If it were merely empty boasts, it would be rather uninteresting, and Chu Yilan would hardly bother to pave the way for him. Shen Lian proved to be a man of his word. The flowers delivered to Chu Yilan's office that day were transformed into vibrant red roses, adorned with a note inscribed by a shop assistant, Eternal Love. Heaven knows the panic that surged through Yang Bin upon inadvertently reading those 4 words. Who was it? Who could it possibly be? That evening, as Chu Yilan returned to the company to collect some documents, he noticed the resplendent red roses at the small counter by the entrance, their beauty striking him momentarily. That same night, Shen Lian received an invitation for collaboration on a minor advertisement. However, due to his hospitalization, the shooting was scheduled for 5 days later. Shen Lian was discharged on the 3rd day, while the relentless rain continued to pour outside. The variety show could not commence filming, leading to repeated delays. Unbeknownst to him, the medication he was prescribed worked wonders. He felt remarkably rejuvenated, and Antfin pampered him with nutritious and delectable meals. Finally free from the oppressive weight of financial strain, Shen Lian found himself with ample leisure time, listening to the soothing sound of rain while wrapped in a blanket, lounging on the living room sofa with a book. When Chu Yilan returned home from work, this was the scene that greeted him. The young man was nestled in the blanket, a tuft of fluffy hair visible, his calves exposed, seemingly in high spirits as they swayed gently, his ankles luminous as jade. Master Chu? Shen Lian greeted. Chu Yilan replied coolly, you sit like that. After spending considerable time together, Shen Lian had learned to discern which of Chu Yilan's words were genuine expressions of anger and which were mere pretense. They shared a light meal, after which Chu Yilan settled down to work in the living room while Shen Lian quietly continued reading beside him. The tranquility was soon interrupted by the buzzing of Chu Yilan's phone, signaling an incoming message. He casually opened it, only to find it was from Zheng Ge. Lan Yi, how have you been? Chu Yilan paused, momentarily taken aback. Shen Lian's eyes glinted with derision. He could not help but be blunt, noting how infrequently Zheng Ge had appeared since the incident. The wounds on Chu Yilan's face were remnants of his efforts to save him, were they not? Shen Lian slowly remarked, the cat weeps for the mouse, feigning compassion. Chu Yilan furrowed his brow and instructed, go back to your room. Shen Lian retorted, delete him. If only Zheng Ge were a person of integrity, Shen Lian would not harbor such disdain. Upon hearing this, Chu Yilan pushed his phone forward. His voice laced with menace. Try deleting even one message. Typically, no one dared to respond to Chu Yilan's tone. Yet who is Shen Lian? He seized Chu Yilan's phone, his fingers deftly tapping on the screen before handing it back to Chu Yilan. There, deleted. Not only that, but there was also a message sent in Chu Yilan's name. Do not contact me unless necessary. Chu Yilan's pupils constricted, fury boiling within him. He swatted the phone away and grasped Shen Lian by the collar, shoving him onto the sofa, his demeanor resembling that of a ferocious beast as he loomed closer. You have quite the audacity. Just then, Antfin emerged, her face a mask of shock. What is going on? Onfen, Chu Yilan in the Zup. Antfin hesitated, fully aware of Chu Yilan's temperament. The more she tried to intervene, the worse it would become. With a worried expression, she finally retreated to her room. As Shen Lian felt a twinge in his old back injury, he merely furrowed his brow before turning to Chu Yilan, sneering. Is this trivial matter worth dedicating your entire life? The thought of Chu Yilan's eventual self-immolation by the sea ignited a fire within Shen Lian. His deep affection for Chu Yilan made it unbearable to witness his blindness to reality. Chu Yilan retorted coldly, "And what are you?" Shen Lian shot back. "Even if I am no longer a person, I am still better than him, Zheng Ge." With that, he seized Chu Yilan's wrist and, with a sudden force, broke free. Yet, rather than fleeing, he pushed against Chu Yilan's chest, pinning him against the table. Leaning in closer, Shen Lian's gaze was profound, shrouded in silence. Yet a flicker of flame lurked deep within, as if poised to erupt. "Chu Yilan," Shen Lian leaned in, their lips mere inches apart. "I dare you to summon Zhou Tongxi and slap him twice. Would you dare do the same to Zheng Ge? Someone who deceived you, who toyed with your emotions. Are you capable of that?" The aggressiveness in Shen Lian's eyes matched Chu Yilan's intensity. They circled each other like beasts, poised to pounce and tear into one another, the air thick with an almost palpable tension. An undercurrent of another emotion simmered just beneath the surface, waiting to ignite. Chu Yilan's gaze was dark and unwavering as he focused on Shen Lian, who, not receiving the answer he sought, felt a chill within. Shen Lian knelt up, then rose from the sofa, standing before Chu Yilan, his thin lips parting to utter two words, "Cowardly wretch." With a crash, the table was upended by Chu Yilan's sudden movement, and he radiated an imposing presence. Shen Lian had no doubt of his ability to tear him apart. But so what? To love someone is one thing. To coddle and cherish them is another. Yet, he could not tolerate even a speck of dust in his affection. Even if Zheng Ge were a tree rooted in Chu Yilan's heart, Shen Lian would uproot it entirely, whether through pain or pleasure. He intended to carve his name into Chu Yilan's very flesh. This was love, and it was also a principle. Chapter 13. How impressive you are. The sounds of destruction echoed throughout the living room. With bloodshot eyes, Chu Yilan seized Shen Lian by the throat. Although Shen Lian lacked the strength to match him, his speed was unmatched, landing a punch on Chu Yilan's shoulder. "Damn it!" Chu Yilan kicked over a chair nearby. Shen Lian pushed Chu Yilan away, using the momentum to lunge forward, kneeing him in a rather sensitive area. Chu Yilan, quick on the uptake, shielded himself, staring at Shen Lian in shock. "Are you serious?" Though they had been fighting for a while and had broken numerous items, neither had sustained any real harm. "Why aren't you dead from anger?" Shen Lian gripped Chu Yilan's shirt collar, his determination unyielding. "If you don't delete Zheng Ge, I swear I'll leave right now." Such a novel form of threat. Chu Yilan, bewildered, replied, "Didn't you just delete him? I meant you're not allowed to add him back." Chu Yilan, "Thou when? Am I that desperate?" Shen Lian scrutinized Chu Yilan, as if weighing the truth of his words. "You said it yourself." Shen Lian's tone softened slightly. He leaned closer, his nose brushing against Chu Yilan's, resembling a small animal as he sniffed rapidly several times. "Do not let me catch a whiff of another scent," Shen Lian uttered, gradually bowing his head, his teeth biting down on the bothersome collar, pushing it aside. Suddenly, Chu Yilan inhaled deeply, feeling Shen Lian's slightly sharp canines pressing against his neck, as though they could pierce through his flesh at any moment. With a fierce demeanor, Shen Lian could be both obedient and volatile. And Chu Yilan finally recognized a completely new aspect of him. The dark, possessive glint in Shen Lian's eyes sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, simultaneously, a tantalizing excitement surged within him, causing his temples to throb, momentarily making him forget to confront Shen Lian. Shen Lian was not mistaken. Zheng Ge appeared innocent and harmless. Yet he was also affectionate, often making vague promises to Chu Yilan while directing most of his emotions toward Zhou Tang's. This was not what Chu Yilan desired. In fact, it had become a source of his anguish. Long ago, Chu Yilan had realized that he was unlike ordinary individuals. Once something piqued his interest, he felt an insatiable urge to possess it entirely. Absolutely. Good or bad, he would consume it all. This was a morbid and obsessive sentiment. Yet just moments ago, He had received an unexpected reciprocation. In Shen Lian's gaze, he saw a reflection of his own feelings. Did this imply that they were kindred spirits? Like thorns spreading through the darkness and wilderness, entwining and enveloping each other. Even if it meant descending into hell, they would do so together. At last, Chu Yilan felt that keeping Shen Lian close was beginning to hold significance. The previously tense atmosphere between them gradually subsided. Shen Lian immediately reverted to a pitiful state, collapsing onto the sofa, feigning weakness. "Master Chu, my back hurts." Chu Yilan, caught between anger and amusement, retorted, "You know what pain is? You berated me, smashed my 300,000 yuan vase with a punch, and shattered my 70,000 yuan flower stand with a kick. How impressive you are." Shen Lian, believing that Chu Yilan would inevitably seek retribution, was unexpectedly spared. Shen Lian, well aware of his charm's power, had previously exchanged WeChat details with photographer Zhao Ban during an ad shoot. He requested a photo of himself holding a rose and gazing at the camera, printed it, framed it, and ultimately presented it to Chu Yilan. "What is this for?" "Chu Yilan in Guit, to place on your desk," Shen Lian replied. "I'm certainly more attractive than Zheng Ge. Perhaps you will be brainwashed." Chu Yilan wished he could hurl the frame at Shen Lian's face. Sensing that Chu Yilan's expression had soured, Shen Lian made a hasty exit. Frustrated and helpless, Chu Yilan grabbed the frame, casting it a glance before turning his attention back to his study, pondering how he would deal with it. After all, the goal was to assert his presence. Meanwhile, Shen Lian's name was frequently mentioned on Weibo. His performance in the inaugural Stars Boldly Move Forward had indeed been calm and impressive, drawing in a new wave of admirers. Fans edited photos, created GIFs, and engaged in discussions, generating a rising tide of popularity. Although Zheng Ji's fans continued to hurl insults, they could not withstand the allure of his appeal. In this day and age, there are indeed many who harbor rebellious spirits. Previously, the advertisers, upon noticing the prevailing sentiment, decided to release photographs of Shen Lian taken in the studio. The monochrome backdrop contrasted sharply with the restrained yet intense desire reflected in the young man's eyes, exuding a dizzying essence of masculine allure that captivated at first glance. Remarkably, Shen Lian's trending topic finally ignited. "Teacher Shen, I implore you, let me savor your collarbone. Just a taste. I've been tracking this. By heavens, I recognize my long-lost husband at first sight." However, within half an hour, as a multitude claimed him as their husband, a swarm of detractors descended upon the forum. "Ahaha. I hope you can still appreciate Shen Lian after witnessing his dark past. Link. Really? You all have such indiscriminate tastes? Anyone who likes Shen Lian shall be scolded by me. That's just how unreasonable I am. Do you think you're a princess? If you want to be reasonable, I certainly won't be either." The clamor was quite lively. Regardless of grievances, the entertainment industry is rife with individuals who revel in others' misfortunes, wishing for no resurgence. Yet controversy breeds interest. Moreover, Shen Lian currently exhibited remarkable promotional prowess. Apart from dredging up old scandals, the critics found it challenging to voice any further accusations. On Wednesday morning, the production team contacted Shen Lian, informing him that the skies had cleared and filming would commence at noon. This time, it was different. A chauffeur-driven vehicle arrived to transport him, and Xingtu Entertainment had assigned him a female assistant, a youthful woman in her early 20s with a ponytail, appearing freshly graduated. The assistant was named Jiangyu. "You may call me Yuzi," she said. Jiangyu possessed a delicate beauty and spoke with her gaze lowered, appearing quite shy as she nervously fiddled with the protective sleeve of her water bottle. An absolute novice. Yet Shen Lian preferred her innocence over the ulterior motives of seasoned professionals. "Here, Yuzi, this is my little bag for you." Jiangyu's face brightened as she eagerly accepted it. She was still in her probationary period. Should Shen Lian dismiss her, she would likely be deemed unfit upon returning to the company. She anticipated being directly assigned to assist Shen Lian, which stirred a complex mix of emotions within her, wanting to support him, yet not wanting to offer him too much convenience. Meanwhile, Qian Gao hadn't even shown his face. Shen Lian was unconcerned. Jiangyu drove steadily, arriving at the filming location by 11:30. Notably, In light of the Lu Kaixing incident, coupled with Shen Lian's propensity for attracting trouble, Chu Yilan provided her personal contact information. Shen Lian, following the trail, added Chu Yilan on WeChat. Her pitch-black profile picture resonated perfectly with her enigmatic persona. Upon entering the lounge, the chatter ceased abruptly, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Everyone wondered what kind of luck Shen Lian had to be in this situation. A scapegoat designated to bear the brunt of criticism. He had somehow managed to carve out a sliver of opportunity. Chapter 14. This technique is indeed impressive. Shen Lian maintained a calm demeanor as he greeted, "Good afternoon, everyone." Zhu Yingyu was the first to respond, "Good afternoon." It was evident that Shen Lian had undergone a transformation. During his last appearance, he had donned garments that were merely cheap finds, outdated styles. Now, his shirt was of a prestigious brand. Just this one piece alone cost 50,000 yuan, requiring meticulous budgeting. Zheng Ge gazed intently at Shen Lian, yet the latter offered not a single glance in return. As the designated time arrived, the recording commenced. This round required competitive groupings. To ensure fairness, a drawing was conducted. 3 numbers were drawn, and the assigned number determined the respective teams. Given there were 7 guests, one team consisted of 3 members. The results soon became apparent. Zhao Lin teamed up with Feng Ku, while Li Jiabua, Feng Susu, and Zheng Ge formed another group, leaving Shen Lian paired with Zhu Yingyu. Upon reflection, it was clear that Zheng Jiyi's team, number 3, held a distinct advantage due to their larger number. Team number 1, comprising Zhao Lin and 2 agile men, also appeared strong, whereas team number 2, with Shen Lian and Zhu Yingyu, was evidently at a disadvantage. Zhu Yingyu's physical capabilities had been called into question in previous episodes, and it was evident that Shen Lian's survival skills did not match those of the other 2 members of the trio. The outcome seemed predetermined. "Yingyu, you can do it." Feng Susu cheerfully gestured encouragement. Zhu Yingyu nodded in response. "Do not fear," Shen Lian suddenly declared. "I will lead you to victory." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yingyu let out a light chuckle. "But you do not even know the task details. It's likely just the same as before," she mused. Observing Shen Lian's seemingly positive demeanor, she added, "Let be known, I may struggle to keep pace with you, so do not scold me." "Why would I scold you while we are merely playing a game?" Shen Lian replied, reassuring her. Zhu Yingyu felt a sense of relief. The task card was issued, and the first destination was set for Qingxi Bank. On the first day, they would pass by Qingxi, which was just half a slope away. Shen Lian carefully recalled the area, and soon a fresh route formed in his mind. As the director's team declared the start, the other 2 teams hastily set off, while Zhu Yingyu lagged behind, with Shen Lian moving even slower. Compared to the frantic pace of others, the 2 appeared to be leisurely sightseeing. "Have they given up?" Chu Yilan mused, observing the tablet, feeling this was uncharacteristic of Shen Lian. "Hurry up, Shen Lian," Zhu Yingyu urged. "One step at a time," Shen Lian reminded her. "It just rained, and the ascent is slippery. A fall could be quite detrimental." As his words fell, a sudden exclamation was heard, seemingly from Feng Ku. "Look at that," Shen Lian remarked. Influenced by his calmness, Zhu Yingyu also felt less anxious. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Shen Lian opted for an alternative route. "I haven't been this way before," Zhu Yingyu protested. "I observe from above that this path leads to Qingxi Bank. It is not only easier, but also shorter. Trust me." Zhu Yingyu, who was somewhat passive regarding tasks, found herself following Shen Lian's lead. One dares to direct, the other dares to follow. Feng Susu glanced back and noted the absence of Shen Lian and Zhu Yingyu, wondering if they had lost their way. Regardless, it was a matter of group competition now. Li Jiabua dismissed the concern, secretly hoping Shen Lian would indeed get lost, thus sparing him from the online ridicule of his eye-rolling. He urged the group to keep pace with Zhao Lin. Zheng Ge merely smiled, choosing not to comment. The path chosen by Shen Lian was indeed much smoother, with vegetation parting on either side as if it were a designated route for them. How on earth did Shen Lian know this? Zhu Yingyu felt her spirits lift as the trail became more navigable. Spotting a blooming purple wild orchid by the roadside, Shen Lian plucked a flower for her. "Thank you," Zhu Yingyu exclaimed, her heart fluttering with joy. Although the chemistry between the 2 is lacking, Their interactions are undeniably pleasant to observe. Gradually, the visual storytelling from Shen Lian began to captivate an ever-growing audience. It was as if he had glimpsed a map in advance, navigating with clarity and purpose. Suddenly, Shen Lian halted before a large thicket. Gesturing to a nearby stone, he said to Zhu Yingyu, "Let us take a moment's rest." Zhu Yingyu, unreserved, complied. It was then that Shen Lian commenced to tug at the tall plants. What was he doing? The silverback vine exceeded my expectations. Its stems were flat and exceptionally resilient. Zhu Yingyu understood his words, yet was puzzled regarding their purpose. Shen Lian stripped the leaves, pressed the roots down to straighten them, meticulously measuring each slender piece. The barrage of comments from the audience flooded in. Don't tell me Shen Lian intends to weave a basket. Huh? If Shen Lian possesses such a skill, I'll eat my chopping board raw. Indeed, Shen Lian did. He sat beside Zhu Yingyu, requesting her assistance in holding one end of the selected vines. A total of 3. He began with 2 segments, pinching them together in a crisscross pattern, then introduced the third, altering his technique and commencing to weave. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. The barrage of comments was overwhelmed by a flood of question marks. Shen Lian spoke. I grew up in the rural fields, where I learned to identify many things. This resonated with the original character's experiences. Curious, Zhu Yingyu inquired. Who taught you all this? Self-taught, Shen Lian replied. I am clever. I grasp things simply by observing. Don't boast, my brother. Just look at your dismal acting skills. Shen Lian is showing off again. As an expert, I must say, this technique is genuinely commendable. The young man's fingers moved as gracefully as bamboo, a sight to behold. Shen Lian spoke leisurely, yet his hands worked increasingly swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, the base of a basket emerged. Are we rested? Let's set off. Shen Lian signaled Zhu Yingyu to release her grip and led the way forward, continuing his work as he walked. This reminds me of my mother knitting when I was a child, with me trailing behind. Ha! Such a palpable aura of a devoted wife. Zhu Yingyu thought otherwise, realizing that anyone with such an understanding had likely never encountered Shen Lian's fists. Approximately half an hour later, the basket was nearly complete. Shen Lian tied the excess 3 strands together at the ends, allowing for it to be slung over his back. Shen Lian? I hear water. Zhu Yingyu suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Yes, Shen Lian replied, foreseeing the approach of their destination. The director's team was left bewildered. For Shen Lian had indeed chosen the optimal route. If Shen Lian could hear their thoughts, he would likely sigh, "Ah, mere mortals." Li Jiabao had hoped for Shen Lian to lose his way. It was they who strayed while following Zhao Lin and his companion. The lush undergrowth made it all too easy to veer off course, leading them to seek a vantage point. Zhao Lin, possessing decent directional sense, pointed out a closer path. However, from above, visibility was limited and the path was winding. The ground was slippery and damp. Feng Susu stumbled multiple times, once inadvertently pulling Zheng Ge down with her. Much to the dismay of Zheng Ji's fans, the group was utterly exhausted. As a result, they descended from the mountain, just as Shen Lian and Zhu Yingyu were ascending from below. The 2 parties exchanged glances across the clear stream, and Shen Lian chuckled. What a coincidence. Li Jiabao widened his eyes in astonishment. How did you get here? I walked over, Shen Lian replied nonchalantly, then scrutinized them one by one, laughing. Are you playing who is the mud person? His tone was warm, yet dripping with sarcasm. Even Zheng Ge, who had been specially protected, was smeared with large patches of black mud on his face, legs, and back, while the others were no better off. In contrast, Shen Lian and Zhu Yingyu appeared immaculate from head to toe, save for the edges of their shoes. Chapter 15. Practice makes perfect. The expressions on Li Jiabao's group were far from pleasant. Zheng Ge forced a smile and noticed the basket at Shen Lian's waist, inquiring, Shen Lian, is that a prop provided by the production team? Given that everyone knew the show's hallmark was the absence of props from the crew, Shen Lian casually replied, No, I brought it myself for fun. Just then, the staff arrived to announce the second task, catching fish. Upon hearing this, Shen Lian nearly burst into laughter, as it was all leftover from his previous exploits. Nevertheless, for these pampered celebrities and internet stars, Wading into the river to catch fish was hardly a common form of entertainment, especially since the clear stream was a wild river where the swift current made it easy to lose one's footing and fall. Zhao Lin and Feng Ke, however, were brimming with enthusiasm. Feng Ke had already begun to remove his shoes, thinking it would be a simple way to clean himself up after getting so dirty. Zhao Lin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Jiabua turned to Feng Susu and remarked, "This place isn't like the slippery mountain paths. You won't keep falling, will you? With so many of us, we can definitely win together." Feng Susu's smile faltered slightly. All right. Is Li Jiabua dissatisfied with Feng Susu for holding them back? Isn't it obvious? She's been crying out and has caused Zheng Ge to fall several times. Is it abnormal to fall on such a path? And Susu is just a girl. So what if she is a girl? If she can't keep up, she shouldn't have come. How is Zhu Yingyu managing just fine? Zhu Yingyu likely never expected that the one dubbed the task poison gas bomb would someday receive praise. The clear stream revealed fish swimming beneath the surface, but the challenge lay in capturing the wild fish, which darted away with incredible speed, without employing some skill. It was nearly impossible to catch them. Zhu Yingyu tied her hair up and said, "Shen Lian, let's go too." "Go where?" Shen Lian stood against the light, slightly squinting, and spoke with a casual yet comforting air. "The water is too cold. You really don't need to." Zhu Yingyu's heart raced. "No, you can't go alone." "That's more than enough," Shen Lian replied as he untied the basket. In front of nearly 1,000,000 live viewers, he followed the current downstream and discovered a depression in the terrain. He moved aside the stones above, creating a perfect space for the basket. The comments flooded in with synchronized question marks. "Wait, you little rascal." Shen Lian stood up and abandoned his earlier intention to remove his shoes. Feng Ke had energetically chased after the school of fish that swam nearby. Shen Lian decided to sit on a clean rock at the side. With a splash, many fish were swept away by the rushing water, and with a flip and a few floundering movements, they tumbled into the basket. Shen Lian patiently observed, suddenly chuckling softly, and remarked, "It's full." The audience and the production team were taken aback, realizing that no one had forewarned them that this individual was a variety show assassin. Shen Lian removed the basket, heavy with the catch, splashing water as he turned to the staff and inquired, "How many pounds do you need?" The assistant director, his teeth clenched, replied, 10 pounds. Although they had initially agreed on 6, the sight of Shen Lian's leisurely demeanor prompted the assistant director, feeling a surge of impulsiveness, to alter the requirement on the spot. Shen Lian was unfazed and simply said, "Weigh it." The assistant director recognized that, with the basket in Shen Lian's possession, 10 pounds of fish would pose no challenge for him. However, it inadvertently escalated the difficulty for the other guests. After 3 trips back and forth, Shen Lian met the task's quota, appearing more like an inspector than a participant when contrasted with the drenched group in the river. The visual disparity was striking. Shen Lian took his time, not rushing to clock in. Instead, he stunned a few extra fish and patiently searched along the riverbank, ultimately satisfied when he picked up a shard of stone. With one edge thin and sharp, moist from the water, he found another stone to refine it slightly for use. As he deftly filleted the fish, he explained to the already astonished Zhu Yingyu, "This is a stone shard, you see? But not all stones can be made into shards. It requires 3 surfaces. I believe they are called the dorsal, ventral, and pressure surfaces, which facilitate the flaking process. I've only seen this on television, and while I can mimic it to some extent, the practicality is not as straightforward." He remarked on the difficulties while skillfully finishing one fish. "I understand the principles. I've also killed fish this way in my youth, but could Shen Lian's approach be a touch outrageous?" Shen Lian glanced toward the thickets, seemingly discovering something, and said to Zhu Yingyu, "Could you fetch me a few strands of that ghost vine?" "Where? What does it look like?" The invigorated Zhu Yingyu, propelled by his expertise, was unable to contain her excitement. "The brown one, tangled together. Watch out for bugs." "What bugs?" Zhu Yingyu was now fearless. After retrieving the ghost vine, Shen Lian washed it twice, peeled off the outer hard shell, revealing the soft, rope-like inner root. He threaded it through the gill openings of the fish, soon suspending several together. Shen Lian held them up, grinning, "I love nature." The assistant director hands on hips, closed his eyes deeply. The assistant director thought to himself, "Go ahead and play. Who could possibly outdo you?" In truth, he could have caught more fish, but given the difficulty of using the stone shard, for was sufficient, already leaving Shen Lian's palms sore and a cut on the pad of his right thumb. Zhu Yingyu expressed concern. "Won't that get infected?" "No, Shen Lian." Then plucked a few unknown plants from the ground, stripped the leaves, chewed the roots, and applied them to his wound. Zhu Yingyu noted, "That's white grass root. It stops bleeding." Shen Lian couldn't resist chiding Zhu Yingyu. "You're on a survival show. At least do some homework." Zhu Yingyu, feeling wronged, replied, "Even if I studied out in the wild, all these plants look the same. I can't identify them." Shen Lian offered no leniency. "You should practice more with your foraging skills." Zhu Yingyu. Shen Lian clocked in and casually inquired about the points ranking. "The first to arrive at Qingxi Bank was us." Li Jiabua raised his hand while making his way to the shore, followed closely by the others. Shen Lian discerned the situation and handed the basket to Zhu Yingyu, gesturing for her to stand back. "No way, Shen Lian, are you really this stingy?" "Fang Giskiviko diaklet." Shen Lian replied, "We are in a competitive relationship now. It's all about our individual capabilities." Zhao Lin chimed in, "You said it, each relying on their own skills." Zhu Yingyu, having collaborated with Zhao Lin for 2 seasons, felt a surge of alarm at his words. In the past, her reactions were not this swift, but perhaps influenced by Shen Lian and spurred by the phrase about practice. She turned and dashed away, disappearing in an instant. Zhao Lin looked perplexed. "Didn't Yingyu say that running was her weak point?" Shen Lian remarked clearly, "That is no longer the case." Chapter 16. The one I admire unable to secure the basket. A crowd could only glare at Shen Lian. He shrugged. "We'll be on our way now. Good luck to you all." Zhao Lin placed his hands on his hips and laughed helplessly. "All right then." As for Zhengge, who was supposed to be the center of attention in this variety show, aside from his fans and striking appearance, his performance was rather mediocre. Now, in terms of looks, Shen Lian's understated brilliance seemed to overshadow him. Zhengge fixated on Shen Lian's retreating figure, a fleeting shadow of gloom passing through his eyes. The young man pressed his lips together, a telltale sign of his usual unease. "Hey!" Zhu Yingyu, hidden among a thicket, dared to emerge only upon spotting Shen Lian. Shen Lian was somewhat astonished. He recalled that Zhu Yingyu was quite apprehensive about such places due to the prevalence of insects. He then pointed to her shoulder, where a ladybug was crawling. Zhu Yingyu turned to see it, her face immediately contorting with distaste. However, unlike her usual shrieks and calls for help, she took a deep breath and flicked it away with her hand. It didn't seem so daunting after all. Shen Lian gave her a thumbs up, a significant improvement. Zhu Yingyu, buoyed by her newfound confidence, felt that Shen Lian was concealing even more hidden talents and eagerly asked, "What's next?" "The staff had just informed me that the third task is to reach the destination and endure until 8 in the evening." Zhu Yingyu blinked. It sounded rather simple. But what time was it now? To last until 8 in the evening without food or water. They hadn't even had lunch. However, she quickly remembered that they had fish. But could they eat raw? Shen Lian smirked, exuding a languid confidence before the camera, leaving the newcomers utterly captivated. "Ah, who is this? I must follow." "Young lady, your journey is long. Choose a reliable idol wisely. Don't rush to expend your enthusiasm on Shen Lian. Get lost. He is a real man. I just like Shen Lian, so what? To the sister above, I truly admire you. I can start a fire, but it's a hassle," Shen Lian said, shaking his injured right hand. He then asked Zhu Yingyu, "Do you know how to wait for the right moment?" Zhu Yingyu responded with confusion. Under Shen Lian's guidance, Zhu Yingyu followed him as he meandered until they halted at a spacious intersection. This was Zhu Yingyu's first visit, and she curiously asked, "What are we doing here? Did you not notice? This is the essential pathway for gathering mountain goods from local farmers." Shen Lian remarked on the very first day of the task, "I noticed someone approaching, but they deviated significantly from our route, so we never crossed paths. It had rained a few days ago, and today the sun is shining brightly, so wild vegetables and mountain goods will surely be abundant." Zhu Yingyu, perplexed, replied, "I don't understand." Shen Lian licked his parched lips. Just wait. Soon I will treat you to a feast. Oh, how I anticipate this. A sense of foreboding washed over the production team. Before long, a group of four appeared, carrying baskets on their backs, their attire clearly indicating they were local farmers. Upon seeing Shen Lian and the camera, the farmers quickly realized what was happening. After all, filming a show here was no secret. Genuine smiles adorned their faces, and Shen Lian's warm and radiant smile felt like a gentle spring breeze. "Good afternoon, ma'am," he greeted, choosing what he believed to be the most approachable farmer, causing her to blush. "Goodness, how can someone be so handsome? No wonder he has become a star." "What's the matter?" she asked. Shen Lian lifted a fish. "Could I trade this fish with you for something?" The production team gasped. "What do you intend to do?" "Oh my, is this wild? Where's a white strip?" One knowledgeable uncle stepped forward, evidently intrigued. "What do you wish to exchange for, young man?" "A lighter and 2 containers for water." The uncle was taken aback. "Is that all?" "Yes, we are on a task, and these are essentials." "That's fair enough," he replied, untying his basket and rummaging through it, ultimately producing an empty mineral water bottle and a slightly worn bamboo tube, handing them to Shen Lian. "These will surely hold water. What do you think?" "That works perfectly," Shen Lian replied. "I'll give you 2 fish in return, shall I? If you're so generous. I'll also give you a corn cob. It's all I have left." Shen Lian accepted the corn and handed it to Zhu Yingyu behind him. "Here, eat." Zhu Yingyu took a bite, exclaiming, "Roasted corn? It's warm and so fragrant." The uncle and aunt, who were a couple, ultimately handed Shen Lian a common 1 yuan lighter before departing. Shen Lian decided not to exchange the remaining 2 fish. They would serve as dinner for him and Zhu Yingyu. The assistant director, panting, rushed from behind, stunned into silence upon seeing what Shen Lian held. Shen Lian seized the initiative, stating, "This is not provided by the production team. It is the result of my diligent labor and sweat, exchanged fairly." The assistant director pointed at Shen Lian and stomped his foot in frustration. "Ha ha!" I laughed so hard I could have toppled mountains and heroes, then connected the stone ladder and plank road. The most impressive part, isn't the barter. I noticed long ago that Shen Lian has memorized the entire terrain surrounding us, showcasing remarkable observation and memory. Why didn't this happen in previous episodes? Because the route for tasks was far removed from the villagers' paths. It was commendable that the guests didn't get lost. And finding villagers to barter was akin to searching for hidden NPCs in a game. Quite absurd. The expression on the assistant director's face is worthy of being recorded in history. Chu Yilan watched the live stream, amidst a flurry of astonished praises, unaware that a smile had crept onto his lips. Zhu Yingyu offered the other half of the corn to Shen Lian, who, having previously tasted it, tucked it into his pocket. Upon locating a water source, he deemed it unnecessary to consume the corn. The spring was easy to find. As previously noted by a certain insightful viewer, Shen Lian possessed an extraordinary observational acuity that few could fathom, rarely allowing his surroundings to disturb his tranquility. Upon discovery, he meticulously cleaned the bottle and bamboo tube, and after quenching his thirst, he resolved to kindle a fire on the spot, needing to process the fish before it spoiled in such an environment. Without requiring Zhu Yingyu's assistance, he constructed a small stove with stones, inserting a stick to commence roasting. Given the circumstances of the recording and the multitude of viewers, he mused that otherwise, he might have set the mountain ablaze and found himself imprisoned. Shen Lian sighed, eliciting a melodious laugh from Zhu Yingyu. "Shen Lian, with all your knowledge, you must know how to weave a hat from willow branches, right? You only need hands," she said cheerfully. "Well, in the past, I would have gladly done so, but not now," he replied. Zhu Yingyu, intrigued, inquired why not. "To avoid suspicion." Shen Lian answered nonchalantly, seemingly undeterred by the camera, as if separated by miles of terrain and a sea of people. He pinpointed the live-streaming Chu Yilan and candidly expressed, "The one I admire is sensitive and prone to overthinking." Zhu Yingyu paused, nearly lunging to cover his mouth. Why bring up Zhou Tongxi at such a time? The barrage of comments erupted into chaos, while Chu Yilan remained in a state of shock. Wait, Zhou Tongxi is neither sensitive nor prone to overthinking. Zhu Yingyu, perceptive as ever, recalled their previous encounter when Zhou Tongxi had come to collect Zhenggu, exuding an aura of domineering charm. Quickly, she realized that perhaps it was not Zhou Tongxi he referred to. Reflecting on Shen Lian's earlier words about Zhou Tongxi, she inhaled deeply, her curiosity igniting fervently. Was this Shen Lian's way of distancing himself from Zhou Tongxi and signaling a new beginning? Regardless, Zhu Yingyu could hardly contain her excitement, urging, "Was the person you like? Tall, about 6'3", remarkably handsome. I have never seen anyone in a suit who could surpass him. With a buzz cut and striking eyebrows, he appears cold, yet he is gentle at heart." Shen Lian spoke, pride and joy illuminating his expression. "I'm still pursuing him." Before the screen, with no one around, Chu Yilan covered her face with her hands. Chapter 17. Have you missed me? Upon hearing Shen Lian's words, the online community erupted. Just when the knife was drawn, it was sheathed again. This doesn't sound like a description of Zhou Tongxi. One could say Shen's romantic inclinations have awakened somewhat, but not significantly. Do they think we are fools to believe these last-minute fabrications? Honestly, his social circle is so small, it has long been scrutinized by netizens. There is no buzz-cut handsome fellow in existence. Indeed, an abrupt transformation of 180 degrees might appear contrived to those familiar with him. Shen Lian had previously trended on social media, with his genealogy examined thoroughly. It is not an exaggeration to say that some of his detractors and rival fans might know him better than he knows himself. Regarding Shen Lian's assertions, most people, upon reflection, could not help but scoff. However, upon observing Shen Lian's expression, it hardly appeared to be feigned. A fellow netizen remarked, "You might want to recall the fervor with which Shen Lian once praised Zhou Tongxi. That was genuine." Unbeknownst to many, the biases of online commentators inadvertently cloaked Shen Lian in a protective veil. Who could have anticipated that she would unveil her cards so swiftly? Zhu Yingyu shared this sentiment, feeling a mix of surprise and abruptness. Yet upon reflection, distancing oneself from Zhou Tongxi emerged as one of the quickest strategies to amend her reputation. After preparing the fish, Shen Lian procured a large leaf, wrapping it with mud to maintain warmth, and retraced her steps alongside Zhu Yingyu. As Zhu Yingyu crafted flower crowns, Shen Lian would assist her in moments of struggle, and the two meandered leisurely, carefree, with ample food and water. In stark contrast, the other two groups were embroiled in chaos. Although Zhao Lin and Fong comprised only two individuals, their resourcefulness shone through as they fashioned fishing spears and improvised nets from vine, managing to catch some fish, albeit drenched and perspiring profusely. As for Zheng Gu and his companions, their efforts yielded little reward despite the sweat they expended. Li Jiabua, though visually appealing, lacked utility, constrained by his idle persona, while the wild fish evaded him with ease. The river's chill soon left Feng Su, the sole female, feeling unwell. Zheng Gu, a liability amongst liabilities, fared worse than Li Jiabua, hindered further by a nagging ankle injury. This was the reality of Star's boldly charge ahead. It was not uncommon for previous guests to encounter such predicaments. Unlike Shen Lian's experience, the production crew sighed with relief. It seemed the issue lay not with them, but rather with Shen Lian. Zhu Yingyu discovered wildflowers in 3 vibrant hues, adorning her crown, which looked quite lovely. Suddenly, I realized Yingyu suits that pastoral heroine style quite well, one observer commented. Previously, some deemed her rustic, but I find her features striking. The path to the finish line stretched long ahead, yet companionship and a light-hearted spirit made the journey enjoyable. By sunset, they had settled into a comfortable spot. After some idle chatter, Shen Lian produced the fish, offering one to Zhu Yingyu. Perhaps it was the wild fish's essence, mingled with the fragrance of grass and earth, that rendered it delectable in Zhu Yingyu's estimation. Midway through their meal, Zhao Lin and Fong Ku arrived, appearing as if aged from exertion, leaning on sticks, breathless and disheveled. Upon seeing the fish in Shen Lian and Zhu Yingyu's hands, they froze momentarily, and Fong Ku swallowed hard. Shen Lian prompted, "Time to check in." Zhao Lin stumbled forward to complete the check-in process with the staff. Once checked in, they were no longer competitors. Shen Lian offered the remaining half of her fish along with a generous portion of water. Here you go, Fong Ku exclaimed, smoothly sliding to receive it, leaving everyone present in awe of his fluid motion. Zhu Yingyu, in turn, shared her leftover fish with Zhao Lin, urging him to hurry. As Fong Ku savored a bite of fish and a sip of water, his eyes suddenly glistened with emotion. Ha ha ha! Capture this moment. Laughter fades, and one cannot help but observe the chaos wrought upon the child. It is undeniable that Shen Lian possesses a commendable loyalty. Yet, one might ponder whether Shen is attempting to win over hearts, especially when all accolades seem to have been bestowed upon Fong Ku, leaving Zheng Gu and his companions absent. Recently, Zheng Gu has basked in the limelight at Shen Lian's expense, acquiring a multitude of resources. How could he possibly avoid making enemies? His mediocre performance, coupled with the arrogance of his fans, has undoubtedly led to growing disdain. I have tolerated you Zheng Gu fans for far too long. Do you suffer from some grave affliction? The fish and water were both procured by Shen Lian himself. He may distribute them as he pleases. Is Zheng Gu some kind of prince, deserving of preferential treatment? I appreciate your remarks. Do remember to keep your private messages discreet. Zheng Gu fans believe that all good things should be reserved for their brother. Climbing into Zhou Tongxi's bed to gain resources does not equate to genuine prowess. I have long wished to voice this. Why does Zhou Tongxi, a businessman, linger in the entertainment industry? If he intends to debut, he should do so promptly, lest he become yesterday's news. The two seem to be perpetually enacting a romantic drama, and the CP fans appear to swallow it all. The barrage of comments resumes. Yet few direct their ire at Shen Lian. Objectively, Shen Lian's performance in this episode of the variety show was nothing short of remarkable. After what felt like an eternity, darkness enveloped the sky as Zheng Gu and his group finally arrived. Having failed to catch the planned 10 pounds of fish, the production team reluctantly settling for 6 pounds. Barely meeting expectations, Zheng Gu plopped down onto the ground, his clothing and legs muddied, his meticulously styled hair now a disheveled mess, revealing the shortcomings of his head shape. His once pristine aura faded, rendering him less captivating. At the sound of raucous laughter, Zheng Gu lifted his gaze to see Shen Lian reclining with joyous laughter, his features illuminated by the light. Unconsciously, Zheng Ji's hand clenched tightly at his side, recalling the first moment he laid eyes on Shen Lian, standing amidst radiant admiration. The live stream concluded after the guests expressed their gratitude, achieving record-breaking viewership, with subsequent discussions proliferating in the public sphere. Shen Lian had indeed astonished all, yet not in a sacrificial manner. Descending the mountain and entering the vehicle, Assistant Jiang Yu promptly offered hot water. Brother Shen, you were exceptionally dashing today. Indeed, Shen Lian replied, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Now let's return home, for I'm utterly exhausted. Jiang Yu, curious about how Shen Lian resided in such a prime area, refrained from asking further questions, adhering to the principle of speaking less to avoid errors. After exiting the car, Shen Lian leaned against the door and stated, if anything arises, I shall call you. There is no need for you to be on standby around the clock. Enjoy yourself. Jiang Yu responded excitedly, understood. As the door swung open, Aunt Fen emerged from the kitchen. Young Shen, you have returned? Yes, Shen Lian answered wearily. Aunt Fen, I would like some sauerkraut fish. I shall prepare it for you right away. With a creak, someone emerged from the study. Shen Lian looked up to find Chu Yilan clad in a deep gray loungewear, standing at the staircase. The man exuding an unreasonable charm with one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Shen Lian's heart raced under the soft glow of the lights. Chu's gaze was undeniably warm and gentle, his voice carrying a hint of softness as he addressed him. Master Chu. Chu Yilan remained silent, his fingers discreetly fidgeting in a manner unseen by Shen Lian. Have you missed me? Shen Lian boldly expressed his affections, moment by moment. Chapter 18. The grand revelation for a duration of 20 minutes. Shen Lian did not lift his gaze, indulging in a lavish feast of sauerkraut fish, devouring even the side dishes Aunt Fen had prepared. Upon witnessing him swallow the last morsel, Chu Yilan remarked solemnly, one might think there's a famine. I am starving. Shen Lian admitted somewhat sheepishly. I've gone an entire day without proper food. Just a bit of water and half a fish hardly qualifies as a meal. Aren't you generous? Chu Yilan leaned back in his chair, the overhead light illuminating the scar on his face, casting sharp shadows that accentuated his features, lending him an air of ferocity. Yet, Shen Lian felt no fear. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Did you catch my live stream, Master Chu?" Chu Yilan zipped. You didn't feel any sympathy for Zhengge when he fell while catching fish, did you? Shen Lian's tone lightened. Chu Yilan keenly sensed danger and frowned. I didn't watch. He genuinely hadn't. Shen Lian, knowing this man shunned deceit, felt a wave of comfort wash over him. His confidence surged as he said, "Of course, Zhengge can't compare to me." Chu Yilan contemplated retorting, but the truth remained undeniable. In the realm of variety shows, Shen Lian's popularity and trending topics had soared to the top. Black fans, searching for unflattering photos, found only those that promoted Shen Lian's image. It was absurd. Had Shen Lian risen to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry and won the Best Actor award purely by chance? He had mastered the nuances of variety shows, ensuring that as long as the camera was rolling, he would rarely be caught in an unflattering light. Xingtu Entertainment had recognized Shen Lian's renewed value and sought to renew his contract, but Shen Lian declined. Why now? He mused. When the original persona was being vilified across the internet, Xingtu had released a statement disassociating themselves from the artist's actions, even aiding in trampling the original persona's reputation. Why would he remain in such a place? Qian Gao, likely under the directives of Xingtu's upper management, had issued a few harsh words to Shen Lian over WeChat, implying that he was now devoid of anything, and leaving Xingtu would make a return exceedingly difficult. Don't be ungrateful, he warned. Shen Lian replied, I take pride in being ungrateful. That day, Qian Gao, having been dealt with by Feng Yushan, dared not pressure Shen Lian further. After receiving a definitive response, he fell silent. Xingtu had initially intended to exploit Shen Lian until he was drained of all worth, but with his reputation now reversing, they opted to withhold any exposure, evidently waiting for the fervor to wane and hoping to see Shen Lian regret his decision. Regret was out of the question. Shen Lian was enjoying a bountiful life with Aunt Fun, seeing Chu Yilan daily, nurturing their relationship in a manner that was exceedingly gratifying. Even in his past life, after attaining everything, such tranquility was a luxury for Shen Lian. Standing at the pinnacle meant navigating tumultuous waters. There was little time to admire falling blossoms. Master Chu? Upon hearing the door open at the entrance, Shen Lian peeked out from the kitchen. You're back? Yes, Chu Yilan replied in a subdued tone. Noticing flour dusting Shen Lian's face, he inquired, What are you making? I'm learning to make desserts with Aunt Fun, Shen Lian responded. I'll let you taste it soon. Chu Yilan quipped, I fear I might be poisoned. Understanding his playful demeanor, Shen Lian chose to disregard it, placing the formed molds into the baking machine. Leave the rest to me, Aunt Fun smiled. You may go now. Thank you, Aunt Fun, Shen Lian replied. Shen Lian returned to the living room and found Chu Yilan reclining on the sofa, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. The man's countenance was stern, yet a hint of weariness lingered at the corners of his eyes. A gentle hand rested on his temple, startling Chu Yilan. It's me, Shen Lian inquired. Not feeling well? No, Chu Yilan replied nonchalantly, allowing Shen Lian's touch to linger. You've ended your contract with Xingtu, haven't you? Yes, came a reply. What are your plans? Shen Lian remarked, We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Chu Yilan scoffed lightly, observing the considerate demeanor, yet knowing that apart from the sweet nothing shared, he rarely uttered a word of concession. In truth, if Shen Lian merely hinted, based on his recent performance, entering the entertainment industry would pose no challenge. If he insisted on shouldering it alone, so be it. Did the roses wilt? Shen Lian suddenly inquired. He was too close, his breath brushing against the nape of Chu Yilan's neck, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. Instinctively, Chu Yilan wanted to retreat, but his hand, resting on his knee, clenched into a fist, resisting the urge. It was a matter of evasion. Others shunned him, but he would not shy away. They have indeed, what of it? Shen Lian chuckled lightly. I shall bring you new ones tomorrow. Chu Yilan chose not to respond. His silence was an implicit acknowledgement of his fondness. Shen Lian had an uncanny ability to detect the subtle quirks hidden within Chu Yilan's brief silences. While others may have found it intimidating, Shen Lian found it endearing. The small cake Shen Lian had made was quite delightful. After a brief massage, Chu Yilan felt rejuvenated and graciously sampled a piece. Anfen was overjoyed. That night, as Shen Lian lay in bed, he noticed a message from Zhu Yingyu. They had exchanged contacts after their initial introductions. Zhu Yingyu's messages were filled with a series of sighing emojis, prompting Shen Lian to respond with a question mark. Almost instantaneously, she began typing. Feng Susu invited me to a comic convention and said she'd help me with my cosplay. Should I go? Shen Lian recalled the slight friction between Feng Susu and Zhu Yingyu during their recording. It should be fine. What does your manager say? My manager wants me to go, saying it's the last wave of popularity. Besides, I've never done anything like this before. I can make a little video afterwards. Shen Lian replied, Go. Zhu Yingyu added, Will you accompany me? Shen Lian raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, but ultimately agreed. Although Zhu Yingyu's company was small, they treated their artists well, and Shen Lian harbored a personal interest in the opportunity to connect with relevant individuals. The following day, Shen Lian rose early. Yet he did not catch sight of Chu Yilan, who had departed half an hour before him. Shen Lian opted not to trouble Jiangyu and took a taxi to meet Zhu Yingyu. Upon arrival, he found Zhu Yingyu in the backstage area, applying her makeup, accompanied by Feng Susu, who appeared to be laughing heartily with her. Oh! Zhu Yingyu exclaimed joyfully. Shen Lian. Feng Susu greeted him somewhat awkwardly, feeling a tinge of remorse for Shen Lian, though it was also at the behest of the production team. It was evident that Feng Susu, despite her glamorous appearance, had little choice in the matter. Without needing her to elaborate, Shen Lian nodded in understanding, signaling that it was a minor issue. He found a chair to sit in, observing the extravagant costumes sprawled across the floor. No matter where he went, he exuded an air of languid elegance. Feng Susu, previously preoccupied with the show, now found herself glancing frequently at Shen Lian. He looked up and inquired, Is there something on my face? Feng Susu shook her head. No, but you resemble a flower. Shen Lian responded with a puzzled expression. Today, Feng Susu was tasked with portraying a character from an anime, one of the highly popular figures named Shiwa. With an enchanting and handsome appearance, he exudes an eternal charm, his eyes always brimming with emotion. However, given his exacting standards for looks and height, he often faced criticism when making appearances, leading to a reluctance among many to take on the role. Yet, upon seeing Shen Lian, Feng Susu was struck with an idea. Shen Lian narrowed his eyes. Don't even think about it. Feng Susu, experiencing a rare moment of inspiration, retorted, The exposure would be tremendous. 10 minutes later, Shen Lian found himself seated before a makeup mirror, surrounded by 3 makeup artists, all of whom were captivated by his striking visage. He sighed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Nevertheless, having committed to the role, he decided to consult Feng Susu's iPad, meticulously reviewing the pertinent details about Shiwa. Akin to a film actor preparing for a character, this step was essential. Shiwa is depicted in a purple robe with white hair, adorned with 2 small silver serpents extending outward from his head, and, as the Serpent King, his crown is intricately designed. The robe's fit is crucial. Too loose fails to showcase his elegant stature, while too tight would not suffice. Adjusting the waist, Shen Lian turned, his arms slightly open, his eyes radiating a soft, tender smile. In that fleeting moment, it was as if Shiwa had come to life. Is this acceptable? Shen Lian inquired. Feng Susu felt a rush of emotion, exclaiming, Father! Shen Lian, feigning disdain, remarked, Why does everyone insist on calling me that? That day, the typically tranquil cosplay forums, discussion boards, and Weibo exploded with excitement. Shiwa, being an iconic character, enjoyed immense popularity to the extent that fans had become reluctant to cosplay him, fearing that no real person could embody his essence, feeling that their beloved character would be tarnished. Shen Lian, undaunted by the multitude of cameras surrounding him, had not acted in a while, and, seizing the rare opportunity, earnestly expressed the character of Shiwa through his gaze and body language. achieving an almost flawless rendition. A young girl in a pink cosplay outfit suddenly dashed towards Shen Lian, her excitement rendering her speechless. She was a young reporter, intending to ask him questions, but in her flustered state, she inadvertently handed him the microphone first. Thus, with a slight parting of his lips, Shen Lian recited Shehua's iconic line, "Poisonous snakes, how can they compare to the hearts of men? If you continue to look at me like that, it won't be long before you fall in love with me." A chorus of screams erupted around him. "Shihua! My Shihua!" Yang Bin returned from a meeting with Chu Yilan, only to find his female assistant at the entrance, clutching her phone and exclaiming in excitement. Chapter 19. "I am a most virtuous husband, what are you doing?" Yang Bin furrowed his brow. The female assistant, named Cui Shui, typically a composed and restrained professional, now resembled a giddy teenager meeting her idol, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Cui Shui hurriedly concealed her phone behind her, regaining her composure. "My apologies, Mr. Chu. It was my mistake." Chu Yilan remained silent, gesturing for Yang Bin to open the door. "I love Shihua." The phone's speaker blared on, and Cui Shui frantically pressed the volume button. However, before she could silence it, Chu Yilan caught the tail end of the phrase. "Love? What is love?" The tone was flirtatious and alluring, reminiscent of a professional voice actor. Yet upon hearing that voice, Chu Yilan halted in his tracks, turning to look at Cui Shui. Cui Shui's entire body tensed up as Chu Yilan extended her hand, asking, "Could you kindly show me your phone?" Though perplexed, Cui Shui complied and handed over her device. On the live stream, the tall figure of Shihua turned around, and despite the heavy makeup, Chu Yilan recognized her instantly. Receiving a small gift from Shihua, she leaned in for a gentle kiss towards the camera and then playfully winked. Chu Yilan mused to herself, "How did I end up here without paying attention?" Memorizing the live streaming platform and the room's name in the upper right corner, she instructed Yang Bin to occupy Cui Shui with other tasks before returning to her office, nonchalantly handing back the phone. With no one around, Chu Yilan crossed her legs, resting her palms on her knees, remaining motionless for several minutes. It seemed as though she was caught in an internal struggle, and after a moment, her brow furrowed, as if rationality had succumbed to something else, prompting her to impatiently retrieve her phone. To be honest, Shen Lian had never engaged in such activities before, although she had endorsed a historical game. It was akin to filming a period drama, distinctly different from cosplay. "Shihua, may I take a picture?" A cute girl blushed as she approached, her large, pleading eyes filled with hope. Shen Lian glanced around at the eager Shihua fans and playfully tousled her white hair. "Come on." Meanwhile, someone on the other side of the screen narrowed their eyes dangerously. I missed it. I want to break my own leg for not going." In 3 seconds. I need to know this cosplay teacher's name. I believe this teacher might be Shen Lian. What? The excitement surrounding the Variety Square had not yet waned when a host dropped a link, causing people to click out of boredom, leading to an increasing cacophony of chatter. It really was Shen Lian. Some disbelievers rushed into the live stream, witnessing Shen Lian posing for photographs with the Shihua fans, embodying a charm that was both alluring and distinctly masculine. Her superior height made the girls appear petite, and every glance she cast seemed to overflow with affection. Without needing to elaborate, such stunning beauty was undoubtedly impactful. Some naysayers prepared to voice their disdain, only to find themselves momentarily stunned, their immediate reaction being to take screenshots. Soon enough, Shen Lian's cosplay began trending. Those who lagged behind in information grumbled, speculating on what mischief this person was up to. As the number of viewers in the live stream continued to rise, Feng Susu beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Indeed, the chosen one." Finally, as Shen Lian concluded her session and returned to the dressing room, she was escorted to the door by her fans. After shedding the cumbersome costume and crown, Shen Lian exhaled deeply, stretching her neck and glancing at the time. It was almost over. She had stood there for a solid 4 hours before leaving in the morning. Infant had mentioned that Chu Yilan would return home early today, so she didn't want to delay. Swiftly removing her makeup and changing back in her own clothes, Shen Lian donned a mask without having the chance to bid farewell to Feng Susu and Zhu Yingyu in person, making her exit through the back door. Feng Susu called out, Dad. I will definitely treat you to a meal. Shen Lian smiled as she tucked away her phone and hailed a cab to the flower shop. He spent half the day selecting a bouquet of dyed gypsophila, complemented by 2 pink roses, creating a rather lovely arrangement. After all this fuss, he finally arrived home just before 6, with hairspray still in his hair and perspiration glistening on his skin. Shen Lian exchanged greetings with Aunt Fun before heading upstairs for a shower. Once he emerged, refreshed and content, he found Chu Yilan seated on the sofa, sipping tea. Master Chu, Shen Lian exclaimed, yet Chu Yilan offered no response. Sensing something amiss, Shen Lian descended from the second floor. As he approached Chu Yilan directly, it became evident that the man was indeed in a foul mood. What's wrong? Shen Lian inquired, adopting the demeanor of a concerned elder brother as he sat beside Chu Yilan, undeterred by the icy glare directed at him. Who upset you? Get lost, came Chu Yilan's gruff reply. The more Chu Yilan pushed away, the closer Shen Lian leaned in, nearly resting his upper body against Chu Yilan's arm. Come on, talk to me. Chu Yilan was known for his nature. If he harbored something inside, one would never discern his true thoughts without some gentle prodding. Beneath his frosty exterior lay a softness that belied his accomplishments and apparent lack of need. Yet, when he threw a tantrum, he resembled a petulant child, utterly unreasonable. Shen Lian pondered the injustices he must have endured in the past. Chu Yilan, noticing the innocence in Shen Lian's eyes, which fluttered like delicate fans, suddenly let out a cold laugh. You tell me, what were you up to this afternoon? Shen Lian was momentarily taken aback. Oh, I didn't inform you, but it was a last-minute decision. I accompanied Zhuing Yu to a cosplay gathering invited by Feng Susu, helping her portray a character. And then? Shen Lian's expression shifted as he realized the implication. Master Chu, you didn't see anything, did you? Embracing a young lady. And you're worried I might have caught a glimpse? Upon finishing, Chu Yilan wished to strike Shen Lian for prying into his thoughts, as if he relished the notion of having uncovered a secret. I did not, Shen Lian replied with a blink, before suddenly realizing something. He stood and headed for the downstairs restroom. Chu Yilan felt a sudden tightness in his chest. However, Shen Lian soon returned, holding one of Aunt Fan's prized washboards. Clang! The washboard was placed before Chu Yilan, who, perplexed, asked, What is this for? Kneel, Shen Lian instructed. I pride myself on being a good husband. When the one I cherish is unhappy, I must do everything in my power to bring them joy. Once I've knelt, I will explain. Without any hesitation, he bent down as if to proceed. Chu Yilan's heart raced at the thought of Shen Lian potentially injuring himself. Just as Shen Lian began to lower himself, a powerful arm encircled his waist, pulling him forward and into Chu Yilan's embrace. No need to kneel now. He was seated directly on Master Chu's lap. Shen Lian laughed, wrapping his arms around Chu Yilan's neck like a mischievous thief who had just succeeded in his scheme. Chu Yilan was momentarily shaken. In the next instant, Shen Lian leaned closer to Chu Yilan's ear, planting a gentle kiss on a scar. It was neither forced nor overly flattering. Chu Yilan could feel that it was a genuine expression of care and affection. Given how supportive they are, it's only natural to take a photo together. Once I become a star, interacting with fans will be inevitable. But trust me, I am aware of my boundaries. Such gestures, such intimacy, Shen Lian whispered, are reserved solely for you, I promise. Without exaggeration, this seamless series of moves left Chu Yilan's eyes sparkling like stars. Chapter 20, Eating from the Hot Pot. Remember to livestream the meal. Aunt Fun, holding the chicken soup, was so preoccupied with ensuring it wouldn't spill that she failed to notice the happenings nearby. Shen Lian exclaimed, So close. I almost kissed you. He steadied himself by holding on to Chu Yilan's shoulder as he stood up, taking a shallow breath. Aunt Fun, let me assist you. Chu Yilan slightly turned his head, unable to suppress a smile. Despite his innocence, he thought, why pretend to be so worldly? For a full half-minute, Shen Lian's face had flushed crimson, and he dared not bring his lips any closer. Yet, Chu Yilan mused, the shape of those lips was indeed appealing. The color equally captivating, as he silently lit a cigarette. Oh dear, it's almost mealtime. Why smoke now? Infant couldn't help but chide. Didn't we agree to quit? Chu Yilan replied softly, just one occasionally, don't worry. Aunt Fen was taken aback. When was the last time Chu Yilan spoke so calmly? She then inquired about the washboard that had unexpectedly appeared, to which Shen Lian vaguely responded that it had been a mix-up. After dinner, as they each returned to their rooms, Shen Lian noticed messages from Zhu Yingyu and others, even a note from the assistant Jiang Yu. My brother, you've gone viral. Check the trending topics. Xian Yi, you're amazing. Shen Lian opened Weibo, where his usually dormant notifications were now overflowing. Even some third-tier brand accounts had chimed in. He clicked on the trending topics, finding his name still prominently displayed. Photos from the convention featuring his cosplay were circulating widely, beloved by fans. And many finely edited images had even incorporated background from the original anime, enhancing their authenticity. The videos and audio clips were abundant as well. Is this Shen Lian's real voice? I remember his lines being scattered. How can he sound so magnetic? Witnesses confirm it truly is his original voice. Amidst the praise, there were naturally detractors who seethed with anger. Look at Shen Lian. He has lost all his resources trying to break into the cosplay scene? How pitiful. Just a petty tactic to regain public attention. But what good will it do? I heard he's about to terminate his contract with Xingtu. I'm curious to see who would dare sign with a tarnished artist. If Shen Lian can make a comeback, I'll eat my hot pot. Shen Lian typed away on his phone, then tossed it onto the bedside table and fell into a deep sleep, entirely indifferent to the storm his reappearance had stirred. Shen Lian posted, my favorite is snail noodles. All right, I'll wait for you to eat hot pot raw. Remember to live stream it. My dear brother, what have you been up to lately? So assertive. Shen Lian dismissed the online chatter. After all, he believed that popularity was fleeting, and he needed to swiftly find a reliable entertainment company. Meanwhile, Xingtu did not wish to miss out on this wave of attention and planned to discuss matters further with Shen Lian. Gao personally called, inviting him to a banquet in 3 days, where many stars would be present, signaling goodwill. Being still under contract, Shen Lian had no choice but to attend. He informed Chu Yilan, who merely responded with a knowing hum. The evening's attire, a suit delivered by Jiang Yu, prominently featured a certain brand's logo, unmistakably infused with advertising elements. Shen Lian graciously accepted it and departed with Jiang Yu. Behind the grand hall hosting the banquet stood a smaller building, designated for celebrities to retouch their makeup. Despite its purpose, it was perpetually crowded. Shen Lian certainly lacked a private makeup room, so he and Jiang Yu waited outside for their turn. The inherent charm of Shen Lian was undeniable. The makeup artist first styled his hair, and upon completion, admired the results, deeming him quite handsome. Shen Lian smiled and remarked, if possible, I would prefer to avoid foundation. I appreciate your help. The makeup artist shyly responded with a smile. Very well, I'll apply a touch of eyeshadow, nothing too bold. Shen Lian nodded in agreement. After 10 minutes, he emerged from the room only to collide with someone. The individual, of similar age, recognized Shen Lian, and his expression shifted instantly. Shen Lian quickly recalled from the original's memories. It was Wu Cheng, an artist from Xingtu, who had always been at odds with the original, as he had consistently treated him with disdain. Given the original's timorous nature, he had never instigated any conflict. Wu Cheng scrutinized Shen Lian closely, then suddenly smiled. It seems you've been faring quite well lately. Shen Lian replied coolly, mind your own business. Wu Cheng, taken aback by Shen Lian's newfound assertiveness, stared in astonishment before turning away, as Shen Lian had already walked off. The banquet hall was enveloped in a deep blue ambience, both somber and enchanting. The lighting was not dim. Rather, it cast a clear and distinct value upon everyone present. It delineated who were the bosses and who were the artists, who held the resources and who needed to bow and scrape, regardless of how lavishly they were dressed. A considerable number of artists attended the event, including several notable figures. Shen Lian stood aside, quietly observing, filtering through potential connections. Suddenly, a commotion at the entrance drew attention, accompanied by laughter and compliments. Shen Lian felt many eyes subtly gravitating towards him. It turned out that Zhou Tongxi had arrived with Zheng Ge. Their relationship had become public, and with Zhou Tongxi's status as a CEO, Zheng Ji's fans felt a sense of pride in their idol's romance, surprisingly not disapproving of their idol's love life. Shen Lian found this perplexing. Do you not let your work speak for itself? A man relying on another man? Indeed, Zhou Tongxi was quite the handsome figure. His features, while not as striking or aggressive as Chu Yilan's, possessed an elegant clarity that made him stand out in the entertainment industry. Yet, Shen Lian found him rather painful to behold. He rarely judged others by their appearance, with Chu Yilan being an exception. However, he was fully aware of how Zhou Tongxi's romance with Zheng Gu had cost the original quite a bit. Perhaps he would even internally muse. To have a devoted admirer go to such lengths for me is indeed a stroke of fortune. Shen Lian desperately needed to cleanse his eyes with Chu Yilan's visage. From an observer's perspective, Shen Lian merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. As he watched, Zheng Gu took Zhou Tongxi's hand, oblivious to the fact that he was indifferent to it. Zhou Tongxi scoffed lightly, clearly considering this a new tactic from Shen Lian. He earnestly warned Zheng Gu, "Don't give Shen Lian a chance to approach you. If he troubles you again, I'll deal with him." Understood. In truth, the two individuals had overthought the situation. Shen Lian navigated through the guests, maintaining a respectful distance from them. It was not for any other reason than the well-known affair between his original self and Zhou Tongxi. Should there be any interaction today, the potential for embellished gossip would leave him in a precarious position when explaining to Chu Yilan. He certainly could not resort to the same old tactics again. Chu Yilan had seen through that ruse already. While Shen Lian pondered these matters, he remained blissfully unaware of his own brilliance. The nonchalant air and subtle arrogance cultivated over years of accolades and admiration rendered him irresistibly captivating. Seated upon a high stool, he sipped his champagne, feeling somewhat bored, wondering how Chu Yilan was faring. In the next moment, as if sensing something, he lifted his gaze, only to be dazzled by the sight before him. A few individuals entered through the doorway, and who else could take the central position but Chu Yilan? It was no exaggeration. The instant their eyes met, Chu Yilan sensed the metaphorical foxtail behind Shen Lian perk up and sway alluringly. Chapter 21. This is a reward. Feng Yuanshan struggled to comprehend the undercurrents between the two, opting instead to tease. "Oh my, it seems this person has been well taken care of, looking so vibrant. Where do you get the idea that I'm the one caring for him?" Chu Yilan thought, realizing that Shen Lian was rather adept at charming Aunt Fun, who now smiled brightly. What once was a weekly fridge replenishment had turned into a mere 3-day interval. Shen Lian ensured that no nourishment was overlooked. Standing behind Chu Yilan were two men of considerable presence, named Ning Sahan and Zhou Yuanlin, one a gentleman of restraint, the other a flamboyant dandy, both old friends who shared a good rapport with Chu Yilan. Shen Lian's gaze discreetly followed Chu Yilan, confirming one crucial observation. The man had not noticed Zheng Gu. This realization lifted Shen Lian's spirits. The only aspect of Zheng Gu that concerned him was Chu Yilan's attitude towards him. After some time spent together, Shen Lian had come to believe that Chu Yilan was not so oblivious. Thus, a plausible explanation emerged. During Chu Yilan's most vulnerable moments, Zheng Gu happened to appear. In truth, it mattered little who filled that role. Chu Yilan simply needed a rope to climb upwards. Zheng Gu had become the embodiment of that notion, fortunate enough to receive Chu Yilan's care. Yet, this was neither affection nor love. However, everyone, including Zheng Gu himself, had misconstrued the situation. As soon as Chu Yilan made his entrance, Zheng Gu instinctively sought refuge behind Zhou Tongxi, eager to delineate boundaries. Even more absurd was Zhou Tongxi's cooperation, shielding Zheng Gu with a prepared expression, declaring, "I am here." Feng Yuanshan could not hear their exchange, but he witnessed their infuriating demeanor and promptly exclaimed, "Who cares about them?" One could hardly expect Feng Yuanshan and his companions to harbor any goodwill towards Zheng Gu. After all, he had shown little compassion. How many times had he inquired about Chu Yilan since the disfigurement? It was as if he viewed his brother as a ravenous beast, capable of devouring anyone. Chu Yilan's brows twitched slightly. He had scarcely thought of Zheng Gu lately. Shen Lian occupied too much of his thoughts and time, even in their absence. The flowers that graced his surroundings reminded him of Shen Lian's existence, vibrant and bold. Meanwhile, the visage of Zheng Gu began to fade into obscurity. It is not a matter of fickleness, but rather a diminished focus that has allowed Chu Yilan to gain a clearer understanding of his gratitude towards Zheng Ge. Reminiscent of the words he once uttered, "I will accompany you." Who could believe that the proud and cold-hearted Chu Yilan also experiences a fear of solitude? He yearns for light, and Zheng Ge happens to bring a ray of it. However, at the core of it all, what Chu Yilan truly desires is that light itself, rather than Zheng Ge as a person. His reluctance stems from his sense of injustice. Why should something given to him be taken back, unlike with Shen Lian? Chu Yilan clicked his tongue in frustration, wondering why he was thinking of Shen Lian again. Feng Yuanshan exchanged glances with the other two, observing the complex and shifting emotions on Chu Yilan's face. It was surprisingly devoid of gloom. Feng Yuanshan couldn't help but admire Shen Lian. How had he managed to soothe him? In the past, seeing Zheng Ge would invariably dampen Chu Yilan's spirits, especially when he witnessed Zheng Ge with Zhou Tang's. The atmosphere would become stifling. Zhou Yuanlin clapped his hands and said, "Come on, let us engage in something enjoyable." The so-called enjoyment consisted of the relevant parties bringing in a few attractive young individuals, both male and female, most of whom relied on some form of privilege, seeking shortcuts to success. Ning Sahan interjected, "I don't want any of that." Zhou Yuanlin replied, "You are the most uninteresting person. Every time we gather, it's always this and that you refuse." Feng Yuanshan, holding his glass, scanned the room and pointed at a handsome young man, saying, "Come over and drink a couple of glasses with our Lord Chu." The young man immediately raised his glass and approached, standing before Chu Yilan. "Lord Chu," he said, causing a chill to run through Chu Yilan's body. He suddenly lifted his gaze to find Shen Lian's smile had faded, his eyes as cold as snow. "Do not let me catch the scent of anyone else," was a warning Shen Lian had once imparted. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yilan pushed the young man towards Feng Yuanshan. "What? I like women," Feng Yuanshan exclaimed in confusion. "No," Chu Yilan replied tersely. He had no doubt that if his glass clinked against that of the young man, Shen Lian would swiftly intervene with a forceful reprimand. Ning Sahan looked over, a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you guarding Zheng Ge's chastity?" Chu Yilan frowned. "What does Zheng Ge have to do with this?" Ning Sahan was taken aback. His words implied a lack of deep feelings for Zheng Ge. Zhou Yuanlin accepted one male and one female, while the rest were dismissed by Feng Yuanshan. Once the crowd thinned, Feng Yuanshan leaned in and asked Chu Yilan, "What is going on? I can't make sense of it. You wouldn't understand a thing." Chu Yilan thought, had he ever truly been in love? Someone sends you flowers, someone waits for your return, someone watches over you. Did any of that happen? Shen Lian was true to his word, and Chu Yilan was well aware of the madness that lay within him. Yet, he felt no aversion. On the contrary, after a strong drink, the memory of Shen Lian's possessive gaze ignited a warmth within him. He could only belong to him. He would not permit anyone else to covet what was his. Shen Lian's attitude greatly pleased Chu Yilan and provided him with an indescribable sense of security. Chu Yilan finished his drink in one gulp, leaning back against the sofa, casting a deep gaze through the flickering lights towards Shen Lian. "I haven't touched him." Shen Lian smiled faintly, then, under Chu Yilan's watchful eyes, gently kissed the rim of his glass. In an instant, the sensation of that thin lip pressing against the scar surged back. This was a reward. Shen Lian chuckled softly. Now, it was not just Feng Yuanshan. Ning Sixian and Zhou Yuanlin were also curiously gazing at Chu Yilan, questioning what was amiss. "Are you blushing or something?" Feng Yuanshan, undeterred, grabbed Chu Yilan's glass to taste the remaining drops, a brand he often indulged in. Surely, it could not lead to intoxication. The next moment, Chu Yilan's icy gaze swept over, demanding a change of glass. Feng Yuanshan was bewildered. "Have we not shared a bed since childhood? Are you now turning your nose up at me?" "It's not disdain," Chu Yilan replied coolly. "Forget it. Even if I explained, you wouldn't comprehend." Observing Feng Yuanshan's frantic demeanor, a sense of pity suddenly washed over Chu Yilan. "Didn't you like any of the young ladies your mother introduced?" Feng Yuanshan, utterly unable to follow the train of thought, could only stammer, "I still want to play for another 2 years." Chu Yilan chuckled lightly. "Ah, that is quite normal." Feng Yuanshan was taken aback. For the first time, he contemplated grabbing a bottle to crack it over Chu Yilan's head. What are you gloating about? Are you looking down on me? Ning Sixian shook his head. I can't comprehend. Zhou Yuanlin remarked, it seems I truly am a slacker. Shen Lian? A staff member approached politely. Our CEO requests your presence. Shen Lian nodded graciously, though he and Chu Yilan appear to be engrossed in their own affairs. They could effortlessly pinpoint each other's locations and actions with a mere glance. Chapter 22. You can always believe me, Zhengge, surprisingly. President Chu hasn't shown up this time. Wu Cheng, who had earlier clashed with Shen Lian at the makeup room door, now stood beside Zhengge, his tone laced with mockery, yet concealing a hint of envy. He was acutely aware of the entanglement. Both of these prodigies were utterly infatuated with Zhengge, showering her with abundant resources, who could remain unfazed. As for Shen Lian, Wu Cheng held him in contempt. However, that disdain did not stem solely from a dislike of Shen Lian's sycophantic demeanor. Given the opportunity, Wu Cheng might have been even more obsequious, feeling frustration that the person embroiled in this was not himself. He often imagined that he would fare better than Shen Lian, never ending up in a situation where everyone would condemn him. Zhengge smiled faintly. President Chu and I are merely ordinary friends. Despite his words, Zhengge felt a flicker of astonishment within. In previous encounters, Chu Yilan's gaze would frequently fall upon him, and over time, he had grown accustomed to it. Becoming somewhat emboldened, yet also irritated, he disliked the gloom that surrounded Chu Yilan. Rather, the confident and proud Zhou Tongxi was the direction he sought to pursue. As he pondered this, Zhengge's heart raced inexplicably, accompanied by that familiar sense of unease. He instinctively glanced toward Chu Yilan, only to find the latter's gaze fixed on a corner of the banquet hall, eventually landing upon Shen Lian's pale, cool profile. Zhengge's heart skipped a beat. Was Chu Yilan observing Shen Lian? In the next moment, Chu Yilan averted his gaze, turning to listen to Ning Sixian's words. It must be a mere illusion, Zhengge thought. In this moment, Shen Lian downed a glass of clear sake, only to find that the anticipated coercion was absent. Seated before him was not the boss of Xingtu, but rather Fan Sheng, the head of Qiming Media, a different entertainment company. The allure of temptation, however, was unmistakable. Fan Sheng, in his 40s, did not resemble those middle-aged men with protruding beer bellies. On the contrary, he maintained an admirable physique, with graying temples and a neat hairstyle. Though his features were not striking, he exuded a remarkable charisma. Fan Sheng extended an olive branch, his eyes betraying a clear fondness for Shen Lian. For Shen Lian, entering the realm of Qiming represented a new path of development, especially considering the prospect of becoming Fan Sheng's favored choice. Raising his glass, Shen Lian humbly replied, "Thank you, Mr. Fan, for your kind offer, but my aspirations lie elsewhere." Fan Sheng raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised. "Such a splendid opportunity. Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Shen Lian affirmed. He had grown accustomed to pride. Even in his most challenging times in his previous life, he never relied on others to ascend. Starting anew with a poor hand was the norm for him, especially since meeting Chu Yilan in this life. Shen Lian's affections were to be given freely and untainted. Seeing Shen Lian's earnest demeanor, Fan Sheng recognized that this was not a mere ploy. While his dissatisfaction grew, he also felt a deeper stirring of attraction. After all, every man harbors a desire for conquest. "Here is my business card," Fan Sheng said as he handed it to Shen Lian. "You are welcome to change your mind at any time." Out of courtesy, Shen Lian accepted it, thanking him. At that moment, Chu Yilan caught sight of this exchange, and an air of danger enveloped him. Feng Yuanshan hastily rose and moved to Zhou Yuanlin's side, muttering, "I yield. I don't know what your issue is, but please don't take it out on me if you're upset." After bidding farewell to Fan Sheng, Shen Lian turned to the restroom. He adjusted his collar, feeling the warmth of the sake rising within him. Chu Yilan set down his glass. "You all continue your game." Zhou Yuanlin remarked, "I don't understand." Feng Yuanshan echoed, "Neither do I." Zhengge, however, paid little attention to Shen Lian, perhaps because Chu Yilan had shown no indication of distress today. Rarely did he feel a twinge of concern. After all, Chu Yilan's damaged appearance stemmed from his own actions, and remaining silent would be unbecoming. "I ought to have a proper conversation with Chu Yilan encouraging him to let go and embrace life anew. Zheng Ge thought as he too made his way to the restroom. The restroom here was lavishly adorned. After washing his face, Shen Lian lifted his gaze to see Chu Yilan's reflection in the mirror and offered a lazy smile. Master Chu. Chu Yilan replied coolly, "Are you planning to join Qiming?" Master Chu, my entry into Qiming hinges upon becoming Mr. Fan's favored companion. Shen Lian's voice was leisurely, his affectionate gaze lightly brushing against Chu Yilan. Chu Yilan's expression darkened as he strode forward, seizing Shen Lian's right hand and pulling him around. Have you agreed? Shen Lian exhaled softly. The effects of the alcohol emboldened him, and he no longer felt the need to conceal his feelings. Why do you doubt me so? Perhaps it is that I have not provided you with sufficient reassurance. Chu Yilan's heart stirred as he responded. I saw you accept Fan Sheng's business card. Merely a matter of face, Shen Lian retorted. Shen Lian spoke, casually pulling out a business card from his pocket, crumpling it, and discarding it into the trash bin. How about that? Chu Yilan was left speechless. On the way here, he had prepared himself for the moment. If Shen Lian agreed, not only would he take care of Qiming, but he would also manage everything related to it. He would provide for him. Even if it meant merely being a nominal sparrow, it was unacceptable for Shen Lian to humiliate him like this. However, Chu Yilan overlooked the fact that if he truly regarded something as fickle as a morning dew, he would not have personally pursued and questioned it. The result was that Shen Lian's feigned indifference seemed to reveal Chu Yilan's genuine feelings, leaving him smiling in a way that was both infuriating and delightful. Suddenly, Shen Lian said, "You can always trust me." The earnestness in his eyes caused Chu Yilan to freeze momentarily. Master Chu, are you inside? A sudden voice interrupted Shen Lian's continuation. He clicked his tongue, recognizing it was Zheng Ge. Just as Chu Yilan was about to release Shen Lian, he was firmly held by the waist, and with a swift turn, they found themselves in the nearest storage room. The moment Shen Lian closed the door, Zheng Ge entered. The storage room was impeccably clean, devoid of any clutter. Aside from the racing heartbeats of the two, the only sound was Zheng Ji's tentative footsteps outside. Were you afraid he might misunderstand? Shen Lian's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it was laced with suppressed irritation. Chu Yilan frowned and formed the words silently. No. Wait, what was he afraid of? Why were they hiding here? Whether or not it is true, we shall find out, Shen Lian declared. Chu Yilan's brows twitched violently, and before he could react, Shen Lian flashed a mischievous smile. The gentle touch of Shen Lian's lips left Chu Yilan's mind in complete disarray. Alcohol emboldens one's courage. Today, this initial kiss shall be mine to give, Shen Lian thought. The fragrance of wine lingered between their lips, leaving Chu Yilan dazed, entirely at Shen Lian's mercy. Yet, Shen Lian was unfazed, pecking a few more times, lowering his gaze slightly. His face bore a hint of pallor, his raven-like eyelashes fluttering, reminiscent of delicate snowflakes drifting from a mountaintop, melting upon the slightest warmth. But Chu Yilan knew it was all an illusion. A large hand grasped the back of his head, and Shen Lian suddenly looked up just as Chu Yilan's kiss descended. Something resonated at his ear, exploding in silent fervor. It shook him to his core. Shen Lian was elated, triumphant, as he wrapped his arms around Chu Yilan's neck, responding to him with fervor. Chapter 23. The first kiss, their breaths were uneven and heated. Shen Lian's position of tilting his head became slightly uncomfortable. Following this, Chu Yilan encircled Shen Lian's waist, lifting him effortlessly. Now their gazes met at an equal height. Shen Lian's fingers wove through Chu Yilan's hair, the sensation both prickly and exhilarating. Shen Lian allowed Chu Yilan to kiss his neck, a low chuckle escaping him. Zheng Ge, of course, heard it and paused at the entrance of the storage room, observing that only Chu Yilan was inside. Chu Yilan pinched Shen Lian's waist, eliciting a muffled groan from him. The atmosphere grew clearer, and it was evident what was unfolding. Zheng Ge momentarily paused, his cheeks flushing crimson, yet curiosity stirred within him about the identity of the person involved. To his surprise, Zheng Ge knocked gently, inquiring, "Is anyone there? You bastard!" Shen Lian blurted out, his temper flaring, just as Chu Yilan forcefully kicked the door. resulting in a thunderous crash that sent the individuals outside fleeing in terror. Now, the space was truly deserted. Shen Lian, with his breath unsteady, chuckled and asked, "Aren't you worried about Zhengji's feelings?" Chu Yilan silenced him with a kiss, uninterested in the inane chatter. In their whirlwind of emotions, their souls met at the farthest reaches of the world's wilderness, bearing their desires without any pretense, ultimately embracing and leaping from a great height. After an indeterminate time, Chu Yilan released Shen Lian, who could barely stand, and leaned against him for support. "Chu Yilan, do not treat me as an object, nor test me for novelty," Shen Lian urged. "Try to love me." Chu Yilan wished to respond face to face, yet Shen Lian appeared weak, resembling a limp shrimp. After several attempts to steady him, Chu Yilan finally sensed something was amiss, lifting one hand to cradle Shen Lian's face while frowning in inquiry. "What's wrong?" "I feel weak," Shen Lian admitted, perplexed, as he attempted to move his fingertips, feeling numb. "Chu Yi, I think I might have low blood sugar." Upon hearing this, Chu Yilan swiftly lifted Shen Lian into his arms and strode upstairs. Along the way, Shen Lian felt utterly limp, yet stubbornly insisted to Chu Yilan that it was merely due to skipping dinner and had nothing to do with kissing. He was a man, after all, capable of handling multiple encounters with ease. Chu Yilan cast a sidelong glance at Shen Lian, as if committing his words to memory. Shen Lian felt a shiver run down his spine and fell silent. This hotel was a joint venture between the Zhou and Lin families and two others, so it was hardly surprising that Chu Yilan possessed a room here. The server promptly delivered food, steaming white porridge accompanied by several light and appetizing side dishes, followed by an array of desserts. Shen Lian first indulged in a piece of chocolate mousse, and, after a few minutes, he seemed to feel somewhat better. Leaning back in the soft chair, he spooned the porridge into his mouth. Observing his pallid complexion, Chu Yilan's irritation flared. "Are you a child? Do you need someone to supervise you while eating?" Shen Lian sighed. "You just stole my first kiss and then turned cold." "Chu Yilan," he called out, noticing the man's silence. "You are also a first-time kisser, right? Focus on your food." Chu Yilan Vito. Shen Lian found amusement in this. With the likes of Feng Yu, Shan Zhou, and the others, such notions of first kisses seemed trivial given their status. But Chu Yilan was different. His experiences made it impossible for him to be close to just anyone. After finishing their meal, some color returned to Shen Lian's face, though he still appeared fatigued. Chu Yilan carried him to the bed, insisting he take a nap. Shen Lian suddenly jolted awake. "I need to expand my network." "You should," Chu Yilan replied, covering him with a blanket, his movements assertive, leaving no room for Shen Lian to refuse. "Do not associate with those trivial companies. Come to Xinkai." Xinkai was one of the enterprises under Chu Yilan's name. "So, I'm getting a backdoor entry?" Shen Lian quipped. Shen Lian sighed, feeling that he did not conform to the archetype of a strong and independent male protagonist. "If you can't earn money, I will kick you out, big shot." Chu Yilan retorted, "Isn't this network of connections something you personally established? It's settled then. Sleep well. I will come to fetch you once the banquet concludes." In that moment, Shen Lian relinquished his resistance, and before his consciousness faded, he struggled to shout at Chu Yilan, "Master Chu, I will ensure that you reap abundant rewards." Chu Yilan observed Shen Lian in silence for a while before departing the room. Although 40 minutes had elapsed, upon his return to the banquet hall, he was immediately surrounded by Feng Yuanshan and Zhou Yuanlin. Feng Yuanshan's expression was one of disbelief, akin to encountering a ghost. "Who have you been mingling with?" Chu Yilan attempted to protest, feigning ignorance of Feng Yuanshan's absurdity. "Am I being absurd?" Feng Yuanshan nearly leaped from his spot, pointing at Chu Yilan's lips as if he had found undeniable evidence. "If that wasn't an intimate encounter, I will eat Zhou Yuanlin raw." Zhou Yuanlin interjected, "Get lost." Ning Xian was surprised as well, but only by the fact that Chu Yilan had gone to such lengths. He had long been aware of the identity of the other party. "Yuanshan, calm down," Ning Xian advised. "You know very well who is by Master Chu's side." "Who?" Feng Yuanshan paused, and then a realization struck him, his eyes widening. Shen Lian." He scanned the surroundings. "Yes, where is Shen Lian?" "Taking a break." Stop making a fuss, Chu Yilan interjected, a faint smile gracing his face, indicating his good mood. He is not just a buddy. That is Shen Lian. Feng Yuanshan doubted whether his friend had been possessed by someone else. What more could you want? I thought you were keeping Shen Lian around for amusement. Why so serious? I'm not playing. Chu Yilan's simple statement left the three men in stunned silence. Why? Feng Yuanshan was perplexed. Wasn't that young master from the Lin family, who had shown you interest recently, a better option? Is he as handsome as Shen Lian? Chu Yilan Gao De. Feng Yuanshan instinctively wanted to retort, but recalled Shen Lian's appearance from that evening, and thus held his tongue, dryly exclaiming, So, you are indeed a face lover? Chu Yilan me vilis my. Feng Yuanshan suddenly understood. Thus, Chu Yilan's unusual behavior that evening found a reasonable explanation. It turned out that these two were secretly indulging in a romantic escapade right under their noses. From across the crowd, Zheng Gu gazed blankly at Chu Yilan, now certain that one of the individuals in the storeroom earlier had indeed been Chu Yilan. An hour later, as Chu Yilan ascended the stairs, Shen Lian had already awakened. The two took the elevator directly to the underground parking lot, where upon entering the car, they encountered Zhou Tongxi descending with Zheng Gu, their vehicle parked directly across. The moment Zhou Tongxi spotted Chu Yilan, he appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, instinctively pushing Zheng Gu behind him. Shen Lian observed through the glass, clearly seeing the scene unfold, and muttered under his breath, Idiot! Chapter 24. You must take responsibility to be fair. Chu Yilan had never regarded Zhou Tongxi as a rival, whether in business or any other aspect. He simply could not comprehend why Zhang Ji's affections could be so fragmented. Yet, such considerations had become inconsequential. Zhou Tongxi furrowed his brow. Chu Yilan, be silent. Chu Yilan in de gun li. Do not quarrel. Zheng Gu's voice was weak. Yet, Chu Yilan had already turned away. At that moment, a hand extended from the car, elegantly bony, yet silent. Wrap yourself in the blanket, Chu Yilan reminded. Nevertheless, he grasped that hand and entered the vehicle, the door promptly shutting behind him. Zhou Tongxi and Zheng Gu were taken aback by the scene. The car drove off into the distance. Who was in the car? Zheng Gu suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. This brief interlude seemed to weigh little on Chu Yilan's mind, and Shen Lian was even less likely to dwell on it. After all, they had shared a kiss, and the esteemed Chu was unlikely to deny it. However, just before entering, Shen Lian still offered a reminder. You must take responsibility. Chu Yilan mused. Sometimes I truly wish to pry open this person's mind and see what lies within. At Shen Lian's call, Aunt Fen hurried to the kitchen, and 10 minutes later, Shen Lian showcased a late-night snack, steaming shrimp noodles, the entire broth consumed. And Shen Lian felt the chilling essence that had seeped from his bones dissipate. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Chu Yilan seriously observing him. Shen Lian smiled shyly. Not right now. Why not? Chu Yilan in guit. Chu Yilan exerted effort to regain his composure, suppressing the impulse to deliver a sharp retort to Shen Lian. Did he not notice how Aunt Fen's expression had changed? I wish to ask you if you have regular health checkups. Chu Yilan spoke in a low voice. Shen Lian recalled, I believe so. The original body underwent some basic examinations, and there were no significant issues. As for the original character's heart disease leading to death, I have yet to ascertain that, nor do I feel particularly unfortunate. Chu Yilan was evidently dissatisfied with this response. Very well, I shall arrange it. This was the second time Chu Yilan noted Shen Lian's peculiarities. The first instance was when the youth emerged from the bathroom, having injured his ankle and drawn blood. And now today, Shen Lian had not erred in stating that kissing does not lead to oxygen deprivation. Yet how could a vigorous young man succumb to low blood sugar from merely missing a meal? Shen Lian did not decline. Thank you, Chu. Aunt Fen cleared the table, and Shen Lian seized the moment to inquire, what flowers do you wish to see tomorrow? Enough now, Chu Yilan replied. My office could host a floral exhibition. Recently, even senior executives approaching his office did so with trepidation, fearing it might be a last glimpse of beauty. In any case, the vibrant hues had little to do with Chu Yilan, for unusual circumstances often heralded something amiss. The most unfortunate of all was Assistant Yang Bin. who questioned himself 300 times daily about the events that had transpired. Shen Lian continued, "Then I shall cultivate them at home. I notice the balcony appears rather empty. If we are not at home, Antfin can assist in tending to the flowers and plants, which would certainly uplift the mood. Do as you see fit." Chu Yilan zipped. Instantaneously, Shen Lian's eyes sparkled with delight, a triumphant smile gracing his face. This was Chu Yilan's private domain, now allowing Shen Lian to arrange and take charge. Regardless of acknowledgement, their relationship had undeniably transformed. What else could it be? Chu Yilan pondered, recalling his first kiss, pressing his lips together as memories of that taste involuntarily resurfaced. As he was preparing to ascend the stairs to sleep, Shen Lian trailed closely behind Chu Yilan, merely a meter apart. Chu Yilan intended to head to the study, but turned around, only to find Shen Lian still lingering. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yilan inquired, "Is there something on your mind?" Shen Lian merely hummed in response, remaining silent. One must reason, after experiencing a taste of intimacy, was Chu Yilan truly a monk capable of such restraint? From Shen Lian's silence, Chu Yilan gleaned an understanding, his gaze deepening. And then he raised his hand to grasp Shen Lian's shoulder, just as Shen Lian was about to speak, inquiring if they were to remain there. The man spun him around and gave him a gentle push forward. "Return to sleep," Chu Yilan commanded. Shen Lian retorted, "Very well, but do not dare kiss me again." Chu Yilan was not in the study to work. He sought to clarify his thoughts. That kiss from earlier had been entirely unexpected. Time, place, and circumstances collided in a cramped storage room, akin to a clandestine affair. Chu Yilan could not deny the thrill, tinged with a hint of novelty. He felt no aversion towards Shen Lian. In fact, after Shen Lian's tentative exploration, every cell within him clamored mine. Though nothing was insurmountable, Shen Lian had boldly asserted, "You can always trust me." For Chu Yilan, this step was akin to shedding an enduring shell of resilience, granting Shen Lian the chance to inflict harm upon him. He feared not the loss of wealth, but rather that the emotions stirring his heart might be insincere. Shen Lian slept soundly until dawn, and by noon, he was contacted. The caller introduced himself as Chu Yilan, the liaison and manager arranged for Shen Lian by Xingkai. Since Shen Lian had yet to formally terminate his contract with Xingtong Entertainment, their communication was limited to a brief phone conversation, with the contract matters to be settled later. Shen Lian conversed amiably with Chu Yilan, and all went smoothly. However, when Chu Yilan tentatively inquired about Shen Lian's strengths, Shen Lian boastfully declared, "Everything you need, I excel at." Chu Yilan responded, "Had I not reviewed your entire profile, I might have believed you." Nevertheless, Shen Lian's recent performances had been commendable, particularly his prolonged success in cosplay, which still garnered attention. Subtly, upper management had hinted not to be stingy with resources concerning Shen Lian. Chu Yilan suddenly realized that Shen Lian was being favored as one of Xingkai's top agents. Having launched numerous prominent stars, Chu Yilan understood the significance of their collaboration. He pondered for a moment and said, "Very well. I shall devise a work plan for you to choose from, and when the time comes, you can dive right in." "Ok," Shen Lian replied. Chu Yilan was quite satisfied with Shen Lian's humility and cooperation. Now it was merely a matter of biding time. In another week, Shen Lian's contract with Xingtong Entertainment would expire. Xingtong still harbored dreams of Shen Lian reconsidering, given the complete absence of news regarding his potential departure. In the eyes of Xingtong's upper echelon, Shen Lian must have been anxious to the point of graying, which only solidified their belief that they had him firmly in their grasp. However, that was not the case. Shen Lian had indulged in online shopping, filling the balcony on the right side of the living room with an abundance of flowers. Antfin naturally adored it and assisted Shen Lian with the arrangement. When Chu Yilan returned home that evening and settled onto the sofa, he glanced up to behold the transformation of the balcony. "Isn't it beautiful?" Shen Lian boasted. "Chu Yilan, do not let it die. That won't happen. With Aunt Fun and me working together, I assure you that within a month, a small flower garden will flourish there. Aunt Fun truly adores flowers and plants, and she has procured everything necessary: watering cans, shovels, and fertilizers. Do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Chu Yilan asked Shen Lian. "None. Chu Yilan nodded. Well, join me for a gathering. Chapter 25. A small gathering Shen Lian certainly would not refuse. In fact, the next day, after waking and finishing his shower, he casually tousled his hair, donned black trousers and white shoes, a light gray inner shirt, and topped it off with a flamboyant burgundy trench coat. In his previous life as a top celebrity, Shen Lian had often indulged in various intriguing color combinations, frequently pairing red with green, an ensemble that might become a fashion faux pas for the average person. Yet his innate charm and strong presence allowed him to pull it off. As fans would say, my living father is once again leading the forefront of fashion. Oh my! Shen looks good in anything, Infant praised. Chu Yilan, not to your liking? Shen Lian replied. I think it looks quite nice. Chu Yilan, let's leave it at that. After a brief drive of several minutes, Chu Yilan brought Shen Lian to a private club. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious outdoor setup, square in shape, with winding stone bridges and lush bamboo, exuding a unique charm. As they pushed open the door to a private room, the voice of Feng Yueshan burst forth, demanding, pay up. Shen Lian peeked in to see a group engrossed in a game of mahjong. Feng Yueshan, with a cigarette dangling from his ear, appeared exhilarated, as if he had finally won after losing several rounds. Upon noticing the commotion, he turned, his face lighting up with joy. Finally! Hurry, take over. Chu Yilan chuckled lightly and moved forward to sit in the spot Feng Yueshan vacated. Ning-Sixin and Zhou Yuanlin were present, while the remaining faces were unfamiliar. However, given Chu Yilan's relaxed demeanor, it was evident that he had good relations with them. As Feng Yueshan grew more acquainted with Shen Lian, he took it upon himself to introduce each person starting from Ning-Sixin. Shen Lian greeted each one in turn, quietly noting down some crucial information about them. His demeanor was gentle and courteous, showing no trace of flattery or timidity, and a simple glance revealed his fair profile and striking jawline, eliciting no disdain. Shen Lian paid particular attention to Ning-Sixin, who hailed from a family of medical practitioners, with a genuine hospital running in their lineage and substantial connections in pharmaceuticals and medical equipment. After winning a round, Chu Yilan pushed the pile of money on the table toward himself. Shen Lian sat beside Ning-Sixin. Ning-Sixin. He instinctively glanced at Chu Yilan, as if seeking to clarify his innocence. Mr. Ning, Shen Lian murmured, I have a question for you. Ning-Sixin, speak. Regarding the scar on young Master Yi's face, is it feasible to remove it given the current medical advancements? Disdain it? Not at all, Shen Lian replied. I just noticed that young Master Chu seems to care about it. Overthinking, Ning-Sixin interjected. The scar on Yilan's face is the result of 4 reconstructive surgeries we had experts perform. Initially, it extended from the temple down to the corner of his mouth, exposing the bone. Shen Lian's smile faded. Take your time, Ning-Sixin continued. Both medication and laser treatments require a period of acclimatization. The plan was to assess the specific recovery after 6 months. Shen Lian inquired earnestly, are there any taboos to be aware of? Ning-Sixin pointed at Chu Yilan and said, smoke less. At that moment, Chu Yilan had just lit a cigarette and was about to lower his head to ignite it with the flame provided by Zhou Yuanlin. Shen Lian stepped forward with determination. Inwardly, Ning-Sixin marveled. Shen Lian truly snatched the cigarette away. The mahjong table fell into a sudden silence. Shen Lian, unfazed, remarked to Chu Yilan, is it impossible to refrain from smoking? If you're really craving it, shall I fetch you a tin of gum instead? Zhou Yuanlin, taken aback, exclaimed, what? Is smoking now a transgression? Ning-Sixin had stated that to expedite the healing of that scar, it would be best for you to smoke less. Chu Yilan turned to glance at Ning-Sixin, who was half hidden in his coat, shaking with suppressed laughter. It was indeed true that smoking was prohibited, yet Ning-Sixin found it rather amusing to see Chu Yilan being managed in such a manner. Chu Yilan, often lost in thought and occasionally struggling with his emotions, indeed needed a cigarette to calm his nerves. However, since his addiction was mild, Ning-Sixin's medical advice often went in one ear and out the other. Yet Shen Lian had taken it upon himself to enforce it. Yilan, Zhou Yuanlin said meaningfully, isn't this a lesson learned? Just a little sparrow. And the regulations are so stringent. Surprisingly, Chu Yilan paused, touched the mahjong tiles, and continued playing. Chu Yilan was puzzled. Feng Yueshan sighed, saying, "You must be quite dim-witted if you can't see that someone enjoys being managed." Shen Lian, seated beside them, had finished his cup of tea when suddenly he heard Chu Yilan call out, "Shen Lian, come play a round." Shen Lian blinked in surprise. Chu Yilan glanced at him and added, "If you lose, I'll pay." Shen Lian felt challenged, declaring, "I'm quite skilled at this." Chu Yilan chuckled. "I'll let you use just one hand." 20 minutes later, Shen Lian exclaimed, "Pay up. Mr. Zhou, don't be a sore loser, pay up." The smile at the corner of Chu Yilan's mouth had unknowingly blossomed into a distinct arc. Shen Lian had won 4 consecutive rounds and was brimming with excitement. Just as he was about to play again, Chu Yilan restrained his wrist, saying, "All right, let us stop here." Shen Lian nodded in agreement. Chu Yilan led Shen Lian to the adjacent room, which was elegantly arranged. He exchanged a few words with the attendant at the door, and soon, a selection of Hunan cuisine was served. "Master Chu," Shen Lian remarked, "you're here to take care of me. It's time to eat, lest I suffer from low blood sugar again." Shen Lian felt a warm glow in his heart as he boldly sat down at the table, muttering softly, "If you care about me, just care without putting on airs." A rustling noise came from the entrance, prompting Shen Lian to exclaim, "Are there mice?" Chu Yilan directly approached and opened the door. Feng Yueshan nearly stumbled in. Ning Sahan cleared his throat and turned to leave, while the others exchanged awkward glances. Peeking into the room, to their surprise, the anticipated scene was absent. Shen Lian was simply enjoying his meal. "Oh no!" Feng Yueshan steadied himself. "You are indeed biased. Setting up a table for yourself while I'm left hungry." Shen Lian patted the seat beside him. "Mr. Feng, come join us." With a thick skin, Feng Yueshan brushed aside Chu Yilan's hand and entered, followed by several others. Noticing the dishes were insufficient, Feng Yueshan urged the attendant to promptly bring more. Feng Yueshan has started to develop a fondness for Shen Lian. One must admit, this transformation from sycophantic admirer to someone who possesses a more confident demeanor is quite striking. Compared to the earlier version of Shen Lian, who was abjectly subservient and devoted solely to Zhou Tongxi, the present Shen Lian is magnanimous and engaging, his words resonating deeply. More importantly, his gaze is fixed upon Chu Yilan. Could it be that his previous antagonism towards Zheng Gu was merely a ruse for the sake of Yilan? Feng Yueshan finds this situation rather convoluted. "Have you noticed?" Ning Shihan quietly remarked to Zhou Yuanlin, "Typically, when we gather, Yilan departs within 2 hours. Today, he has stayed the entire day." Zhou Yuanlin replied, "That's because he shares a strong bond with our brotherhood." Ning Shihan countered, "It is because Shen Lian is enjoying himself." Indeed, Shen Lian has not experienced such revelry in quite some time. Had he encountered Feng Yueshan in his past life, they surely would have been steadfast friends. Even in this life, they have managed to exchange contact information before parting ways. Chapter 26. Your confidence instills fear within me. The matter of Shen Lian's intention to terminate his contract with Xingtou Entertainment has garnered much clandestine attention. The trolls have begun to celebrate in advance, proclaiming Shen Lian to be a homeless dog. Xingtou has finally recognized Shen Lian's seriousness. A senior executive at Xingtou even declared that any entity willing to take in Shen Lian would be seen as disrespecting the company. While lesser media firms may hesitate, Xingkai, backed by Hung Tai, remains unconcerned. Thus, Shen Lian reclaimed his account, altered his Weibo password, and purged all previous information, subsequently tagging Xingkai Entertainment to express his hopes for a fruitful collaboration, leaving many in utter disbelief. Xingkai retweeted Shen Lian's post, accompanied by a handshake emoji. No wonder Shen Lian remained silent. He was biding his time here. Honestly, the recent Shen Lian has astonished me. He is often reticent, but then surprises everyone with something monumental. Is Xingkai blind? They seem desperate, willing to accept any artist. Previously, such comments would have garnered significant attention. And although Shen Lian's reputation was lackluster, his recent comebacks have led to an increase of 40,000 followers, suggesting a subtle shift in public sentiment. Just starting to follow. Shen Lian, keep it up. I believe in you. I will support whomever I choose. Do not come near me with your petty antics. Zheng Ge held his phone, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and incredulity. He was well aware of whose domain Xingkai belonged to years ago when he struggled in his career. Chu Yilan had extended an olive branch, directing him towards Xingkai, which he declined, instead expressing gratitude for Zhou Tongxi's arrangements. As for Shen Lian joining Xingkai, Zheng Gu pondered whether Chu Yilan was aware of this development. After a moment's contemplation, he opened the chat window with Chu Yilan. The last message lingered from 5 months prior, where Yilan, though sparse in words, responded to every inquiry. Breathing a sigh of relief, Zheng Gu typed, "Brother Yilan, did you know that Shen Lian has joined Xingkai? The other party is not your friend. Please add them first." A string of glaring red characters froze Zheng Ji's fingertips. Chu Yilan had removed him. Zheng Ji's eyes widened in shock. Even if he did not harbor affection for Chu Yilan, he had grown accustomed to the privileges that came with being in the presence of such a prestigious figure. It is merely a matter of self-awareness. This morning, after sharing breakfast with Chu Yilan, Shen Lian took a taxi to Xingkai, finally meeting his new manager, Hu Yilan. Approaching 40, Hu Yilan had a slight paunch. Yet he dressed stylishly, sporting a close-cropped beard. His demeanor appeared somewhat stern when he was silent, and his gaze was piercing. Upon first laying eyes on Shen Lian, Hu Yilan genuinely acknowledged the impression was striking. With such remarkable attributes, how had he previously squandered a good hand at Xingtong? As they sat across from each other, Hu Yilan got straight to the point. The terms of the contract, work matters, and related remuneration all needed to be discussed. Shen Lian had connections, and although Hu Yilan was unaware of their identity, he was cognizant of their existence, preparing himself for Shen Lian's discerning nature. To his surprise, Shen Lian complied with all arrangements. It was only at the end that Shen Lian made a small request. "Brother Hu, there was a little assistant at Xingtong who followed me. Once I leave, she will have no one to oversee her. Would it be possible for you to bring her along?" Jianyu had recently spoken with him over the phone, and she understood that Shen Lian intended to leave. The company had also recognized this, treating her, a mere intern, without any courtesy, especially Wu Cheng's assistant, who had troubled Jianyu numerous times, leaving her in tears. Initially, Jianyu refrained from mentioning it, but when Shen Lian sensed her unusual tone and pressed her, she could no longer hold back. In response, Shen Lian simply said, "Wait for my news." Jianyu felt anxious, uncertain whether Shen Lian was serious or merely speaking casually. Hu Yilan furrowed his brow slightly. "Generally, we do not engage in such overt poaching." "It's not poaching," Shen Lian clarified. "She is a newcomer still in her probation period. If I leave, Xingtong seems intent on venting their frustrations on her, subtly pushing her out." Observing Shen Lian's resolute attitude, Hu Yilan inquired, "Can you trust her?" "I can," came Shen Lian's assured reply. "Very well," Hu Yilan responded. "This is not difficult. I will have her come by for a look, and I'll make the necessary introductions to the HR department." As a premier manager at Xingkai, Hu Yilan wielded considerable authority regarding assistant matters. Shen Lian smiled sincerely. "Thank you, brother." Hu Yilan waved his hand dismissively, continuing, "What I mean to say is, relying solely on variety shows will not suffice. Take Li Jiabua as an example. His reputation has suffered as a result. I have no intention of letting you develop in that direction. Conveniently, I have a script at hand." Shen Lian's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, he replied, "I'll take it." Hu Yilan then laughed. "It's a period drama with action scenes, directed by the notoriously demanding Dai Tong. If it's not well executed, it could spell disaster." Shen Lian retorted, "I have a penchant for directors known for their intensity." Hu Yilan's smile deepened. "Then let me share another piece of news with you." "Please do," Shen Lian urged. "The male lead has already been decided." A sense of foreboding surged within Shen Lian. "Zheng Gu," Hu Yilan announced. "How splendid," Shen Lian mused. The fated entanglement of a supporting character with the protagonist is merely a means to serve as a stepping stone, is it not? How else could one explain this tumultuous connection? Despite his annoyance, Shen Lian felt no fear. "I'll accept it." In comparison to his future, Zheng Gu was inconsequential. Hu Yilan now regarded Shen Lian with newfound respect. If Shen Lian had not come to Xingkai, and there were no Hu Yilan, This role would not have been his. He would merely seek to make his presence felt in variety shows. Initially, Chu Yilan was also hesitant. Had Shen Lian shown even a hint of non-cooperation, he would have made other arrangements. However, from the moment he entered, Chu Yilan felt at ease. For Shen Lian was clear-headed, and his choices aligned with Chu Yilan's preferences. Honestly, Shen Lian did not resemble a widely criticized underperformer. Rather, he appeared to be a seasoned professional, battle-hardened. This stark contrast filled Chu Yilan with an inexplicable anticipation, as he sensed that Shen Lian might surprise him. Recently, he contemplated whether to invite a few professional instructors for guidance, but the thought of it gave him a headache. Otherwise, he had no issue with Shen Lian's acting skills. Shen Lian interjected, "After all, it's just a supporting role. I can handle it." Chu Yilan remarked, "Your confidence is rather intimidating." Upon leaving Xingkai, Shen Lian contacted Jiang Yu. She answered almost immediately, and upon hearing Shen Lian's response, she squealed with excitement, repeatedly asking, "Really, Brother Shen? Is it true?" "Indeed," Shen Lian replied with a smile. "Pack your things and come to Xingkai. I'll treat you to delightful food and drink." "Okay, brother, I'm so touched," Jiang Yu exclaimed. "I would go to great lengths for you." Although Jiang Yu is a newcomer and not particularly easy to work with, her intentions were pure, and Shen Lian saw through her entirely. Compared to someone whose background was unclear, Jiang Yu was an open book to Shen Lian. He felt teaching her would be effortless and, more importantly, reassuring. Thus, the matter of the job change was settled. In high spirits, Shen Lian bought flowers on his way home. Chapter 27. Audition. At that moment, Chu Yilan was in his study reviewing documents when he heard 3 knocks on the door. Without needing to guess, he knew who it was. "Come in," he called. Shen Lian entered, presenting a bouquet of golden daisies from behind his back. "What do you think of this color?" Chu Yilan did not respond. Understanding his temperament, Shen Lian remained unfazed, arranging the flowers in a vase while updating Chu Yilan on the day's progress. "Everything is going smoothly. The audition is in 3 days. And joining the crew will require about 2 weeks of preparation." Chu Yilan zipped. Shen Lian softly added, "So in 2 weeks, you won't see me for quite some time." In the ensuing silence, Chu Yilan, somewhat helpless, looked up and asked, "Shen Lian, what makes you think I'm clingy?" Shen Lian simply smiled and replied, "All right, I'm the clingy one. A man should remember what he has said." Chu Yilan refrained from arranging anything else for Shen Lian, fearing that it might distract him, although he had put himself on the line to secure the role of the 4th male lead in silence. He remained concerned that Shen Lian might jeopardize his reputation. Jiang Yu shared various acting tips and short videos on WeChat, but Shen Lian remained unfazed, seemingly the only one at ease while watering the flowers on his balcony. Chu Yilan did not state it outright, but advised his subordinates that if necessary, they could invest in silence. Shen Lian's slight laziness and mediocre acting were not significant concerns in Chu Yilan's eyes. On the day of the audition, Jiang Yu arrived early, having already passed her interview and keeping Chu Yilan's advice firmly in mind. "Oh, has your aura changed?" After boarding the car, Shen Lian jested, "I'm beginning to feel a touch of the golden assistant aura." Jiang Yu blushed fiercely, replying, "Please, no flattery, Brother Shen." Shen Lian had afforded Jiang Yu this opportunity. Xingkai was infinitely better than their previous endeavors. Those who had previously reveled in her misfortune upon learning that she had followed Shen Lian to Xingkai were now gnashing their teeth in frustration. Jiang Yu was determined to prove herself. At the audition, the few predetermined lead roles, including Zhenggu, were absent. The remaining characters with lines and screen time still required careful scrutiny. In truth, Shen Lian likely wouldn't have to attend. It was Chu Yilan's insistence, aiming to instill a bit of psychological pressure to motivate him. Silent Silence is a historical drama intertwining themes of power and the martial world. It narrates the story of a once noble prime minister's son whose family falls from grace. To seek vindication, he roams the underworld, evading pursuers while maturing, ultimately returning to the political arena as a virtuous minister. Shen Lian portrays the 4th male lead, a court enforcer tasked with hunting the protagonist. Shen Lian expressed his fondness for this role. Behind a long glass window, The director and several screenwriters appeared fatigued. Indeed, if even 1 out of 100 supporting characters shown, it would be considered fortunate. In a production with personal connections and investors involved, numerous mediocre talents often found their way into the mix. Thus, when Shen Lian took the stage, the director, Dai Tong, was rubbing his face. While the other writers seemed disinterested, their eyes lacking vitality. Shen Lian, maintaining his composure, took the script handed to him. This segment was improvised, depicting his character's first pursuit of the protagonist to the edge of a cliff. Although the emotions were annotated for those of average acting skill, conveying such emotional progression was a daunting task. Mounted on a prop wooden horse, one producer leaned back in his chair, preparing to close his eyes for a moment of respite after a grueling morning. Chu Yilan arrived just in time, patting Jiang Yu on the shoulder. "How's it going?" he inquired. Startled, Jiang Yu quickly responded, "Brother Hu, we're just about to begin." Chu Yilan nodded, nervously focusing on the audition hall, silently praying for Shen Lian to perform at least moderately well. Upon seeing Shen Lian nod, a crew member called out loudly, "Scene 103, action." The scene Shen Lian was in was quite comical. He was astride a prop wooden horse, faced with nothingness, exuding an air of absurdity. Yet, upon closing and reopening his eyes, his demeanor shifted dramatically. A sinister gleam emanated from his depths. As the youthful court enforcer relished the fall from grace of the once glorious prime minister's son, Shen Lian even swayed his body slightly, prompting one screenwriter to sit up abruptly. Realizing that Shen Lian was mimicking the movement of a horse, the writer tapped the director, Dai Tong, on the arm. "Karma?" Shen Lian intoned his lines, dripping with mockery and exhilaration, akin to a vicious hound baring its fangs. "What is karma?" "Your Lin family, basking in high positions, did your late father, when he was Minister of Justice, ever claim to have no unjust cases in hand?" The young man laughed, a glint of joy at impending vengeance flooding his eyes, devoid of any semblance of a petty person relishing success. Shen Lian's portrayal of Li Quan was sufficiently sinister and ruthless, yet he was not a character devoid of intellect. At merely 20, he had ascended to the rank of 100 households in the Jinui, a position of the 6th grade, indicating a formidable intellect and strategic acumen. Shen Lian had contemplated the character, recognizing that there were still numerous facets worthy of exploration. However, he deemed it unwise to broach these thoughts with the director, as it would be overstepping. Instead, he resolved to seize the opportunity to manifest his interpretations and observe how the director would discern them. Li Quan abruptly suppressed his smile, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze ahead. Where the protagonist stood, the adversary, the very lineage of the criminal he had yearned to confront for over a decade, causing him sleepless nights. He raised his hand, imbued with a somber determination akin to severing the chains of nightmares, and declared, "Eliminate them." Unbeknownst to him, director Dai Tong had risen at some point, arms crossed, scrutinizing Shen Lian with a furrowed brow, though excitement flickered in his eyes. As the skirmish reached its climax, Li Quan's demeanor shifted dramatically. He dismounted and pursued the edge of a cliff, peering down into a darkness that seemed inescapable. Search. The living must be seen. The dead must be found. Ultimately, he slowly lifted his gaze towards the glass window, his eyes sharp and frigid, sending a shiver down the director's spine. "Li Quan. This is indeed Li Quan." Once the lines were delivered, Shen Lian exhaled, gradually dissipating the essence of his character. He then flashed a smile at the director, adopting an air of nonchalance mixed with reliability. "Is this really Shen Lian?" Director Dai Tong inquired of his assistant. "Is this truly Shen Lian?" Chu Yilan mused. Jiang Yu now regarded Shen Lian with admiration, exclaiming how formidable he was. Emerging from the audition hall, Shen Lian, hands in his pockets and a smile gracing his face, was about to speak when someone seized his arm. "Shen Lian?" The individual appeared to be around 24 or 25, with a somewhat square jaw, a fair complexion, and attractive features, yet his overall presence was rather unsettling. Wei Fanchong, Shen Lian recognized, was a minor celebrity, hardly noteworthy, yet he too was part of the pack pursuing Zhou Tongxi. This production could very well be renamed The Gathering of Spare Tires, Shen Lian thought derisively. Zhou Tongxi must feel quite accomplished watching Zheng Ji's jealousy unfold daily. If you have a problem, go seek help, Shen Lian replied, allowing his gaze to drop. Wei Fansheng was momentarily taken aback, observing the stark transformation in Shen Lian. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his temple, and unfamiliar images flooded his mind. An estate, a conflagration, dense smoke billowing, as he seemingly witnessed through the original's perspective a figure fleeing in panic. Get lost! Shen Lian's disdain peaked, swatting Wei Fansheng away while clutching his temple. Stumbling back a few steps, Brother Shen Lian, Chu Yilan, and Jiang Yu hurried forward. Chapter 28. Are you sticking like chewing gum? Chu Yilan steadied Shen Lian, furrowing his brow at Wei Fansheng. What are you doing? It is worth noting that Wei Fansheng was an artist from Chang'e Media, known for competing with Xing Kai. Wei Fansheng never anticipated that one day he would become a pawn in Shen Lian's scheme. Yes, just pretending. I haven't done anything. No act. I merely find you repugnant, Shen Lian retorted, regaining his composure. Meanwhile, Wei Fansheng's three assistants, sensing the tension, encircled them. Brother Hu, let us go. Shen Lian dismissed the conversation, having already discerned the true nature of this fellow. Compared to the sacrificial affection of his original self, Wei Fansheng, despite his admiration for Zhou Tongxi, dared not gamble his future. Yet, his persistence remained unyielding, leading him to exploit the original character's repeated targeting of Zheng Ge, becoming a master of using others as tools. However, this only reached its zenith. Shen Lian would allow him to take advantage once, which would amount to 2 lifetimes of wasted existence. When Shen Lian cast a somber glance his way, the words Wei Fansheng intended to unleash became lodged in his throat. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Lian and his entourage had already departed. Upon entering the car, Shen Lian pressed his fingers against his temples. He harbored a vague suspicion regarding the sudden images that had flashed through his mind. Is everything all right? The production team just informed me that Li Quan has selected you, Chu Yilan remarked. Shen Lian was taken aback. So soon? It hasn't even been 10 minutes since I left the audition hall. Chu Yilan couldn't help but steal several glances at Shen Lian. Ahem, your acting is impressive. It's adequate, Shen Lian modestly replied. No, you are the best, Jiang Yu shouted internally. Initially, they had anticipated that the audition process would take considerable time, and Chu Yilan had already arranged everything. But Shen Lian unexpectedly astounded everyone, earning nods of approval from Dai Tong. I'm heading to the company. What about you? Going home? Shen Lian replied. Yes, heading home. Hugo, you're busy. Yuzi can take me. Be careful on the road, Chu Yilan cautioned. As Shen Lian entered the house, Aunt Fun was pruning the flowers, and he was taken aback. So early, Xiao Shun. Yes, Shen Lian often possessed a sixth sense for forgetting significant information. The throbbing pain in his temples gradually morphed into a dull ache that spread across his head. He exhibited signs of fatigue. Aunt Fun, I'm going upstairs to rest for a while. Aunt Fun hurried a few steps to catch up. Are you feeling unwell? Shen Lian replied, a nap should suffice. Perhaps I might dream of something. In reality, Shen Lian had overthought it. The excitement brought by Wei Fansheng was fleeting. He felt drowsy and in a haze, sensed someone touching his forehead. The cool sensation startled him awake. Upon seeing Chu Yilan standing by the bedside, Shen Lian initially believed he was still dreaming. After a few seconds of realization, he confirmed that Chu Yilan had returned. He glanced at the wall clock. It was 4 in the afternoon. Why are you back so early? Chu Yilan did not respond, but countered with a question. Are you unwell? No, just. Shen Lian began, but suddenly paused. Then smiled at Chu Yilan. Did Aunt Fun call you? Are you worried about me, Chu Yilan thou when? Answer when asked. Shen Lian sat up and patted the space beside him. Chu Yilan took a seat. I'm not unwell. If I had to say, it's just that I encountered an unpleasant person. Who? Chu Yilan in Guit? Wei Fansheng. You should have met him. Chu Yilan shook his head, as he was typically oblivious to irrelevant individuals. Did he bully you? Not at all. Shen Lian recalled the fragmented memories, but found it challenging to articulate. I'll let you know once I have clarity. Chu Yilan raised an eyebrow. What kind of explanation is that? Shen Lian, however, leaned closer, naturally nestling against him and wrapping his arms around his waist. I need to get busy earning a living. I can't spend all my time with you. Chu Yilan scoffed. I'm not a child. Stubborn, Shen Lian mused. Did you pass the audition? Yes, I astonished everyone. Chu Yilan did not see it, so he assumed he was boasting. Chu Yilan had never mentioned to anyone that he privately appreciated Shen Lian performances in television dramas. How to describe it? His demeanor was entirely different from now. Even when portraying a domineering character, he exuded an air of pettiness. Despite having an identical face, Chu Yilan could only endure 3 minutes of the video before shutting off. To speak objectively, Shen Lian's acting was truly subpar. As their time together was limited, Shen Lian began to assert his presence fervently. He possessed an uncanny ability to seamlessly infiltrate one's life without causing annoyance or fatigue. On the contrary, his face was always adorned with a warm and exuberant smile. Shen Lian learned a myriad of dishes from Aunt Fun, which he then prepared for Chu Yilan. The flavors were slightly different, yet quite delectable. Before long, it was the day Shen Lian was to join the crew. During this time, Hu Kailing kept a close watch on Shen Lian, concerned about potential issues, and would inquire via text or call almost daily. That morning, Shen Lian descended the stairs with his suitcase, unexpectedly discovering that Chu Yilan was still there. Not working? I am, Chu Yilan replied, setting aside a financial magazine. First, let's have breakfast. After that, I will take you there. Shen Lian beamed, but my assistant has come in a van. Let her follow behind, Chu Yilan instructed. Jiang Yu received Shen Lian's call and understood what to do. Through the glass, she saw Chu Yilan striding towards the Maybach, his features indistinct but his aura intimidating. With Shen Lian trailing behind, the driver assisting him with the suitcase. As the Maybach rolled out, Jiang Yu cautiously followed behind. Inside the vehicle, Shen Lian was anything but restrained. Although Chu Yilan said nothing, personally escorting him to the set already indicated his concern. Shen Lian basked in delight for a few moments before leaning into Chu Yilan. Chu Yilan glanced down at him. Are you like a sticky candy? Indeed. Shen Lian replied with a grin. I need to soak up every moment. Director Dai is quite strict. No one is released until the shooting is complete. As he spoke, he tilted his head to nuzzle Chu Yilan's chin. The man did not reject him. The driver perceptively raised the partition between them. Shen Lian positioned himself across Chu Yilan's lap, pressing his hands on the man's shoulders as he kissed him earnestly. Even nurturing a little bird, a kiss was harmless. Chu Yilan wrapped his arms around Shen Lian's waist, gently caressing him, but suddenly pulled back and reminded Shen Lian, make sure to eat on time when you get to the set. Of course, Shen Lian replied, still in high spirits, hastily assuring, I want tea suffer from low blood sugar. With that, he leaned in to nibble on Chu Yilan's lips. Unable to resist, Chu Yilan let out a soft chuckle. He was genuinely pleased with the current Shen Lian. The two continued their affectionate exchange until the car came to a halt. The driver gently tapped on the partition. Master Chu, we have arrived. At the sound, Shen Lian released his hold, while Chu Yilan instinctively frowned, expressing a hint of displeasure. Shen Lian was never one to delay work, so he smoothed things over with Chu Yilan. If you miss me, just video call. You're thinking too much. Chu Yilan zipped. Shen Lian hummed playfully and quickly kissed the scar on Chu Yilan's face, whispering, wait for me to come home. As he exited the vehicle, Shen Lian seemed to hear a faint, Chu Yilan only accompanied Shen Lian to the entrance, where the driver helped with the luggage, and Jiang Yu hurriedly stepped forward to assist. The car windows remained closed, and after a brief pause, it departed. Chapter 29. I can endure it. The Maybach made a turn, narrowly avoiding Zhang Ji's van. Zhang Gu, in a state of ennui, gazed out the window, and the familiar license plate sent a tremor of recognition through him. He immediately sat up, but the vehicle did not linger and swiftly drove away. Feng Yi blinked, questioning whether he had misidentified the vehicle. How could Chu Yilan be here? Once the van halted, Zhang Gu stepped out and instantly spotted Shen Lian and his assistant from behind, causing his heart to race unexpectedly. Zhang Gu felt a fog clouding his mind, preventing him from piecing together the chaotic thoughts. Ultimately, it was too unfathomable, or perhaps touched upon the most unsettling possibility within him, leading to an instinctive aversion. Of course, Zhang Gu had already received the notification that Shen Lian had passed the audition. It mattered little. In Zhang Ji's view, his assistant's words held the most truth. Shen Lian was merely envious, eager to compete with him. He had gone to great lengths to infiltrate the cast of silence, despite his lackluster acting abilities. Or perhaps he sought to bask in Zheng Ji's glory for a chance to meet with director Zhou again. Regardless, it was utterly detestable, as if he had no life of his own. The fans were right. He was trapped in Zheng Ji's shadow. Zheng, you must not show weakness. As for Shen Lian joining Xingkai, it was easily explained. Perhaps the higher-ups were blind? President Chu might be oblivious, given his busy schedule. After all, Xingkai was merely a mediocre entertainment company in his purview, hardly warranting daily attention. Zheng soon came to terms with Chu Yilan's decision to remove himself from the situation. Seeing him confirm a relationship with Zhou Tongxi was indeed disheartening for Chu Yilan, but there was little Zheng could do to reciprocate his feelings. If Shen Lian knew how much Zheng could speculate, he would have received a resounding slap. Silence employed a closed filming approach, ensuring that during shooting, the cast was discouraged from wandering or leaking information, a hallmark of Daitong's management. After Shen Lian exchanged pleasantries with Daitong and a few producers, he followed the staff to his room. The accommodations were limited, with each artist permitted only one assistant. Shen Lian noted that the assistants' quarters were merely makeshift structures built from corrugated metal, crammed closely together with no access to restroom facilities, predominantly occupied by male assistants. "You'll drive back shortly," Shen Lian instructed. Jiang Yu quickly responded, "Brother Shen, I can." "You can what?" Shen Lian interjected sternly. "Look at all those bare-chested men." "Obey. Return and inform brother who to arrange for a male assistant." Jiang Yu felt touched by his concern. "All right," Shen Lian said, smiling as he led the young girl away. In truth, the accommodations for the lead actors were also somewhat inequitable. Shen Lian's room was at the back, poorly lit and small, while Zheng Gu's was centrally located and even had a private bathroom. Shen Lian was aware of this, but found no grounds for complaint. That was simply the nature of the industry. In his previous life, when he stood atop the pinnacle of success, no matter how adverse the conditions, the crew would always prioritize his needs. As Jiang Yu drove back, Shen Lian remained alone in the room, which contained merely a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. Displeased by the dusty and musty odor emanating from the wardrobe, he opted to lay out his suitcase for makeshift use. He wiped the table clean and meticulously arranged the bed before reclining on it with a script in hand. Shen Lian did not venture outside until a staff member knocked on the door. "Teacher Shen, all the lead actors have arrived. Director Dai requests your presence," came the call. "All right," Shen Lian nodded, "I'll be right there." He slipped into the comfortable slippers that Aunt Fun had prepared for him, cradling a teacup as he stepped outside, stopping briefly to grab a cup of hot water along the way. From a distance, Director Dai couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Shen Lian, who bore the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. Zheng Gu and Wei Fancheng were seated face to face, turning their heads upon hearing Shen Lian's arrival. As he walked, Shen Lian blew gently across the surface of his drink and took a small sip. "Good day, Director Dai," everyone he greeted, pulling up an empty plastic stool and settling himself down with an air of casual elegance, his legs crossed and cup in hand, resembling an investor more than an actor. The female lead, Huang Jiatsan, a classically beautiful woman, had seen moderate success in the past, but had recently flourished, displaying a versatile range of roles. Her fan base was primarily composed of laid-back followers, yet they could be fierce when provoked. Director Dai's choice of her was entirely justified. With curiosity, Huang Jiatsan appraised Shen Lian, her initial impression being one of intrigue. Before Shen Lian's arrival, they had been seated for over 10 minutes. Director Dai had spoken a few words. Zheng Gu had responded, while most others were overly cautious, fearing any missteps. Only Shen Lian had chosen not to join them uninvited. Shen Lian was accustomed to this behavior. In his previous life, he only mingled with crowds when necessary, preferring solitude otherwise. "Your temper seems to be improving," Wei Fancheng jested. Shen Lian took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, "Did you notice that?" Wei Fancheng smirked slightly, asserting that it was customary for the main cast to meet. "Didn't I show up?" Shen Lian inquired. "Am I being difficult?" Wei Fancheng choked momentarily before chuckling. "You need to have some clout to act like that." "Enough." Director Dai interjected. Dai held an inclination towards Shen Lian, valuing talent above all. Initially, he had assumed Shen Lian had been granted a position through favoritism, only to discover that it was Wei Fancheng who had benefited from such means. Their performances during auditions had been worlds apart. Director Dai discussed general issues related to filming with the group, while Shen Lian listened quietly, and soon it was time for a meal. The catering was mediocre, featuring 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, with the meat likely pre-cooked and somewhat stale. Wow! Someone exclaimed as a vehicle drove into the crew's entrance. The trunk opened to reveal a bounty of hearty dishes, such as braised pork and chicken legs. "This is from Mr. Zhou for Zhengge," someone remarked. Feng Yi flushed, while other staff members expressed envy and congratulations. "Everyone feel free to eat." Zhengge smiled. "Thank you, Teacher Zheng. You're so generous." Shen Lian didn't even glance at the offerings. As others queued to receive their chicken legs and meat dishes, he picked up his boxed meal, intending to retreat to a corner. "What? You're not going to partake?" Wei Fancheng blocked Shen Lian's path, grinning smugly. "Are you envious?" "Envious of what?" Shen Lian retorted. Shen Lian effortlessly snapped the chopsticks apart, a faint smile gracing her lips. "One might think that Zhou Tongxi sent you here. Who is truly envious? I wonder? Spare me your pretense of superiority." With a low growl, Wei Fancheng warned, "There are not many of us here. Zhou Tongxi currently holds Zhengge in high esteem. You had better be prepared for that." "I can handle it," Shen Lian replied with a nod. "Even if they were to perform a lively spring scene right before my eyes, I would remain unperturbed. Of course, they should cover their faces, as I have a slight aversion to that pair. As for you, do not suffocate yourself. If you wish for my assistance in dealing with Zhengge, it would be wise to abandon that notion sooner rather than later. You two can bicker as you please. Farewell." Wei Fancheng's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words had come from Shen Lian. Chapter 30. The shoot begins. Shen Lian dined on her boxed meal accompanied by tea, feeling no discomfort in the situation. Shortly, Huang Jiatsan approached, smiling as she inquired, "Why aren't you joining them?" Referring to the group centered around Zhengge. What would be the point of seeking out such ill fortune? Shen Lian mused to herself, yet her lips spoke otherwise. "We are still not familiar with each other. Once we start filming, there will be ample conversation." Huang Jiatsan thought to herself, "You are still unfamiliar?" The online drama was quite the spectacle back then. "Jiatsan, I've saved some oil-braised prawns for you. Hurry over," someone called out. Zhengge glanced in their direction, his gaze gentle and devoid of hostility. Huang Jiatsan felt a twinge of awkwardness, while Shen Lian simply lifted her chin, urging, "Go on, Huang Guifei." Once a beloved character in a wildly popular palace drama, Huang Jiatsan, with her striking beauty and keen intellect, had captured the hearts of many, securing a spot in the top 3 of the most adored actresses list. Fans affectionately claimed, "XXX is my queen, but Huang Jiatsan shall forever be my beloved concubine." Thus, the title of Huang Guifei persisted. With a light laugh, Huang Jiatsan replied, "All right, I shall head over first. Do let me know if you need anything." Understanding her intent to foster goodwill, Shen Lian accepted, "All right, sister." Huang Jiatsan covered her mouth as she departed, unbothered by their age difference, while Shen Lian, youthful in appearance, found comfort in the familiar address. "What were you discussing with Sister Jiatsan?" Feng Yi inquired softly. "Just some casual remarks. Nothing significant," Shen Lian responded, having taken only 2 oil-braised prawns. Mindful of her need to maintain her figure, Zhengge nodded, while Wei Fancheng could not restrain himself. "Sister Jiatsan, be cautious of Shen Lian. Her intentions are not pure. It would be wise to limit your interactions." His concern for Huang Jiatsan was palpable. Zhengge remained silent, focusing on her meal. "Is that so?" Huang Jiatsan's prominence eclipsed Wei Fancheng's by a considerable margin, and there was an unmistakable aura of superiority, akin to a seasoned warrior imposing upon a novice. Momentarily taken aback, Wei Fancheng muttered in frustration, while Huang Jiatsan gracefully made her way to seek out Director Dai. "What a bother," Wei Fancheng complained. Zhengge smiled at him reassuringly. "It's all right." After finishing their meal, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Shen Lian perused her script for a while, then glanced at the time before messaging Chu Yilan. "Mr. Chu?" After a few minutes, he replied, "Question mark. Have you missed me?" Chu Yilan's lips twitched. He had anticipated this. No. Yet, despite his words, it was evident that his demeanor had become noticeably slower as evening drew near. Upon entering, there was no welcoming voice, nor did anyone rush to take his coat. As the chattering ceased, the villa felt desolate. Though the flowers on the balcony were well tended by ant fun, Chu Yilan felt a slight headache. Under normal circumstances, Shen Lian would have noticed immediately and given him a massage for about 10 minutes. But now everything was gone. Chu Yilan gradually recalled the sly glint in Shen Lian's eyes before he joined the crew, realizing that he understood how terrifying habits could be for a person. However, Chu Yilan stubbornly refused to give him the satisfaction. Shen Lian, undeterred, sent 3 kiss emojis, saying, "But I miss you. Filming will be hectic these days. You must perform well in front of Director Dai." As long as he knew he was putting in the effort, Chu Yilan replied, "The new assistant will report to the crew tomorrow." Shen Lian was somewhat surprised. This task could have been entrusted to Chu Yilan. Chu Yilan dominated the business realm and seldom engaged with matters of the entertainment industry. He contemplated teasing further, but worried about irritating him. After exchanging goodnights, Shen Lian felt at ease and fell asleep, while Chu Yilan tossed and turned until 2 in the morning. The next morning, at 7:30, everyone began to rise. The third male lead, Li Haicheng, had just finished washing his face at the pool when he sensed someone walking past behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to see Shen Lian looking fresh and evidently well-groomed. "You're up so early?" "Indeed." Shen Lian poured himself a glass of water. While adapting to the filming environment, he found the shared spaces rather off-putting, often being the first to use them and ensuring they were cleaned afterward. After applying makeup and donning his headpiece, everyone dispersed. Shen Lian quickly finished his makeup and changed into the Feiyu outfit worn by his character, standing there with his phone, replying to Chu Yilan's messages when he suddenly heard a chorus of quiet giggles from the women. With his keen senses, Shen Lian looked up to find Huang Jiazan and several actresses stifling their laughter, their eyes darting towards him. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled as well. "You look handsome." Huang Jiazan unabashedly praised him, giving a thumbs up. Indeed, he was striking. Shen Lian wore no height-increasing pads, merely his fitted Feiyu attire, which accentuated his broad shoulders and tall frame, especially his waist, with a perfect ratio that provoked imaginative thoughts. What would it feel like to touch him, or to lean against him? During his time at home, Shen Lian had not been idle. Although he appeared carefree, he spent 2 hours daily at the gym, resulting in the muscles of his abdomen subtly showing through the embroidered fabric as he moved. As Director Dai approached, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Shen Lian, you exude an explosive aura of masculinity." Zheng Gu, about to speak to Director Dai, froze at his words. Shen Lian replied, "I'm just standing here normally." If there were an extra chair, he wouldn't even want to stand. With his round hat and a cape tied at his chin, his hair meticulously styled, the advantages of his features became even more pronounced. Many male stars, while appearing striking in casual attire, reveal their shortcomings the moment they change their look. Take Wei Fansheng, for instance. Portraying a carefree prince, he seems indifferent to court matters, yet later proves to be of great assistance to the male lead. The expansive, multi-layered brocade garment weighed heavily upon the individual, visually diminishing their stature by several centimeters. Their hair was conventionally styled with a jade crown, yet the pronounced width of their cheekbones became apparent. Wei Fansheng insisted on adding 2 strands of bangs to soften the angularity of the face, but the result, rather than improving the appearance, rendered them akin to a nonconformist. The makeup artist sighed deeply. Truly, if one could not master such a style. It was not a fault of the attire. In contrast, Zheng Gu appeared relatively acceptable, clad in a flowing white garment with a folding fan in hand, resembling a dashing young gentleman. Meanwhile, the female stars, led by Huang Jiazan, flourished like a garden in bloom, each radiating beauty. Silently, there were numerous martial arts scenes, and Zheng Ji's stunt double was already prepared. However, Shen Lian contemplated and decided to attempt the stunt himself. After expressing this desire to the director, He heard a soft scoff, unmistakably from Wei Fanqing. Since Shen Lian had become uncontrollable, Wei Fanqing's animosity towards him had become overt. Thus, in Shen Lian's view, he was merely a fool. Dai Tong furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Wei Fanqing before inquiring of Shen Lian. Are you certain? Why not give it a try? Shen Lian chuckled. Dai Tong nodded. All right. Let us give it a go. After a brief discussion with the action director, Shen Lian practiced a few movements and indicated readiness for a real combat scenario. Chapter 31. Can I speak back? Shen Lian relied on his agile physique and muscle memory. He once harbored a dream of transcending to immortality. Thus, upon becoming an actor, he indulged in the art with fervor, enjoying every moment. Coupled with diligent practice, Shen Lian became renowned for his fluidity and grace in both wire work and martial arts, captivating all who beheld him, positioning himself in a half-kneeling stance upon the table. He heard the action director call out 1, 2, 3, go. Immediately, he propelled himself into the air with the assistance of the wires. As he twisted midair, he executed a grand flourish, seizing the neck of a background actor with a grim countenance, flinging them aside. According to the scene's design, an enemy still lay ahead. Shen Lian brandished his weapon in a sweeping motion. The layers of his flying fish attire blossomed in the air like a muted yet harmonious flower. Following through, he kicked the table aside, bent forward, resting the back of his blade upon his shoulder, tightening his grip on the hilt, and assumed an unmistakably offensive posture. Li Quan had been resurrected. In the next instant, Shen Lian swiftly retreated 2 steps to evade a low attack, then executed a stunning split in midair. This segment concluded. The action director stood in stunned silence. One take. The atmosphere was hushed. Such a beautifully choreographed fight scene would elicit excitement even on television, let alone in reality. Shen Lian reined in his emotions, smiling as he asked the action director, "What do you think?" The director remained silent, instead looking towards Dai Tong. After a few seconds of contemplation, Dai Tong chuckled softly. "You, my friend, should fight whenever you wish. It will only benefit your future roles." Shen Lian responded with a simple, "All right," setting down the prop sword. He reached for his cup, only to find it empty. Just as he was about to refill it, a gentle male voice interjected, "Teacher Shen, allow me." Shen Lian looked up to see an unfamiliar face. The newcomer smiled and explained, "I'm your new assistant, sent by Chu Yilan." One might mistakenly assume that Chu Yilan had summoned a senior executive from the company. Shen Lian inquired, "What is your name?" "My surname is Sun. Sun Binghe." Bing, as in uphold. He, as in illustrious. Sun Binghe, with his fair complexion, effortlessly attracts attention in casual attire, exuding an air of relaxed sophistication in his tailored suit. "Did you just finish a meeting?" Shen Lian inquires with curiosity. "Indeed," Sun Binghe replies. "I will change my clothes shortly." Shen Lian nods, acknowledging, "Thank you for your assistance recently." "It's my duty," Sun Binghe responds, as he prepares water for Shen Lian before taking a small suitcase to the assistant's lounge. Shortly thereafter, he re-emerges clad in brown work pants and a white t-shirt, reminiscent of an unassuming academic achiever who quietly excels in all endeavors on campus. With a gentle smile, Sun Binghe observed Shen Lian as he films a scene. After another action sequence concludes, Shen Lian performs admirably, despite his excessive perspiration. Sun Binghe has already prepared appropriately warm tea and damp towels. Shen Lian wipes the sweat from his neck and suddenly turns to Sun Binghe, asking, "Are you filming me?" Sun Binghe, momentarily taken aback while holding his phone, quickly regains composure and smiles, extending his phone forward to indicate that Shen Lian is welcome to check at any time. Chu Yilan is eager to see how teacher Shen is faring on set. Although Shen Lian feels a peculiar sensation about this, he harbors no suspicions and continues filming. He refrains from discussing confidentiality, knowing Chu Yilan has already issued instructions. In truth, had Shen Lian examined the phone, he would have discovered that the chat window bore no relation to Chu Yilan. Boss, only teacher Shen is without a stunt double, working diligently. The action scene I captured earlier was quite impressive. Boss, an unobservant artist assistant has already provoked me for the 3rd time. May I retort? The response from the other side, "You may." Sun Binghe closes his phone, revealing a smile that could be likened to a refreshing spring breeze. Meanwhile, Chu Yilan hesitates repeatedly before ultimately saving the photograph, even creating a dedicated album. Regardless of his sour demeanor, he remains indifferent. Time will tell. After completing a scene with Li Haicheng, the sound of cut resonates, followed by distinct sobbing. It is the assistant of Wei Fanqing. Beside the assistant stands the amiable Sun Binghe, whose gentle demeanor belies his words. Is this how easily you cry? Pathetic. Shen Lian and the others respond. Wei Ge. The small assistant, tearful, seeks someone in authority. Wei Fanqing, ever cooperative, drags the assistant to confront Sun Binghe. Shen Lian strides forward, inquiring what has happened. Teacher, Shen. It is as follows. Sun Binghe interjects. I do not wish to cause you trouble, but the number of oblivious individuals is simply overwhelming. Although he smiles, there is an unmistakable edge to his tone, akin to a top student trapped among a crowd of underachievers, suffocating in the presence of their ignorance. This assistant has repeatedly provoked me, questioning whether I feel pressured working alongside a third-rate actor. We engaged in a discussion on this topic, during which I inquired about his alma mater and accolades, only to be astonished to discover he possesses none. I failed to comprehend the audacity of someone whose highest score on a high school math exam is merely 105. Wei Fanqing's assistant must have been driven to the brink of madness, crying out, "There were only 3 of us in the class who scored above 100. This only served to illustrate the poor caliber of their class," retorted Sun Binghe, without mercy. The assistant's eyes widened, tears threatening to spill. From his elevated stance, Sun Binghe delivered a chilling blow, stating, "Throughout my life, I have achieved perfect scores on every mathematics examination." The defense was shattered. Shen Lian observed that the assistant's tears were almost gushing forth. How on earth had they transitioned from trivial banter to high school mathematics? It appeared that Sun Binghe had executed a comprehensive intellectual takedown, nearly branding the assistant with the words, "You are worthless." His capacity for mockery ranked among the top 3 Shen Lian had ever witnessed. Wei Fanqing wanted to interject, but he was inexplicably reminded of his own dismal high school mathematics performance. Even the academically gifted instinctively harbor a sense of reverence for learning. And with Sun Binghe seizing the initiative, it was evident that the assistant had provoked him. With so many eyes upon him, Wei Fanqing's rational mind advised him to remain silent. After a moment's pause, Sun Binghe awaited the deputy director to disperse the crowd. It was rather dull. Shen Lian glanced at Sun Binghe and inhaled deeply. "Follow me." Once they reached a secluded area, Shen Lian turned, affirming with certainty, "You are no ordinary assistant. You address Hu Ge by his full name. Do you require me to call him for confirmation?" Sun Binghe was taken aback by Shen Lian's swift realization. How delightful it was to converse with someone astute. "Mr. Shen also has direct authority to contact Hu Yilan. I have that privilege as well." Shen Lian asked, puzzled. Sun Binghe chuckled, "But I am indeed an assistant, sent by Lord Chu." Shen Lian's eyes widened in surprise. "You are Chu Yilan's assistant?" "A special assistant," Sun Binghe emphasized, noting that he had been promoted just 6 months prior. Unlike Yang Bin, who was ever at Chu Yilan's beck and call, Sun Binghe frequently represented him at crucial events where his presence was indispensable, negotiating significant collaborations. In name, he was a special assistant, but in power, he rivaled a deputy general manager. Yang Bin had even nicknamed him Sun Didu. As long as it did not impede collaboration, Sun Binghe would confront any partner. His prowess was evident. Chapter 32. There is no need for that. Chu Yilan never doubted Sun Binghe's professional capabilities, but he had forgotten to instruct him not to reveal his identity. Thus, when Shen Lian posed the question regarding whether Lord Chu would prefer that he not know that Assistant Sun was his confidant, Sun Binghe's smile momentarily faltered. This was a grave misstep. However, Sun Binghe could not fathom why it mattered. Did the boss truly wish for Mr. Shen to remain unaware? What was there to fear? In Sun Binghe's eyes, Chu Yilan was a figure untroubled by fears. If Chu Yilan indeed harbored any feelings for Shen Lian, then the situation would be even simpler. To nurture a bird, should the other party not be made aware of the financial contributions of the benefactor? Sun Binghe had witnessed such dynamics often in his circle. Logic dictated such an approach. Yet he had overlooked one crucial detail. Chu Yilan's feelings for Shen Lian might be genuine. Beneath the guise of sincerity lies a tug-of-war, a probing, an ambiguous dance, a desire for the other's well-being intertwined with the wish for that sentiment to remain unspoken. It is a curious discomfort, akin to the tartness of a sour apricot, which ultimately reveals a sweetness only one can savor. Sun Binghe, having never experienced love, found his theoretical musings sound. Yet when faced with Shen Lian's enigmatic smile, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Rest assured, Shen Lian began, let us consider our previous conversation as if it never transpired. You shall fulfill your duties, and I shall attend to mine. Indeed, a clever mind. Sun Binghe accepted this proposition with alacrity. The day's filming stretched on, and by the end, Shen Lian rendered everyone else speechless. Dai Tong, chewing on tea leaves, scrutinized Shen Lian, convinced that the online criticisms were utterly unfounded. Was this what they termed poor acting? To claim he was untrained would be an understatement. Yet, Shen Lian's previous works had indeed been subpar. The most plausible explanation Dai Tong could conjure was that Shen Lian had awakened, finally breaking free from the constraints of love and relationships, and after being lambasted online, he had come to understand the significance of his career. He had evidently put in considerable effort behind the scenes, complemented by a touch of innate talent. As for Li Quan, Dai Tong was thoroughly satisfied. Shen Lian's portrayal unveiled layers of depth within the character, and he had just been discussing additional scenes with the writer. Shen Lian was the first to finish for the day. Upon completing his work, he did not linger around others, but instead gathered his toiletries and promptly retreated to the restroom. Zheng Ge glanced at Sun Binghe for what felt like the umpteenth time, sensing an inexplicable familiarity. After a refreshing shower, Shen Lian emerged, exuding an aura of vitality, his hair tousled and body enveloped in a soft mist. With a click, he turned at the sound, spotting Sun Binghe. Were it anyone else behind the camera, Shen Lian would have immediately requested the deletion of the shot. However, for Chu Yilan, it was an entirely different matter. Can you manage that? Shen Lian quipped, striking a pose he deemed handsome. Shall I lift my shirt slightly to reveal my abs? Sun Binghe replied, that one be necessary. In circles frequented by the affluent, not all pampered individuals are compliant. Some indulge in luxury and yet adopt an air of indignation, as if their dignity is insulted. To Sun Binghe, such attitudes were often tiresome, yet Shen Lian was different. The mere mention of Chu Yilan ignited a flamboyance within him, far surpassing that of Zheng Ge. In truth, Zheng Ji's intuition was not misplaced. He had indeed encountered Sun Binghe before. After a quarrel with Zhou Tongxi, he sought out Chu Yilan, who was on his way to a meal and invited Zheng Ge along. Midway, Sun Binghe had delivered a document. At that moment, Zheng Ge was too preoccupied with his feelings for Zhou Tongxi to notice Sun Binghe. The only assistant to Chu Yilan, Zheng Ge, was familiar with Yangbin. However, Sun Binghe was well aware of Zheng Ge, whose reputation had been the subject of Yangbin's frequent jests, often lamenting the latter's lack of discernment and questionable judgment. To this, Sun Binghe wholeheartedly concurred. Zheng Ge epitomized the type who, while claiming that romance had nothing to do with their boss, would readily recognize individuals when trouble arose and resources were needed. But what level did Sun Binghe truly possess? He remained completely unperturbed. In the afternoon, Zheng Ge attempted to approach him twice to strike up a conversation, only to be deftly evaded by Sun Binghe. After exchanging pleasantries with Director Dai, Shen Lian retreated to his room to rest. Director Dai, preoccupied with reprimanding Wei Fansheng for his poor lines, demeanor, and expressions, waved his hand dismissively. However, to Wei Fansheng, it seemed as though Shen Lian was purposely flaunting his presence. Lying on his bed, Shen Lian found himself unable to focus on his script. So he initiated a video call with Chu Yilan. The call was answered after the third ring, revealing a slightly jostled view as Chu Yilan propped his phone upright on his desk, the office backdrop indicating he was still at work. Shen Lian frowned. What time is it? Chu Yilan chuckled lightly. How can I support all these employees without working? But one must also rest. I'll be staying in the office tonight. Shen Lian expressed his discontent. Is that allowed? Without further ado, Chu Yilan pivoted the camera, standing to give Shen Lian a tour of his workspace. I apologize for not showing more respect to a CEO like you, Shen Lian remarked as he surveyed the elegantly decorated space, which comprised 2 rooms and a living area, complete with a dedicated coffee bar and a cabinet stocked with fine spirits. The bathroom impressively spacious. Is this satisfactory? Chu Yilan inquired, with an air of mock seriousness. Shen Lian replied, quite good. Thankfully, my arrival at the crew has kept you busy. Otherwise, I would have suffocated in solitude these past few days. Having grown accustomed to Shen Lian's whimsical banter, Chu Yilan merely reflected that it was not that he had become busy after Shen Lian's arrival, but rather that he was reluctant to return home. Before Shen Lian's video call, Chu Yilan had been feeling rather vexed. Chu Yi turned the camera around. I wish to see your face. Sitting at the edge of his bed, Chu Yilan hesitated before complying, displaying a hint of pride. Shen Lian observing. The scar on your face seems to have faded considerably. Has it? Chu Yilan had not taken notice. Now, as Shen Lian casually brought up Chu Yilan's most sensitive topic, the scar, its owner appeared unfazed. Previously, Ning Si had advised him to rest well and maintain a cheerful disposition to aid in their treatment. Yet, how one should rest and cultivate a sunny mood remained a mystery to Chu Yilan. However, amidst the recent days spent with Shen Lian, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, perhaps explaining why the scar had diminished so much. As Shen Lian frequently reassured him that he did not mind the scar, Chu Yilan unconsciously began to believe it. When Shen Lian suggested bringing the camera in closer, Chu Yilan did not resist. The result was a delightful kiss sound. He turned, only to find Shen Lian's lips still pursed in a playful pout. In the next moment, Chu Yilan could not hold back a smile. His previously furrowed brow softening, the tension dissipating entirely. His striking features were now vividly pronounced, causing Shen Lian's stomach to flutter. Chu Yi, please don't do that. Shen Lian covered his face, overwhelmed. Chu Yilan responded, why not? You look absolutely stunning. I can hardly contain myself. In Chapter 33, the heart takes initiative. Had it been anyone else making such a remark, Chu Yilan would have rebuffed them. Yet now, he merely turned his head and said, all right, you should get some rest. Shen Lian stifled a yawn, indicating his need for rest. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in action scenes, and while he relished the thrill of it today, he found himself aching all over. If only you could see how handsome I am, he mused. Chu Yilan thought to himself, indeed, I have noticed. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the video call, and Chu Yilan slowly set down his phone. Lost in thought, he felt quite awkward, yearning for something yet unwilling to voice it, persistently denying it within his heart. However, after Shen Lian's video call, their affectionate exchange had allowed the tension in his chest to dissipate, leaving him feeling light and unburdened. Chu Yilan closed his laptop and took a shower. Though he rarely stayed in the office cubicle, he found himself sleeping comfortably this time. In the middle of the night, a ferocious wind howled, and torrential rain poured down. Shen Lian curled deeper into his blankets, drowsily contemplating how wonderful it would be to rest the following day and sleep in. Yet, as soon as the alarm rang, Shen Lian sprang up. Following his usual routine, he aimed to finish his morning preparations before the crowd gathered. Still half asleep, Shen Lian sat on a bench outside, waiting for the makeup artist, idly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he heard a commotion but thought little of it until several staff members hurried toward the resting area of the lead actors. Frowning, Shen Lian rose to investigate. It turned out that the heavy rain from the previous night had dislodged the waterproof panels on the roof, causing leaks in 2 rooms, with Zhang Ji's being the worst affected. Zhang Ji's assistant was frantically making phone calls, their serious demeanor suggesting that Zhang Ge might as well have been drowning. Such unexpected situations were not unfamiliar to Shen Lian, who had encountered similar mishaps during his previous filming experiences, particularly in scenarios requiring specific settings. There was little choice but to adapt. Mr. Shen, came the voice of Sun Binghe from behind. Shen Lian turned to find him holding a steaming breakfast and a glass of milk. You ventured out to buy this in such heavy rain? Shen Lian asked in astonishment. No, it was delivered, Sun Binghe replied. Dai Tong had standards for his artists, but was less strict with assistants. Although it might not be ideal for Sun Binghe to know, he had his ways. Wow, soup dumplings. Black truffle shrimp and fresh meat with mushrooms, Shen Lian exclaimed, savoring the burst of flavors with each bite. Sun Binghe had only purchased one serving, so Shen Lian had to finish it at lightning speed. After downing the warm milk, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. With a smile, Shen Lian looked at Sun Binghe and asked, "Was this also ordered by Lord Chu?" Sun Binghe pondered for a moment, realizing that he and Shen Lian were now on the same side, having agreed not to betray one another. Thus, sharing information seemed harmless. Shen Lian's conscientiousness would surely reflect well upon him in his dealings with their boss. Indeed, Sun Binghe nodded. At that very moment, Chu Yilan, who was in a meeting, inexplicably felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After Shen Lian had waited for over 20 minutes, Zheng Gu emerged, escorted by a throng of people. Only once the lead actors were present could the filming commence. Shen Lian cast a glance and noted that Zheng Gu appeared to be doing just fine. As Zheng Gu lifted his gaze, he spotted Shen Lian sitting at a distance with his assistant, appearing quite nonchalant. Zheng Gu had always believed Shen Lian's transformation to be a facade of strength, but even in the realm of acting, one could hardly reach such a level of composure. Once envious of him, feeling inferior and reluctant, Zheng Gu found those feelings swept away like a fleeting breeze. Zheng Gu did not view Shen Lian as a mere point of comparison. However, this transformation stirred an undeniable discomfort within him. Zheng Gu observed Mr. Shen, while Sun Binghe remarked, "Shen Lian, don't mind him. He's just feeling restless." Dai Tong, appearing as if just awakened, draped in clothing, approached and inquired, "How is it? Can it be repaired?" The staff replied, "We will do our utmost." While Zheng Ji's bedding lay entirely soaked, the assistant wore a troubled expression, but Dai Tong quickly reassured them, "No worries. We can hang out the warm air blowers we have in the crew. Let them dry for a day, and they should be fine." It seemed that was the only course of action. Under Dai Tong's leadership, even if it were to rain knives from the sky, the filming schedule could not be delayed. The lead actors prepared in succession for another busy day ahead. Sun Binghe served as a diligent recorder. "Boss, Mr. Shen's sidekick was truly magnificent. Would you prefer a video or photos?" Chu Yilan responded, "Is your phone's functionality limited to one option?" "Understood, boss." "Boss, Mr. Shen's performance was the best in the entire scene. The director has disregarded him, focusing instead on an artist named Wei Fancheng, whose assistant spoke ill of Mr. Shen yesterday." Chu Yilan questioned, "Why didn't you inform me? I made him cry. He was quite distraught. Now he avoids me." "Boss, do you want me to scold him again?" Chu Yilan suddenly recalled Sun Binghe's sharp tongue and replied, "Never mind. Just perform as you normally would." However, he remained skeptical about the director's indifference. Was it truly a matter of commendable performance rather than being dismissed for poor showing? Yet, based on the photos and videos sent by Sun Binghe, Shen Lian indeed appeared stunning. By the end of the day, Shen Lian felt he could shed 3 pounds. Outside, the rain pattered incessantly throughout the day. Among the lead actors, aside from Wei Fancheng, who hung his head low, the others were progressing well. Yet soon, new troubles arose. Zheng Ji's room continued to leak, and his bedding remained damp. His assistant was in a flurry, expressing concern that Zheng Gu had previous injuries and could not be subjected to cold or damp conditions. Wei Fancheng, harboring pent-up frustration, spotted Shen Lian and suddenly smirked. Sun Binghe, noticing this, straightened his posture slightly. "Shen Lian, based on the roof's layout, your room should be the driest. How about switching with Zheng Gu?" Wei Fancheng suggested. Upon his words, silence enveloped the surroundings. Shen Lian squinted and turned to Zheng Gu, who was also gazing back at him, maintaining that innocent demeanor, as if he were the most agreeable person, yet remained silent. What did that signify? "Your room is also quite dry," Sun Binghe interjected. "Why not switch?" Wei Fancheng retorted, "Who are you to speak?" "What? Is it illegal for an assistant to speak?" "I didn't receive such a notification." Sun Binghe smiled lightly. "Mr. Wei Fancheng, if you could channel your antagonism towards others into your acting, your skills would not be so lacking." A chuckle escaped an assistant director, who quickly covered his mouth. Wei Fansheng trembled with anger. All right, it's just a trivial matter. Let's not create conflicts over me. As Zheng Ge concluded his remarks, he turned to Sun Binghe. As Shen Lian's assistant, you ought not to speak of Fansheng in such a manner. Mr. Zheng, Sun Binghe replied politely. One cannot mask a tarnished heart simply by feigning nobility. Before claiming to be virtuous, one must first reflect upon their own actions. Would you agree? The implication was clear. How pretentious of you, let alone others. Even Shen Lian would not dare to utter a word. All right, Director Dai interjected at the opportune moment. As for the arrangements, I will share a space with Deputy Director Li. He neither smokes nor drinks, and his place is tidy. Zheng Ge, you may move in there. Zheng Ge was momentarily taken aback. Sun Binghe's retort had left him bewildered. As the commotion subsided, it seemed that Sun Binghe's commanding presence had deterred anyone from provoking him further. Yet, Sun Binghe remained dissatisfied and promptly messaged Chu Yilan. Boss, Zheng Ji's room has a leak. It's uninhabitable. I must seize Mr. Shen's. Upon receiving Chu Yilan's call, Shen Lian was somewhat astonished that his beloved had taken the initiative. Chapter 34. Benefits. As soon as the call connected, Shen Lian greeted with a smile. Missing me? Have you moved in? Chu Yilan nearly spoke simultaneously. Moved? Shen Lian quickly grasped that Chu Yilan was inquiring about whether he had relocated to Zheng Ji's room. Evidently, Sun Binghe had already reported back. However, Shen Lian felt the need to feign ignorance, for the sake of Chu Yilan's reputation. How could he explain how he knew so swiftly? Moved? Where to? There was a brief pause on Chu Yilan's end. I had some idle time earlier and inquired with the person in charge of Xinkai regarding your performance. Your agent mentioned that Zheng Ge was being difficult with you? Isn't that precisely what it is? Sun Binghe complained vehemently. With so many vacant rooms, why must Mr. Shen switch with him? Zheng Ge even wore an innocent expression as if to say, please don't argue on my behalf. Boss, you ought to see his true colors. Chu Yilan was aware that his assistants were not particularly fond of Zheng Ge. He hadn't noticed before, but upon hearing the innocent remark, he found himself unable to refute it. It seemed that during his previous conflict with Zhou Tongxi, Zheng Ge had made a similar plea. Please remain calm. Do not let our harmony suffer on my account. Upon reflection, it became apparent that the two companies were in competition, and most of the time, it had little to do with him. For a moment, Chu Yilan was left speechless. It was not Zheng Ge who suggested the arrangement. It was another leading actor. Shen Lian lay on his bed. I didn't agree. My new assistant is exceptionally capable. He single-handedly handled the situation, not allowing me a word. With one hand, Chu Yilan typed a reply to Sun Binghe. Year-end bonuses doubled. Under the light of his phone, Sun Binghe's eyes gleamed instantly. Shen Lian showed no mercy. Yet it appeared that Zheng Ge was quite eager to switch with him. This statement was indeed not unjust. Not switching. Chu Yilan's voice was resolute. Rest assured, there will be no switch. Shen Lian found Chu Yilan's feigned indifference endearing. He was clearly concerned, yet pretended to be aloof. What did your agent say? Did they praise me? Chu Yilan replied. They said you should temper your pride and continue to strive. All right then. Shen Lian was reluctant to end the call, and it seemed Chu Yilan felt the same. Their conversation meandered through trivial matters, like whether the lilies at home were dying, if the little purple daisies had survived, and whether the roses sent to the office were still fresh. Chu Yilan's lingering impression was clear. If he had none, he simply stated he was unaware. The sound of rain intensified, pattering against the glass, creating a muffled atmosphere that gradually thickened the air with a dampness named ambiguity. Shen Lian had unknowingly nestled into the covers. Chu Yilan's voice came through the phone, magnetic and deep, effortlessly allowing Shen Lian to conjure his outline in his mind. Shen Lian was an ordinary man, yet his fondness for Chu Yilan was profound. Lying on his side, he pressed the phone to his ear. In a brief half-minute, his expressive eyes shimmered with a springtime hue, burgeoning with the tender shoots of desire. As he listened to Shen Lian's breathing grow heavier, akin to burying his head under the covers, Chu Yilan's hand, resting on the table, suddenly tightened as realization dawned upon him. After a brief silence, Chu Yilan inquired, Shen Lian, what are you doing? With a voice tinged with a hint of sharpness, yet softened by affection, Shen Lian replied, just talk to me. Chu Yilan felt as though he had been struck by a sudden revelation and closed his eyes deeply. Among countless declarations of affection from Shen Lian, it was this moment of passion that rang most convincingly. If there were no feelings, how could there be such sensations? Shen Lian, Chu Yilan, cigarette. Feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, slowly exhaling, bewildered by this absurd scene. Shen Lian's suppressed voice was captivating, irresistibly so. You truly possess audacity, Chu Yilan remarked. Shen Lian mused silently. Isn't this your encouragement? With Sun Binghe arranged to safeguard him, a touch of pride felt justified. With Chu Yilan absent, Shen Lian could only dream, expressing his discontent through soft murmurs. What's wrong? Chu Yilan asked. I want to kiss you, Shen Lian replied. The man answered, after I finish filming, we shall kiss. Shen Lian immediately ceased his murmurs. Are you serious? Chu Yilan did not respond. Such overt words were something he could only utter once for now. Yet Shen Lian remembered, chuckling softly as he continued to converse with Chu Yilan amidst the backdrop of rain. Upon disconnecting the call, if the world were a vast storyboard, one would witness Shen Lian and Chu Yilan rising simultaneously, hastening toward the bathroom. Shen Lian changed out of his underwear and enjoyed a comforting hot shower, pitying Chu Yilan who had to settle for a cold one. Sun Binghe, having received a double year-end bonus, began to comprehend Shen Lian's significance in the boss's eyes, thus paying him extra attention. In these times, money was hard earned, but this sum was easily acquired by Sun Binghe. Among 100 individuals present, none were competent, yet he maintained a warm and poised smile, while inwardly thinking that anyone who came would meet their demise. Shen Lian, relishing the rare tranquility, seized a break to chat with Sun Binghe, probing into Chu Yilan's little hobbies. The two unexpectedly found common ground. My workout routine has been paying off. My abs are more defined, Shen Lian exclaimed. Then, shifting his gaze to Sun Binghe, he requested, give me a white shirt. Sun Binghe, understanding the implication, thought, are you providing benefits for the fans? That wouldn't be appropriate. Shen Lian, wearing a look of bemusement, replied, I never show these to fans. It's a benefit for Chu Yilan. Sun Binghe was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, you really dare to say such things. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Binghe took the opportunity in the afternoon to purchase a traditional white shirt, driven by a tinge of curiosity about whether boss would like it. After finishing filming and taking a shower, Shen Lian was just about to change when there was a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he found a staff member waiting outside. Mr. Shen, Mr. Zhou has sent some snacks to the crew. Teacher Zheng is calling for you to join. Like a weasel wishing a happy new year to a chicken, Shen Lian promptly declined. No need, I'm not hungry. You all enjoy. The staff member pressed. Are you sure you want to take a look? Shen Lian caught the glimmer of excitement in their eyes, eager for the spectacle, and smiled wryly. Really, I'm tired. Thank you. He closed the door, disregarding the commotion regarding Zheng and Zhou. At that very moment, in the conference room on the 19th floor of the Hengtai Group, Chu Yilan leaned back in his chair, listening to a dozen executives engage in a verbal duel, shifting blame over misjudgments regarding a new collaboration. While the situation wasn't dire, everyone was acutely aware of President Chu's style. Anyone who lagged tonight could expect severe repercussions. Yang Bin dared not utter a word, remaining a silent statue behind Chu Yilan. After a moment of consideration, Chu Yilan made a decisive sound, and the previously noisy conference room fell into an abrupt silence. At that instant, his phone vibrated twice. Chu Yilan casually opened it. In the photo, someone knelt on the bed, their muscular form straining against tight pants, exuding an undeniable height advantage even in such a pose. The shirt was nonchalantly styled, half tucked into the trousers while the other half hung loosely, revealing a hint of a navel and a sliver of abdominal muscle. The neck was bare, capturing the line from the chest to the chin, though the face remained unseen. Yang Bin, lost in thought about who would face misfortune tonight, noticed Chu Yilan suddenly flip his phone over and swiftly turn his head. With narrowed eyes, Chu Yilan asked, What did you see? Yang Bin, caught off guard, realized he was the unfortunate one. Alarm bells ringing in his mind. He stammered, I'm sorry, President Chu. I was just daydreaming. Chu Yilan recognized Yang Bin's honesty and surprisingly softened his demeanor. It's all right. Yang but implored, "Please, don't be like that." Chu Yilan resumed his previous posture, stating, regarding the cooperation with Yongxing Building, there are issues with the engineering liaison. Shen Lian, he frowned, forcibly dismissing the intrusive image from his mind, and continued formulating plans. They could propose another meeting, but they needed more manpower for the project. And as he thought of Shen Lian's figure, Chu Yilan pressed his fingers to his temples. Upon his return, he would have words with Shen Lian. Meanwhile, Shen Lian anxiously awaited a response, wondering if Chu Yilan liked the shirt or if he perceived it as too casual. It was crucial to clarify that he was the only one who had seen such photos. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. "Who is it?" Shen Lian inquired, but received no answer, only another firm knock. Frowning, he set down his phone, fastened his shirt, slipped on his slippers, and approached the door. The man waiting outside wore a black suit, handsome and refined, yet his fierce frown made him appear quite unapproachable. Who else could it be but Zhou Tang's? Shen Lian felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. "Is there something you need?" His tone was far from pleasant, tinged with palpable impatience. Yet, Zhou Tangxi found himself momentarily taken aback. Was this really Shen Lian? He had seen countless photos and video clips online. Recently, Shen Lian's reputation had undergone a remarkable revival, creating quite a stir, frequently mentioned by Zheng Ge. However, Zhou Tangxi had paid little heed, for he had once basked in Shen Lian's unwavering support, receiving acceptance in all his endeavors, a humble and fervent admiration that left Zhou Tangxi unperturbed and emboldened. The memory of Shen Lian's once timid, cautious gaze was now replaced by an expression full of indifference, and had it not been for the identical visage, Zhou Tangxi might have doubted his recognition. This was their first direct confrontation since Shen Lian had entered this world. Zhou Tangxi's anger twisted and turned before he successfully traced back to his original path. Confronting Shen Lian with a veiled threat, Zheng Ge asked you to join him for a meal. Why are you refusing? Shen Lian blinked in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Had a decade of cerebral stagnation led to such a statement? Pray, enlighten me. What does it mean that Zheng Ge wants me to go? Thus I must comply? Shen Lian felt an overwhelming urge to procure a knife to perform a lobotomy on Zhou Tangxi. Was this the peculiar logic of protagonists, where they place themselves at the absolute center of the universe, indifferent to others? Shen Lian couldn't contain his exasperation. Are you all out of your minds? Zhou Tangxi widened his eyes in astonishment. What did you say? Drawing upon the memories of his original self, Shen Lian began to argue with Zhou Tangxi. Do we not agree over the phone to cease all contact and treat each other as strangers if we were to meet? Have I not adhered to that? Zhou Tangxi remained silent. Indeed, in the past 2 months, there had been no communication, not even a text from Shen Lian. My presence in this production was arranged by the company, and I have not caused any trouble for Zheng Ge. So, if Zheng Ge were to ask me to jump off a cliff, would that make it my fault for not complying? Zhou Tangxi spat out 4 words, utterly incomprehensible. Shen Lian's blood pressure surged instantly. What did it mean to not understand human language? Zhou Tangxi provided a textbook answer. Zhou Tangxi. Shen Lian enunciated each word deliberately. Could you and Zheng Ge kindly distance yourselves? Zhou Tangxi found it hard to believe that Shen Lian would speak to him with such venom, and his expression clearly conveyed a profound disdain. But how could this be? Zhou Tangxi scoffed. You think you can employ the tactic of feigned retreat? You think you deserve that? Shen Lian interrupted. I do not harbor any affection for you. My past admiration was a result of my own blindness. Do not presume to overstep your bounds. He continued. Shall I also apologize to Zheng Ge? Am I not allowed to question your foolishness? Given Shen Lian's current standing, offending Zhou Tangxi would be unwise. Yet he would rather traverse a far more arduous path than offer a smile to such a person. Zhou Tangxi's expression darkened, and he reached out as if to grasp Shen Lian by the throat. Shen Lian swiftly deflected the attempt, shoving Zhou Tangxi back. Get lost. Zhou Tangxi stumbled back, confusion and fear flickering in his eyes. Shen Lian? Wei Fancheng stood a short distance away, feigning seriousness. Why are you fighting with Zhou Zong? He added mockingly. Did I sign a contract binding you to him? Shen Lian scoffed coldly. You willingly indulge in your own self-deprecation every day, and you aren't afraid of truly becoming a eunuch. Soon after, a group of leading actors arrived, and Dai Tong parted the crowd, questioning, "What is going on here?" Shen Lian pointed at Zheng Gu, exclaiming, "I've been tolerating you for quite some time. Do your snacks possess some magical quality? If I refuse to eat them, will Zhou Tongxi come knocking at my door to seek retribution?" Zheng Gu hurriedly clarified, "That's not what I meant." Zhou Tongxi, with a stern voice, warned, "Dare to speak another word against Zheng Gu, and you'll regret it." Shen Lian retorted, "Not only him. I want to scold you too. You dimwit who cannot comprehend human language." The atmosphere between the two was tense, with Zhou Tongxi's temples throbbing, clearly on the verge of violence. However, it was Dai Tong and the two producers who noticed the escalating situation and swiftly intervened to separate them. "Shen Lian, you can still continue filming this project and thrive in this industry if I bear your surname," Zhou Tongxi declared, his face a mask of fury. Shen Lian scoffed. "You think I'll respond if you call me father? Come on, if you have the guts, try to kick me out." "Shen Lian," Dai Tong admonished, "return to your room." Shen Lian kicked the door open and stormed inside, his good mood from the day dissipating. Sun Binghe stood at the back of the crowd, recording the entire incident. Shen Lian was fiercely assertive, and Zhou Tongxi gained nothing from their confrontation. As for the threats, Sun Binghe clicked send, pondering whether their boss would approve. Why was Chu Yilan able to directly bring Shen Lian in? It was due to the investment from the star-studded project Silent and Speechless, which had no ties to Zhou Tongxi. Chu Yilan extinguished his cigarette just as the video concluded. He thought to himself, judging by the commotion, there was no doubt that, had no one intervened, Shen Lian would have landed a couple of punches on Zhou Tongxi's face. As for Zhou Tongxi, did he truly think he ruled this circle? He had emerged from the enchantment known as Zheng Gu, and Chu Yilan found Shen Lian's attitude towards Zhou Tongxi quite agreeable. By adding funds to the Silent and Speechless production, with him around, no one could displace Shen Lian. Chapter 36. Breaking legs for others to see Sun Binghe refrained from stepping in, firstly because Shen Lian could handle himself, and secondly due to his prior encounters with Zhou Tongxi in the business realm. Mr. Shen is right. The boss may not wish for him to reveal too much too soon. Shen Lian returned to his room, still fuming, until Chu Yilan replied to his message. "Next time, do not send photos. If you have the audacity, strike that pose in front of me." Shen Lian chuckled, thinking, "Then you must believe I lack the capability." He felt emboldened to tease over the phone, contemplating how far they had progressed. Such intimacy seemed too rapid. Shen Lian emphasized, "I've only shown this to you." Chu Yilan scoffed, "Even if I show my legs to others, they'll break for you." He was merely placating to Shen Lian, having noticed that Zhou Tongxi's sudden outburst had disturbed him greatly. Meanwhile, Zhou Tongxi did indeed begin seeking ways to oust Shen Lian. As the news circulated, the consensus was a resounding no. Not only did the investors oppose the idea, but Dai Tong also stood firm. The character Li Quan had come alive in Shen Lian's portrayal, executed with remarkable finesse, and Dai Tong could envision the waves it would create upon release. This was a highlight, a guarantee of acclaim. Could Zhou Tongxi simply demand a replacement? Although Dai Tong had occasionally bowed to investors over the past 2 years, one could not simply flaunt money in his face. After a couple of tumultuous days, the atmosphere on set had grown peculiar, yet Shen Lian continued filming. And director Dai showed no intention of halting his work. Wei Fancheng initially approached the situation with a sense of curiosity, having already devised ways to ridicule Shen Lian, especially after the harsh words Shen had directed at him that night. To his surprise, however, no significant developments occurred. Undeterred, Wei Fancheng sought to glean information from Dai Tong, only to be met with a stern reprimand. "Why are you inquiring about such matters? What relevance do they have to your role in the production? Can you even handle the responsibilities of a noble heir? If not, we shall find someone else." Privately, Shen Lian had inquired of Sun Binghe. Has Lord Chu made his move? To which Sun Binghe replied, "One might assume so. Setting aside other matters, the boss has always been at odds with Zhou Tongxi. Of course, this does not involve Zheng Gu. Now that you are aligned with the boss, there is no way Zhou Tongxi can dictate terms." Shen Lian let out a soft hum. In his previous life, he had acted as a support for others, while in this life, he found himself under the protection of a formidable antagonist. It was, to his surprise, rather enjoyable. Is this truly the intention of Brother Yilan? Zheng Gu expressed disbelief upon hearing this news from Zhou Tongxi. On the other end of the line, Zhou Tongxi's tone was displeased. Little Gu, I recall mentioning that you should refrain from being so familiar with Lord Chu. Zheng Gu quickly defended himself. Oh, do not be so petty. He helped me immensely before, even sacrificing his own appearance for me. Then why did you not choose him? Zhou Tongxi interjected. Zheng Gu was infuriated, exclaiming, You scoundrel! In typical fashion, the familiar jealousy plot unfolded, usually necessitating the appearance of a scapegoat. In the past, a single call from Zhou Tongxi would summon Shen Lian, with the news reaching Zheng Gu, leading to a chase and escape scenario. Zheng Gu would even seek out Chu Yilan, dragging him into the turmoil. However, now, Chu Yilan had blocked Zheng Gu, and Shen Lian had long ceased communication with Zhou Tongxi. Their channels of resentment had suddenly diminished, leaving both feeling somewhat stifled. Unbeknownst to Shen Lian, he was nearing the conclusion of his filming. Even when Director Dai added more scenes for him, Shen Lian progressed rapidly. During this period, he focused entirely on his work, entrusting his Weibo account to Chu Yilan. One afternoon, with little to occupy his time, Shen Lian received a call from Chu Yilan. Send me a photo. Huh? For business? Chu Yilan explained that recent fan feedback had improved, and the enthusiasm for cosplay had waned, necessitating a fresh approach. Still feeling somewhat groggy, Shen Lian complied and sat up. The sunlight streaming through the window cast a perfect glow. His disheveled hair looked both lazy and subdued. Half closing his eyes, he snapped several selfies and sent them off to Chu Yilan before collapsing back into slumber. When Chu Yilan viewed the photos, he was initially taken aback, then marveled at Shen Lian's significantly enhanced aesthetic. The images exuded an aura reminiscent of a drowsy cat on a summer day, which female fans adored. In truth, Shen Lian had not fully awakened. Shen Lian's skin seems to be improving, one comment noted. Who was it that claimed he relied solely on makeup? The confidence of that front-facing camera is infuriating. I can see the pores on his face. Another remarked, no edits were made. The assessment is complete. To be fair, setting aside his notorious past, this visage is indeed rare in the industry. To accommodate Wei Fanxing's ineptitude, Shen Lian lingered in the production for an additional week after completing his scenes. However, it was not entirely dull. In the evenings, I indulged in sweet interactions with Chu Yilan, and during the day, I imparted my insights on action scenes to Huang Jiatsan. After several sessions, Huang Jiatsan's confidence soared. I felt an overwhelming strength within me. With a decisive gesture, Huang Jiatsan declared, no stunt doubles for this segment. Consequently, suspended by wires under Shen Lian's direction, he executed a rather impressive sequence. Even Dai Tong, passing by, complimented the performance. Huang Jiatsan was elated, energetically pounding Shen Lian's shoulder with his little fists. Finally, the day of wrapping up filming arrived. Shen Lian donned Li Quan's costume one last time, and the entire crew gathered for a group photograph. Huang Jiatsan and a few of his female friends unabashedly dragged Shen Lian into the frame for a series of shots. His visage was undeniably photogenic, instantly uplifting the mood just by glancing at the images. Teacher Shen, there's someone outside looking for you, a staff member reminded him. With no more restrictions in place, Shen Lian responded and posed a peace sign for the final selfie before breaking free from the crowd, tossing his hat onto the table as he sauntered out. Shen Lian anticipated that it might be Chu Yilan or Jiangyu. However, upon spotting the familiar black car behind a tree, his heart raced unexpectedly. He rubbed his nose, feeling a touch of shyness. Nevertheless, he approached with purpose. As he neared, the car door cracked open, revealing Chu Yilan's profound gaze, while the driver adeptly raised the partition. Something ignited within him, sweeping through his entire being. Chu Yilan was also appraising Shen Lian. The attire, reminiscent of a flying fish suit, fit Shen Lian perfectly, accentuating his stature. Get in, Chu Yilan commanded in a low tone. Shen Lian entered swiftly, shutting the door behind him in one fluid motion. Neither exchanged a superfluous word. Chu Yilan wrapped his arm around Shen Lian's waist, allowing him to adjust and settle onto his lap. It was not an exaggeration. Two grown men, starved for connection, desperately sought to share the very air between their lips, their intimate whispers resonating with the tension that had built over the past weeks. Had Shen Lian not kissed Chu Yilan initially, perhaps Chu Yilan could have endured, but now, any semblance of restraint was futile. Shen Lian's persistent video calls and photos made their desires unmistakably clear. Despite his typically aloof demeanor, Chu Yilan was far from indifferent to intimacy. In that moment, he pressed his lips against Shen Lian's, oblivious to the incessant ringing of a phone, which rang 4 or 5 times without either acknowledging it. As the fervor subsided, Chu Yilan and Shen Lian exchanged tender pecks on each other's noses and lips. With a raspy voice laced with impatience, Chu Yilan inquired, "Who is it?" Shen Lian glanced at his phone and exclaimed, "Direct or die." The next moment, his voice rose in astonishment. "Have we been kissing for an hour?" It seemed impossible. It felt like mere minutes had passed. Shen Lian reassured Chu Yilan, asking him to wait a moment, and then hurried back to the set. Chapter 37. My utmost disdain for CP cultivation. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, Shen Lian discreetly made his way to the pool to wash his face. But to no avail. His typically languid demeanor transformed into a spirited glow whenever emotion surged. "Oh my," Huang Jiatsan, with keen eyes, approached and apprehended him. "Where have you been for the past hour? What happened to your face? Is there a problem?" Shen Lian raised a hand to touch his cheek. Emerging as if from an establishment of fleeting pleasures, Shen Lian chuckled lightly before hastening to find Dai Tong. Perceptive of Shen Lian's eagerness to depart, Dai Tong seized the opportunity to say, "Once the information release conference convenes, I will discuss with the interview team to extend your time. As for the wrap party in a few days, I shall call you." "All right." Shen Lian had already turned half his body toward the exit, seemingly ready to dart out at Dai Tong's command. Dai Tong clicked his tongue lightly. "The costume. I still need to return it." "Ah, yes, of course." Shen Lian moved swiftly, emerging from the resting room with his luggage, only to spot Sun Binghe standing a short distance away, clad in a tailored suit and holding a suitcase. Just as before, Sun Binghe's expression was calm, yet his presence was formidable. Shen Lian had prepared a few words of gratitude, but as he approached, he heard Sun Binghe murmur, "Mr. Shen, should such fortunate circumstances arise again, do remember to call upon me. No need to deal with those seasoned collaborators, without any banquets or drinking parties." Sun Binghe felt his mind had cleared over the past few days. Occasionally confronting those he found disagreeable, he faced no repercussions, collecting his salary as if on holiday. Shen Lian couldn't help but wonder how much Chu Yilan had compensated Sun Binghe. "Well then, Mr. Shen, may we meet again by fate." Shen Lian nodded. "Until we meet again." Sun Binghe exited with a refreshed demeanor, and on the way, Wei Fanqing's assistant spotted him, recoiling as if encountering a ghost. Shen Lian greeted everyone in turn, notably ignoring Zheng Gu and Wei Fanqing, for the filming had conclusively wrapped. Returning to the car, Shen Lian's expression contrasted sharply with Chu Yilan's serene countenance, as if nothing had transpired. Exhausting, Shen Lian remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall indulge in a leisurely sleep." On set, idleness was not an option. Even without scenes, Shen Lian arose early, seeking to share insights with Dai Tong. Otherwise, how would the additional footage for Li Quan manifest? "Are you hungry?" "Chu Yilan in guit." "I crave roast duck," Shen Lian replied. Chu Yilan instructed the driver to head to Ding Lu. As the car turned a corner past the venue's entrance, both Shen Lian and Chu Yilan caught sight of Zheng Gu emerging, his gaze fixed intently in their direction. "Do you think he saw us?" Shen Lian feigned nonchalance. "It has nothing to do with me," Chu Yilan replied. Shen Lian smiled slightly, appreciating this instinct for survival. "I'm doing well, yet Zheng Gu appears quite uncomfortable." Shen Lian spoke blandly. Chu Yilan furrowed his brow as he listened to Shen Lian add, "But if he is uncomfortable, I find solace in that." Chu Yilan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Upon reaching the restaurant, Shen Lian savored an entire platter of roast duck, feeling a sense of fulfillment after swallowing the last morsel. Chu Yilan merely picked at a few dishes, watching Shen Lian eat without a hint of boredom. After days of anticipation, being back together brought a brightness to his mood. Upon returning home, Shen Lian indulged in 3 days of lazy slumber, awakening just in time for lunch, after which he prepared a small surprise for Chu Yilan. On the 4th day, Shen Lian was fully dressed by 7 in the morning, emerging from his room. Hearing the commotion, Chu Yilan lifted his head, staring for a few moments before stating, "You need not go." Chu Yilan had arranged to visit Ning Xian today to check on the recovery of his scars. Shen Lian donned his coat, exclaiming, "I'll accompany you." This time, Chu Yilan did not refuse. Upon arriving at the hospital, Ning Xian raised an eyebrow upon seeing Shen Lian. What surprised him even more was the noticeable change in Chu Yilan's demeanor. Previously, he exuded a deep, oppressive aura akin to the depths of the ocean, making anyone approaching him feel suffocated. However, at this moment, as Shen Lian walked ahead, Chu Yilan followed at a leisurely pace, his gaze fixed upon the person in front, with sunlight filtering through, creating an ambience of serene tranquility. Ning Xian jested, "It's rare to see you punctual." Shen Lian responded, "I reminded him several times last night." Ning Xian thought it prudent to have Feng Yuanshan give Shen Lian a heads up. If he truly cared, he would naturally keep a close watch. Chu Yilan proceeded to undergo his examination while Shen Lian waited outside. When Ning Xian stepped out midway, he found Shen Lian's demeanor quite amusing and could not resist teasing. "One might think your wife is inside giving birth." Shen Lian boldly retorted, "If he could give birth to my child, I would kneel until both mother and child were safe." Ning Xian chuckled, ultimately giving Shen Lian a thumbs up. When the examination room door opened half an hour later, the prognosis was quite promising, indicating significant improvements in both mental and dietary adjustments. Accompanying the expert, Shen Lian was naturally regarded as a family member, and there was no concealment in the discussion. They could proceed to the second phase of treatment. Shen Lian inquired, "When?" "It would be best to do it now." The expert replied, "Next time, our group may not be so complete." This minor procedure was uncomplicated, taking merely 40 minutes in total, and upon exiting, Chu Yilan's face was adorned with a bandage, revealing a small ring of reddened skin. Shen Lian approached, but Chu Yilan awkwardly turned his head away. "Don't move." Shen Lian gently grasped his chin. "Does it hurt?" Chu Yilan replied, "Not really." The bandage could be removed that evening, with a recommendation to avoid water, maintain a light diet, and rest regularly. Ning Xian stood beside them with his hands in his pockets, reciting the usual advice. Shen Lian responded, "Yes, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him." Chu Yilan lowered his gaze at him. "You're keeping an eye on him? Don't you have other plans?" "I'll take a few days off to keep you company," Shen Lian replied effortlessly. Ning Xian took a shallow breath, inexplicably feeling his eyes sting, wanted to look away. After discovering Shen Lian's talent for performance, Chu Yilan was increasingly reluctant to let him squander time on variety shows. Even merely staying home to read would suffice, waiting for a good script while allowing previous unfavorable comments to fade away. However, he still needed to accept the necessary endorsements. That evening, Shen Lian knelt on the sofa, gently peeling away the bandage from Chu Yilan's face when Chu Yilan called, and he answered on speaker. "Shen Lian, you know Chun Xiao, right? Their SA facial mask advertisement that I've agreed to for you." Shen Lian glanced at the darkening scar, which had indeed diminished, feeling relieved. "Alright, Hu Yi. Please send me the time and location, and I'll be there promptly for the shoot." Chu Yilan continued, "Also, you don't have any aversion to promoting CP, do you?" Chu Yilan's hand slid to Shen Lian's waist, carrying a hint of danger. "Aversion?" Shen Lian vehemently denied. "I loathe CP promotions. Someone of my caliber has no need for such antics." Chu Yilan, I merely inquired casually. There was no need for such agitation. Chapter 38. Call for a gathering. This facial mask advertisement may be a third-tier endorsement, yet it is quite commendable that Shen Lian managed to secure it so swiftly. On the day of the shoot, it was not Jiang Yu who arrived in the van, but rather a new male assistant named Li Yi. Jiang Yu was behind, meticulously ensuring that everything for the day was in order. During Shen Lian's brief respite, Jiang Yu had been in close contact with Li Yi, and their conversation now bore a certain familiarity. Upon seeing Shen Lian, Li Yi politely greeted Teacher Shen, both who Yilan and Jiang Yu had given prior notice. And Shen Lian responded, asking, would it be acceptable for me to call you Shaoli from now on? Of course, that will be perfectly fine, Li Yi replied. Li Yi drove steadily, exchanging playful banter with Jiang Yu along the way. Shen Lian listened quietly, content with the harmonious atmosphere. The filming took place at the headquarters of Chunqiao, a name that might seem unrefined, yet has emerged as a beacon of domestic products in recent years. The company building was anything but unimpressive. Unlike previous shoots where there was a lack of reception, this time, as soon as the vehicle halted, staff members approached promptly, offering refreshments and inquiring courteously. Shen Lian was well-versed in these proceedings. As long as the brand representatives were organized, he could seamlessly transition into his role. At present, Shen Lian possessed both charm and screen presence. Apart from the slight delay for makeup, the shoot progressed exceptionally smoothly. The person in charge was present on site, and perhaps due to Shen Lian's professionalism, he expressed a desire to treat Shen Lian to a meal afterward. He promptly stepped outside to make a quick phone call, returning in less than a minute to whisper to Shen Lian, brother who said it's all right to engage. This person in charge seems quite reliable. Chu Yilan was certainly not the type to associate with inept individuals, and thus Shen Lian graciously accepted the invitation. The brand representatives, consisting of 2 men and a woman, along with Shen Lian and his 2 assistants, reserved a private room that was more than sufficient. As everyone had commitments, they opted for a meal without any alcohol. Shen Lian found this quite convenient and stepped out midway to relieve himself. Leaning against the corridor, he contemplated what message to send to Chu Yilan. He had not been in contact all morning and was concerned that she might be feeling neglected. Chu Yilan was rather sensitive, having recently undergone scar revision, and often appeared somewhat dispirited, which tugged at Shen Lian's heartstrings, prompting him to be extra considerate. Suddenly, before Shen Lian could decide on his words, he was unexpectedly embraced from behind, a wave of alcohol-laden breath hitting him. Had he not recognized the voice, he might have instinctively swung his elbow backward. President Feng? Are you also here for a meal? Upon clearly seeing the person, Shen Lian put away his phone. Yes, Feng Yueshan, clearly inebriated, swayed slightly on his feet. And you? Who are you dining with? Shen Lian felt as though he was being scrutinized. With a partner from Chunqiao, he replied. Feng Yueshan gripped Shen Lian's arm, asking where? Let me see. Shen Lian pointed towards the door of the private room, indicating, right there. To Shen Lian's surprise, Feng Yueshan truly pushed the door open. Even in his drunken state, there was a flicker of clarity in Feng Yueshan's gaze as he surveyed the room, noting, just a table of food, no smoke. No alcohol, except of it. Closing the door behind him, Feng Yueshan said to Shen Lian, I'm in room 101. Once your meal concludes, come find me for some fun. Shen Lian replied, I still need to return home to accompany Master Chu. Is he a child? Feng Yueshan was rendered speechless by Shen Lian's unusually serious demeanor. No wonder Ning Si had remarked over the phone that the sight of these 2 individuals was a strain on his eyes. I call for Yilan to join us. Shen Lian responded, no problem. After a moment of scrutiny, Feng Yueshan finally conceded, all right. He staggered off, and Shen Lian returned to the private room. Just as he settled into his seat, he heard the host of the dinner say, was that Mr. Feng from Ding Tian International? Shen Lian affirmed, that's him. The host's expression shifted slightly, but he dared not inquire further. Instead, he grew increasingly courteous toward Shen Lian. Once the meal concluded and the business partners were seen off, Shen Lian reminded Li Yi to drive carefully with Jiang Yu before heading to room 101. He collided with a departing waiter just as Feng Yueshan called out, Shen Lian, over here. The private room was filled with a faint smell of smoke, and an array of overturned liquor bottles lay scattered about. As soon as Shen Lian sat down, someone raised a toast, but Feng Yueshan promptly intervened. No, he won't drink. The other party, puzzled, asked why not. For my life, Feng Yueshan replied firmly. I truly won't drink. It was evident that Feng Yueshan held the most authority in this gathering. After exchanging a few words with Shen Lian, the group rose to change venues, having eaten and drunk their fill, and the next phase of entertainment involved singing. As one group departed, another arrived at the dimly lit, extravagant entertainment club. Shen Lian ordered a glass of lemonade. In the shadows, his facial features appeared even more strikingly handsome. The gentle curve from his nose to his lips was unforgettable. He gazed into his drink, and the emotions in his eyes created ripples, revealing a tender elegance that seemed out of place within the surroundings. Many were captivated by his presence. Shen sent several messages to Chu Yilan, all of which went unanswered. Very well, so you choose to ignore me? Undeterred, Shen switched to video calling. On the third attempt, Chu Yilan finally answered. It was clear he was in his office. The first words out of his mouth were, "How can you be so boring every day? Does your father tolerate this? Come to Qixing, let's hang out." Chu Yilan replied, "I'm busy, maybe next time. Just this once." Chu Yilan raised an eyebrow. "Since when do you get to call the shots?" Before he could finish, Shen's camera momentarily shifted towards another direction. Chu Yilan's expression changed instantly. "When did you invite Shen Lian over?" "Wow, did you see him right away?" Chu Yilan pressed. "Which floor is Qixing on?" Shen, exasperated, retorted, "You really are something." The surrounding noise was quite overwhelming, and Shen Lian remained oblivious to Shen's call to Chu Yilan. He merely turned to see Shen, visibly agitated, cursing about something. To prioritize romantic interests over friendships. Can you believe that Chu Yilan would ever do such a thing? Shen advised Shen Lian, when it comes to alcohol, drink if you wish, and if not, then don't. I'll go entertain some friends over there. Shen Lian took a sip of his lemonade and replied, "All right." Indeed, there were newcomers who had never met Shen Lian before, unable to divert their gaze from him, whispering to their companions, "Who is that?" Mr. Feng brought him. "Which young master is he? He seems like a little celebrity." "A little celebrity? That's easy to handle." The restless individual approached with a drink in hand and plopped down beside Shen Lian, unable to conceal the desire in his demeanor despite attempts at composure. "Care for a drink?" Shen Lian cast a glance at him, responding calmly, "I'm afraid not." "Come on, in a setting like this, who abstains from alcohol?" the man asserted, pressing his used glass against Shen Lian's lips. Shen Lian leaned back, swiftly raising a hand to block him. "I truly do not wish to drink." The man huffed lightly, "But you, an actor, are here precisely for." Before he could finish, someone yanked him up by the collar from behind. Chapter Horminskilens, Akish. Please, when Chu Yilan fell silent, he appeared displeased. At this moment, his brow was furrowed. The man was a frequent patron of Shen's establishment. Unfamiliar with Shen Lian, but undoubtedly having seen Chu Yilan before. "C.A. Chu, sir." Chu Yilan pulled the man aside, instructing the bodyguard behind him in a low voice. "Throw him out." The man trembled, uncertain of his misstep, yet dared not speak. Shen Lian smiled upon seeing Chu Yilan. "How can you still smile?" "Chu Yilan Vito. Didn't you think to resist when they poured alcohol down your throat?" Shen Lian replied, "I was just about to." The commotion drew attention from elsewhere. Shen turned to find Chu Yilan wearing an unpleased expression, pointing at him. This gesture was a reprimand to Shen for failing to supervise his guests properly. Shen thought to himself that his invitation had been unnecessary. Unlike Shen's affable nature, where he maintained good relations with everyone, Chu Yilan commanded a space of safety and tranquility within a few meters around him. Sitting close to Shen Lian, Chu Yilan rested a hand on the back of the sofa, embodying both protection and declaration. Those with insight quickly understood that the recently ousted gentleman named Liu had been justly dismissed. He was indeed one of Chu Yilan's associates. Shen Lian summoned a waiter for tea. Chu Yilan, upon hearing this, glanced at him. "Is drinking out of the question?" "Absolutely." Shen Lian firmly declined. "Experts advise against smoking and drinking." "I feel as though you wish to be my father," Chu Yilan jested, though a subtle smile graced his lips. The atmosphere grew lively. As music filled the air, voices soon rose in song, and the rhythm beckoned many to dance. Chu Yilan casually inquired, "Can you dance?" "What can I do?" Shen Lian replied. "Would you like a performance?" "Do you dare?" Chu Yilan replied in a low tone, "Let us discuss it later." Shen Lian understood. It was a desire to witness without sharing the spectacle with others. He turned his head, catching a glimpse of two individuals on the adjacent sofa sharing a drink. "Chu Yilan, don't even think about it," he interrupted. Shen Lian pouted. "Can I even play a little?" Chu Yilan glanced at the two teacups on the table, his lips parting as if to speak, when a sharp scream pierced the air. Someone crashed through the crowd of dancers, stumbling toward them, pursued by an angry man shouting, "Stop!" In the blink of an eye, the fleeing figure with a clear target collapsed to the ground 3 meters away from Chu Yilan, exclaiming, "Chu, save me!" Shen Lian gradually straightened his posture, intrigued. "Oh!" Chu Yilan, gazing at the terrified youth before him, struggled to recognize who it was. The individual was clad in the standard uniform of the establishment, black trousers and a black shirt. To be employed here and sell alcohol, one must possess a certain level of attractiveness. He was youthful, with a small frame, barely reaching a height of 175 centimeters. Yet, his features bore a delicate and somewhat effeminate quality, which rarely failed to stir the hearts of those who favored such inclinations. Shen Lian leisurely sipped his tea, pondering the matter at hand. When did this occur? Do not unjustly accuse me. Chu Yilan furrowed his brow. I do not know him. Upon hearing this, the other man's expression turned desperate. He glanced at Shen Lian and hurriedly exclaimed, "Master Chu, I am Dai Kangol, a friend of Zheng Ge." Shen Lian scoffed lightly. "Oh, so it is not just Zheng Ge. Even his acquaintances have benefited from your kindness." Chu Yilan interjected, "Speak to me in a proper manner." The man behind had already caught up, stepping forward to slap Dai Kangol and then offering a forced smile to Chu Yilan. "I apologize, Master Chu. This fellow refuses to acknowledge his debts and has disturbed you." "I do not." Dai Kangol protested passionately. "It was agreed that I would only accompany for drinks." One could easily deduce the nature of the charade. The man retorted, "Did I not instruct you to drink 3 cups? Did you comply?" Dai Kangol replied softly, "3 cups is too much." Chu Yilan's voice deepened. "Step aside and speak elsewhere." Master Chu." Master Chu." Dai Kangol realized that Chu Yilan genuinely did not recognize him and had no intention of intervening. Yet, he believed that mentioning Zheng Ge would surely soften Chu Yilan's heart. As he called out, he attempted to move closer to Chu Yilan. Shen Lian narrowed his eyes. "Dare to touch him, and I shall break your hand." The atmosphere around them shifted, stunned by such a declaration. According to the rumors in their circle, Chu Yilan had only shown a modicum of interest in Zheng Ge, but would he dare to say such a thing even regarding Zheng Ge? Not far away, Feng Yueshan watched intently, sipping his drink with amusement. Dai Kangol was momentarily taken aback by Shen Lian's serious tone. He ceased all movement, staring blankly. "Master Chu?" Chu Yilan replied coolly. "Did you not hear what he said?" Shen Lian was in a foul mood. It seemed he was either encountering Zheng Ge or one of his friends. Moreover, with Zheng Ge now a rising star, was it fitting for his good friends to be selling alcohol at a place like this? Reflecting on his past life as a top-tier celebrity, he had been surrounded by those who indulged in the finer things in life. Chu Yilan, sensing Shen Lian's discontent, waved his hand. The bodyguards promptly escorted Dai Kangol and the other man away, instructing them to sort out their matters independently. Displeased? Chu Yilan in Guit, Shen Lian replied. "It is merely bothersome to behold." While Dai Kangol outwardly sought assistance, Shen Lian perceived the emotions hidden in his gaze directed at Chu Yilan. Such overt displays of desperation from a man only served to diminish Shen Lian's desire to engage in conflict with him. "If it vexes you, I shall ensure you no longer have to see it," Chu Yilan assured, his demeanor unguarded in front of the many observing eyes. Treating Shen Lian not as a subordinate, but as an equal. "What must I do for you to feel happier?" Shen Lian half-jokingly suggested, "Give me a kiss." He was confident that Chu Yilan, valuing his pride, would refrain from such public displays. To his surprise, the next moment, the man inclined his head slightly and gently brushed his lips against Shen Lian's. Shen Lian was momentarily stunned, and then his cheeks flushed crimson. Chu Yilan found the situation amusing. Every day, their words were filled with bravado, yet when it came to action, they were utterly helpless. Shen Lian thought to herself, "If you truly possess the ability, then do not let your ears betray you with their redness." Feng Yuanshan collapsed onto the sofa, covering his face, exclaiming, "My eyes. Did they really kiss?" "Indeed they did. Goodness. You useless bunch. Why was there no one to record this?" Zhou Yuanlin, unable to attend due to other commitments, and Ning who was working late, saw the mention of the earlier scene in their group chat. Chu Yilan was frantic, jumping up and down, while even the composed Ning couldn't help but inquire. Not even a single photo? Alas, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? After Feng Yunshan's lamentation, his spirit suddenly brightened, and he rushed to join Chu Yilan's table, clamoring to play games. Spinning the bottle was the simplest choice. Feng Yunshan called for truth or dare. Having grasped the situation, he aimed for Chu Yilan, hoping for another kiss with Shen Lian. It went without saying that once that occurred, the flash of cameras would illuminate the place as if it were daytime, with Chu Yilan already offering a bounty of 20,000 for a photograph. Unfortunately, the opponents were not to be underestimated. Chapter 40. The unattainable of youth. According to the rules, whoever the bottle pointed to had to choose between truth or dare. Failing to do either would result in a self-imposed penalty of 3 drinks. Shen Lian cast a glance at the cup, which was far from shallow. It was evident that Feng Yunshan had exhausted all his efforts, employing every trick in the book, concentrating his force, praying to the heavens, but the bottle merely grazed Shen Lian and Chu Yilan. Feng Yunshan snorted in frustration, insisting, "I refuse to believe your luck can hold out every time." Chu Yilan reclined on the sofa, chuckling softly. At last, the bottle landed on him. Feng Yunshan nearly leapt in excitement, urging, "Choose one. You must choose." To which Chu Yilan replied, "I shall impose a penalty of 3 drinks." As the drinks were poured, just as he reached for them, Shen Lian snatched the glasses away. Without a word, Shen Lian tilted his head back and downed the drinks in one go. Feng Yunshan blinked in surprise. "Why are you doing that?" "I am drinking on behalf of Lord Chu," Shen Lian stated, lightly tapping his face as a sign. Feng Yunshan immediately understood. However, Chu Yilan had scarcely attended gatherings lately, spending most of his time at work or home. One might assume someone had spirited away his soul. After his injury, Ning had exhausted himself trying to coax Chu Yilan back to health. Yet now, having recovered considerably, he had become delicate as a pea princess in Shen Lian's presence. Unable to restrain himself, Feng Yunshan remarked, "He only drinks occasionally." "That is not acceptable," Shen Lian firmly replied. "He cannot drink." In the past, Shen Lian would have had no say in the matter, but now that he had breached the walls of Chu Yilan's heart, their affectionate exchanges had solidified their bond, making Chu Yilan his, regardless of the nature of their relationship. Feng Yunshan experienced the same suffocating sensation Ning had described. Chu Yilan turned slightly, his expression calm. Yet a flicker of light glimmered in his gaze as he observed Shen Lian finish the 3 drinks. When it was Shen Lian's turn to spin the bottle, it didn't matter what he chose. The tasks were either exceedingly difficult or posed intricate questions, leaving the alternative of simply drinking. After a series of challenges, Feng Yunshan came to a realization. These two were like clams, silent and unyielding. Losing interest, he pushed the bottle aside and suggested, "Let us play cards instead." Chu Yilan's next destination was Shen Lian. He did not examine Shen Lian's cards, yet whenever he played a hand, Shen Lian was sure to follow suit. Shen Lian marveled at his own good fortune, while Feng Yunshan nearly chuckled derisively, contemplating how his brother was just shy of feeding the cards directly into Shen Lian's mouth. After several rounds, victories outweighed defeats, whether it was his own drink or Chu Yilan's. Shen Lian played fair, accepting everything without complaint. Subsequently, Shen Lian excused himself to the restroom, prompting Feng Yunshan to slam his poor cards onto the table. His tone laced with playful sarcasm mixed with a hint of frustration. "How does it feel to be so protected, Master Chu?" Chu Yilan regarded him with a bemused expression. "What? Are you envious?" "Huh." Feng Yunshan genuinely laughed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Dai Kangol had resolved the conflict with a man, but upon attempting to approach again, he was coldly intercepted by bodyguards. Dai Kangol dared not press the issue. He had witnessed Chu Yilan's methods. In a place like this, where individuals sold drinks and offered smiles, how many could genuinely claim to have pure intentions? Being chosen by even 1 or 2 wealthy heirs could significantly ease one's life for months. Dai Kangol had contemplated breaking into the entertainment industry with Zheng Ji's introduction. But he lacked the talent and did not have a stalwart ally like Zhou Tongxi. After 3 weeks of navigating that world, he emerged utterly exasperated. Dai Kangol still preferred the life he had here. As for Chu Yilan, his allure was not limited to Shen Lian alone. Dai Kangol watched with a dazed expression as Shen Lian staggered back, clearly unsteady on his feet. Although Chu Yilan was engaged in conversation with Feng Yuanshan, he seemed to possess an awareness that extended to the side, extending his hand, which Shen Lian naturally grasped as he returned to his seat. This simple gesture sent a jolt of surprise through Dai Kangol. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, Chu Yilan rose to leave. Feng Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively, not attempting to retain him. Upon exiting the establishment, they discovered that rain had been falling for quite some time, leaving the ground soaked and water pooling in the drainage gutters. Chu Yilan removed his coat and draped it over Shen Lian's shoulders. Shen Lian did not refuse. He indeed needed it more than Chu Yilan did. The cool breeze sharpened Shen Lian's senses momentarily, yet soon the intoxication surged back, causing the world to appear as if viewed through a veil, his demeanor becoming more childlike. He grasped Chu Yilan's hand, and upon noticing that the man did not pull away, he playfully scratched his palm with his fingertips. Chu Yilan, exasperated, warned him not to fidget. As the driver had yet to arrive, Shen Lian sniffled, about to speak when he heard a faint mewing sound. Frowning, he glanced ahead. The light was insufficient, but he could vaguely discern a dark mass being gradually washed towards a manhole cover. The driver parked the car at the base of the stairs and hurried over to offer an umbrella. Shen Lian accepted it wordlessly, descended the stairs, and approached the manhole. Peering closely, he confirmed it was a cat. Bending down to prod gently with his fingertips, he noticed the umbilical cord. The cat was still alive, but if the rain continued for another 3 minutes, its fate was uncertain. Shen Lian gazed at the tiny creature, his thoughts suddenly transported to a time long past. When he first entered the circle, he resided in a low-rent apartment costing only a few hundred yuan per square meter, often subsisting on instant noodles for 5 days a week, all in a bid to save money. During moments of solitude, when he craved companionship, he wished to nurture a living creature, yet his financial constraints forbade it. He could not bear to let anyone else suffer alongside him. As his circumstances improved, he found himself perpetually caught up in a whirlwind of activities, causing this plan to be indefinitely shelved, ultimately fading into oblivion, as if the desire to nurture had lost its significance. However, now, that initial impulse surged back into his heart with vivid clarity. Shen Lian gazed up at Chu Yilan. Even from a few meters away, Chu Yilan, who had not consumed alcohol, could discern the presence of something lying on the ground. No, Chu Yilan fermidictive. In the next moment, Shen Lian silently shifted the umbrella, allowing the raindrops to pelt against him. What are you doing? Are you threatening someone? Chu Yilan demanded sapi. No. Shen Lian's voice carried a hint of desolation, as he felt that the unattainable desires of youth would inevitably haunt him for life, creating an indescribable sense of sorrow in harmony with his surroundings. Fake, Chu Yilan thought, convinced that this person was adept at feigning pity and misfortune. Yet, his feet seemed to act independently of his will. Striding forward, Chu Yilan adjusted Shen Lian's umbrella and tightened his jacket before finally directing his gaze towards the feeble creature on the ground. Remembering how Shen Lian had shielded it from the rain, Chu Yilan clicked his tongue and decided to let the driver pick it up. Lacking compassion, Chu Yilan had always inhabited a world where the strong preyed upon the weak, never contemplating the notion of raising a cat or a dog. The driver cleaned the little kitten, and when Shen Lian took it, his movements were imbued with care. Chu Yilan, it's so small, he remarked. Yes, Chu Yilan replied. Glancing over, it must have just been born a couple of days ago. Should we take it to a veterinary hospital? It's too small. Even if it's ill, we can't administer medication or perform surgery. Let us take it home. Antfin is skilled with these creatures. If it can survive the night, then it shall stay. Did you hear? Shen Lian gently poked the kitten's head. Survive. Chapter 41. A gentleman may be killed, but not insulted. Antfin indeed possessed remarkable expertise. Upon receiving the kitten from Shen Lian, she hurried to the bathroom, filled a basin with warm water, and submerged half of the kitten's body. applying pressure to its heart several times. Upon hearing the kitten's faint whimpers, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The household was well equipped. At Aunt Fun's command, Shen Lian promptly fetched a syringe and glucose. When Chu Yilan arrived after changing his clothes, he found them both huddled over the sink. Shen Lian still draped in his own coat. "Go take a shower," Chu Yilan said sternly. Shen Lian did not turn around. No. Aunt Fun is saving its life. Chu Yilan stood at the periphery, arms crossed, observing as the kitten eagerly consumed a significant portion of the glucose, thinking that it might just survive. The three of them remained in silence until Aunt Fun straightened up, exclaiming, "Ah, we've finally saved it. Now we just need to keep it warm and see how it fares by tomorrow." Shen Lian sincerely exclaimed, "Aunt Fun, you are a miracle worker." Aunt Fun chuckled heartily. "Miracle worker? In the past, back in the countryside, I would always help the sick chickens, ducks, and geese." At last, Shen Lian felt reassured enough to change his clothes and take a shower. Still feeling lightheaded, he found himself wanting to sleep amidst the steam of the warm water. Unconsciously, he rubbed his chest just as he heard a knock at the door. "Who is it? Who else could it be but me?" "Chu Yilan Zeepli. Do you want to stay in there?" Shen Lian hastily wiped away the droplets clinging to his skin and donned his bathrobe. This particular garment was a couple's version he had impulsively purchased online during a moment of boredom, one black and one gray. He kept the gray for himself and gifted the black to Chu Yilan. However, Chu Yilan, being a man of discernment, had never allowed Shen Lian to see whether he wore it or not. As the bathroom door swung open, the tension in Chu Yilan's furrowed brow eased slightly. Seated on Shen Lian's bed and clad in casual loungewear, he appeared composed and strikingly handsome, the light perfectly obscuring the scar on his face. With a single glance, Shen Lian resolved to accompany Chu Yilan in erasing that imperfection, for to leave it would be akin to insulting a divine masterpiece. Just as Shen Lian intended to approach Chu Yilan, the man spoke, instructing him to dry his hair. Obliging, Shen Lian completed the task, yet weariness enveloped him, though his thoughts were preoccupied with their feline companion. "Chu Yi," Shen Lian began, but he noticed a shift in Chu Yilan's demeanor as the latter turned his head away. Shen Lian felt a pang of confusion. "You can't possibly dislike me now?" Chu Yilan's jaw tensed momentarily, as if a wave of emotion surged within him, only to be swiftly suppressed. Soon after, he glanced back with a cold expression and asked, "Did you misplace your underwear at home?" "Underwear? What underwear?" It was only then that Shen Lian felt a chill, and although he was audacious, he still possessed a sense of pride. Just as he contemplated returning to the bathroom to rectify the situation, he caught sight of Chu Yilan's ears turning crimson. It was no exaggeration to say that Shen Lian's heart fluttered at the sight. Moreover, with the residual effects of alcohol coursing through him, he felt an audacious boldness he could scarcely articulate. Under the intense gaze of Chu Yilan, Shen Lian stepped closer, inching toward him, with a serious countenance. Chu Yilan remained still. Shen Lian leaned down and pressed a kiss upon him. "Am I not pleasing to behold in every way?" he murmured softly. What followed felt as though a soft blanket had been draped over him, muffling all sounds, while the rain echoed distantly like a melody through the mountains. Yet, Chu Yilan's breaths were palpable and real. Shen Lian, still grappling with the unfolding events, felt his consciousness dissolve in an instant. The ceiling spun endlessly above him, and after a while, his chest heaved with disbelief. Chu Yilan actually. Imagine the rest. I'm locked out, QAQ. Unexpectedly, Chu Yilan's voice, laced with mirth, broke through. "Shen Lian, you've only held out for a few minutes, haven't you?" Shen Lian, filled with indignation, propped himself up defiantly and shouted at Chu Yilan, "A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated." Chu Yilan chuckled softly, amusement dancing in his eyes. Wait, you don't need to," he interjected. While slowly accepting Shen Lian, Chu Yilan still wore a protective shell, prickly yet harmless for the time being. However, as their relationship deepened, he found himself contemplating the need to clear the air between them. Once he regained a sense of normalcy, he would wholly embrace what he sought. Shen Lian, still enveloped in the warmth of Chu Yilan's assistance, drifted into a drowsy slumber. In the midst of the night, he stirred, coughing slightly. Dazed, He was lifted into someone's arms and given several bitter pills, though he felt the urge to retch. A simple command to swallow from the other party compelled him to comply. When dawn broke, Shen Lian awoke, still in a state of bewilderment. He pressed his head, feeling a slight discomfort, likely due to last night's indulgence in alcohol. Suddenly reminded of something by Shen Lian, he hastily threw off the covers and got out of bed, quickly washing up before heading to find Aunt Fun. "Aunt Fun, are you there?" Upon hearing Shen Lian's movements, Aunt Fun immediately understood his intent. "Over by the balcony. I've laid out a heating blanket. The temperature is just right. It's still alive." Shen Lian rushed over to take a look. Aunt Fun was meticulous in her work, and the kitten was clearly cleaned, still resembling a little cow. "Ah, cow cat, fantastic," Shen Lian exclaimed, pointing at the kitten and addressing Chu Yilan, who was just descending the stairs. "I can tell at a glance, this is a fated cat. Chu, Gome, grace it with a name." Chu Yilan adjusted his cuffs and replied coolly, 3 minutes. Shen Lian was taken aback. "What kind of name is that?" Chu Yilan shot him a calm glance, remaining silent. "How long have you held on, Shen Lian?" The sudden question rang in his ears. Aunt Fun appeared, noticing Shen Lian frozen in place, and gradually, his face turned visibly red. "Oh my, what happened? Did you eat the little chili I grew?" Shen Lian's movements were stiff and hurried as he dashed into the kitchen. On the table lay freshly baked small cakes. Shen Lian grabbed 2 and stuffed them into his mouth, his expression fierce, as if devouring someone's flesh. Aunt Fun was puzzled. "Little Shen, I want to choke myself." Shen Lian mumbled, "Let Chu Yilan regret it for a lifetime." Leaning against the doorway in a relaxed posture, Chu Yilan remarked, "If you're hungry, just admit it. Don't pin it on me. I have work at the company, so I'll be leaving." Aunt Fun asked, "Sir, won't you eat something? I want to starve myself." Chu Yilan replied seriously, mimicking Shen Lian's tone, to spare someone from feeling lonely in the afterlife. Shen Lian thought to himself, "Just let it drive me mad." Half an hour after Chu Yilan left, Shen Lian finally regained his composure. Around noon, Aunt Fun received a phone call. After listening for a moment, she glanced outside and whispered into the receiver, "Yes, his mental state seems good. I made chicken soup." "All right, I will keep an eye on it." Unbeknownst to Shen Lian, he had moved both the heating blanket and the cat onto the sofa, sitting beside it to observe. How adorable! Chapter 42. Chongqing. The rain fell intermittently, the damp air mingling with the scent of soaked earth. From time to time, Shen Lian would tell Chu Zhumi, "You are quite fortunate. You shall surely soar to great heights in the future, young lad." Indeed, under Shen Lian's unilateral authority, the little cow was named Chu Zhumi. Chu Yilan had no objections to the name, but took issue with the surname, feeling that Shen Lian was subtly mocking him. In response, Shen Lian feigned ignorance. Aunt Fun, on the other hand, called out Zhumi with ease. In the study, Shen Lian turned his head to push Chu Yilan slightly, whispering, "The day after tomorrow. I need to go to Lin City." Chu Yilan gently held his chin and kissed him, asking, "For what purpose?" "Work, location, scouting, and photography, as required by the brand. I'll likely be gone for 2 days." Chu Yilan suddenly felt a bit annoyed with Shen Lian's work, unable to stay put. As soon as the agent spoke, he was ready to leave. "The flowers will be delivered to your office on time. Call me if anything comes up." Chu Yilan scoffed lightly. What could possibly arise? On the day of departure, Shen Lian rose early alongside Chu Yilan. The chauffeur-driven vehicle awaited at the entrance. Shen Lian had already wheeled his suitcase to the foyer when he turned back to find Chu Yilan still standing motionless, his expression as impassive and aloof as ever. However, Shen Lian felt compelled to take some action. He set down his suitcase and stepped forward to embrace Chu Yilan. Chu Yilan, glancing down at him, remarked, "Aren't you a bit too old for this?" Shen Lian, with a sly smile, replied, "Indeed, I'm reluctant to part ways. Let's have one last hug." The somberness in Chu Yilan's eyes diminished slightly, and ultimately, he gave Shen Lian's back a couple of gentle pats, saying, "Take care on your journey. Finish your tasks and return promptly." "Absolutely." With Li Yi and Jian Yu fully prepared, Shen Lian boarded the car, and they set off immediately. The journey to Lin City would take approximately 3 hours, and arriving before 2:30 in the afternoon was essential. Shen Lian meticulously reviewed the shooting requirements and pertinent details. engaging in light conversation with Jiang Yu and the others, making the time pass swiftly. However, as they approached Lin City, the rain intensified. The vehicle skidded, and Li was unable to activate the hazard lights, forcing them to pull over temporarily. The rain lashed against the windows with a crackling sound, leading Shen Lian to momentarily believe hail was falling. Jiang Yu maintained communication with the brand representatives, who advised that shooting in such weather would be challenging and urged Shen Lian to take his time and prioritize safety. Let us resume once the rain subsides a bit. Shen Lian had just sent this message when he received a reply. If it's such a hassle, just come back. Shen Lian chuckled softly. Nonsense. You're busy. I'll contact you once I arrive. After enduring an additional hour of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the designated location set by the brand. This was a large-scale shooting venue, bustling with individuals pushing various high-end garments or making incessant phone calls. The brand AI Fu had gained significant recognition in skincare and handbags over the past 2 years, promoting itself as an essential for discerning women. With the quality of their products, they had garnered considerable consumer interest and affection. Thus, Shen Lian was taken aback when Chu Yilan mentioned a collaboration with AI Fu. When did his popularity soar to such heights? I have worked tirelessly to secure this, Chu Yilan remarked, now increasingly confident in Shen Lian's capabilities. Only offering a symbolic reminder. Though not a trending product, I hope you complete the shoot smoothly. Shen Lian assured him, of course. Chu Yilan intended to assign 2 bodyguards to Shen Lian, but he declined. There's no need for that. With my mask and sunglasses, who could possibly recognize me? The fans who previously chased me have yet to return in full force. Amidst this crowd, 2 security personnel will suffice. After waiting 5 minutes, a representative from the brand hurried over, a 20-something young woman, clad in a form-fitting professional skirt and towering heels. She immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Teacher Shen. I was delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Shen Lian, ever accommodating, responded, no worries. What arrangements do you have in mind? I will take you to the VIP area to rest for a while. After such a long journey, you and your assistant can enjoy some tea with this downpour. No one can venture outside. Agreed. Upon entering the VIP area, the surroundings instantly grew tranquil. Jiang Yu ordered a milk tea and reported the progress to Chu Yilan. Suddenly, Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment, then lowered his voice. Is that Chongqing? Chongqing? Shen Lian felt a sense of familiarity, as a strikingly handsome face drifted through his mind. Ah, it was that ice-cold beauty from the circle, Chongqing. Upon glancing up, it truly was him. Chongqing, a master of fantasy dramas, particularly excelled in portraying the ethereal and aloof mentor roles. Just when everyone presumed he was destined to remain in his comfort zone, he skyrocketed to fame with a crime drama. In that production, he played a taciturn yet tender-hearted second male lead, ultimately sacrificing himself for justice. His resolute and fierce gaze left an indelible impression, shattering the audience's preconceived notions. Later, several seasoned actors acquainted with Chongqing remarked on his remarkable versatility, suggesting he was born for this profession. However, they noted his singular flaw, laziness. He often chose to play mentors simply because he had grown accustomed to it. It saved time and effort while still being lucrative. Fans found themselves both amused and exasperated. One could hardly criticize Chongqing for being lackadaisical, as he never faltered in any role he undertook. Moreover, Chongqing's resources were astonishingly favorable. Even when playing a supporting role, he was part of a popular IP, surrounded by a constellation of stars. Through the memories of his original self, Shen Lian recalled an incident where Chongqing had appeared alongside Zhenggu on a certain program. It was unclear which party had purchased the trending search, but it claimed Zhenggu was a lesser version of Chongqing. Even though Zhenggu already had a solid fanbase, he faced relentless criticism. While Zhenggu could stand on his own, he paled in comparison to Chongqing. As for acting skills, the latter could effortlessly overshadow the former. Regarding appearances, as one netizen aptly put it, I cannot fathom how a rabbit's spirit dares to stand beside an immortal. At that moment, Chongqing slightly tilted his head, allowing his male assistant to adjust his flip collar. Seemingly sensing something, he cast a glance in Shen Lian's direction. When their eyes met, Shen Lian smiled warmly and nodded. Out of politeness, Chongqing returned a gentle nod. Shen Lian mused that he was not difficult to get along with. Chongqing was currently endorsing a new perfume, while Shen Lian was associated with a uniquely designed pair of trousers. Priced at 18,000, the drooping black pants were a torment to Shen Lian's aesthetic sensibilities. Yet he had no choice but to accept the generous offer. Chongqing appeared to be engaged in an outdoor shoot, now confined to the VIP room. Seated diagonally across from Shen Lian. When Li Yi raised his head for the 5th time, Shen Lian, smiling, inquired. So is he your idol? No, li clarifia. Teacher Shen, I am wholeheartedly loyal to you. It was only natural to have one's own idol. It's not me, it's my sister, Li Yi continued. Her birthday is approaching, and she is utterly infatuated with Chongqing. In fact, he's the only one she admires in this circle. Shen Lian acknowledged this with a thoughtful hum, marking it in his memory. Chapter 43. Your will to survive is remarkably strong. The rain intensified dramatically. Shen Lian perused a fashion magazine, lifting his head at the sound of a resounding crash. It seemed the shoot would have to be postponed. Since we can't shoot, why call me here? Can't we resolve it with background effects? Do you have any idea how busy I am? An irate male voice boomed from the entrance. The young man at the center, clad in trendy attire and flanked by a throng of people, wore striking smoky eye makeup, barely revealing his original features. Wang Yueling, having debuted as part of a male idol group, seemed to thrive under the auspices of powerful connections, as if someone were deliberately elevating his status. Each time he was reported, it was always in the context of his capricious demeanor. The staff, smiling and bowing, attempted to explain something to him, only to receive a vexed glance in return. Shen Lian, losing interest, diverted his gaze. The moment Wang Yueling arrived, the VIP area buzzed with activity, and Shen Lian was baffled by how the 7 or 8 individuals could create such a ruckus. They either criticized the brand for its lack of action and deliberate delays, lamented the subpar food and dreadful coffee, or grumbled about their misfortunes. In many respects, the core sentiments of this little group aligned quite harmoniously. Wang Yueling frowned down at his untied shoelaces, prompting an assistant to kneel and fasten them for him, while he sat with his arms crossed, exuding an air of entitlement as if the world owed him 8 million. Keep your distance, Shen Lian cautioned. Li Yi nodded vigorously in agreement. Wang Yueling soon noticed another 2 groups of people and inquired with his staff. After a brief conversation, he turned to Chongqing, his expression noticeably softening. However, when he cast his gaze towards Shen Lian, it reverted to one of disdain and arrogance. His piercing stare was palpable, though Shen Lian chose to ignore it. You all stay here and nibble on something if you get hungry. I'll step outside for some fresh air, Shen Lian declared as he rose. Teacher Shen, I'll accompany you, Li Yi offered. No need, Shen Lian waved him off. I'll be back in no more than 10 minutes. The air conditioning in the VIP area was excessively cold, and while others seemed unfazed, Shen Lian felt stifled. He sought an obscure exit, and upon inhaling the damp, cool air, some of the tightness in his chest dissipated. He pulled out his phone to check for messages. 20 minutes earlier, he had texted Chu Yilan but received no reply, likely due to her busyness. A glance at the group chat revealed that Feng Yueshan was monopolizing the conversation, perpetually reveling in social gatherings. Hey, what are you doing? A security guard barked, pointing at a cluster of 4 or 5 girls who had huddled together. They were youthful faces, some adorned with ear-themed headbands and others clutching star-shaped props and support banners, unmistakably fans. Despite the downpour, they were drenched and shivering, arms wrapped around themselves for warmth. Sir, could we come in to escape the rain? We can't get a taxi, one pleaded. Absolutely not, the guard retorted. Don't think I'm unaware, you just want to sneak in. You young ladies, spending your money on such frivolous pursuits, chasing after strangers and buying this and that. Are you this generous to your parents? Be warned, move along. Have you ever seen how they treat their parents? Shen Lian interjected coldly. The guard turned, surprised to find Shen Lian standing behind him. The man, in his 40s and of ordinary appearance, bore an air of provincial authoritarianism. As he considered retorting, He caught sight of Shen Lian's strikingly handsome features, which hinted at celebrity status, and fell silent. Shen Lian scoffed quietly, recognizing the guard's tendency to bully the weak. "Come here," he beckoned the girls. The guard forced a smile. "Please don't make it difficult for me. Aren't you also exercising your limited authority to make life hard for others?" Shen Lian shot back. "If I recall correctly, the notice at the entrance stated that fans are permitted to visit if relevant personnel consent." Shen Lian was unceremonious, assuming the responsibility should anything go awry. The security guard hurried off to make a phone call. A few young women cautiously approached, drenched as if they had just emerged from a downpour. Yet their gazes towards Shen Lian were filled with gratitude. Shen Lian furrowed his brow and asked, "Why are you out in this weather?" "We've been waiting at the hotel for 3 days, as arranged. Many of our friends are eager for our photos," one of them explained, sounding like a devoted fan. Shen Lian inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "Chongqing," they replied. Shen Lian paused. One of the girls, noticing his reaction, quietly asked, "Have you seen Chongqing?" "Indeed, I have," Shen Lian responded, "but I intend to approach him directly. It's easy to attract ire if one is seen." The circumstances were markedly different. Those in the know would understand. The girl burst into laughter, saying, "Mr. Shen, your survival instincts are truly remarkable." Shen Lian, slightly taken aback, asked, "You know me?" The girl replied, "It appears you have a misapprehension regarding your recent influence." Soon, a staff member clad in black hurried over, and the security guard immediately acted as if he had found a reliable ally, reporting the situation. The girls appeared somewhat apprehensive, but Shen Lian commanded, "You all stay right here." "Mr. Shen," the staff member greeted politely. "Yes, they're all my fans and haven't taken cab," Shen Lian said. "There are just 5 of them. They won't disrupt your work." Of course, the staff member nodded repeatedly. Since the principal had agreed, according to regulations, these fans could enter as long as they did not impede other operations. Shen Lian walked ahead, then turned to beckon the girls to follow. They exchanged excited glances. Their spirits lifted. The staff member, exhibiting a considerate nature, brought over clean towels. Shen Lian waited for them to dry their hair before speaking. "You won't be able to enter the VIP area. I will speak with the staff around Chongqing. If you can meet him, that would be splendid, but if not, please do not hold it against me." "Thank you, Mr. Shen. Chongqing will surely meet us," they exclaimed. Shen Lian ordered them hot drinks before returning to the VIP lounge. Fortuitously, he encountered a staff member close to Chongqing. "Excuse me, sir. Could you hold on for a moment?" Shen Lian interjected. The individual appeared wary and asked, "What is it?" "There are a few young ladies outside who are fans of Teacher Chong. Given the torrential rain, they couldn't catch a cab, so I took the liberty of bringing them in. Would that be acceptable?" The man hesitated, then took a deep breath and pulled out his phone, attempting to make contact. But it was unresponsive. "Great," he muttered, frustrated. "How could it be out of battery? I wasn't even aware they were coming." "Were they?" With a good-natured demeanor, Shen Lian replied, "I could take you to them." "Chu Yilan." The lead girl cried out upon seeing the staff member, her voice tinged with distress. "I'm so sorry. My apologies." Zhu Wan, noticing their plight, clicked his tongue and said, "You should have reported your names to enter, especially in this rain." It was futile. The security guard refused to allow it, the girl explained, glancing at Shen Lian. "Thanks to Mr. Shen." "All right," Shen Lian signaled with an okay gesture. "You all converse freely. I shall take my leave." Chapter 44. Dining invitation at fan meetings. Chongqing was not particularly enthusiastic, not out of arrogance, but rather due to a slight apprehension towards large gatherings. His participation in offline events had been remarkably limited. Subsequently, several reliable supporters from the fan club took the initiative to organize occasional photo sessions and brief video interviews with him, to which Chongqing readily agreed. Whether it was about the photos released or the heartfelt video messages, his sincerity was palpable. Zhu Wan, acting as Chongqing's semi-manager, was responsible for coordinating this effort. The arrangement was quite manageable, occurring roughly once a month, with Zhu Wan promptly sending any good candid shots directly to the fans, achieving a remarkably swift turnaround. Thus, the interaction between Chongqing and his fans was both unique and stable. However, Zhu Wan did not anticipate that his phone would suddenly lose power. Having previously confirmed today's arrangement a week ago, He became so overwhelmed with tasks that he overlooked this detail. Consequently, amidst a torrential downpour, several fans found themselves stranded outside the filming building, resulting in an awkward situation. "Brother Shen, why are you taking so long?" Jiang Yu inquired. "It's nothing much. I encountered a few of Chongqing's fans and lent a hand," Shen Lian replied. "It seems we won't be able to shoot today. Let's wait a little longer, or we might as well head back to the hotel." Not long after Shen Lian sat down, Chongqing hastily exited. His slender and tall figure adorned in a wide-sleeved long shirt was undoubtedly captivating. Bored, Shen Lian began playing video games with his two assistants. Li Yi was astonished to discover Shen Lian's remarkable gaming skills, especially during a thrilling moment when he executed a near-death comeback. Jiang Yu, serving as a supportive assistant, relished the experience of being carried to victory, enthusiastically praising, "Impressive, Brother Shen, you look stunning." As they concluded their gaming session, a staff member approached with an apologetic expression. "Teacher Shen, I'm sorry. The photography team has informed us that we can't proceed with the shoot." The rain continued to pour outside, making it seem almost impossible to film. Shen Lian nodded in understanding. "All right then. Let's head back to the hotel and discuss further details later." "Thank you." As they rose, sounds of discontent emerged from Wang Yueling's direction. The brand representative had suggested taking Wang Yueling out for dinner, only to be met with a retort. "Do you think I need your meal?" However, after a moment's pause, Wang Yueling glanced towards the spot where Chongqing had just been. "Did you also invite him?" The representative, finally catching on to the deeper implications, recognized Wang Yueling's arrogance. Yet, he was aware of the disparity between them and spoke cautiously, albeit with a hint of defiance, fearing that the brand S treatment of the two might differ in caliber. "Wasn't that obvious?" The representative mused. Chongqing had been secured after much effort from their vice president, who had indulged in several rounds of drinks to negotiate. Despite Wang Yueling's bravado, accommodating him was not particularly troublesome. The representative maintained a cordial demeanor. "Teacher Chong likely has other commitments." Wang Yueling scoffed lightly. At that moment, Shen Lian and his companions exited the VIP area. Li Yi went to fetch the car, while Shen Lian and Jiang Yu stood at the entrance. Shen Lian turned to Jiang Yu and asked, "What would you like for dinner tonight?" "It's my treat." Jiang Yu licked her lips. "Steak." "Very well. I shall treat you to steak." A cool yet warm voice resonated from behind. "Teacher Shen." Shen Lian turned around in surprise. "If it's not too much trouble, I would like to invite you to dinner," Chongqing offered. Shen Lian quickly realized that it was for a few fans and smiled slightly, saying, "It's no trouble, merely a small effort." Thus, he felt compelled to express gratitude towards Teacher Shen. Chongqing's demeanor softened, shedding his previous aloofness, and he added, "I hope you will not decline." Shen Lian pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "All right." Just as they departed, Wang Yueling appeared not far behind, her expression rather grim. Chongqing chose an upscale and tranquil Western restaurant, where the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious rather than stiff. Jiang Yu was engrossed in her meal, thoroughly satisfied. Shen Lian exchanged occasional pleasantries with Chongqing, both forming a favorable impression of one another. Suddenly, Shen Lian's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller, his expression shifted slightly. "Apologies. Please enjoy your meal." He stepped aside to take the call, which was not far away, and Chongqing was not intentionally eavesdropping. But Shen Lian's words inadvertently drifted into his ears. "Dining with a big shot, you ask why?" "Naturally, it's because I am adored by all." "Just kidding. I did a small favor for them. What about you? Have you eaten?" "Take out one tea do. You should head home now and let Aunt Fin cook for you, or I might get upset." "Did you receive the potted cactus today? Is the florist out of their mind?" "I'll call him shortly." "Well, if you like it, keep it. It's easy to care for and blooms beautifully." Their casual banter revealed a closeness that may have bordered on intimacy. Chongqing remained composed, fully aware of the significance behind such a tone. Shen Lian was utterly unreserved. It was evident that he was speaking with a girlfriend. After a few more exchanges, he hung up and returned to the dining table, having enjoyed a pleasant meal. As they parted ways, each got into their vehicles, oblivious to the flash of a camera that vanished into the shadows. Regrettably, upon returning to the hotel, Lin City was beset by 2 consecutive days of rain. Shen Lian did not wish to trouble Li Yi to drive him back and forth. It seemed too excessive, especially if the rains ceased midway. Hu Kailing had worked hard to secure this opportunity, and while Shen Lian could endure, he noticed that Chu Yilan's frustration was noticeably escalating. Though he claimed to be fine, every word he uttered was laced with displeasure, prompting Shen Lian to soothe him via video call that evening. Their relationship had begun to stabilize, yet Chu Yilan, being sensitive by nature, was something Shen Lian fully understood. Finally, on the third day, when Shen Lian awoke, the rain had ceased. Almost simultaneously, a call came in from the brand representatives. Everyone hurriedly prepared for the day's events, especially as the sun emerged powerfully during lunchtime. The black drop-crotch pants he was endorsing, in Li Yi's words, would be unremarkable if the model were not Shen Lian himself. With his hands tucked into his pockets and chin slightly raised, Shen Lian struck a haughty pose for the photographer. Midway through the shoot, a van pulled up, and Chongqing stepped out. Chongqing was equally dedicated to his craft. The perfume advertisement was easy to shoot, and his progress was even swifter than Shen Lian's. At that moment, Chongqing, wearing sunglasses, leaned against the car door. He had looked over Shen Lian's profile the night he dined with him, and truth be told, he was quite surprised. The person depicted online bore little resemblance to the Shen Lian he had encountered. Is Teacher Chong on the way? After finishing this segment, Shen Lian walked forward with a smile. I suppose so. Most of us are filming nearby, Chongqing remarked, glancing toward the van behind their own vehicle. Of course. There's one more matter that troubles Teacher Shen. What is it? Shen Lian inquired. One of my fans wishes to have your autograph. Shen Lian was taken aback. Mean it? Yes. The van door swung open, and a young girl hopped out, revealing herself to be one of the fans Shen Lian had assisted previously. Holding a photograph, a screenshot from a recent variety show in which Shen Lian participated. Understanding her intentions, Shen Lian readily agreed, no problem. Come here. Chapter 45. The path is truly wild, Teacher Shen. You are remarkable, the girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. After signing her name, Shen Lian smiled back. I shall continue to strive. Teacher Shen, could you sign one for me as well? Several other girls descended from the vehicle. Shen Lian raised her hands in mock surrender. But you are all fans of Teacher Chong. Is this truly appropriate? Chongqing chuckled, I don't mind. Thus, Shen Lian felt at ease as well. By the way, Shen Lian turned to Li Yi, giving him a knowing glance. My assistant's sister is a devoted fan of yours. If it's convenient, could you please sign something for her? Her birthday is approaching. Li Yi was taken aback, but searched his pockets for something to sign, yet found nothing. Eventually, a fan generously offered a still from Chongqing's drama, and Chongqing signed it before handing it to Li Yi. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Li Yi exclaimed, Thank you. Thank you so much. With leisure time on his hands, Chongqing awaited Shen Lian to finish work. As they walked ahead, one fan could not resist and secretly snapped a group photo. No one anticipated that upon returning to the brand's headquarters, the weather would turn, and rain would pour down. Wang Yueling sat in the lobby, sipping coffee, exuding an air of nonchalance. Upon seeing Shen Lian and Chongqing enter together, he seemed to let out a slight hum of discontent. Does Teacher Shen have a conflict with him? Chongqing asked. To be honest, this is only our second meeting. We haven't exchanged a single word, Shen Lian replied. A glance exchanged between Shen Lian and Chongqing revealed their mutual understanding. The other party seemed troubled. In the entertainment industry, the dynamics of power and rivalry are commonplace, and unwarranted animosity can arise without warning. Shen Lian surmised that Wang Yueling likely found her unimpressive, as he had yet to garner enough influence to target Chongqing. President Chu? Why are you calling me now about the business association event next month? A tall man walked ahead, his tone laced with playful sarcasm, flanked by a cadre of assistants and bodyguards. A worker passed by, carrying a mirror that reflected the man's superior physique and handsome features. Su Jinga smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Currently, he and Chu Yilan were partners, but they could potentially become rivals in the future. Suddenly halting, Su Jinga inquired, You want me to take care of someone? Am I hearing you correctly, President Chu? Please repeat that. Chu Yilan responded, if he weren't currently occupied and unable to entrust the task to someone else. I would T have asked. Su Jinga may be a bit troublesome, but he is reliable for now. Intrigued, Su Jinga asked, where is this taking place? I would like to see. At the filming venue of A-Fur. Su Jinga's expression transformed to one of genuine astonishment. With one hand clutching his phone and the other resting in his pocket, he turned to gaze at the marble-carved brand logo at the entrance. A chilling realization struck him. This was precisely where Chu Yilan had mentioned. Su Jinga arrived to retrieve his beloved. Equally significant, however, was his rare inclination towards gossip. In Lin City, Su Jinga held considerable sway. Had it been anyone else calling today, he would have deemed them mad to presume he would attend to such trivial matters. Yet, it was Chu Yilan on the other end. He recalled Feng Yuanshan recently bombarding social media with claims about someone prioritizing romance over friendship, initially. He presumed it referred to Zhou Yuanlin, whose behavior had been consistent for years, rendering him unworthy of such attention. Upon reflection, however, could it possibly be Chu Yilan? Mr. Chu, Su Jinga boldly inquired, have you entered into a romantic relationship? Chu Yilan responded, prompting Su Jinga to ponder, within the confines of A-Fur, whether the individuals present were staff or artists. He swiftly interjected, denying Chu Yilan the opportunity to respond. He was firm in his belief that retribution was best served cold. Do you recall what you said when I and my beloved Changxin confirmed our relationship? In a tone reminiscent of Chu Yilan's previous cool demeanor, he mimicked. You invite tedium upon yourself. Chu Yilan appeared ready to terminate the call. Meanwhile, Shen Lian could no longer evade the inevitable encounter with Wang Yueling, who took the initiative to confront him. Wang Yueling, still unprepared from a shoot, insisted on using the third makeup room upon seeing Shen Lian enter. Shen Lian, reluctant to stir up trouble, stood firm. My Yueling urgently requires this room. Could you please yield? Wang Yueling's assistant interjected. At that moment, Shen Lian lingered at the entrance of the third makeup room, leaning against the wall. With other rooms available, why this one? Indeed, Wang Yueling affirmed, crossing his arms. 3 is my lucky number. What a coincidence, Shen Lian thought. 3 is also my lucky number. Wang Yueling's expression soured. You refuse to yield? I refuse. Wang Yueling studied Shen Lian for several seconds before a cold smile spread across his face. It was evident that cultivating a relationship with Changqing had bolstered Shen Lian's confidence. Your words betray you, Shen Lian observed. You should strive to cultivate a relationship with him yourself instead of blaming me. Wang Yueling's gaze darkened. Shen Lian's tone was laden with implication as he noted the unspoken truth on Wang Yueling's face. You made the effort, yet Teacher Chang did not reciprocate. Wang Yueling's countenance turned ominous. Indeed, Shen Lian remarked. Li Yi, witnessing the exchange, felt an acute sense of suffocation. I've finished with room 3, Shen Lian stated succinctly. If you wish for me to vacate, you will need to ask the brand representatives to remove me. With that, he gestured for Jiang Yu and Li Yi to follow him inside before slamming the door shut. Wang Yueling's expression twisted in frustration. Within 10 minutes, the door to the makeup room was pounded upon with great intensity. Shen Lian stood, calmly stating, that took longer than I anticipated. Have you forgotten anything? Let us depart. Wang Yueling had indeed summoned a formidable ally, resembling a senior executive, standing beside him in a posture of support. Unmoved, Shen Lian replied, I have finished. You may use room 3. Wang Yueling's eye twitched in irritation. He remained silent. If the person beside him spoke up, are you not acquainted with the established rules of our circle? Shen Lian, intrigued, observed the scene, understanding the dynamics at play, yet asserting that the rules were not his to dictate. Is that so? The opponent stepped forward, a threatening demeanor evident. Do you believe your endorsement is still intact? This intimidation was enough to rattle newcomers or those of lesser stature, but Wang Yueling merely displayed a sense of satisfaction. Are you playing house like a child? Resorting to calling your father when you can't win an argument? Shen Lian, undeterred by the slight, retaliated with sharp sarcasm, turning to the man, come now. Let me see if my endorsement has indeed flown away. Su Jinga, observing from a distance, mused about Chu Yilan's audacity. So, you fancy the assertive approach? He thought. Do you really want to provoke me into coming from afar, just to silence you? How fierce indeed, Su Jinga contemplated. Chapter 46. No thanks to be uttered? The man's ire at Shen Lian's demeanor was palpable, and he promptly pulled out his phone to make a call. Jiang Yu tugged at Shen Lian's sleeve, a hint of concern in her expression. In mere seconds, Su Jingge had garnered a preliminary understanding of Shen Lian. To be candid, Chu Yilan's taste was impeccable. Save for the previous individual, named Zheng Ge. The nickname Xiao Chongqing had thoroughly disgusted Su Jingge. The entertainment industry was rife with sensationalist tactics, a reality he was not surprised by, but involving Chongqing was unacceptable. Zheng Ge, at best, appeared somewhat fair-skinned, but how could he possibly compare to Chongqing? The diluted marketing accounts even suggested that Zheng Ge might someday replace Chongqing. Such audacity, likely supported by powerful backing, implied that the remaining battle was one of capital. Zheng Ji's fans had been silenced after a fierce backlash, and Su Jingge had played a significant role in that outcome. Chongqing had raised an eyebrow at the time, questioning, "Why do you care about these matters?" Su Jingge retorted, "I detest it. It unsettles me." As for Shen Lian, his demeanor radiated sharpness. While the man blustered, Shen Lian quietly observed his frenzy, akin to watching a rabid dog on the roadside, exuding irony. Wang Yueling had indeed summoned someone with clout, yet not the most influential. As the situation escalated beyond control, an inexplicable unease surged within Wang Yueling. "Oh dear, Mr. Su, why are you standing here? I was waiting for you upstairs." A cheerful voice disrupted the tense atmosphere, revealing a group not far off. Shen Lian quickly spotted Su Jingge, whose striking appearance was hard to overlook, seated on a stool. He appeared thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. With the interruption, Su Jingge rose and greeted Vice President Zhang of AI Fu, stating, "The upstairs is rather dull. There's more excitement down here." Vice President Zhang felt an ominous premonition. He recognized Wang Yueling and had some recollection of Shen Lian. Yet the nature of their dispute eluded him, particularly in Su Jingge's presence. Concerned about potential damage to the company's image, Vice President Zhang hurried forward, his expression darkening. "What's going on here?" "This gentleman intends to terminate the endorsement of this individual," Su Jingge explained, gesturing towards Wang Yueling and then Shen Lian. "I merely wish to witness how such a termination is executed. Oh, by the way," he glanced at the man still holding the phone. "Have you found someone at a higher level who can make a decision? If not," asked Vice President Zhang. Both Wang Yueling and the man stiffened at this. What is there that Vice President Zhang doesn't understand? This Wang Yueling has been making demands since before he arrived. If it weren't for the sake of returning a favor, I wouldn't even consider inviting him. Shen Lian couldn't help but feel a sense of vigilance, though he had only met Su Jingge once. This person seemed to be advocating for him. Why? Vice President Zhang instructed them to return and discuss the matter later. Shen Lian preferred not to linger on it. Even if Fu Kailan were to find out, he shouldn't be held accountable. As they brushed past each other, Su Jingge whispered, "Aren't you going to say thank you?" At that moment, Shen Lian was certain the other party was indeed being helpful. Despite his confusion, he responded out of courtesy, "Thank you." Su Jing Sumai Nao Win Li. His demeanor sharp yet composed, a person of integrity. Upon exiting the filming building, Jiang Yu couldn't help but express concern. "Are you all right, Brother Shen? What could possibly be wrong?" Shen Lian chuckled. "Let us head back to the hotel." Having completed his advertisement shoot, he only needed to see if any editing or additional shots were necessary. Once the brand confirmed, he could return. Su Jingge briefly recounted the situation on WeChat, stating it was resolved. He was unaware of Wang Yueling's fate, but assured that it wouldn't involve Shen Lian. Consequently, Chu Yilan patiently awaited Shen Lian's grievances, only for him to return to the hotel and go straight to sleep. Upon waking, he had a bowl of congee, and it was only in the evening that he received a call, chatting with Chu Yilan in a relaxed tone as if nothing had transpired. "Shen Lian." Chu Yilan suddenly interrupted the trivial chatter, asking, "Do you trust me?" "Isn't that obvious?" Shen Lian replied, "I gave you my first kiss." Chu Yilan ignored the jest. Pressing on, "Why didn't you tell me if you felt wronged?" "Wronged? What wrong?" Shen Lian paused, taking several seconds to recall the events of the afternoon. "Oh, that Su guy. Was he the one you summoned to assist me?" "Dream on," Chu Yilan scoffed. Yet, to Shen Lian, this was tantamount to an admission. His heart swelled with sweetness, his voice almost syrupy. "You care so much for me." Chu Yilan remained silent. "Don't worry. These are all minor issues," Shen Lian reassured. "I'll resolve what I can. If I can't, I'll call on you. If I had indeed lost the endorsement this afternoon, I might have needed your help." Chu Yilan huffed in response. Shen Lian lay on his side on the bed, clutching the blanket, gazing out at the incessant rain, feeling irritated. "Don't like rainy days?" "It's not that. I just want to go home." A certain part of Chu Yilan's heart softened immensely. He replied gently, "Once your work is done, we'll see. If need be, I'll send someone to fetch you." Shen Lian did not refuse. "All right." However, none anticipated the rare, torrential downpour that night. Within hours, the water levels surged. At 5 in the morning, Shen Lian awoke to the shrill sound of the hotel alarm. As he opened the door, he found Li already dressed and ready. "Teacher Shen, what is happening?" "It has been reported that a certain dam has breached, and with such heavy rainfall, there is a risk of flooding. The parking lot on the basement level of the hotel has been completely submerged. Hugo just called me, stating that the terrain here is too low, urging us to change hotels promptly." Shen Lian, not daring to delay, called for Jiangyu, and the three of them set off immediately. Thunder rumbled ominously, and chaos reigned in the corridor. As Shen Lian arrived in the lobby, the sharp cries of a child pierced the air. A little girl, appearing around 5 or 6 years old, collapsed before him, her tear-streaked face betraying her evident fright. Shen Lian even spotted a footprint on her small dress. He swiftly picked the child up, gently reassuring her, "It's all right, we're your parents." Perhaps it was the comforting aura that emanated from Shen Lian, for the little girl clung to his neck like a lifeline, sobbing and unable to respond. "Help! The water is rising," someone shouted, and it was as though boiling water had been poured into an oil pan. Shen Lian was jostled from behind, nearly losing his balance. He looked up to see a throng of people hurriedly fleeing with their belongings, none appearing to search for anything left behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Lian declared, "We must leave now." Their nanny van was parked outside, but even the short distance to reach it was fraught with difficulty, as the water rose to their calves, the force of the current making it hard to maintain stability with every step. At that moment, no amount of driving skill could save them. The nanny van reached an incline before completely stalling. Rainwater cascaded down the windshield, and the vehicle began to slide backward uncontrollably. Soon, a voice from a high-rise building blared through a loudspeaker, directing everyone to evacuate. There were a few raincoats in the van, which Shen Lian distributed to Li and Jiangyu, ensuring the little girl was also properly outfitted before abandoning the vehicle. Chapter 47. Rescuing lives. The fierce winds propelled the fine raindrops toward them, making it nearly impossible to open their eyes. Fortunately, the temporary shelter mentioned in the announcement was not far away. Shen Lian shielded the little girl in front of him, unaware of how long they had been walking, when suddenly a voice shouted, "Grab the rope." The water surged violently, rushing down from above. They remained untouched at the roadside, primarily because the drainage system had activated at intervals, and this area was elevated 10 centimeters above the water level, although it was still perilous. Those swept down from the road found no viable foothold. Fortunately, a large tree had snapped, and a desperate figure managed to grasp a branch. But the current was relentlessly pulling him down, twisting his body save for his head. Rescue personnel had yet to arrive, but local residents had brought a rope. However, the man in the water was barely visible, his pale face indicating he could not hold on much longer. Shen Lian quickly scanned the surroundings and, with luck on his side, spotted a black car, tire hanging inside the entrance of a hardware store. Clutching it, Shen Lian handed the little girl to Li and set off. "Teacher Shen," someone called. Without hesitation, Shen Lian swiftly removed the tire and joined the rescue team. "The rope is long enough. Come, tie it around me," he instructed, his voice resonating with an inexplicable calm amid the tempest, instilling a sense of reassurance in those around him. Under the direction of the leaders, the crowd promptly obeyed. Shen Lian secured one end of the rope firmly to the tire, handing the other end to 3 sturdy brothers, while he himself took on the role of a floating intermediary. "Brothers, hold tight," he urged. "Have no fear. We will manage to pull you up." Turning around, Shen Lian leaped onto the fractured tree root, prompting a few timid bystanders to gasp in alarm. The water below surged violently. In such weather and circumstances, one's judgment could easily falter. At that moment, Shen Lian was merely 4 or 5 meters away from the man in the water. He assessed the load-bearing capacity of the branch and cautiously advanced. Wiping the water from his face, he noticed that the man had already lost strength and released one hand. Without hesitation, Shen Lian leaned forward and tossed the tire. A mere inch off target, the man attempted to grasp it, but he was too fatigued to succeed. "Grab it securely," Shen Lian shouted, quickly pulling the rope back while stepping forward once more. The branch bent under his weight, causing him to sink slightly. "That's enough, young brother. You can't go any further," someone called from behind. Shen Lian exhaled heavily. The man had reached his limit. The instant the man let go, Shen Lian forcefully hurled the tire, and simultaneously he plunged into the water, almost disappearing along with the man. Many on the shore were left breathless with fear. Even Li Yi, a burly man, felt the darkness closing in. Yet, within 2 seconds, Shen Lian resurfaced and shouted to the three brothers, "Pull!" The resistance was fierce, but the tire had snugly caught around the man's neck, and driven by an intense will to survive, he finally grasped the rope, watching as Shen Lian gradually drew closer. Those on the shore extended their hands, and the man realized he was to be saved. A misstep here would lead to a plunge into the depths of the river below. Shen Lian was swiftly pulled ashore, coughing up water and finally breathing a sigh of relief. The tumultuous waters were mixed with debris, striking him painfully. "Young man, you're the one," exclaimed the burly brother, giving Shen Lian a thumbs up. Shen Lian's mask had long been blown away, and he managed a smile as he stood up with Li Yi's assistance, continuing toward a place of refuge. Meanwhile, Chu Yilan sat in her office, her expression deeply troubled. Shen Lian's phone was unreachable, and news of the torrential downpour in Lin City threatening to cause flooding had erupted online. The computer screen displayed real-time updates on Weibo, with many local residents in high-rise buildings, temporarily safe, reporting on the progress in various districts, all fervently praying for no casualties and the safety of the rescue teams. "Oh my, is that Shen Lian?" exclaimed someone as the square buzzed with a video clip. The video comprised 2 segments, one filmed from a height and the other capturing Shen Lian's south face up close amidst the shaking. As Chu Yilan finished watching the video, her fingertips turned icy, particularly at the moment when Shen Lian fell from the branch and submerged into the water, a sudden ringing echoing in her ears. "Young Bin ensnared." Speaking gravely, President Chu, "The transportation to Lin City is still blocked. The rain is obstructing it. Find a way," Chu Yilan exclaimed, her eyes flaring with urgency. "Ask what is needed over there. First, clear the road." The refuge is a half-constructed large shopping mall, surrounded by grimy concrete and steel reinforcements. Groups of people sit together, their faces etched with profound fatigue and a sense of relief from having survived catastrophe. Truly, it feels like a surreal dream. A gentle touch on his arm jolts Shen Lian into awareness of his pain. He winces slightly, causing the young girl who had been accompanying him to retract her hand, her expression shifting from fear to concern as she gazes at the wound on his arm. "It's nothing," Shen Lian reassures her with a smile. "It doesn't hurt." In the next moment, Li Yi and Jiang Yu both collapse to their knees, gasping for breath. Shen Lian is taken aback. "What happened to you two?" Li Yi waves his hand dismissively. "Teacher Shen, if you keep this up, we might meet an untimely demise." Jiang Yu nods vigorously in agreement. Shen Lian can't help but chuckle. "I assure you, I have it under control. May I borrow your phone?" He realizes he must have lost his during the chaos of rescuing others. While Jiang Yu and Li Yi's phones are indeed intact, they are unfortunately waterlogged and display nothing but black screens. "I'll buy you new ones later," Shen Lian promises, instructing Li Yi. "See if you can lend me one that works. I must make this call." Li Yi searches diligently and soon retrieves a functional phone. Shen Lian connects it and swiftly inputs the number he has memorized by heart. Chu Yilan steps out of the vehicle, sheltered by Yang Bin's umbrella, as a large bag of sand is pushed towards the precipice of the water's edge. Chu Yilan's gaze is somber. After several rings, He finally checks his phone to find an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen, and a sudden surge of anxiety courses through him. He answers the call, holding the phone to his ear in silence. The tension is palpable, rendering even his breath a mere whisper. "Jie," comes Shen Lian's light-hearted voice from the other end. "I've ensured my safety, so do not worry." Shen Lian feels he has concealed his feelings well, but as moments pass without hearing Chu Yilan's response, unease begins to creep in. "Chu Yilan?" "Shen Lian." Chu Yilan finally responds, his tone devoid of emotion. "I'm here. As soon as the road's clear, I'll head to Lin City. No need to rush. When I arrive, you'd best hope I don't catch you," Chu Yilan warns. "I will make you pay." Shen Lian, feeling a mix of apprehension and amusement, awkwardly ends the call. For the first time, Li notices the unease etched on Shen Lian's face. Shen Lian mutters, "It was merely a lost phone. Is it really worth such anger?" Unbeknownst to him, the two videos had circulated widely online. Chu Yilan, unable to reach them, decides to suppress the trending topic, realizing this is not the time to draw attention. During the call, Chu Yilan inquired about Shen Lian's precise location. They waited at the refuge for over 10 minutes, and just as Shen Lian sneezed for the 5th time, a black car pulled up outside. The man who emerged from the passenger seat immediately spotted him and approached with purposeful strides, politely stating, "Mr. Shen, President Su has sent me to fetch you." Shen Lian nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your trouble." He took the young girl into the back seat, requesting a clean blanket to dry her hair. "You mustn't catch a cold." The girl remained silent, pausing for a moment before lightly shaking her head. Upon arriving at a luxurious hotel, Shen Lian did not find Su Jinga awaiting him. He was promptly shown to his room, where the first order of business was to indulge in a hot shower. He tossed his clothes into the washing machine and emerged clad in a bathrobe, savoring a cup of steaming coffee as he awaited his garments to dry. Li Yi and Jiang Yu also enjoyed comfortable accommodations. The little girl, who had been following Jiang Yu, had ceased her cries and peacefully drifted into slumber. After changing into fresh attire, Shen Lian took a brief respite on the sofa. Hearing some commotion, he rose to open the door, only to be momentarily dazed by the sight of Chong Qing. "Teacher Chong?" he inquired, still half asleep. "Yes." Chong Qing assessed Shen Lian with a scrutinizing gaze. "Are you well?" "Everything is fine." Chong Qing then led Shen Lian to the 3rd floor for a meal. At that moment, Shen Lian was still in a daze. Was it truly possible that Chong Qing had come to see him? Once seated, recognizing Shen Lian's bewilderment, Chong Qing elucidated. "Jinga is preoccupied with arranging animal supplies and will not be able to join us for a while. Upon learning you were here, I came directly." The weight of this revelation struck Shen Lian profoundly. Su Jinga. He vaguely recalled encountering that name in the financial magazines frequently perused by Chu Yilan. The familiarity and tranquility in Chong Qing's tone hinted at a significant connection. Shen Lian chose not to indulge in gossip, instead expressing his gratitude with a smile. There were no extravagant dishes. A bowl of steaming chicken broth noodles was far more satisfying. After enjoying his meal, Shen Lian remembered to request that the waiter deliver a portion to Li Yi and Jiang Yu as well. Shen Lian had been intermittently coughing, prompting a frown from Chong Qing. "Have you caught a chill?" Shen Lian dismissed the concern. "I should be fine. You've been out in the rain, rescuing people. Don't be careless. I'll have someone bring you some medicine shortly." Shen Lian looked up. "How did you know, Teacher Chong?" Chong Qing met his gaze for a moment, surprised. "You were filmed. Who in our circle isn't aware of it by now?" "Teacher Chong, may I borrow your phone?" Upon receiving the phone, Shen Lian wasted no time logging into Weibo. Notifications flooded in, 99 unread messages, and a glance at his private messages revealed an overwhelming number of compliments. He navigated to his trending topic, where a video of him was being incessantly promoted. After watching, Shen Lian fell silent. He finally grasped why Chu Yilan had been so furious. Observing Shen Lian's incredulous expression, Chong Qing remarked, "This is quite dangerous. Be more cautious next time. However, it may not be entirely unfavorable for you." Shen Lian comprehended Chong Qing's implication. Yet, in that moment of rushing to save a life, he had not considered the potential for notoriety. Life was at stake. What did fame matter then? As he briefly stepped into Chu Yilan's perspective, He felt a chill run down his spine. Chu Yilan's words were not mere jest. He genuinely wished for Shen Lian's demise. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Shen Lian returned to his room to rest. In the interim, a waiter delivered cold medicine, which he took according to the instructions. Lying in bed, he held the old phone borrowed from Chongqing. Although it lacked a SIM card, internet access was largely unimpeded. He tapped on Chu Yilan's darkened WeChat profile picture and sent a playful sticking-out tongue emoji. After 10 minutes of silence, he received no reply. What should he do? Shen Lian felt perplexed. This was not an issue easily resolved with a bouquet of flowers or a few sweet words. Shen Lian, wrapped in his quilt, pondered deeply. Unbeknownst to him, his body temperature began to rise, while a chilling sensation seeped from his bones, perhaps an indication of an impending cold. He instinctively huddled deeper into his blanket, soon succumbing to a profound slumber. During this deep sleep, he lost track of time, unaware of when the rain had ceased. Rescue efforts were promptly mobilized across various districts, resulting in over 20 injuries but no fatalities, leading to a wave of relief and blessings expressed online. Upon arriving in Lin City, Chu Yilan encountered the emoji Shen Lian had sent. Su Jinga had already spoken with him via phone, confirming that Shen Lian was safe. At this moment, Chu Yilan gently stroked the screen of his phone, feeling his taut nerves begin to relax. Yangbin led the way, bringing with him a convoy of 32 vehicles filled with supplies. As an esteemed entrepreneur in Lin City, Su Jinga naturally rushed to the front line in response to the incident. And upon hearing the logistical challenges over the phone, Chu Yilan decided to address them directly. With Yangbin overseeing the supplies, there was no cause for concern. Chu Yilan headed to the hotel, accompanied by son Binghe, who mused about the serendipity of meeting Mr. Shen so soon again. Poor Mr. Shen at that moment was suffering from aches all over and a throat that felt as though it were on fire. Despite his discomfort, he remained silent. At the entrance of the room, Chu Yilan encountered Chongqing, who had just arrived. While Chu Yilan remained oblivious to any change, Chongqing noticed that the moment he laid eyes on him, Chu Yilan's expression darkened, exuding possessiveness intertwined with an undercurrent of aggression. Acknowledging that Shen Lian belonged to Chu Yilan, Chongqing decided to extend his respect. Recalling Su Jinga's words, "Mr. Chu?" Chongqing ventured, "I came to check on Teacher Shen." Chu Yilan narrowed his eyes. "You are Chongqing." Upon uttering this name, Chu Yilan's hostility dissipated, and he gave a slight nod before entering the room after inputting the code. Chongqing paused for a moment, contemplating whether to follow. As Chu Yilan walked, he resolved to confront Shen Lian, intending to teach him a lesson that would linger in his memory for a lifetime. Just as Chongqing contemplated leaving, the room door was suddenly kicked open. He turned to see Chu Yilan emerging with Shen Lian, who was tightly wrapped in a quilt. The young man had one arm draped around Shen Lian's neck, while the other fell from the quilt, revealing his slender, pale fingers. Chongqing was taken aback. Just that afternoon, Shen Lian had seemed fine. Chu Yilan remained silent, striding purposefully. Son Binghe, having just unlocked his phone to check in on Shen Lian, witnessed his boss carrying someone out. Without hesitation, he shifted into gear and opened the car door, accelerating once Chu Yilan was settled inside. Through the rearview mirror, son Binghe caught a glimpse of his boss, who was carefully lowering his head to check the temperature of the person in his arms. Shen Lian mumbled incoherently, "I'm here. Don't be angry." Chu Yilan replied softly, while son Binghe thought, Chapter 49, A Serendipitous Turn. His first thought was one of relief for being in a trusted position. Otherwise, it would merely have been a matter of time before he faced dire consequences. In truth, Shen Lian had not fully awakened. He gazed vaguely at the figure before him, whose outline closely resembled Chu Yilan's, yet his mind was a chaotic blur, unable to connect with reality. Nonetheless, he earnestly contemplated a single question: how to prevent Chu Yilan from becoming upset. Chu Yilan, both amused and exasperated, thought to himself, "This rogue." Shen Lian slightly raised his chin, struggling to breathe, prompting Chu Yilan to pull the blanket down a bit. Shen Lian's hair clung to his face, likely damp with sweat, and his complexion appeared pallid. A dull ache gripped Chu Yilan's heart. How could it be that this individual had only been away from him for a few days? Along the way, Chu Yilan made a phone call. and upon arriving at the hospital, they were ushered through the green channel. Blood tests and intravenous drips ensued, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Throughout this period, Shen Lian remained unconscious, though his labored breathing gradually eased. In the private hospital room, Chu Yilan moved a chair to sit by the bedside, his patience nearly exhausted. This person seemed to be a bane to him. Soon after, the doctor entered with a stack of test results, and upon seeing the physician's expression, unease crept into Chu Yilan's heart. A slight pulmonary infection, the doctor announced. Some indicators are barely satisfactory, Mr. Chu. The patient will require a comprehensive examination once the inflammation subsides. Chu Yilan furrowed his brows, his tone heavy. Understood. Shen Lian remained oblivious to all this. However, in the latter half of the night, when he unconsciously murmured, he felt someone embrace him. This embrace was profoundly warm and reassuring, alleviating much of his discomfort. The night after the torrential rain appeared as if washed clean, with stars twinkling and a crescent moon hanging in the sky. The curtains were drawn back, bathing the room in luminous light. Suddenly, Chu Yilan jolted awake from his dreams, instinctively tightening his embrace. Upon feeling Shen Lian, the panic and anxiety in his eyes gradually faded. He leaned against the headboard, his position not particularly comfortable, yet the person in his arms appeared at ease. Chu Yilan lowered his gaze, fixating on Shen Lian for an extended period. He recognized that he had developed feelings, and there was no shame in acknowledging that. However, prior to severing contact with Shen Lian, he had never delved into the depths of this affection. He had cast aside all work, traversed arduous paths, and complied with Su Jingge's every demand, merely to keep Shen Lian within his sight. Chu Yilan had no doubts about Shen Lian's capabilities. After all, he exhibited a remarkable heroism when rescuing someone from drowning, unflinching in the face of danger, and he was equally unyielding with those who dared to provoke him. Yet, what did that matter? It did not quell Chu Yilan's restless heart. Years ago, when Zheng Gu possessed the perfect timing and circumstances, uttering a phrase that resonated with Chu Yilan's heartstrings, he had only offered a slight smile in return. Resources were inconsequential. Wealth that slipped through his fingers meant little to him, and he had grown indifferent to the world around him. Yet at this moment, it seemed as if the world had once again nestled into his embrace. As the deep night settled, Chu Yilan finally heard his heartbeat once more, unequivocally and vividly. He was alive, not a mere shell of a person. The warmth of the being in his arms was a treasure he had resolutely determined he could not afford to lose. Chu Yilan resembled a defeated prisoner, yet willingly surrendered his shackles to Shen Lian. The moonlight fell into the man's eyes, dissipating the depths of despair, revealing a clear river at the end of the abyss, where love flowed gently. Shen Lian had not intended to employ a strategy of self-sacrifice, yet fate had smiled upon him, leading to an unexpected resolution. Shen Lian did not awaken until noon the following day, feeling languid all over, heavy, yet not uncomfortable. Struggling to rise, he mistakenly thought he was in a hotel, only to hear a warm, smiling voice beside him. "Mr. Shen, you're awake?" Shen Lian was jolted awake by a familiar voice. Upon seeing the elegant and refined face of Sun Binghe, he was momentarily disoriented. "Would you like some water, Mr. Shen?" Sun Binghe inquired. Shen Lian scanned his surroundings with suspicion, realizing he seemed to be in a hospital. "How did I end up here?" He croaked, his voice hoarse. Sun Binghe, pouring water, replied, "Of course, your boss brought you here." Shen Lian felt a surge of joy, momentarily forgetting the beating he owed. "Where is he?" "He kept watch over you all night, but left an hour ago to attend to some matters." Sun Binghe elevated the head of the bed and offered Shen Lian a cup of warm water. As Shen Lian drank, he began to acclimate to his situation. He lowered his voice. "Assistant Sun, is your boss still angry?" He was quite upset upon arrival, but once he saw you, his concern took precedence. Just as Shen Lian was about to smile, Sun Binghe added, "However, your boss's fury tends to linger. You cannot remain bettered indefinitely, so be prepared." I truly enjoy listening to Assistant Sun speak. It sends shivers through my heart," Shen Lian responded. After a while, he asked Sun Binghe, "Do you have a solution?" Sun Binghe shook his head sympathetically. "I do not. Meanwhile, Su Jingyi yawned, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. After hearing his assistant's report, he finally sighed in relief and turned to Chu Yilan. "Thank you, Mr. Chu. I apologize for not being able to entertain you today. Wait for me to catch a nap when I return, and we shall dine together." "No need. It won't affect me," Chu Yilan replied. "It will." Su Jingyi, eager to uncover the nature of the relationship between Chu Yilan and Shen Lian. Chu Yilan did not refuse, eager to return to the hospital. Upon exiting Su Jingyi's company, Chu Yilan noticed the man appeared as if he were intoxicated with fatigue. He stumbled toward a silver keyyan, and just before closing the door, Su Jingyi reclined against the legs of the person in the back seat, who immediately began to massage his temples with long, slender fingers. It must be Chongqing, Chu Yilan thought, realizing the boomerang from years past was returning. Su Jingyi's invitation to dinner was merely a facade. Having previously spoken, it was certain he would retaliate. Chu Yilan had a nagging feeling that this visit to Lin City might not unfold smoothly. Sun Binghe had provided Shen Lian with a new phone and had prepared a phone card. As soon as it powered on, Hu Keiling's call came through. Shen Lian answered casually, and after Hu Keiling finished talking, he nonchalantly reported his safety. Regarding the video incident, Shen Lian was indignant. "What? Am I to be scolded for saving someone? Is there no sense of fairness?" "Not at all," Hu Keiling replied, his tone softening. "You were not only spared criticism, but also received support from many bystanders who defended you against the trolls, particularly Zhang Jiyi's fans. These fans truly lacked awareness. In the face of calamity, when everyone was concerned, they still resorted to their fan club antics. Wasn't that courting disaster?" Zhang Jiyi's fans could not tolerate even a hint of Shen Lian's resurgence. Previously, they had held their peace, but after Shen Lian's heroic act, they emerged to accuse him of seeking publicity, inundating the comment section in their attempt to control the narrative. The outcome was predictable. As a Lin City local, I shall give you a taste of reality. When the dam suddenly broke, Shen Lian was en route to the shelter. "Rehearsal? What rehearsal?" "As I swiftly approach you at a speed of 50 kilometers per second, I unleash a series of celestial meteor punches upon your visage, challenging you to prepare a defense in advance, you fool. As for you, Zhengge fans, you may continue to indulge in your fantasies surrounding your idol and Zhou Tongxi's pairing. Yet such matters are likely beyond the comprehension of your love-stricken minds. However, it must be acknowledged that Shen Lian has indeed intruded upon Zhang Jiyi's romance with Zhou. While we discuss calamities, you bring up relationships. How absurd." Shen Lian perused the comments, thoroughly amused. Chapter 50. Fortune smiles upon you, Mr. Shen. The boss has arrived downstairs. With that, Sun Binghe's words prompted Shen Lian to promptly stow away his phone, tousle his hair, and dive into bed, closing his eyes in serene repose. As Chu Yilan entered the room, Sun Binghe vacated the hospital quarters without delay. He could inform Shen Lian of impending news, but could not play along, a habit formed during his tenure as Chu Yilan's confidant, never to utter falsehood. Chu Yilan approached softly, lingering by the bedside for a moment before stating solemnly, "Pretend." Shen Lian could not maintain his facade, letting out a soft chuckle as he opened one eye. The playful glimmer in his gaze reassured Chu Yilan, yet as Sun Binghe noted, compassion and accountability are two separate matters. Just as he prepared to speak, Shen Lian coughed into his hand, causing the young man to furrow his brow in concern. Chu Yilan immediately pressed the call button for the doctor. This time, there was no pretense. Shen Lian was elevated to receive oxygen. "Is this due to an infection?" Chu Yilan inquired of the physician, placing a hand upon Shen Lian's forehead, which was now damp with perspiration. He instinctively brushed Shen Lian's hair back, supporting him gently from behind. "Yes," the doctor affirmed. "Ensure he rests and takes his medication on schedule. Currently, there is no better solution." Once the doctor departed, Shen Lian pulled Chu Yilan to sit beside him on the bed, gradually inching closer until he successfully wrapped his arms around the man's waist. "Do not be soft-hearted," Chu Yilan reminded himself. "I apologize. I shall be more cautious in the future." Chu Yilan chuckled, fully aware of Shen Lian's nature. When the time comes, he would still dare to leap into the fray. Sun Binghe lingered at the door for a moment, relieved not to hear any cries from Mr. Shen, assuring a temporary sense of safety. Chu Yilan had no opportunity to express his frustration, as Shen Lian dozed again in the afternoon. Upon waking, he insisted on taking a shower, and Chu Yilan offered to accompany him, though Shen Lian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Please, let's wait until I'm fragrant for a shared bath. I am quite odorous today. Chu Yilan waited at the door, and fortunately, Shen Lian emerged in about 10 minutes. Feeling invigorated, Boss, Sun Binghe knocked and entered, his expression rather grim. There are some matters to discuss. Rest. I shall return shortly. Chu Yilan's voice was gentle as he tucked the covers around Shen Lian. A chill unexpectedly gripped Shen Lian's heart. It seemed Sun Binghe would not forget to settle scores once he saw him lively again. Very well, go on, he acquiesced. Sun Binghe, typically warm and amiable, wore this demeanor as a mask and shield. Thus, when irritation surfaced, it signified genuine displeasure. What is the matter? Zheng Ji's call was directed to Secretary Cui. Sun Binghe succinctly replied. He inquired if you could escort him from Chu Du to Lin City. And the reason? Zhou Tongxi appears to be in Lin City. Sun Binghe inhaled lightly as he spoke. Is there a matter with Chu Yilan? If not, then it's Zhou Tongxi, is it? Chu Yilan, rarely curious, inquired what? Has the road to Lin City become congested? Not quite, but from what I gather from Zhengge, he has recently been relentlessly pursued by paparazzi. With Zhou Tongxi absent, he wishes to leverage your influence to evade them and arrive discreetly. That's merely Zhou Tongxi's incompetence, Chu Yilan replied coldly, blocking Zhengge and declaring that he need not report on his affairs any longer. Sun Binghe had awaited this very response. Understood, boss. By the way, come in and assist me with this, Chu Yilan said as he pushed open the hospital room door. Sun Binghe followed without a second thought. Upon hearing the boss fall silent, he instinctively raised his gaze. There sat Shen Lian, half reclined at the head of the bed, and in the brief span of their conversation, he had somehow styled his hair into a relaxed, carefree manner, whether intentionally or not. Shen Lian had initially gazed out the window, but upon hearing the commotion, he slowly turned his head. His aura, tinged with fragility and tenderness, seemed to unfold in slow motion. The moment his soulful eyes focused, they could ensnare your very essence. After a brief moment of eye contact, Shen Lian shyly smiled. I've missed you. Chu Yilan was taken aback. Had the circumstances been different, Sun Binghe would have applauded. Since ancient times, a true gentleman is capable of both restraint and flexibility, a sentiment that perfectly suited Shen Lian. Within mere minutes, he had unveiled his charms. Binghe, I have matters to attend to. I shall return tomorrow morning, Sun Binghe stated as he turned to leave. The door clicked shut behind him. As Chu Yilan passed the sofa, he casually discarded his outer garment, approaching the bedside where he leaned down to wrap his arms around Shen Lian's waist. His nose brushing against his cheek, breaths mingling in heated intensity as his voice dropped to a husky whisper. You truly are incorrigible. Master Chu, if this is the punishment, then do not hold back, Shen Lian retorted playfully. Chu Yilan, emboldened, felt a surge of determination. He pushed aside the covers, and, as the atmosphere thickened, Shen Lian's breathing shifted in response. Yet Chu Yilan only indulged for a moment before releasing him. Shen Lian, astonished, asked, You can endure this? Chu Yilan said, It is your good fortune. This hospital room and your status as a patient have spared you. As he caught a glimpse of the turbulent darkness swirling in Chu Yilan's eyes, Shen Lian instinctively recognized the need to temper his bravado. After 3 days in the hospital, Shen Lian's condition finally stabilized. Following a comprehensive examination, Chu Yilan had coordinated with Ningxi, instilling him with greater confidence. As the external turmoil subsided, Shen Lian inevitably found himself back in the spotlight. His fans, emboldened, began to speak out. Indeed, Shen Lian had garnered a following, active supporters. When Hu Kailan revealed this news, Shen Lian nearly offered thanks to the heavens. Zheng Ji's fans had been mercilessly criticized and were hesitant to emerge in the short term. While Shen Lian's fan base largely stemmed from the previous variety show and enthusiastic attendees at fan conventions. Though few in number, they quickly amassed thousands of comments. Soon, one particular fan, a staunch supporter of Chongqing, emerged from the crowd. Is Shen Lian attempting to ride on Chongqing's coattails again? How much did this fan pay? Does Chongqing even hold him in regard. Criticism and negative reviews swiftly surfaced, as indeed. Chongqing's reputation was that of a refreshing presence within the industry. Subsequently, the fan club released a photograph capturing a moment where Chongqing and Shen Lian stand together. Their backs to the camera. The sky above is a crystalline blue, and the two appear to be engaged in conversation, their profiles strikingly captivating. This image was shared after communication between the fan club and Zhu Wan, with Chongqing's consent. Although his friendship with Shen Lian is still in its infancy, Chongqing is inclined to take a chance. He is a person who adheres firmly to his principles. Friends are we. Strangely enough, standing together is quite pleasing to the eye. I think Shen Lian was oblivious to these comments, having been in a mood for several days. At noon, Chu Yilan suggested taking him to a small gathering. Shen Lian had a premonition. Upon arriving at the location, it was indeed no surprise to find Su Jingge there. Su Jingge had returned revitalized, exuding an air of nonchalance while maintaining control of the situation. Upon seeing Chu Yilan and Shen Lian together, his eyes sparkled with interest. Yet, someone else's eyes shone even brighter. Yang Bin, Assistant Yang, who had been waiting for 2 days after handling all matters. Chapter 51. I should keep my distance. The coordination of resources is no simple task. Yang Bin, being exceptionally capable, was naturally entrusted by Chu Yilan to partake in this endeavor, while also assisting Su Jingge with ease. However, at that moment, Yang Bin's meticulously operating mind momentarily stumbled. Shen Lian? Shen Lian? In an instant, he experienced a clarity akin to the lifting of clouds. No wonder previously, President Chu had expressed disdain for the show stars boldly moved forward and for Li Jiabua, while also occasionally chuckling at his phone in the office, lost in thought. What on earth has he been preoccupied with? Chu Yilan led Shen Lian to a seat, while Yang Bin swiftly approached Sun Binghe, pulling him aside. Sun Binghe, bewildered, asked, "What is going on?" To be frank, I've long suspected that President Chu is in love. Yang Bin lowered his voice. Sun Binghe's expression shifted to one of incredulity. He didn't wish to mock, but couldn't help himself. You have to tell me. When did you become so blind? Yang Bin took a deep breath. Can I say that this is the first time I've seen President Chu and Shen Lian together in public? Sun Binghe's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, don't tell me you didn't know that the person boss is looking after is Shen Lian. Yang Bin wore a pained smile. I truly had no idea. Sun Binghe looked on with sympathy. If it weren't for the fact that boss had praised you a couple of times upon arrival, I would genuinely suspect you were about to be ousted from boss's inner circle. Although I do momentarily lament your position being taken, in deeper thought, the future looks promising. Yang Bin rubbed his temples, uninterested in Sun Binghe's incessant chatter. As Yang Bin and Sun Binghe discussed the details inside, Chu Yilan was also introducing Su Jingge to Shen Lian and vice versa. This was not their first encounter. It was merely a formality. Su Jingge, clearly prepared, asked with enthusiasm, "So, what is the relationship between Mr. Shen and President Chu?" Chu Yilan replied, "Is it absolutely necessary to ask?" Su Jingge insisted, "It is absolutely necessary." After refilling Shen Lian's cup with tea, Chu Yilan paused momentarily before responding in a low voice, "Boyfriend." Shen Lian's hand, resting on his lap, tightened suddenly, his eyes inadvertently reflecting a hint of pride and joy. Shen Lian has never regarded himself as a mere sparrow. He can perceive a similar sentiment reflected in Chu Yilan's regard for him. Their hands intertwined, and with a gentle kiss, the definition of boyfriend feels entirely appropriate. At this juncture, Su Jingge finally mustered the courage to voice a long-held thought. Has President Chu begun to find himself mundane? Chu Yilan zponde. When Shen Lian inquired about Chongqing, Su Jingge remarked that he had been busy with work and had not seen him for 2 days and nights. Yang Bin and Sun Binghe returned at some point, with Sun Binghe engrossed in his tablet, particularly focused on Shen Lian's trending topic. As the boss had urged him to pay closer attention, Yang Bin leaned in. "What are you looking at?" "Teacher Shen has been paired up by the fans," came the reply. Shen Lian nearly spat out his tea in shock, turning in disbelief, wondering if he truly said that. Su Jingge leaned back on the sofa, laughing heartily, relishing the moment while still attempting to comfort Chu Yilan. "Oh, working in the entertainment industry, it's quite normal to be bundled with someone. Sun Binghe raised an eyebrow. The CP partner is Mr. Chong Qing. Su Jing equipped. Why is President Chu not laughing anymore? Sun Binghe put his tablet aside and stood upright. It will be cleared in 10 minutes. Shen Lian felt a wave of cold sweat. Brother Sun, you needn't be so professional next time, with numerous matters awaiting them. After finishing this meal, Shen Lian and the others would not return to the hotel, but would head straight to the airport. Meanwhile, the young girl, who had been under Jiang Yu's care for 2 days, had to be entrusted to the authorities. Chu Yilan had encountered the girl before and noted her apparent speech difficulties. She remained silent. It was impractical to take her home, as her parents might be frantically searching for her. Fortunately, on the 3rd day after Shen Lian returned to Chudu, he received a call from Lin City, informing him that the girl had been reunited with her family, allowing his anxious heart to finally ease. Chu Yilan granted Shen Lian an extended week off, during which he embraced the life of a homebody, tending to plants or amusing Chu Zhumi. The kitten, still young, could barely open its eyes, spending most of its time asleep. Shen Lian took it upon himself to feed it goat's milk, often ending up with a mess on his hands, but he didn't mind. The little creature would cry when hungry and kick him once satisfied, displaying a hint of rebelliousness. Show some respect to those who provide for you, Shen Lian said, gently placing the kitten back in its nest. From now on, I shall be the one in charge of this household. As Chu Yilan entered, he happened to overhear this declaration. He changed his shoes but offered no retort. By the way, Director Dai called me earlier. Tomorrow is the wrap party for Silent and Speechless. Will you be attending? The celebration had been delayed, coincidentally due to a significant investor who had also become stranded in Lin City. Chu Yilan replied coolly, "What purpose would my presence serve?" Director Dai mentioned that family members are welcome. Chu Yilan countered, "If my identity were to leak, how could your acting career remain unscathed?" He believed Shen Lian was fully aware of everything, and attendance was not imperative. Yet the sense of security Shen Lian provided was deeply satisfying, prompting him to smile and quip, "Your manager might just find himself hanging around the entrance of Star Entertainment." Shen Lian pondered for a moment, realizing that brother, who was indeed capable of such antics. Chu Yilan's attitude towards Shen Lian had entirely transformed. Every day was filled with either resource hunting or script selection. To announce a romantic relationship at this juncture would be a cruel twist of fate. Like Zheng Ge and Zhou Tongxi, a group of infatuated souls, merely followers of romantic whims. If one were to attempt to shift towards a more career-oriented persona, the immediate fallout would be palpable, with fans departing and detractors resurfacing. Shen Lian's fan base remains unstable. Once news of a romantic liaison surfaces, who can predict the ensuing chaos? I shall reach out to you once I conclude my tasks. Chu Yilan nodded in agreement. Very well. Shen Lian discerned a reduction in Chu Yilan's scrutiny, indicating a notable increase in his sense of security. Evidently, his efforts have borne fruit. The celebration for the conclusion of filming was hosted at the Morning Star Club. Director Dai, while not as ostentatious as Feng Yuanshan, still managed to secure a venue of reasonable prestige. Shen Lian attended, impeccably dressed, and donned the watch offered by Jiang Yu. Though he held the lead role, it was imperative to maintain visibility. Tonight, affluent patrons abound, serving as living advertisements. Upon his arrival, most guests had gathered. Huang Jiatsan was the first to greet him. "Oh my, after a few days apart, you've grown even more handsome." Yet, she could not rival the beauty of Huang Guifei, whose allure was captivating. Huang Jiatsan wore a gown of pure white cascading tulle, her figure delicate and graceful, hair elegantly styled. After a brief conversation, Shen Lian noticed Huang Jiatsan's expression shift to one of surprise. "Is that Zheng?" Turning to look, Shen Lian too felt a twinge of astonishment. Zheng appeared somewhat haggard, a weariness that even makeup could not conceal. His once untainted aura now dimmed, reminiscent of a once blooming flower wilting in the chill of winter. Did Zhou Tongxi truly believe he could dazzle his beloved with such a tempestuous romance? Shen Lian harbored a sense of derision for their fervent yet heedless love for one another. Rumor had it that Zheng and Zhou were embroiled in a quarrel, a whisper of gossip that made Shen Lian resolve to keep his distance. Chapter 52. The conclusion celebration, Shen Lian cast a fleeting glance at Zheng Ge before diverting his gaze to seek out Director Dai. Dai Tong had already indulged in a couple of rounds and was now somewhat inebriated, his voice rising in volume as he pulled Shen Lian close, introducing him to those around. This is my greatest surprise since the project commenced. Once Li Quan arrives, you'll understand. Shen Lian offered a modest smile, raising his glass to the assemblage of producers, screenwriters, and investors present. In the soft glow of the lights, the young man tilted his head, the rim of his glass brushing against his lips, his long lashes casting shadows like a delicate glass sculpture. Director Dai, Zhang Ji's voice emerged from behind. As the lead actor, he naturally attracted attention, especially with Zhou Tongxi paving the way for resources. Yet, the atmosphere felt somewhat charged. In days gone by, the timid and insecure Shen Lian would have stood beside the radiant Zheng Ge, unable to lift his gaze, retreating into a sea of hollow congratulations. Now, however, anyone observing would conclude that Shen Lian shone with remarkable brilliance. Sensing the penetrating stares from the crowd, Zheng Ge pressed his lips together in a subtle reaction. Director Dai, please continue your discussion. I shall check on Huang Guifei and the others. Shen Lian refrained from engaging Zheng Ge, concocting an excuse to slip away. After all, it was entirely possible that Zhou Tongxi would soon appear, provoking the imagination of this envious admirer as he stood alongside his beloved Zheng Ge. At that moment in Lin City, Shen Lian was unaware of Zhang Ji's request for assistance for Chu Yilan. Thus, the psychological journey of Zheng Ge was far more intricate than he had imagined. Mr. Zheng, President Chu has indicated that he no longer wishes to receive any updates about you. Therefore, this will be the last time I take your call. I wish you success and prosperity in your endeavors. Farewell. These words from Secretary Cui struck Zheng Ge like a thunderclap. In truth, Zheng Ge sensed that something was slipping away, spiraling out of control. The only thing he could articulate was Chu Yilan's demeanor, first blocking his contact, now refusing to assist even with minor favors, adopting an air of detachment. Zheng Ge acknowledged his discomfort. After all, in his perception, any request he made would elicit hesitation from Chu Yilan, but certainly not outright refusal. Many within Zhou Tongxi's circle were murmuring about Shen Lian now being associated with Chu Yilan. Recently, Dai Kangel had reminded him over the phone. It seems President Chu has developed genuine feelings for Shen Lian. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Zheng Ge, feeling dazed, retorted, perhaps it's merely for my benefit. Why would they perform for you when you're not even present? Dai Kangel thought Zheng Ge was overly confident, deciding to drop the subject. After all, your legitimate boyfriend is Zhou Tongxi. But it might be wise to keep Chu Yilan close. Most wealthy individuals lack true compassion, don't you think? Zheng Ge, feeling irritable, ended the call abruptly. Soon after, Shen Lian's heroic deeds trended on social media, leading to a barrage of insults from passersby, branding him a superficial and shallow individual. Each incident seemed inextricably linked to Shen Lian. Even at today's rap party, Shen Lian was determined to steal the spotlight. Zheng Ge once believed he would never again be affected by Shen Lian. The days of Shen Lian basking in glory during the talent selection were long past. And under Zhou Tongxi's relentless pressure, Shen Lian had lost his former pride. Now it was Zheng Ge standing in the limelight. As he watched Shen Lian wallow in adversity, a twinge of sympathy arose within him, albeit rooted in schadenfreude. Over time, the descriptors of gentleness and beauty had become so frequently associated with him that Zheng Ge began to perceive himself in that light. However, in reality, even the slightest indication of Shen Lian attempting to rise again left him restless. Zhang Ji's mood soured, and no amount of comforting from Zhou Tongxi proved effective. Eventually, in a moment of exasperation, Zhou Tongxi remarked, "If it were Yilan, he would certainly listen to me until the end." Zheng Ge wished he could take back his words, but it was too late. Zhou Tongxi's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he stormed out, resulting in a cold war that persisted to this day. Regardless, Zheng Ge felt ensnared in a dismal situation. Shen Lian was mingling among the other actresses, having devoured 4 small cakes, when Huang Jiazan couldn't help but inquire, "Aren't you going to drink?" "No." Shen Lian shook his head. I tend to take advantage of others when intoxicated. Huang Jiatsan laughed. Who could you possibly take advantage of? Shen Lian merely chuckled. Just as Shen Lian began to tidy up the fruit platter, Wei Fanqing arrived, fashionably late. Wei Fanqing wore a desolate expression, more forlorn than Zheng Ge. From the onset of filming, he had been berated by director Dai for his lackluster performance, only to return and face further reprimands from his manager. With the absence of Shen Lian as a supporting presence, he found himself bereft of any means to approach Zhou Tongxi, his resources stifled, truly a most unfortunate soul. Upon seeing Shen Lian, Wei Fanqing could hardly suppress a disdainful eye roll. Huang Jiatsan remarked, "Is he unwell? Just ignore him." Shen Lian chuckled. "It's only fitting that my presence discomforts him. If it brings joy to those I dislike, then perhaps that is my failing." Huang Jiatsan admired Shen Lian's mindset. As the entire lead cast prepared to raise a toast, Shen Lian did not retreat. He and Huang Jiatsan had spent the preceding 10 minutes concocting a mixture of champagne, fruit beer, and a certain low-alcohol cocktail, which surprisingly emitted an aroma reminiscent of baijiu. Huang Jiatsan was taken aback. Shen Lian poured her half and whispered, "Drink up? Don't worry. This concoction won't get you drunk." "Where did you learn this?" Huang Jiatsan inquired. "Just some aimless musings," Shen Lian replied. "In my previous life, during my busiest times, I drank without a care, and if I hadn't devised a method, I would have ended up in the hospital with a perforated stomach." "There are always more solutions than problems," Shen Lian thought, smiling sweetly. When a business associate encountered Huang Jiatsan, she unexpectedly downed her drink and turned the glass upside down, signaling that not a drop remained. The associate hastily filled her glass with white liquor, exclaiming in a near-retching fashion that Huang Jiatsan was a heroine among women. After responding graciously, Huang Jiatsan shot a grateful glance at Shen Lian, determined to procure that recipe for herself. Inevitably, the lead cast found themselves seated together. According to their status, Zheng Ge occupied the center, flanked by Huang Jiatsan, while Shen Lian sat to the right, remaining silent and occasionally nibbling on sunflower seeds. Shen Lian's demeanor only intensified the discomfort felt by Wei Fanqing and Zheng Ge. Previously, Zheng Ge had shown some regard for Wei Fanqing, but now, it seemed they had formed a united front. "Hey Zheng Ge, has that Chu Zone been in touch recently?" Wei Fanqing's voice dropped, laced with mockery. Zheng Ge's expression shifted slightly, irritated by the unwelcome topic. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of Shen Lian and recalling the rumors, he abruptly altered his stance. "No contact. My Zhou Tongxi is rather possessive," Zheng Ge replied. Those privy to the inside information began to jest, acknowledging the abundance of romantic tension. Shen Lian leisurely sipped his tea, well aware that such affections were not directed towards him. Chapter 53. Fury. Zheng Ge felt a relentless tide of malice welling up within him, gradually consuming his rationality. The sentiment echoed the time when Zhou Tongxi had chosen to believe in him, disparaging Shen Lian to the utmost. That instance had spiraled out of control, and it seemed this time would follow suit. Wei Fanqing appeared somewhat disheartened. Mentioning Zhou Tongxi did not alter Shen Lian's expression, as someone began to shower Zheng Ge with exaggerated praise, lauding him as the charmer adored by fans. Huang Jiatsan nearly rolled her eyes. Such flattery was merely superficial. Yet suddenly Zheng Ge's tone darkened, tinged with malice as he declared, "Who would desire the affection of someone like Chu Yilan?" The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. In their eyes, Chu Yilan harbored feelings for Zheng Ge. While Zheng Ge's complaints might be overlooked, it was undeniable that the former wielded considerable influence within their circles. Who were they to voice discontent? Zheng Ge keenly observed a chill descend upon Shen Lian's gaze. At that moment, the pent-up frustration that had plagued Zheng Ge for over a week finally found an outlet, twisting his expression into a subtle grimace. Shen Lian had allied himself with Chu Yilan. One was discarded by Zhou Tongxi, the other rejected by him. What sick game were they playing? Feng Yi Rei Hintanali. Yet he was reluctant to miss even the slightest shift in Shen Lian's demeanor. The deep-seated rivalry stirred within him once more, but what suffocated him was not resentment, but jealousy, a jealousy Zheng Ge was loath to acknowledge. Just then, Shen Lian spoke abruptly. "Chu Yilan, what sort of person is he?" His tone was calm, his demeanor seemingly ordinary, yet it inexplicably tightened the tension in the air. Those familiar with Shen Lian would recognize this as a prelude to his anger. Upon receiving a response, Zheng Ge felt a strange relief, as if an itch had finally been scratched. He let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with a predatory darkness. What sort of person? Are you truly unaware? Shen Lian understood well. In the tumultuous romance between Zheng Ge and Zhou Tongxi, there would always be stepping stones to rely upon. If those stepping stones withdrew, they would inevitably seek trouble with them. While entangled in a romance with Zhou Tongxi, Zheng Ge was content to let Chu Yilan clean up his mess. Where was his supposed moral superiority? Leaning back on the sofa, Shen Lian's gaze turned icy, his aura pressing down like a suffocating weight. Zheng Ge, we both know the truth. Chu Yilan has already discarded you. What are you pretending for? This was a declaration that shattered any pretense. Zheng Ge did not anticipate Shen Lian would so openly strip away his dignity. Do you truly think you are the center of everyone's affection? Shen Lian continued, under the horrified gaze of Huang Jiazhan. Zheng Ge, what do you even amount to? At his core, Shen Lian remained the proud superstar who had once stood at the pinnacle of success. Were it not for Zheng Ji's role as the protagonist in this narrative, Shen Lian would scarcely deign to acknowledge him, tramping upon others with the audacity granted by the plot as favor. The solitude and trepidation that Chu Yilan bore, treasures that Shen Lian wished to mend, were now being paraded by Zheng Ge as if they were trophies. As though Chu Yilan were merely his devoted follower, tainted with labels that belied his true nature. Should Shen Lian permit even a single disparaging word from Zheng Ge to pass unchallenged, it would render his existence across 2 lifetimes utterly meaningless. Zheng Ge trembled with anger. Indeed, the rivalry that the outside world admired in those two was fundamentally as such. He had exploited Chu Yilan's confusion and vulnerability, misrepresenting their bond as love, thus satisfying his vanity and securing a semblance of assurance. Yet those accustomed to hypocrisy never acknowledged their own malice. Huang Jiazhan gripped the table, unable to fathom that Shen Lian would dare to confront Zheng Ge so brazenly in front of so many. Shen Lian's voice was cold. Try saying that again. This provoked a sense of shame in Zheng Ge that he had never before experienced, igniting a mental explosion within him. Was Shen Lian threatening him? What right did a vanquished rival have to issue threats? Was this not absurd? Zheng Ge, clearly losing his composure, spoke with a trembling urgency. You despicable one. Chu Yilan is also suddenly. Shen Lian rose, striding around the table to seize Zheng Ge by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Shoo! Shen Lian even turned back, smiling to soothe the crowd's tension. I have some private matters to settle with Zheng Ge. You all carry on. With that, he dragged Zheng Ge decisively towards a nearby passage. Shen Lian's previously gentle and beautiful facial features now appeared frozen, each line sharp and austere. Feng Yi, both alarmed and contemplative, realized that Shen Lian was indeed capable of violence. Let go of me. Feng Yi's through lid fishily. If not there, shall we resolve it here? Shen Lian's voice was dark and menacing. If not for the concern of Director Dai's embarrassment, that bottle of wine on the table would have been smashed over your head. Do you understand? Shen Lian's tone was devoid of jest. I won't go. Zheng Ji's eyes widened in terror. What do you want? Just then, noticing the left side of the sofa was relatively unoccupied, Shen Lian forcefully threw him down. From a distance, it appeared as if they were merely playfully tussling. But only Huang Jiazhan, standing closest, perceived Shen Lian's intimidating presence, which seemed poised to unleash a violent outburst at any moment. Shen Lian pressed Zheng Ji's head into the corner of the sofa, firmly constricting his neck. Because Chu Yilan has blacklisted you, you resort to slander and insults. Clarify for me who is truly despicable. Not receiving the desired response, Shen Lian leaned in slightly, tightening his grip. Speak. I am, okay? Zheng Ge could not articulate why Shen Lian instilled such profound fear in him at that moment. Shen Lian lightly slapped Zheng Ji's face twice, the sound sharp and resonant. Today, under these circumstances, consider this a warning. You are welcome to report me to Zhou Tang's, but Zhengge, watch your words. Or pray you do not fall into my hands. Zhang Ji's previously pristine and amiable image shattered as Shen Lian looked down upon him, his eyes gleaming with icy intensity. Still contemplating further action, Shen Lian rubbed his fingertips together. Shen Lian, what are you up to? Dai Tong approached, holding a bottle of wine. Shen Lian pulled Zhengge away, smiling as he spoke. Just having some fun. What, does Director Dai wish to indulge in a few drinks? Absolutely. All the sponsorship deals are finalized, and investors are more optimistic than ever. Heh, now we just await the premiere. Shen Lian inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within. After all, Director Dai had shown him kindness in this production. Very well, I shall join you for a drink. Shen Lian, appearing unfazed, led Dai Tong to another vacant table. You're quite the asset, Dai Tong exclaimed, blissfully unaware of the peculiar atmosphere lingering nearby. Shen Lian was confident that no one would dare to intervene. As Zhengge had been subdued, even Wei Fancheng, that waste who would feign humility to save himself, posed no threat. Shen Lian filled glasses for both himself and Dai Tong, downing the strong liquor in one swift motion, the intense sensation quelling his anger as he exhaled a deep sigh. It was too slow, Shen Lian mused. The current pace was insufficient. He must tread carefully, step by step, toward the pinnacle of this circle to acquire what he desired and protect those he cherished. As for Zhengge, Shen Lian had reserved a reckoning for him, anticipating the day when his fist would warmly greet that large face. Chapter 54. Cherishing and sorrowing when Shen Lian felt troubled. He cast aside the promise he made to Chu Yilan upon leaving home. Each time he inadvertently caught sight of Zhengge, a pang of regret struck his heart. After finishing drinks with Dai Tong, everyone felt a bit dazed. You're this one, Dai Tong remarked before departing. Huang Jiazan sat beside Shen Lian, giving him a thumbs up with both hands. As the leading lady, Huang Jiazan found it quite exhausting to act alongside Zhengge. Given Zhengji's overt connection with Zhou Tongxi, most people tended to avoid any confrontation. However, during the celebration banquet, Shen Lian nearly found himself restrained and beaten. Shen Lian chuckled softly. What time will you head home? I'll be leaving shortly. My manager is here to pick me up, Huang Jiazan replied, scrutinizing Shen Lian's expression. Are you feeling down? I just reminded the main cast to refrain from unnecessary remarks. We don't want to stir up trouble. I'm not concerned about that. Shen Lian swirled the contents of his glass, unable to articulate the emotions swirling within him. If only he hadn't shown up. What fate awaited Chu Yilan at the hands of Zhengge? The eventuality of self-immolation by the sea was far more than a mere phrase. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Shen Lian could no longer remain seated. He bid Huang Jiazan farewell and sought out Dai Tong. Nodding, Dai Tong replied, All right. You should go rest. We'll be in touch if anything comes up. Gratefully, Shen Lian expressed his thanks once more and shared another drink before, feeling overheated. He loosened the collar of his shirt. In the deserted corridor, he leaned against the wall and dialed Chu Yilan's number. The call was answered almost immediately. Are you finished? Yes, Shen Lian replied. Come pick me up. In the next moment, Chu Yilan's voice deepened. Have you been drinking? Yes, Shen Lian sniffled. I'm drunk. You're being reckless. What did the doctor say? Chu Yilan. Shen Lian's voice was muffled. Come pick me up. Chu Yilan had not returned home. He had been at the company. Upon hearing this, he stood up and grabbed the coat draped over the chair, hastening his words. Find a safe place to wait for me. Okay, Shen Lian replied obediently. Since yesterday, Yangbin had been on leave, and today, Sun Binghe was accompanying Chu Yilan. Observing Chu Yilan's displeased expression, Sun Binghe's first thought was, has missed her. Shen been bullied? Truth be told, Chu Yilan harbored the same suspicion, mentally preparing himself to unleash his fury. Shen Lian declined Jiang Yu and Li Es offers for a ride and painstakingly located a mask to wear. He then settled into a leather chair in the Morningstar Hall, resting his elbows on his knees, gazing silently at the patterns in the floor tiles. When Chu Yilan arrived, he was met with the sight of Shen Lian appearing abandoned and solitary. Chu Yilan's anger surged. As he stood before Shen Lian in his bespoke leather shoes, Shen Lian lifted his gaze, a smile breaking through. You're here? He unsteadily rose to his feet, and Chu Yilan immediately steadied him by the shoulder, his voice as cold as ice. "Who compelled you to drink?" Shen Lian shook his head. "I chose to do it willingly." Such a statement was naturally met with skepticism from Chu Yilan. Do not speak of Lord Chu. Even assistant Sun beside him is incredulous. Based on his life experiences and observations, he has already fabricated the entire scenario of today's celebration banquet for Shen Lian. With the presence of the lead actor Zheng Ge and the meddlesome Wei Fanqing, it is highly probable that Shen Lian found himself isolated. The investors, perhaps wishing to spare a modicum of face for Zhou Tongxi, might have even conspired against Shen Lian, leading to a situation where he became the target of everyone's attention, subjected to toasts and scathing remarks, ultimately suffering a significant blow to his dignity, and leaving prematurely to wait here forlornly for Chu Yilan. The more Sun Binghe contemplated, the more infuriated he became. How is it that Zhou Tongxi commands such respect while his boss receives none? Assistant Sun, brimming with eagerness, rubbed his hands together, awaiting the signal from Chu Yilan to storm into the banquet hall. "Sun Binghe, gather the men and surround the venue. I shall make my entrance shortly," declared Chu Yilan. "Wait, what are you going to do?" Shen Lian's eyes brightened slightly. "Aren't we heading home?" Chu Yilan frowned. "Are you suggesting we simply let this go?" Shen Lian was perplexed. Gradually, through Chu Yilan's cold and imposing demeanor, he began to discern the underlying meaning. No, he had not suffered any humiliation. Chu Yilan's expression remained unchanged, clearly in disbelief. At that moment, the third male lead, Li Haicheng, emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Sun Binghe remarked, "Boss, let me inquire further." Li Haicheng, having encountered Sun Binghe before, recalled how this individual had effortlessly silenced all dissenters on set, which made him somewhat apprehensive. Thus, when Sun Binghe strode towards him with purpose, he instinctively considered retreating to the elevator. Sun Binghe's rise to his current stature was no mere coincidence. His exceptional conversational skills and the gradually developing aura of superiority allowed him to command the highest authority in discussions within a short span. Coupled with a condescending attitude typical of a scholar towards the ordinary, he soon extracted all the pertinent information from Li Haicheng. To Li Haicheng, Sun Binghe was merely Shen Lian's assistant, and his inquiries were entirely justifiable. The more Sun Binghe listened, the more his expression grew peculiar. This narrative seemed incongruent. He even glanced back at Shen Lian, realizing that not only had Shen Lian not been wronged, he had navigated the evening with aplomb, nearly delivering a beating to Zheng Ge. How thrilling! Assistant Sun suddenly donned a mask of anguish. Why had he rejected the opportunity to accompany his boss to the celebration banquet earlier, all for the sake of that intellectually insulting collaboration? "I'll just head back." Li Haicheng indicated towards the elevator, believing it safer to wait for a friend to return home together. "Very well, go ahead," replied Sun Binghe, nodding. "Liekem da parta astili," oblivious to the distant figures of Shen Lian and Chu Yilan. "Boss, we may return home now." Sun Binghe approached and stated, "Mr. Shen has not suffered any losses." Chu Yilan was displeased. Did Shen Lian's demeanor truly suggest he had emerged unscathed? "I did." Shen Lian, slightly intoxicated, muttered, "if not for the circumstances, Zheng Ge would have been finished today." Chu Yilan raised an eyebrow. "What?" Sun Binghe urged, "Just observe." Chu Yilan draped his coat over Shen Lian's shoulders, shielding him as they walked toward the parking garage, listening to Sun Binghe's report. The furrow in Lord Chu's brow gradually softened, his anger dissipating. Torn between laughter and restraint, he solemnly inquired of Shen Lian, "Why would you want to strike him?" His words were insufferable. Shen Lian replied impatiently. Li Haicheng did not elaborate on this point, but it is of little consequence, as Chu Yilan could uncover the truth regardless. Sun Binghe was driving, while Shen Lian nestled against Chu Yilan in the back seat, not asleep, but rather with her arms draped around the man's waist, her eyes half closed. Chu Yilan noted this and lowered his voice, inquiring, "What are you thinking?" "I was pondering how easily you could be deceived," Shen Lian replied. "Do not insult others." "It is the truth," Shen Lian murmured, tilting her head to place a gentle kiss on the nape of Chu Yilan's neck. "Zheng Ge believes everything." Although Chu Yilan did not fully grasp the latter part of her statement, he felt the tenderness and sorrow conveyed in that kiss. It dawned on him that this was the reason for Shen Lian's despondency. Chapter 55. A reward for everyone throughout the journey. Shen Lian remained alert. Even upon returning home, shedding his suit, changing into pajamas, and preparing for bed, he did not express fatigue. Chu Yilan sensed the need for a serious conversation. He settled beside Shen Lian's bed, dimming the overhead light, leaving only a small, warm orange glow from the bedside lamp, which instinctively soothed the nerves. While Chu Yilan was still contemplating, Shen Lian spoke first. "Boyfriend, can you now discern what it means to truly like someone?" Chu Yilan paused for 2 seconds before nodding. Shen Lian continued from now on. "Do not trust a single word from others. Only believe what I say." Chu Yilan endeavored to piece together Shen Lian's thoughts from her fragmented phrases. "Did you hear that?" "I heard," Chu Yilan affirmed. "From now on, I will believe everything you say." Satisfied with his response, Shen Lian smiled softly, extending a hand from under the covers to grasp Chu Yilan's, intertwining their fingers, then closed her eyes, drifting peacefully into slumber. It was rare for Chu Yilan to experience a sense of unease, but this feeling lingered until a text from Sun Binghe arrived, clarifying everything, including every word Junggu had uttered at the table. Sun Binghe was always succinct and efficient in his communications, devoid of embellishment. Yet as Chu Yilan held his phone, reading each word, he felt a wave of emotion welling up within him. It was apparent that there was a profound empathy for him. The sudden surge of intense emotion enveloped Chu Yilan, and although the surroundings were eerily silent, a resonant hum seemed to pulsate from within, ultimately leaving him feeling dazed. Chu Yilan scrutinized the text repeatedly. The more he read, the clearer it became why Shen Lian felt disheartened. Had he been in her shoes, he might have felt the same. Zhang Ji's appearance coincided with the passing of Chu Yilan's grandfather, his last remaining relative. An overwhelming sense of despair had rendered him incapable of leading a normal life. For an entire week, he found himself visiting his mother and grandfather's graves, harboring an impulsive desire to procure a resting place for himself nearby, wishing to abandon all responsibilities. Despite his lack of desire for companionship, a primal need for someone to affirm that there were still things worth cherishing in this world lingered within him. It sounds absurd. It was during his moment of vulnerability that Junggu stumbled upon him, a beam of light in the abyss, regardless of its essence. Instinctively draws one's gaze upward. Chu Yilan believed Zhang Ji's promise of "I will always be by your side," stubbornly convinced that this person belonged to him. However, that cannot be classified as affection. If one were to ask Chu Yilan to describe it, Zhang Ji's existence is more akin to that of a comforting companion. It is not that Chu Yilan intends to belittle anyone. Rather, the distinction between the two is vast. Zhang Gu declined his advances in favor of Zhou Tongxi, and when troubles arose due to another man, Chu Yilan would readily offer assistance. Conversely, if Shen Lian were to make even a half-hearted request for help pertaining to another man, Chu Yilan would be driven to madness, willing to face annihilation. This is not a matter of grievance. Chu Yilan's voice was low as he leaned down to kiss Shen Lian's forehead, his expression imbued with a smile and satisfaction. In this moment, there was no longer any sense of injustice. Half an hour later, Yang Bin, bombarded by messages from Sun Binghe, witnessed President Chu showering the executive's group chat with red envelopes. Yet, no one dared to claim them. Sun Binghe urged Yang Bin to be the first. Reluctantly, Yang Bin grumbled, responding cautiously. "President Chu?" Chu Yilan replied, "Yes, everyone has been working hard lately. This is a little reward for you all. Take it as you will." Sun Binghe immediately clicked through the messages, seizing over 3,000 yuan. The senior executives in the group were in an uproar, not due to a lack of money, but because such activities had never occurred in the Hengtai internal groups. President Chu despised irrelevant chatter and preferred concise reports, yet today felt akin to a festive celebration. What could have transpired? Naturally, Chu Yilan offered no explanation. Not stopping there, he turned to the brother group, continuing to rain down red envelopes. Feng Yueshan and the others were not shy in partaking, though they found it quite novel. Feng Yueshan remarked, "Old Chu, Send us a voice message. Have you been hacked? Let us help you claim your money before we call the police. Chu Yilan indeed sent a voice message. Shen promptly opened it, hearing Chu Yilan's voice, laced with amusement, exuding an unsettlingly gentle warmth. Shen, had you ever taken love seriously, you would not perpetually lag behind my rhythm. Shen, Ning Sahan, this is madness. Zhou Yuanlin, absolutely insane. Ning Sahan was the first to connect the dots. This had to be because of Shen Lian. Chu Yilan was nearly ensnared. Unbeknownst to Shen Lian, he was roused from his slumber at 8 the following morning by Chu Yilan. Upon opening his eyes, he was still dazed. But old Chu, I'm on break today. I know. Chu Yilan was already dressed, preparing to go to the hospital for a full-body examination with Sahan. Oh, fine. Shen Lian had been ready to return to bed, but quickly got up upon hearing this. His eyelids still slightly swollen. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Shen Lian, while fixing his hair, poked his head out, questioning whether a full-body examination was necessary for scar repair. Truly, a professional team. Chu Yilan paused and replied, "It's arranged for you." Shen Lian's eyes widened slightly. "For me? I don't need it." Before Shen Lian could finish, Chu Yilan stepped forward, cradling his face and kissing him. "Oh my, what day is this?" Shen Lian initially thought it was for Chu Yilan's examination, hence his enthusiasm. How could old Chu not be overjoyed? Coupled with the double boost from the previous night, someone's mood was exceptionally high. To what extent? After descending the stairs, Chu Yilan first took the initiative to embrace Chu Zhumi and then instructed Aunt Fun. "Too light. Feed him more goat milk powder." Aunt Fun replied, "I've already given him a bottle." Chu Yilan insisted, "Give him another bottle." Shen Lian, with a peculiar expression, leaned closer to Aunt Fun and quietly inquired, "Aunt, what is happening?" "I don't know," Aunt Fun replied, pulling out a red envelope from her pocket, revealing it to Shen Lian. "Xiaolan gave this to me this morning, saying I have worked hard during this period." Shen Lian was utterly perplexed and could not fathom the reason behind it. "By the way, Mr. Chu, having changed his shoes, made a request tomorrow. Instead of the green radish, please send me roses to the office." "No problem," Shen Lian responded eagerly. Upon arriving at the hospital, Ning Sahan had been waiting for quite some time. Today, he bore the heavy burden of unveiling the truth, carrying the hopes of his brothers, determined to ascertain Shen Lian's methods. However, Mr. Chu personally accompanied the doctor to confirm the procedures, while Shen Lian, with a ghostly expression, questioned Ning Sahan. "Has Hung Tai's stock doubled? Why is Mr. Chu in such a good mood?" Ning Sahan replied incredulously, "Are you asking me? Isn't it because of you? What does that have to do with me?" Shen Lian retorted, "I only finished my celebration banquet yesterday, had a few drinks, and fell asleep as soon as I got home." Ning Sahan lamented, "Well, it seems the burden and hope have vanished." Chapter 56. Examination. Both Shen Lian and Ning Sahan were left bewildered. Soon, the doctor emerged and politely announced, "We can begin." The examination was extensive and multifaceted. Shen Lian cooperated diligently, taking a brief snack midway, and it continued until 2 in the afternoon. It is no exaggeration to say that upon exiting the final examination room, Shen Lian was utterly dazed. He took a seat nearby to rest while Mr. Chu glanced over, still conversing with Ning Sahan. "You can't be serious," Ning Sahan chuckled. "When you came to the hospital covered in blood, you nearly frightened us to death, and you didn't seem anxious at all." Mr. Chu replied nonchalantly, "I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Shall I invite you, Shan, and the others?" "As you wish." Mr. Chu said this while already several meters away. "Are you tired?" Mr. Chu halted and leaned down to take Shen Lian's hand. The young man nodded. "It felt like I was being examined from head to toe." "It's not like this happens every day," Mr. Chu remarked. "Weren't you just saying a couple of days ago that you wanted to eat seafood? I'll take you tonight." "All right." The results came swiftly. Shen Lian was sipping tea in the doctor's office, completely unconcerned. After the doctor handed the report to Ning Sahan, the latter furrowed his brow slightly. Mr. Chu's heart tightened incessantly. "What's the matter?" Ning Sahan checked the list once more, then cautiously asked Shen Lian, "Do you ever feel discomfort in your heart?" Mr. Chu's pupils contracted suddenly, and his breathing slowed. "Don't scare him," Shen Lian stood up, approached, and glanced at the report. I've always felt great. That's impossible. Ning Sahan pulled out another sheet, pointing to 2 data points, stressing, barely passing, and your immunity isn't very good, indicating some signs. Shen Lian admitted, yes, I do experience a bit of low blood sugar. That's not just low blood sugar, Ning Sahan replied. It indicates incomplete closure of the heart valve, which is accompanied by symptoms. Shen Lian's smile faded. His lips pursed in silence. The original incarnation had passed away due to a sudden heart condition, until Ning Sahan provided a definitive answer. Shen Lian had maintained a stance of denial. Now, it seemed there was no escape. I previously underwent a health examination, and the results were all normal. Shen Lian struggled in the end. Ning Xixian, pen in hand, doodled on the medical report. These were merely routine tests, and the absence of your valve is congenital, without any underlying pathological changes, which can be considered mild. Chu Yilan inquired, can surgery repair it? Yes, but it is currently not recommended. Ning Xixian continued. Open-heart surgery would greatly deplete one's vitality. This condition was detected early and remains within a controllable range. It is advised to have a cardiac ultrasound every 6 months, followed by regular monitoring. Shen Lian exhaled slowly. That doesn't seem too serious. It is far better than he had anticipated. Ning Xixian cast a sidelong glance at Chu Yilan's expression. Be cautious with your words. He then exchanged glances with the doctor, and they soon departed. The office was left with only Shen Lian and Chu Yilan. Chu Yilan leaned against the desk, his posture unusually relaxed. Earlier that morning, he had been brimming with confidence, but now he resembled a defeated general. Do not worry, Shen Lian reassured him in a tone reminiscent of a life coach. Ning Xixian is not alarmed and has stated that it is manageable. As long as I remain vigilant, life inevitably brings its share of ailments. Chu Yilan turned his head to look at him, offering a faint smile that carried a hint of reluctance. Shen Lian leaned closer, resting his chin against the man's chest. Gazing up, do you believe we will live to a ripe old age? Chu Yilan held his gaze for a moment, emotions flickering in his eyes. When it comes to the matters of life and death, Chu Yilan has always maintained a barrier against reality. The repeated loss of loved ones has made him reticent about such topics. Long-term mental anguish has left him anxious and bewildered, requiring Shen Lian's gentle reassurance. Shen Lian, you will ensure that the roses never wither. One to you? I promise. The warm promises of a sunlit afternoon intertwined with the rustling of the wind outside, awakening a subtle fragrance of flowers. In that moment, Chu Yilan embraced Shen Lian, kissing him tenderly. Later, Chu Yilan conversed with several doctors and Ning Xixian for over an hour, confirming that Shen Lian currently required no specific treatment, merely care. I am not short of money. Chu Yilan thought, I can provide him with everything. Ning Xixian, as a matter of principle, ensured patient confidentiality, so once they exited the hospital, no one broached the subject again. Upon hearing that Chu Yilan was hosting a banquet at a seafood hotel, Feng Yuanshan hurried over. Chu Yilan composed himself, ensuring that Feng Yuanshan and the others remained oblivious to his emotions. Feng Yuanshan discreetly asked Ning Xixian, how is the task entrusted to you by the brothers going? Ning Xixian shrugged, in vain. I asked, but Shen Lian is unaware. Thus, nothing could be extracted from Chu Yilan. Feng Yuanshan was greatly disappointed. Observing this, Chu Yilan chuckled. Is it that boring? If not, I shall have old Master Feng arrange a few blind dates for you. Feng Yuanshan immediately reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. Spare me. What is so good about dating? To be frank, I think you are a bit neurotic at the moment. Chu Yilan raised an eyebrow. Consequently, the boisterous Feng Xiao was coaxed by Chu Yilan to another gaming table to play Pai Gao, where he lost miserably. By the time Shen Lian finished devouring his bread crab, Feng Yuanshan had been penalized to drink to the point of becoming tongue-tied. As the gathering dispersed, Ning Xixian wore a pained expression while helping this man into the car. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, as I arrived home, the sky had just turned a deep shade of darkness. Upon opening the door, a small black and white bundle rushed to my feet. I exclaimed in surprise and bent down to scoop up Chu Zhumi. What transformation in just a day. Look at this, Chu Yi. It has come specifically to find me. It seems the goat milk formula I fed it recently was not in vain. It has remembered my scent. The mewing of the kitten could melt anyone's heart. If it weren't still so young, I would have immediately pulled out a can and fed it directly. It is simply too adorable. Chu Yilan glanced over briefly, perhaps influenced by the fact that I had personally picked it up, but still. He found Chu Zhumi not particularly appealing. With a ring of black spots around its mouth, its looks faltering right from the start. I did not forget Ningxi's advice from earlier in the day. The bath tonight was quick, with water at a moderate temperature and all ventilation systems running. In less than 10 minutes, I emerged, feeling refreshed. Upon looking up, I noticed that Chu Yilan, who had arrived a few minutes earlier, was already seated on the bed, clad in the couple's black robe I had gifted him. Every previous encounter with Chu Yilan had seen him impeccably dressed, but not this time. His closely cropped hair lacked unnecessary embellishments. His features were sharp and defined. The neckline of his robe was slightly stretched, revealing lines that echoed his owner's, clean-cut and decisive, exuding an undeniable sense of authority and aggression. Yet his gaze was surprisingly calm and serene. "Tonight, I will sleep with you," Chu Yilan announced, letting out a soft sigh. "Shen Lian, I am concerned." However, to my ears, that translated to I lack security. I braced myself against the wall. Who could withstand such pressure? Chapter 57. Take care of your health, a large carnivorous creature, the kind that radiates ferocity. When it displays a somewhat pitiable expression, its destructive power is evident. I felt a pang of sympathy for Chu Yilan, an excitement akin to an old romantic. As I edged closer to the bedside, "How about I tell you a bedtime story?" I suggested. Chu Yilan replied with a hint of exasperation. "I believe it would be better if you remained silent." "That won't do," I countered, admiring the striking allure of Chu Yilan in his robe, murmuring to myself, "My taste is truly exceptional. When it comes to choosing a partner, one must take charge. If softness does not suffice, one must resort to firmness. Good food is paramount." Chu Yilan seemed ready to clutch his pillow and make his escape. As I dimmed the lights, the room fell into a twilight haze. Chu Yilan quietly felt his heart racing, the scent of minty shower gel lingering in the air. Aside from childhood, this was his first experience sharing a bed with someone as an adult. He expected some resistance, yet none came. The atmosphere was imbued with a reassuring essence. Hee. I chuckled under the covers. Ha ha ha. Chu Yilan couldn't contain himself, rolling over and crossing the imaginary boundary between us. One leg draped over me. "Shen Lian," he said in a low voice. "Isn't it comfortable to lie this way?" I interrupted. Chu Yilan recognized my playful banter, but struggled to find the words to chastise me. Turning to face me, he noticed the glimmering spark in my eyes, captivating in the dim light. "Are you really that happy?" he inquired. "Indeed," I replied, closing my eyes. "It's warm between us, and soon you will understand." In a rare moment of confusion, Lord Chu found himself questioning the situation. He subconsciously prepared for Shen Lian's playful advances. How would he dare? Shen Lian mused, knowing that once the spark was ignited, merely taking a shower would not suffice to regain composure. Rather than seeking immediate gratification, Shen Lian savored the slow unfolding of events. Both enjoyed a night of sweet dreams. The following morning, Chu Yilan awoke and instinctively reached for his phone to check the time. What? 8 o'clock? 8 o'clock. It is well known that Mr. Chu is a notorious workaholic, rising at the crack of dawn, often even earlier, which is why Shen Lian seldom encountered him. Who rises at such an hour? After all, Chu Yilan opened WeChat, finding an array of work reports alongside 3 messages from Sun Binghe, spaced 40 minutes apart. "Boss, is the meeting postponed?" "Boss, I have rescheduled the meeting for this afternoon. Are you stuck in traffic?" The last message, sent half an hour ago, read, "Boss, take care of your health." Chu Yilan was taken aback by the disarray of messages. "Are you awake?" Shen Lian mumbled, extending a hand to rest on Chu Yilan's chest, soon settling back into a steady rhythm of breath. The light filtered through the curtains, faint yet present, and Chu Yilan took a moment to appreciate the scene before rising from bed and heading to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Chu Yilan had overslept. His biological clock was typically unwavering. However, in light of Sun Binghe's knowing glance, such matters seemed trivial. Assistant Sun, after observing him for a few minutes, Chu Yilan reached the office door and, unable to contain his irritation, asked, "Is there something on my face?" "No," replied Sun Binghe, averting his gaze momentarily before adding, "Boss in my eyes. You will always be the strongest." Chu Yilan raised an eyebrow. "Is it any wonder Yongbin wishes to silence you?" He chuckled, "Assistant Sun. I hope your imagination doesn't run wild." Sun Binghe, still somewhat displeased, replied, "Understood, boss." Shen Lian slept until 10 o'clock, awakening to a bowl of nourishing bone soup noodles prepared by Aunt Fun, enjoying a few playful moments with Chu Zhumi, feeling utterly content. At noon, Hu Yilan called. "Shen Lian, I have secured 2 promising scripts for you. I'll send them to your email shortly. Let me know which one you prefer." Energized, Shen Lian exclaimed, "Great. Hu ye. But remember, neither is the leading role." He understood that as long as the script was good, he was indifferent to playing a supporting character. With his current reputation, not accepting roles would do little to improve his standing. As for the leading role, without a solid foundation, he would inevitably face criticism in the future. Although the core essence of the story lay with a top-tier actor, circumstances differed, and Shen Lian firmly believed in taking steady steps forward. Moreover, exceptional scripts are rare. After hanging up with Hu Yilan, Shen Lian nestled on the sofa with his notebook, diligently perusing the scripts. Both stories held merit, one a romantic tale, the other a social narrative. In terms of co-stars and intellectual property, the former appeared superior. Yet for reasons unknown, Shen Lian found himself drawn to the latter. Blazing Fire tells the story of a protagonist and his delinquent friends as they journey from a small town to a bustling metropolis. Once Shen Lian accepted the role, he became the embodiment of a delinquent. In a remote town, languishing economically, the provision of water and electricity was a mere 3 years old. The self-built houses, uneven and haphazard, coiled like serpents throughout the minuscule space of the town. Having dropped out of middle school, he spent his days cycling in search of odd jobs and became acquainted with the protagonist at the tender age of 13. Later, spurred on by the protagonist, he ventured into the bustling metropolis, where he was immediately dazzled by the urban splendor, overwhelmed with awe and envy at every turn. Lacking the sharp intellect of the protagonist, he possessed a strikingly beautiful visage, as if all the vitality of that barren land had coalesced in his face. He watched the protagonist steadily ascend the path to success, his envy turning into an anxious desire for achievement, ultimately leading him into a series of sordid and despairing events orchestrated by a powerful figure. His life unexpectedly veered onto a different trajectory. In truth, he could have chosen to remain, with plenty of financial backing from his employer, yet he was unwilling. The darkness lurking beneath the steel behemoth of the city filled him with dread, and he finally recognized that he was inconsequential, that he did not belong there. Each day spent in that environment left him bewildered and apprehensive. In the end, the protagonist stood atop a skyscraper, shaking hands with business partners in gratitude, while beneath him, the thrumming traffic flowed. The once dream-filled youth, burdened with a tattered canvas bag, boarded a bus and then a green train, returning to his roots. On another dawn, he pedaled his old, worn bicycle, continuing to navigate the town streets. The familiar, crisp sound of the bell rang out. The narrative of the delinquent was brief. He was not a foil to the protagonist, but rather a reflection of a slightly luminous yet thoroughly mundane existence, with calamity looming unpredictably on the horizon. His ultimate sanctuary was stability and tranquility, akin to a languid afternoon where a dry side dissipates into the breeze, leaving little behind. But did it truly leave nothing behind? Shen Lian sent a message to Hu Yilan. "Brother Hu, I've accepted the role in Fire." The young lad, to Hu Yilan's surprise and delight, elicited an inexplicable confidence that Shen Lian would surely succeed. Chapter 58. Forever the Great Father, the director of Fire, is surnamed Zhao, named Zhao Wenshu. The fact that Zhao Wenshu could present the script to Hu Yilan speaks volumes about his admiration for Shen Lian's face, exquisite to the point of being radiant, perfectly aligning with his vision of the character Lu Shaokai. Originally, auditions were to take place, but Zhao Wenshu unexpectedly received a call from Dai Tong. "Shen Lian, just use him. There will surely be surprises." Dai Tong, a seasoned director with a discerning eye, asserted that if Shen Lian agreed, the role would be his. Subsequently, Zhao Wenshu caught wind that the crew of Summer of Youth had extended an invitation to Shen Lian to portray the beloved, gentle supporting male role. With a sigh, Zhao Wenshu prepared to seek other options, only to find Chu Yilan's message stating that Shen Lian had indeed accepted fire to faithfully capture the essence of the script. The filming location was selected in an area where water, electricity, and transportation had only recently been established. While maybe challenging for most to envision, there are indeed many who, rooted in their impoverished homeland, live in such remote expanses. Shen Lian glanced at the route. Departing from Chengdu would entail over 4 hours of driving on the highway, followed by a series of winding detours. If they set off in the morning, they would not arrive until nightfall. Chu Yilan stared at the enlarged map on his tablet, remaining silent. "Stop working, I'll support you." Such words were not difficult to utter. Yet the challenge lay in voicing them to Shen Lian. However, this was not Chu Yilan's intention at all. Although Shen Lian had never explicitly outlined his career aspirations, Chu Yilan could perceive the flickering spark of ambition in his eyes. Chu Yilan, with his impetuous nature, understood that upon witnessing Shen Lian's joy when engaging with his beloved scripts, he could not simply clip Shen Lian's wings. Instead, he resolved to uplift him, allowing this individual to soar. Recently, Shen Lian had been indulging in the nourishing soups prepared by Aunt Fun, while also tidying up his luggage. Preparations for the production of Li Hua were nearly complete, with a notification for departure in 3 days. On the eve of their departure, just as the sound of the door opening resonated in the entrance, Shen Lian sprang up from the sofa, having caught a whiff of alcohol from a distance. Frowning as he slipped on his shoes, he approached to take Chu Yilan's coat, tossing it onto a nearby cabinet, and with crossed arms, inquired, "Have you been drinking?" Chu Yilan's stern expression softened instantly, transforming into a smile as he replied in a tone of reluctant concession, "There's no avoiding it." Shen Lian understood this sentiment. At that moment, Meow Meow, the black and white fluff ball, scampered from the corner of the sofa. Chu Yilan bent down to pick it up, saying, "Look, without Jumi, your second uncle is upset." "Why am I the second uncle?" Shen Lian asked. "Because I am the first uncle," Chu Yilan asserted, holding Chu Jumi up to Shen Lian's face. "I am his eternal first uncle." "All right, then." Meanwhile, the entire directorial team of the Li Hua production, along with several advertising investors, emerged from the hotel, leaning against the walls for support. Zhao Wenshu had not anticipated that just before filming commenced, they would receive such significant investment, a monumental investment. The president of Hengtai personally hosted a banquet, serving exquisite wines aged 70 years and dishes priced in the 6 figures. Even those seasoned in such affairs found themselves momentarily awestruck. At that moment, the imposing Chu, marked by a slight scar, yet exuding an undeniable aura, revealed a staggering investment figure. Zhao Wenshu, known for his eloquence, found himself at a loss for words in Chu Yilan's presence, eventually murmuring, "Director Chu, we are filming a social-themed piece, not a science fiction one." "Damn it, with this level of investment, it could very well be a science fiction project. You are a talented director. Once this film is completed, perhaps you can venture into science fiction next." Chu Yilan remained unfazed. Zhao Wenshu felt lightheaded, momentarily unsure of what to say, and instead raised a toast to Chu Yilan, who typically regarded alcohol as detrimental to the intellect. This time, he downed it in one go. After a few rounds, Zhao Wenshu was invited by Sun Binghe to join Chu Yilan, who simply remarked, "Director Zhao, please take good care of Shen Lian. No need to say anything to him." At this point, Zhao Wenshu understood completely. When Chu Yilan departed shortly before the conclusion of the gathering, the remaining attendees, reluctant to waste the fine food and drink, indulged themselves until everything was consumed. "Director Zhao, should there be any issues with the subsequent funding, feel free to reach out to me at any time." Sun Binghe stood tall, his demeanor exuding warmth. Zhao Wenshu could not utter a word, merely nodding in response. As he watched the group depart like a set of wobbling dolls, Sun Binghe stumbled slightly, the facade he had been maintaining dissipating as he trembled and retrieved his phone. His contact list was extensive, filled with various executives and investors. Yet after a long search, he found himself dialing Yongbin. Yongbin was on vacation and, upon seeing the caller ID, answered, "What's up?" At the entrance of Dingfeng Hotel. Could you come pick me up? Sun Binghe replied. Yang Bin, surprised, asked, where's your car? Do you need me to come? I can't drive. Sun Binghe responded with an air of detachment. Truly, President Chu is extravagantly generous for his beloved. I've been drinking to the point of nausea today. While changing his clothes, Yang Bin chuckled, call me father. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Is that so, father? Sun Binghe inquired. Expecting this person to possess a sense of shame is quite unrealistic, Yang Bin remarked. Meanwhile, Shen Lian tucked Chu Yilan into bed and perused the script for a while, finally ensuring that the suitcase was packed. The following morning, just as 6 o'clock struck, Shen Lian shivered, as if awakening from a dream. Chu Yilan gently nudged him, murmuring, it's still early. Shen Lian mumbled, are you going to work? Not in a hurry. Let us sleep a little longer, Chu Yilan replied, softly patting Shen Lian's back. Their legs intertwined beneath the covers. Shen Lian was not mistaken. It was indeed quite warm. At 7:30, they reluctantly rose. Fortunately, Zhao Wenshu was not like Dai Tong. The filming was not entirely closed off, and should they finish their segments, they could leave midway or even depart early if needed. The two acted as they usually did, and after breakfast, Li Yi and Jiang Yu arrived just in time, notable for their newly upgraded van, which was markedly better than the previous one. Call when you arrive, Chu Yilan instructed. Shen Lian kissed him deeply before whispering, be good and wait for me at home. Chu Yilan leaned against the wall, smiling softly. There's no need to feel anxious, Chu Yilan reminded himself. He must learn to embrace a more conventional life. At the designated meeting spot, Shen Lian finally encountered Zhao Wenshu. The composed and scholarly image of the director portrayed in the materials vanished as he slumped against the car door, appearing half-conscious. Shen Lian peeked inside, astonished to see the entire directing team in disarray. What happened last night? Shen Lian queried. Zhao Wenshu managed to open one eye with great effort. Hello, Director Zhao. It's me. Zhao Wenshu gathered some energy to scrutinize Shen Lian, clearly pleased with his appearance. All right, Lin Fu and the others will be late. Let us set off first. Chapter 59. The era of judging by appearance. Lin Fu was the lead actor in Blazing Fire, portraying the protagonist Feng Zheng, a contemporary powerhouse and rising star. With a lineage steeped in the performing arts, including both parents and a grandfather who were veterans in the industry, he was well endowed with talent, looks, and a significant fan base. The journey to the small town was bumpy and lengthy, with the director's team disembarking periodically, either to hydrate or retch against tree trunks. Shen Lian finally understood. They had indeed gone out drinking the previous night, knowing it would be a long drive and still choosing to drink. How reckless, Shen Lian thought. Perhaps his admiration was too evident, as Zhao Wenshu glanced back and hesitated, on the verge of saying something, but ultimately refrained. Last night, Chu Yilan merely cautioned him and instructed him not to inform Shen Lian. Thus Zhao Wenshu, along with several screenwriters and assistant directors, sealed their lips, claiming that the investment had yet to be finalized and that there should be no idle chatter. A gentle breeze stirred up the dust from the ground, while the crooked branches of a willow tree swayed nearby. Shen Lian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of a screenwriter nearly collapsing into the ground, and Zhao Wenshu, catching a glimpse, sensed the familiar essence of Lu Shaokai. By evening, the group arrived at the small town. As soon as Shen Lian stepped out of the vehicle, he inhaled the scent of burnt corn stalks wafting through the air, with the owner of a roadside shop tending to a small stove to prepare a meal. The street unfolded before him in a twisted, awkward manner, with self-built houses sprawling on either side, smoke curling from chimneys. An elderly woman sat on the threshold, puffing on her pipe while watching them intently, as the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the uneven ground, accompanied by the playful laughter of children, a scene one might only find in dreams. Jiang Yu wanted an ice cream, but upon rushing into the shop, the finest offering was merely an old popsicle. Let us make do with that, Shen Lian said, ruffling Jiang Yu's hair. I'll buy you a box of Haagen-Dazs once we finish filming. Fortunately, there was a decent restaurant nearby, likely transformed from a farmhouse, with the funds in place. They served free-range chicken and fresh vegetables from their own garden. The portly screenwriter ventured into the kitchen, pouring himself a bowl of vegetable soup to alleviate his post-drinking fatigue. Once all the dishes were served, they waited for about 10 more minutes until Lin Fu and several other actors arrived one after another. Lin Fu, at 27, donned designer attire, black cargo pants paired with a deep blue sports jacket and a cap. Upon entering, he greeted director Zhao and took a seat in an empty spot, directly facing Shen Lian. Lin Fu was not the kind of strikingly handsome man that captured instant attention, yet there was something captivating about him. Sometimes, charm transcends mere appearance. Upon removing his hat, his clean-cut features and slightly smaller face became apparent, with a mischievous lift at one corner of his mouth when he smiled. This was Lin Fu's first collaboration with Shen Lian, though they inhabited the same circle and had undoubtedly seen each other's photos. Lin Fu stood, extended his hand, and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Shen Lian." "Hello, teacher Shen." Shen Lian responded courteously. After the other actors introduced themselves, Zhao Wenshu signaled for the meal to commence. Remarkably, the food was delightful, authentic and flavorful, a rare treat surpassing that of many grand hotels. Zhao Wenshu had arranged accommodations in advance, with the leading actors staying in a small inn, while the others rented available houses from nearby residents for 50 yuan a day, a mutually agreeable arrangement. Shen Lian's room was on the second floor, adjacent to Lin Fu's, spacious enough, particularly due to the presence of a private bathroom. The environment was not overly refined, as he treaded on slightly aged wooden flooring that creaked underfoot. The bed exuded a faint, earthy scent mingled with laundry detergent. Jiangyu meticulously inspected the area before laying down her own sheets. Shen Lian chuckled. "I'm not that delicate." Jiangyu replied, "Since we brought them, we might as well use them." Jiangyu was very thorough in her cleaning, and by the time everything was in order, dusk had fallen. Jiangyu's accommodation was just across the courtyard, visible from Shen Lian's window. Noticing Jiangyu enter the house, Shen Lian took out his phone to call Chu Yilan. "Everything is well, don't worry." Shen Lian spoke, and suddenly heard the sound of meowing. "Is Chu Zhumi next to you?" "Yes," Chu Yilan replied. "He's quite bold. He just urinated on my leg." Shen Lian took this matter seriously. He needs to be corrected. Such habits cannot be allowed to develop. "Understood, Chu Yilan acknowledged." Moments ago, he felt a warmth on his knee, which soon turned cool. Chu Zhumi looked up at him, its feline eyes reflecting a pure fearlessness. However, Chu Yi was no ordinary person. He did not scold the cat, but merely gazed at it for a while. Unable to withstand the scrutiny, the kitten jumped down, rounded its rear, and went to find Aunt Fun. After a refreshing wash, it nestled in the corner of the sofa, appearing quite obedient. "When I'm not around, you should smoke less and drink less," Shen Lian said, sipping on goji berry tea, continuing his gentle admonitions. "If you miss me, just send a message. I'll reply when I see it. And if you have requests for photos or videos, just specify your requirements, and I'll do my best to accommodate you." Chu Yilan thought to himself that while he undeniably held affection for Shen Lian, there were moments when he wished he could silence him. The moonlight was dim, and the small town felt warm. That night, Shen Lian opened the bamboo window and fell asleep to the intermittent chirping of cicadas. At 6 in the morning, awakened by the vendor's call selling tofu, Shen Lian opened his eyes, checked the time, and felt a surge of morning grumpiness. He covered his head with the blanket and slept for another hour. Zhao Wenshu gradually regained his composure, directing the crew to set up the scene while reviewing the segments to be filmed that day. Shen Lian came down for breakfast and greeted Zhao Wenshu, director Zhao. "Good morning." "Good morning," Zhao Wenshu replied. "You're doing well. No lingering in bed today." Shen Lian, curious, asked, "Is there someone who lingers?" "Lin Fu." Zhao Wenshu chuckled. "He's fine in every respect, except he can't get up before 11. Shen Lian nodded, finished a bowl of porridge and 2 buns. Then went to change clothes, put on makeup, and review his lines. Little did Zhao Wenshu know that Shen Lian had spent several days pondering the script, and he had already memorized Lu Shaokai's lines. "Teacher Shen, would you like a chilled cola?" someone inquired. Shen Lian waved his hand. "No, I'm fine with hot water." "Oh, so young and already into health preservation?" Shen Lian smiled. "It's not about health preservation. It's about cherishing life. I didn't know before, but now I understand that this body has issues. If I don't take care of it, it's akin to courting death." "Shen Lian, you can ride a bicycle, right?" Zhao Wenshu approached him. "Of course," Shen Lian responded, I can even rotate the handlebars on the spot using the wheels as an axis. Do you think I should put on a juggling act or something? No need for that, Zhao Wenshu replied. Lin Fu had yet to appear. So Zhao Wenshu asked Shen Lian to try out the first scene for Lu Shaokai. The sound of a bicycle bell echoed from deep within the alley. In the shot, a young boy held onto the bike's handlebars, wearing a faded t-shirt and jeans, his face radiating an innocent and contented smile, untouched by the complexities of the world. As the other actor was not yet ready, Lu Shaokai effortlessly came to a stop, balancing on one leg. Raising his voice toward director Zhao, Uncle Chui, I've fixed your radio. As per our usual agreement, it's 20 yuan. I'm off to help Hu Erma move water, and I'll deliver it to you this afternoon. His lines flowed smoothly and naturally, allowing for a strong sense of immersion. Zhao Wenshu was convinced by Dai Tong's words and raised his hand to signal Shen Lian with an approving gesture. Shen Lian's smile faded slightly as he instantly detached himself from Lu Shaokai's persona. When this individual displayed minimal expression, his refined features revealed a hint of aloofness. At that moment, an elderly lady entered the frame, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Lian. With a radiant expression, she grasped Shen Lian's arm and, in a somewhat imperfect Mandarin, eagerly inquired, "Oh dear, whose young man is this? A seasoned actor?" Shen Lian was taken aback. The line was quite impressive. Wait, this wasn't T in the script. The next moment, the elderly lady pressed on, "Are you married?" "Granny." Instantly, a staff member stepped forward. "This is not appropriate. We are here for work." "Well, working doesn't hinder finding a partner, does it?" The granny was gently escorted away, and Shen Lian finally regained his composure. It was unclear who laughed first, but soon a chorus of laughter erupted. "Teacher Shen, this granny has high standards. Just yesterday, she remarked that our logistics department's young men lack spirit, and today she comes to propose for you." Shen Lian smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Although the granny was advanced in age, her mind was quite sharp. She understood the essence of being a star, and it was no wonder given his striking appearance. Rather than rushing to propose, she settled onto a small stool nearby to watch Shen Lian act. How handsome, the granny thought to herself. At noon, she brought over a large platter of watermelon. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, prompting Zhao Wenshu to rise. "Thank you." "Oh." The granny deftly sidestepped and offered it to Shen Lian. "Child, this is for you." Shen Lian was taken aback by her kindness. "Isn't this ice water enough? Can I not enjoy the watermelon?" Zhao Wenshu sighed dramatically. This wretched era, where looks dictate everything. Chapter 60. Seeking trouble. Lin Fu awoke from his slumber, realizing that Shen Lian had already passed by 3 times. He was quite nimble. Zhao Wenshu was in high spirits. "Be careful. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous ones aside. Soon, you will be overwhelmed." Lin Fu was slightly surprised, but quickly deduced that Director Zhao was exceedingly pleased with Shen Lian. After finishing his meal, Lin Fu felt revitalized. Zhao Wenshu wasted no time and immediately arranged for their scenes together. In the character dynamics, compared to the outspoken and expressive Lu Shaokai, the protagonist Feng Zheng was reserved and introspective, often appearing burdened with thoughts, his gaze perpetually fixed beyond the confines of the small town. Meanwhile, Lu Shaokai was thrilled to receive even a couple of minor electrical repair jobs, saving what he earned, spending less when the income was scarce, and frequently buying cigarettes for Feng Zheng. Both had lost their parents at an early age, supporting each other through thick and thin, thus forging a deep bond. Recently turned adult, Lu Shaokai's face radiated youthful innocence. He patted Feng Zheng on the shoulder from behind, then moved to sit beside him, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "Here." Feng Zheng accepted without hesitation, a genuine smile breaking through his cool demeanor. "How much did you earn today?" "Over 100. Lu Shaokai replied shyly. "I have another job tomorrow. Once finished, I'll buy some pig's head meat." "Impressive, Shaokai." Lu Shaokai scratched his head. "I still fall short compared to Brother Feng." Indeed, while Lu Shaokai could only scrape together small amounts, Feng Zheng had an uncanny ability to seize every opportunity in the small town, quietly amassing several thousand as startup capital. Feng Zheng had always been generous toward Lu Shaokai. When Lu Shaokai underwent an appendectomy, it was Feng Zheng who covered the medical expenses. Brother Feng, there are so many butterflies over there, Lu Shaokai exclaimed. Feng Zheng merely acknowledged with a grunt, his gaze drifting to the soaring eagles above. The long winds rose behind them, sweeping across their figures, and suddenly soared into the sky, transforming the small town into a mere speck. The dreams of the young man began here, distinct and vibrant. Click! Zhao and Shu stood up, declaring, "All right, let's go." The first scene is a one-take wonder. Shen Lian blinked, the naive and shy expression fading away. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Lin Fu was impressive. The two had just immersed themselves in the performance, executing it seamlessly without a hitch. Like every seasoned performer, Lin Fu marveled internally. Is this what they call a talentless vase? Lin Fu was reticent, and his somewhat aloof appearance gave off an air of arrogance. Yet in truth, he possessed a gentle temperament. After a few casual exchanges, Shen Lian quickly grew familiar with him. Lunch commenced at 1 o'clock. Shen Lian sipped some chicken soup before indulging in a balanced array of dishes. "Do you enjoy bean curd skin?" Lin Fu inquired with curiosity. "It's decent," Shen Lian replied. "It supplements protein." "You seem quite particular," Lin Fu observed. Shen Lian smiled lightly. After their meal, Shen Lian took a moment to rest and stepped aside to make a phone call. Chu Yilan had just finished eating as well. Shen Lian leaned against the darkened doorpost, smiling like a gentle spring breeze. "Don't follow me." A woman's voice, laced with anger, belonged to Jiang Yu. Approaching from a distance, she shouted back at someone trailing her, "Stay away." "Wait a moment," Shen Lian said as he frowned and looked behind Jiang Yu, only to discover a man in his 30s, dressed rather unkempt, exuding a sleazy and provocative demeanor, an unmistakable image of a rogue. "Shui, I'll call you back shortly," Shen Lian said before hanging up and striding forward. Upon seeing Shen Lian, Jiang Yu immediately quickened her pace, but the man followed suit. Just as the man was about to brush against Jiang Yu's shoulder, Shen Lian pulled her behind him and forcefully swatted away the man's filthy hand. "What do you think you're doing?" Shen Lian's voice, coupled with the commotion, drew the attention of several staff members. The man was startled, hesitating to act further, and blustered. "What do you want?" Shen Lian ignored him and turned to the tearful Jiang Yu, saying, "Don't be afraid. Tell me what happened." "I was taking pictures by the river at the town's entrance," Jiang Yu explained. "I didn't know where he came from. When I sensed something was off, I tried to run back, but he followed me and even asked if I wanted to be his wife." "You toad dreaming of a swan?" Lin Fu scolded. The man, now enraged, retorted, "What does it have to do with you? Get lost. If you harass my assistant again, I will call the police," Shen Lian warned coldly. The man, realizing Jiang Yu was not just a mere tourist, but part of a film crew, thought better of his bravado and shot Jiang Yu a venomous glare before fleeing. An elderly woman who had brought Shen Lian watermelon that morning witnessed the entire episode and quietly advised, "That man is notorious in the area, uncontrollable by his parents. He frequently gets into trouble and has become desensitized to police intervention. Young lady, when in unfamiliar places, never wander alone, day or night." Jiang Yu nodded vigorously, frightened. Shen Lian sighed heavily as he looked at Jiang Yu. "I had hoped you possessed a modicum of awareness regarding safety." "I'm sorry," Jiang Yu murmured softly. Being the only daughter, her understanding of the world's dangers was rather limited, having only faced some harsh realities during her internship at Xingtu Entertainment after graduating. Later, being accompanied by Shen Lian brought a sense of ease. In this pristine, unspoiled landscape, Jiang Yu rarely ventured, and in a moment of enthusiasm, she could hardly fathom the lurking dangers. "It's not a reproach, but a concern for your safety," Shen Lian admonished. "From now on, no matter where you go, Li must accompany you, understand?" Jiang Yu nodded vigorously, understood. One of Jiang Yu's admirable traits was her ability to remember instructions well. Perhaps the unsettling actions of a man following her had left a shadow, for in the subsequent days, she remained dutifully at the filming location, occasionally venturing out for ice cream, but always with Li Yi by her side, returning promptly without delay. At one point, a staff member approached Shen Lian to report that the man had been seen loitering nearby again, but since he had not acted upon it and the location was public, all they could do was remain vigilant. Such despicable individuals, in their cunning, would inflict harm upon themselves to achieve their goals. Yet they dared to persist in their harassment the moment one let their guard down. Jiang Yu brought the sun-dried bedding to Shen Lian's room, meticulously changing it, and hurried back to her own small courtyard before nightfall, feeling secure with staff members around her. As per routine, after Shen Lian finished his late-night phone call with Chu Yilan, he turned off the lights and went to sleep, casually mentioning the events of the day. In a hazy state, it seemed to be the latter part of the night when Shen Lian faintly heard the sound of the door lock being tampered with. A series of attempts followed by a pause, and then it resumed. Shen Lian's eyes shot open. In the next moment, the old wooden door creaked open, a chilling sound in the stillness of the night. The intruder moved lightly, the wooden floorboards creaking softly and sharply beneath their feet. Shen Lian heightened his alertness to the maximum, almost able to sense the slightest tremor in the air. Soon, an unpleasant stench approached his mouth and nose. "You're truly asking for trouble," Shen Lian surmised who it was. Upon hearing a male voice, the intruder froze momentarily before turning to flee. Yet, Shen Lian sprang up with remarkable speed, flinging the blanket off entirely, and with a forceful throw, the blanket landed over the shadowy figure. In a fluster, the intruders stumbled as they stepped on the corner of the blanket, and just as they were about to kneel, Shen Lian delivered a swift kick from behind, sending them crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 61. Lord Chu comes to visit Lin Fu burst out wearing a pair of floral shorts, draped in a half-sleeve shirt with buttons undone. The corridor was dimly lit by motion sensor lights. Yet it was sufficient for Lin Fu to see Shen Lian raising his fist to strike a man in the face. Lin Fu's mind was not entirely clear, but shock flickered in his eyes. After all, this scene was quite impactful. Noticing Lin Fu, Shen Lian kindly remarked, "Nothing serious, you can go back to sleep." Lin Fu exclaimed, "Is this what you call nothing serious?" Finally recognizing the man on the ground who was screaming in agony, Lin Fu turned and rushed to knock on the door at the end of the corridor, where Zhao Wenshu resided. Soon, the entire hotel was ablaze with lights. Zhao Wenshu understood halfway through Lin Fu's explanation and promptly made a phone call. This time, the security personnel were limited, totaling only 7. But dealing with a reckless and insipid man posed no real challenge. It was indeed the thug that had been harassing Jiang Yu. At first, he shouted loudly, clamoring to call the police and seek assistance, but was swiftly silenced by Zhao Wenshu's command to gag him. After enduring a brutal beating, he lay on the floor, groaning and no longer exhibiting his earlier bravado. The man curled up on the ground, his face bruised and battered, each breath heavier than the last. Shen Lian, pulled by Lin Fu, stood behind Zhao Wenshu, observing as the director sat indifferently on a dilapidated 8 Immortals chair. Shen Lian remarked, "Your demeanor suits that of a character from a criminal underworld." Zhao Wenshu replied calmly, "Fetch a towel. I wish to inquire about the matter." The thug, terrified from the beating, confessed everything in detail. Despite his persistence, he was familiar with the area and had climbed onto the roof of an abandoned house to observe Jiang Yu for a while. He saw her enter the second floor of the inn, but mistakenly assumed she resided there, only to miss her exit. Under the cover of darkness, he stealthily entered through a derelict side door of the inn, only to be caught by Shen Lian. Zhao Wenshu thought to himself, "You nearly harmed my significant investment." Though Zhao Wenshu was a director, his works primarily focused on reality and societal issues. Years ago, he had encountered violence while addressing topics such as illegal factories and exploitation. But he persevered, breaking through with 2 obscure films in various competitions. Thus, when dealing with thugs, he was not without means, but rather quite adept. "You may call the police, but trust me, you possess no evidence." Zhao Wenshu chuckled lightly. "Where is the surveillance here? Who can prove we laid hands on you? However, do not expect your future days to be pleasant." He continued, "If you endure such a beating daily, can you remain honest?" Fear flickered in the thug's eyes. "You refrain from attacking during the day due to the crowd. How could you possibly differentiate right from wrong?" Zhao Wenshu warned, "If I see you near the filming location again, I will strike you each time." Dealing with scoundrels required scoundrel tactics, and Zhao Wenshu was well versed in this approach. This thug was a quintessential bully, easily frightened. He had panicked when Shen Lian struck him, and now, under Zhao Wenshu's threat, dared not utter a word. A few security personnel dragged the thug downstairs, cornering him for further verbal intimidation before releasing him. In these remote areas, one often encountered the foul pests of society. As the surroundings fell silent, Zhao Wenshu turned to look at Shen Lian. Shen Lian immediately stood upright, stating, "Director, he attacked me first." "I am aware," Zhao Wenshu replied, scanning Shen Lian with concern. "Are you injured?" "No." Shen Lian shook his head. His physique was inadequate. Zhao Wenshu sighed in relief. "You frightened me." Shen Lian exchanged glances with Lin Fu, thinking, "What are you afraid of? That display earlier nearly terrified us." They did not comprehend that Zhao Wenshu had begun drafting a science fiction script. This incident had not drawn much attention, and Zhao Wenshu had issued a confidentiality order. Yet, given its occurrence, he decided to inform Sun Binghe the following morning. As anticipated, Sun Binghe's tone tightened, immediately inquiring about Shen Lian's safety. "He is perfectly safe, unharmed, and has already been sent away," Zhao Wenshu reassured him. After hanging up, Sun Binghe wasted no time notifying Chu Yilan. In truth, Sun Tezu has been feeling somewhat fatigued these past few days, primarily due to the lingering effects of a hangover from that night, compounded by a relentless work schedule that leaves little room for rest. However, he possesses an extraordinary motivation concerning the matter of Shen Lian. The arrangements for the afternoon and the following day have all been postponed. Chu Yilan stated. Sun Binghe, holding a file folder with utmost professionalism, replied, "Understood. I will prepare the vehicle immediately." Chu Yilan squinted slightly. "Do you know where you're headed next? Are you not searching for Teacher Shen?" With a smile, Chu Yilan continued, "Indeed, let us arrange it promptly. I would rather not encounter that ruffian again." Jiang Yu's spirits soared. Was this not madness? Every time he spotted a woman, it was as if he expected her to proclaim, "Come be my wife." Under the scorching sun, after a shoot concluded, Shen Lian descended. His face flushed. Jiang Yu hurriedly offered him water, cool boiled water with 2 ice cubes, just perfect. Nearby, Lin Fu grabbed a bottle of cola that still bore the chill of the refrigerator, draining half of it in one go, much to Shen Lian's discomfort. During dinner, Zhao Wenshu glanced at his phone, his expression shifting rapidly before regaining composure. After clearing his throat, he said, "Well, Lin Fu, you will accompany me to stay at the courtyard of screenwriter Zhang and the others tonight." Lin Fu inquired, "What is the matter?" "Oh, our place has a mouse problem. I asked the landlord to take care of it." "A mouse? I haven't seen any." Zhao Wenshu immediately retorted, "Then I'll go. You can sleep with the mouse." "No, I'll go too." Lin Fu was not afraid of mice, but found them quite repulsive. Shen Lian chimed in. "Our rooms are adjacent. There's no disturbance in mine." "None at all," Zhao Wenshu replied without flinching. "The landlord has inspected it. Your room is quite clean." "Very well," Shen Lian nodded. After dinner, Zhao Wenshu appeared particularly anxious, urging everyone to retire for the night. Shen Lian, perplexed but pleased at the prospect of an early dismissal, obliged. As the evening sky darkened, the cicadas outside sang their frantic song. Shen Lian lay in bed. The bamboo window opened, initially intending to rest for 3 minutes, but unexpectedly dozed off. The sound of vehicles arriving and halting, though not loud, became distinctly clear in the quietude, accompanied by a dog barking several times. Suddenly, Shen Lian found himself wide awake, turning over and inexplicably peering outside. Just then, Chu Yilan glanced up. Shen Lian's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily believing he was hallucinating, and leaned forward. Chu Yilan's expression shifted. "What are you doing?" Shen Lian remained silent, retracting his head in a flash as Sun Binghe mentally counted. Upon reaching 5, hurried footsteps echoed from above. Without even putting on his shoes, Shen Lian leaped forward, embracing Chu Yilan. Chu Yilan caught him, hand supporting Shen Lian's backside, resembling a position one would use to hold a child. Yet he uttered not a word as he ascended the stairs with Shen Lian in his arms. Sun Binghe stood on the ground floor, thinking he could relish a well-deserved rest. Chapter 62. Normal, you're a male. Back in the room, Shen Lian clung to Chu Yilan like a sloth. "How did you come here?" Shen Lian nestled against the bed, brushing his lips against the man's earlobe. "Just passing time." Chu Yilan slightly withdrew. realizing Shen Lian's grip had not lessened, and gently patted his back. "And you? Has the shooting gone smoothly these past 2 days?" "Indeed it has," Shen Lian murmured. "I was thinking of watching you after I finish most of the filming." Chu Yilan replied, "I cannot wait." Shen Lian chuckled softly, surprised that Master Chu could utter such sweet words. Chu Yilan gently nudged the tip of Shen Lian's nose, and an overwhelming desire surged within him. He supported Shen Lian's waist, guiding him to lie on the bed. As he sensed Shen Lian's delicate form, an unusual ferocity and destructive urge blossomed from the depths of his heart, particularly because Shen Lian's appearance for the shoot made him look exceptionally youthful, dressed in simple, antiquated attire, resembling a lovely little white flower swaying in the wind. The depths of Shen Lian's eyes were filled with the tumult of passion, and when he reached the shore of emotion, the word vivid came to mind. However, when Chu Yilan halted his movements, Shen Lian frowned in displeasure. Yet he could not muster any anger. "Why do you look so pitiful?" Chu Yilan inquired with a smile. "Being pitiful is fine," he continued, "as long as it's directed solely at me." Shen Lian profoundly understood the sentiment that a brief separation can feel more invigorating than a new marriage. Sun Binghe hummed a tune, and even the cheap plastic basin in his hands appeared quite appealing. After hastily washing up, he returned to his room, spent a few minutes on his phone, and eventually fell into a peaceful slumber. On the way, the boss had mentioned that tomorrow would be a light work day, allowing for a leisurely sleep-in. He even silenced his phone, deeming nothing worthy of his attention unless the world were to end. Shen Lian slept closely beside Chu Yilan that night, waking up the next morning drenched in sweat. As he stirred, Chu Yilan grasped Shen Lian's arm, frowning. "So early?" "Your biological clock seems to have malfunctioned," Shen Lian replied in a hushed tone. "I have to go film. You sleep soundly. I'll have Li bring breakfast shortly." The expensive suit jacket was tossed to the foot of the bed, and Chu Yilan felt rather drowsy. When Shen Lian was not by his side, he had little sleep, always seeking something to occupy himself. Now, enveloped in the familiar scent, his body seemed to crave replenishment for all the fatigue it had endured. The curtains were drawn just slightly, allowing the gentle sunlight to filter in. Chu Yilan lay bathed in this radiant glow, his brow and eyes serene. This was how it should be, Shen Lian thought. A person weathered by darkness should never be Chu Yilan, though labeled a villain. True malevolence only manifested when Zheng Gu and Zhou Tongxi relentlessly exploited their own demise. They were acutely aware of what Chu Yilan cherished and lacked. Yet they treated him like a dog on a leash, casting bait repeatedly, forcing him to embellish their tumultuous romance until they pushed him to the brink, accusing him of being a devil, and ultimately completing their narrative with a calculated demise under the spotlight of the protagonist's halo. The thought of it filled Shen Lian with loathing. "Go back to sleep," Shen Lian whispered softly. Chu Yilan responded with a gentle hum. Observant individuals noticed the presence of 4 black-clad bodyguards at the hotel entrance, suggesting that someone of considerable importance had checked in last night. While Zhao Wenshu advised everyone to focus on their work without elaborating, the filming commenced at 8, taking advantage of the mild morning sun to swiftly capture a few additional shots. Zhao Wenshu noted that Shen Lian exhibited no temperament while filming. As long as the requests were reasonable, he was perfectly accommodating, and the results of their repeated adjustments pleased Zhao Wenshu immensely. "Has it been delivered?" Shen Lian inquired during a break with Li Yi, who had just come down from the hotel. Li's legs felt somewhat weak. "Yes, Shingu," he replied. Observing Li Yi's hesitance, Shen Lian chuckled softly. "I hope he didn't scold you?" Li Yi had not anticipated that upon opening the door, he would be greeted by a tall man whose stature nearly brushed against the top of the door frame. The striking features of the man were quite impactful at such close range, yet his expression was devoid of emotion, as if he were scrutinizing his prey before finally uttering the words, "Put it on the table." Shen Lian had delayed for over an hour before allowing Li Yi to deliver the meal. By then, Chu Yilan had awakened. This was the first time Li Yi had laid eyes on him. Previously, he had either driven behind or had been assigned elsewhere, never having encountered the true form of Chu Yilan. As for Shen Lian's apparent connection with a significant figure, Li Yi remained discreet, never prying into the matter. Is the person in your room exhibiting some hostility towards me? Chu Yilan in guit. That's to be expected. You're a man, came the reply. Li was taken aback. Do you understand competition? Shen Lian explained. The fact that you can come down safely indicates that he has assessed you as harmless. That sounds a bit hurtful, brother Shen. Li remarked. Shen Lian found this amusing. He was quite busy throughout the morning, even wishing to return to his room to check in, but finding no time. Meanwhile, Chu Yilan relaxed, sitting at the head of the bed, perusing the script annotated by Shen Lian. It was not until 11:30 that there was a commotion from next door. Chu Yilan opened the door to find Sun Binghe, bleary-eyed, holding a plastic basin. Is the bathroom in the house unusable? He asked. It's too cramped, Sun Binghe replied. The outside is more spacious. Assistant Sun, it's rather hot here, Chu Yilan noted. It seems we haven't prepared any clothes. Sun Binghe snapped awake. Leave it to me, boss. However, he underestimated the desolation of the area. After scouring the entire town, he found only 2 menswear shops, both offering brands and styles that were utterly disheartening. When Sun Binghe returned with 2 white plastic bags in hand, Shen Lian was just setting the table, arranging the dishes with urgency. Quickly, while it's still warm. Chu Yilan stared at the 2 plastic bags. Is this what you prepared for clothing? Reluctant to admit it, Sun Binghe stammered. Let me take a look. Shen Lian took the bags, opened them, revealing brown polyester shorts and a white short-sleeve shirt, the texture reminiscent of cotton, quite nice indeed. Wear this in the afternoon. I will take you fishing. Chu Yilan raised an eyebrow. No filming today? Shen Lian replied. I am diligently striving. Surely a half-day off is not too much to ask? In truth, as soon as Shen Lian spoke, Zhao Wenshu had readily agreed, not solely due to Shen Lian's adeptness in acting, but also because of his substantial investment. Although Chu Yilan feigned indifference towards many things, he hailed from a prestigious background and had never donned such inexpensive attire. Nonetheless, considering that Shen Lian would accompany him that afternoon, he found it acceptable. Shen Lian led Chu Yilan out through the back door, avoiding any encounters with the crew. Director Zhao assured them, feel free to enjoy yourselves. If you run into anyone from the crew, consider it my loss. The afternoons in the small town were generally quiet. Shen Lian had inquired in advance. 3 kilometers east from their location lay the confluence of 2 streams, teeming with fish and shrimp. Shen Lian had even prepared a net and a small bucket beforehand. As Sun Binghe trailed behind at a distance, he found the scene before him dreamlike. His typically cold and formidable boss, clad in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, was hand in hand with Shen Lian, walking across the parched grass, off to catch fish. Upon reaching the stream, Sun Binghe directed the bodyguards to set up an umbrella for shade. Initially hesitant, Chu Yilan was pulled in by Shen Lian and soon found himself wading into the water. Chapter 63. A different significance in Chu Yilan's memory. The only time he engaged in such activities was during his childhood when he accompanied his grandfather to a rural farm. The weather was splendid, and his mother sat nearby, smiling as she watched him. Shen Lian approached for a drink of water and, turning around, noticed Chu Yilan diligently fishing for shrimp. Unable to resist, he took out his phone and snapped a couple of photos, followed by a video shared in their group chat. Feng Yueshan was always the one to respond immediately. Have my brother been possessed? Shen Lian replied. Do you even understand life? Feng Yueshan exclaimed, oh my goodness. This is a horror story. Can you arrange for a psychiatrist on your end? And what on earth is your brother wearing? Shen Lian responded. The conditions were limited. It was a casual purchase, but he looks quite dashing. Ning Sahan remarked, this is madness. Zhou Yuanlin echoed, this is madness. Shen Lian scoffed lightly. Though Chu Yilan had little practical experience, his skills improved with each attempt. While he didn't catch many fish, he managed to fill half a bucket with shrimp. Shen Lian observed that they could easily whip up a delightful stir-fry that evening, adding some garlic shoots and chives to make it utterly delectable. As Chu Yilan emerged from the water, a faint smile graced his face, and his calves were smeared with mud, of which he seemed unconcerned. I'll often take you to play once you develop a liking for it, Shen Lian remarked, adding that foraging for wild goods was quite enjoyable, suggesting that Chu Yilan had likely never experienced it before. In his heart, Chu Yilan thought there would be many more such moments ahead, and Shen Lian had indeed promised. Dinner that night featured an additional dish of stir-fried river shrimp, which Chu Yilan, Shen Lian, and Sun Binghe devoured in no time. Sun Binghe felt that Shen Lian possessed a remarkable aura, almost devoid of negative emotions. Spending time with him felt like a refreshing holiday for both body and spirit. "What time do we leave tomorrow?" Shen Lian inquired. 5 in the morning, Chu Yilan replied. "I have an important meeting in the afternoon." "All right." Having met, Shen Lian felt satisfied. Lin Fu was infinitely superior to Zheng Ge. Their filming progressed swiftly, and once completed, they would return to Chu. "Do I'll call you then." "Sound good." The two continued to indulge in each other's company that evening, their dialogue stretching over several minutes. Questions were exchanged, but the underlying reason remained unspoken. It would be a shame not to share a few affectionate moments. Shen Lian was unaware of when he fell asleep, but upon waking, the sun had risen, and the space beside him was empty. After washing up, he sniffed his collar and glanced around the room. Nothing. He texted Chu Yilan. "What happened to the short sleeves and shorts you wore yesterday?" Chu Yilan replied, "I took them with me." "Why on earth would you take them?" "The significance is different." Shen Lian paused, then chuckled softly. How adorably charming. He had mentioned keeping them for a change of clothes, yet now they were gone. The sweltering heat of midsummer surged forth. The backdrop of blazing fire primarily consisted of summer and autumn, so they had to endure the heat. The conclusion of Lu Xiaokai's story was filmed in one go. The young man returned home, his posture straight, still wearing a smile. Yet his eyes bore the marks of wisdom wrought by the harshness of time. Wang Bo, Lu Xiaokai greeted the shopkeeper at the convenience store, procuring an orange to savor. He was no longer frantic. His movements were calm and composed, as if the once chatty person had vanished. In the next moment, Lu Xiaokai lifted his head. The azure and clear sky reflected in his eyes. Some pursue dreams, while others safeguard their hometowns. Remaining true to one's original intentions ensures one remains unchanged. Lu Xiaokai stretched comfortably, and as the camera zoomed out, the small town became just a speck. Click! Zhao Wenshu stood up, exclaiming, "Excellent. This time is even better than the last. Your performance is truly captivating, Shen Lian." Shen Lian relaxed his spirit, feeling slightly dizzy from the sun. Jiang Yu promptly approached with an umbrella and water, asking, "Are you all right, Xinge?" "Not bad," Shen Lian replied. In truth, he still saw colorful sparks before his eyes. "What's the temperature today?" "It feels like being grilled." 39 degrees, was the reply. "That explains it." Shen Lian sat back in his chair, looking somewhat fatigued. Zhao Wenshu approached and softly inquired, "Have you suffered from heat stroke?" "No, just sunburned," Shen Lian chuckled. "Director Zhao, I've completed my scenes. Can I head back to the channel?" "Of course," Zhao Wenshu affirmed. "As soon as you finish, we should be wrapping up here as well." Shen Lian nodded. "It will be cooler tomorrow morning. I'll be leaving then. Just call me for the urban scenes." "Absolutely." Zhao Wenshu had complete faith in Shen Lian's professional abilities. The urban segment held more tragic undertones for Lu Xiaokai than struggles, with few shots, as it narrated the decisive life of a ruler. Shen Lian had preemptively called Chu Yilan. Just as he finished, Feng Yueshan called, proposing a welcome dinner tomorrow night. "Feng Xiao, if you want to have fun, do it without using me as an excuse. I'm not returning after 3 or 5 years. Is a welcome dinner necessary? Just tell me if you're coming." Feng Yueshan insisted. Shen Lian did not hesitate, replying, "I'll be there. My good brother, I'll prepare the grandest table for you." Shen Lian chuckled. Feng Yueshan seemed insatiable in his desire for revelry. The following morning, after bidding farewell to everyone, Shen Lian boarded the van and departed. Halfway down the highway, Chu Yilan shared his location, to which Shen Lian confirmed. 2 hours later, Chu Yilan met Shen Lian at the highway exit. Shen Lian turned to Jiang Yu and Li Yi, instructing, "You two should treat yourselves to a good meal in the city. Eat whatever you desire. I'll reimburse you. If you have plans, just call me." "All right, Xinge," they replied. Chu Yilan sat in the back seat, a notebook resting on his lap. Upon Shen Lian's entry, he leaned over, and Chu Yilan quickly set aside his laptop to steady him, frowning. "You've lost weight again? You can tell." Shen Lian clung to Chu Yilan like an octopus, perhaps due to the sweltering heat. The driver was Chu Yilan's chauffeur, but there was no sign of Sun Binghe. "Where's Assistant Sun?" He off negotiating a collaboration, Chu Yilan explained. He doesn't often stay by my side. Shen Lian had managed to catch some sleep in the car and felt relatively refreshed. The two headed towards Shen's venue, the sunshade remaining up the entire way. Shen Lian said, his eyes reddening, panting, "This can't go on. If you don't take action soon, I might suffocate." Chu Yilan, puzzled, asked, "Do you think I'm unwilling?" Leaning casually against the car door, Shen Lian's eyes glinted with mischief as he glanced at Chu Yilan, stating, "I hope every aspect of you is formidable." Chu Yilan's mind buzzed. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out to cover Shen Lian's mouth. Upon reaching their destination, the two lingered in the vehicle for a moment, hesitant to disembark and face the world. Shen Lian was not mistaken. Next time, their encounter would undoubtedly ignite sparks. Shen had promised a grand affair, and indeed, the atmosphere was lively, filled with a throng of unfamiliar faces for Shen Lian. Nevertheless, the merriment was undeniable. He found an empty seat and ordered a glass of lemonade, opting to avoid alcohol. Earlier, in the car, Chu Yilan had kept a gentle grip on his waist, and the lingering feeling of dissatisfaction with his weight was palpable. Should his next examination at Ningxian prove unsatisfactory, he might face restrictions. Chapter 64, Provocation. Once Shen Lian finished his lemonade, Shen called him over to play mahjong. "You possess great skill in card games. How do you fare with mahjong?" Shen inquired, grinning. "I am inherently a mahjong prodigy," Shen Lian replied confidently. Come. Seated behind Shen Lian, Chu Yilan observed his assertive declaration, only to witness a dismal display of play. Yang Bin arrived fashionably late, hastening to Chu Yilan's side to whisper, "The agreement is finalized. The contract will be sent back tomorrow morning." Chu Yilan acknowledged with a nod, contemplating his beverage choices for the evening, as Shen was treating them. "Do not be modest," Shen urged, engrossed in his game. Yang Bin expressed his gratitude to Shen and stood respectfully behind Chu Yilan. Sun Binghe had once offered a piece of advice. If teacher Shen is present, it is best to stay close to the boss. Why? Because surprises abound. Yang, the assistant, was keenly intrigued. By the third round, Shen Lian furrowed his brow slightly. "Prodigy, sweep the money," Shen instructed, presenting a QR code. Just as Shen Lian reached for his phone, a notification chimed, revealing that Chu Yilan had transferred tenfold the amount nonchalantly, stating, "Play as you wish." Shen stammered, contemplating the urge to eject the duo from the premises. As the automatic shuffling of tiles commenced, Shen Lian flexed his wrist, feeling optimistic about this round. "Why are we being denied entry?" Voices of contention echoed from the entrance. "We made a reservation." "What do you mean by retracting? Do you know who we are?" Shen Lian found the tone somewhat familiar. The crowd turned their gazes toward the entrance, where a group had gathered. Though obscured by dim lighting, one figure was recognizable, holding a cake. Shen Lian suddenly recalled the date and turned to Shen, asking, "What is today's date?" "July 11th, Shen replied, taking a shallow breath. "Is now the time to be concerned about that?" Indeed, it was, for Shen Lian had remembered that today marked Zheng Ji's birthday. With numerous streets and countless establishments, it was a curious coincidence that Zheng Gu and his party had chosen to congregate at this venue. The voice that had called out was none other than Wei Fanqing. Shen Lian mused that without his presence as a backdrop, these two could still enjoy each other's company. From a distance, Zheng Gu spotted Chu Yilan immediately. He instinctively donned an expression of innocence, as if no remnants of ash should tarnish his presence. "Shen Lian linit bak at do sing Chu Yilan, Chu." Chu Yilan leaned forward. Intrigued, Shen Lian raised his hand, his slender fingers brushing through Chu Yilan's hair and along his cheek, gradually descending until his thumb gently grazed his lips twice, reminiscent of caressing a tamed lion. The movement was fluid and laden with ambiguity as he cast a half-smile at Zheng Gu, his eyes brimming with mockery and provocation. "Did you just glance at him?" Shen Lian inquired. "Who?" "Chu Yilan zet ponde, purple. Feng Yi." Is Zheng Gu standing at the door? Chu Yilan's words were devoid of pretense. The fog in his mind was torn asunder by Shen Lian, allowing him to perceive the essence of his affections. Thus, The seeds once sown by Zheng Gu would be uprooted, shattering the lens through which he viewed Chu Yilan, rendering Zheng Gu's visage inherently blurred. Indeed, Chu Yilan failed to recognize him, only feeling a distaste for the other's gaze. "I relish hearing that," Shen Lian remarked, turning his head. The interplay of light and shadow accentuated his features with a tantalizing allure, and the possessiveness evident in his demeanor stirred a tempest within Chu Yilan. Unable to restrain himself, Chu Yilan leaned in for a brief kiss. "Whoa, you two are really something," Feng Yueshan exclaimed, a mix of shock and exhilaration flooding his senses. In the corner, assistant yang inexplicably, the crowd, belatedly aware, erupted into cheers. "Hey, Zheng, how does President Chu feel about Wei Fancheng?" Silence. Feng Yi interrupted coldly. Chu Yilan's actions made it evident that certain matters were spiraling out of control. Concealed by the light, a darkness crept into Zheng Ji's eyes. Just moments before, Shen Lian's gaze had unmistakably conveyed, "You are inconsequential." The manager, attempting to intervene, received a phone call, his expression shifting to one of distress as he clutched his phone, torn between indecision. Finally, he resolutely sought out Feng Yueshan. "Young Master Feng, I sincerely apologize. My subordinate made an error, leading to this conflict. President Zhou has been incessantly calling me about this event, which we certainly do not have exclusive rights to. Since we all know each other, I thought." Feng Yueshan scoffed. "What? You still want to share this burden? Zhou Tongxi's people are celebrating a birthday. What concern is that of mine?" The manager stood there, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Please come in," Shen Lian interjected suddenly. "Don't you wish to witness some entertainment?" Feng Yueshan looked up. "What kind of entertainment?" "A self-cultivation of a white lotus," Shen Lian replied. Feng Yueshan's expression shifted slightly, caught between the desire to witness the spectacle and a wariness of Chu Yilan. Noticing the gaze upon him, Chu Yilan replied nonchalantly, "I am indifferent." As Zheng Gu and the others moved to the other side, several unacquainted individuals greeted him along the way. Their camaraderie was superficial. The city of Chu Duqing is vast, yet small, and the influential circles are limited to a select few. Zhou Tongxi is among them, his business widespread, and his boyfriend, Zheng Gu, naturally holds a modicum of respect. Throughout, Chu Yilan did not cast a glance at Zheng Gu. He rested his chin gently on Shen Lian's shoulder, adopting a posture akin to an embrace from the side, one hand lightly pressing against Shen Lian's abdomen through the fabric. He inquired, "Are you hungry?" Not one to concede defeat, Shen Lian aimed to turn the tide. "Wait until I finish." He was unperturbed by Zheng Gu. With so many people around, Zheng Gu would not dare approach Chu Yilan, lest rumors reach Zhou Tongxi's ears, which would lead to unrest. Furthermore, Shen Lian needed no confirmation. A glance at Zheng Ji's expression revealed that tensions with Zhou Tongxi had recently escalated. In accordance with the narrative presented in the book, every year on his birthday, Zheng Gu was treated with utmost reverence by Zhou Tongxi, who accompanied him throughout the day, presenting meticulously chosen gifts and custom cakes. Yet today, a mere friend brought a cake of modest size, and Zhou Tongxi was nowhere to be seen. Frustrated, Shen Lian overturned the car with a snap, letting out a huff of relief. Feng Yueshan chuckled. "Not my brother, but since your arrival, you've already won once." Shen Lian replied with a dismissive grunt. "It doesn't matter. A perfect conclusion is all that counts." Chu Yilan spoke in a low voice. "What would you like to eat?" "Soup dumplings," came the prompt response. Yang, the assistant, immediately appeared. "We don't have those here. I'll send someone to fetch them." Under the appreciative gaze of Chu Yilan, Yang Bin felt a sense of elation. After all, had Chu always shown such admiration during their negotiations of multi-million deals? Never. It was no wonder that Sun Binghe always seemed in high spirits after visiting Shen Lian. The emotional value was undeniably high. To placate Mr. Shen was to appease President Chu. Enlightened, he thought. Chapter 65. Collaborating to confront adversity, the soup dumplings arrived swiftly, setting themselves upon Shen Lian's table in under 20 minutes. "You go enjoy yourself. I'll come find you once I finish," Shen Lian stated, seeking a quiet corner without the need for Chu Yilan's company. As he lifted his gaze, he met Zheng Ji's profound stare. But his expression remained aloof, as he turned to leave. Had I been blind to this before? Chu Yilan bonde. Zheng Ge felt a chill at his fingertips. It had been some time since he had seen Chu Yilan, and he finally witnessed the transformation in the man. The fierce and somber demeanor that once adorned Chu Yilan's features had vanished, replaced by an innate composure and indifference. His natural elegance and beauty, favored by the heavens, were laid bare. His kindness towards Shen Lian was not a mere facade for others, but rather a consistent display of care and attention, which was the source of Zheng Ji's imbalance. For even during the time he had held sway over Chu Yilan, the man had never treated him in such a manner. Shen Lian was not mistaken. Zheng Ji's birthday this year was indeed dismal beyond measure. A significant reason lay in the return of Zhou Tongxi's grandmother. In her youth, the elderly matriarch was a formidable figure, and upon first laying eyes on Zheng Ge, she expressed her disdain, making it clear that while he could be entertained, he would never be welcomed into the Zhou family. Ironically, Zheng Ji's insecurities only intensified her resistance, prompting him to pressure Zhou Tongxi for assurances. Recently, at a banquet hosted by the Zhou family, Zheng Ge had uninvitedly appeared, infuriating the elderly lady to such an extent that she was hospitalized that very night. Such a chasm now lay between them, compounded by their increasing quarrels, leaving them both emotionally and physically drained. In the past, Zheng Ge could have sought solace in Chu Yilan, but now Shen Lian had severed that avenue completely. Could they be regarded as a balm for the situation? Absolutely not. The fire burning within Zheng Ge could not be extinguished, particularly as Shen Lian sat there unperturbed, engrossed in his phone while savoring the soup dumplings. Zheng Ge rose. I never anticipated that you two would genuinely be together. Shen Lian, without lifting his head, responded briefly to Chu Yilan. Shen Lian, is this your way of throwing caution to the wind? Finally, Shen Lian raised his gaze. Their eyes locked, and Zheng Ji's smile gradually stiffened, tension mounting. How have you not succumbed to jealousy? Shen Lian probed, piercing straight to the heart. Seeing the current Chu Yilan, do you not begin to regret? Perhaps in his heart, he thought that if it were Chu Yilan in the same position, he would undoubtedly comply with all your demands without hesitation. However, Zhou Tongxi has far too many considerations to weigh. Zheng Ji's expression twisted uncontrollably for a moment. One cannot remain blind forever. Shen Lian continued, if you are wise. Heed my advice. Bind yourself to Zhou Tongxi, for once he is lost to you, you are nothing, your acting skills are abysmal, and descending to an unremarkable status is merely a matter of time. Zheng Ji's chest heaved with anger. Do not take things too far. Wei Fancheng suddenly interjected. Shen Lian retorted impolitely, you think of Zhou Tongxi as a mere dog, and now you wish to be Zheng Ji's lapdog as well? What use is that? There are distinctions between man and beast. Zheng Ge cannot fully control Zhou Tongxi. By what right do you presume to do so? Is it because your acting skills are inferior to his? Shen Lian leisurely finished the last bite of his soup dumpling, his mood buoyant. Now be gone. Amidst the ensuing silence, Zheng Ge suddenly spoke in a peculiar tone. Shen Lian, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Even Wei Fancheng could not suppress his surprise. How to describe it? It was as though Shen Lian had deftly stripped away Zheng Ji's facade, revealing the grotesque and roiling darkness beneath, which began to grotesquely lash out at those present. Shen Lian, Zheng Ge sneered, you shall wait. No sooner had the words left his lips than the pyramid of champagne glasses on the table was swept aside with a crash. The cacophony echoing as Zheng Ge stumbled amidst the shards, letting out a cry of pain. The scene felt as though it had been frozen in time. Zheng Ge was in a state of utter disarray, while Shen Lian remained composed across the table. Wei Fancheng staggered back 2 steps, aligning with Zheng Ji's frequency, shouting, Shen Lian, what are you doing? Shen Lian turned to Wei Fancheng. To speak reasonably, this is your best line thus far. With that, his gaze returned to Zheng Ge, devoid of panic or discomfort, instead shifting to a more relaxed posture, his eyes gleaming with interest as if he were savoring the moment. The strength that Zheng Ge had amassed was gradually siphoned away under Shen Lian's scrutiny. Zheng Ge had once dominated and oppressed the original, but Shen Lian would not, for they had never been on the same plane. What are you waiting for? Shen Lian's voice was slow and languid, as though addressing a clown. To orchestrate such a spectacle at your own birthday party, I truly believe you ought to consult a neurologist. Zheng Gu instinctively turned to see Chu Yilan standing poised, yet showing no inclination to intervene. Chu Yilan's actions depend on whether I am injured. It is none of your concern, Shen Lian remarked, rising to approach Zheng Gu, leaning down to say, "You have rather disappointed me. After holding it in for so long, this is all you could muster?" As soon as he finished speaking, he seized Zheng Gu by the back of his neck, forcefully pressing his head towards the shards on the ground. Zheng Ji's pupils dilated in terror. Help! Help! Once an artist's visage is marred, they are essentially rendered worthless. Did I not warn you? Do not provoke me again. Shen Lian's voice was icy. The absurdity of the situation, with this fool attempting to frame him, was almost laughable. Such antics had often played out in his past. But encountering someone as foolish as Zheng Gu was a rarity. Shen Lian, let go! Zhou Tongxi stormed in from the entrance, a menacing presence, brandishing a bottle of wine as he came. Shen Lian looked up, a cold smile on his face, showing no inclination to retreat. Chu Yilan shifted his stance. Zhou Tongxi was entirely preoccupied with Zheng Gu and Shen Lian, oblivious to when Chu Yilan charged forward. With astonishing speed, Chu Yilan positioned himself before Zhou Tongxi, uttering not a single word, and delivered a swift kick. Caught off guard, Zhou Tongxi's complexion turned ashen, his eyes bulging as he was forcefully sent tumbling backward. What the hell? Feng Yuanshan swiftly sidestepped, allowing Zhou Tongxi to crash on a mahjong table, and then shouted at him, "Watch where you're going. You nearly knocked me over." A cadre of bodyguards rushed in from outside, and Feng Yuanshan's smile vanished. "Ah, I see. You're here to cause trouble for me. Very well." His tone grew ominous. "Who dares to make a move? Did you see that?" Shen Lian was in no hurry to embellish Zheng Ji's face, instead forcing him to witness the pitiful sight of Zhou Tongxi, sprawled on the floor, unable to rise. "You did this. Are you satisfied?" Feng Yi is tioche fleuve incontrôlably. This time not an act, but genuine fear. Chu Yilan approached Zhou Tongxi, looking down upon him, reflecting on how these two had previously dragged him into absurd and ludicrous scenarios during his moments of vulnerability. Chu Yilan. Zhou Tongxi ground out through clenched teeth. The response was Chu Yilan's foot pressing down upon his face. Outside the fray, Yang Bin trembled with anxiety. What a spectacle! What a grand scene! Chapter 66. Remembering it was no surprise that Zheng Gu resorted to such foolish tactics, as they had previously proven effective. Had the target today not been Shen Lian, but anyone else, they would have undoubtedly faced misfortune. Moreover, in such an environment, due to the reckless behavior of the wealthy, surveillance cameras were almost non-existent, except for the watchful eyes of bodyguards. However, Zheng Gu did not anticipate that Shen Lian would remain indifferent. While Chu Yilan stood by his side, leaving Zhou Tongxi, who had aimed to play the hero, sprawled on the ground. President Chu. A mediator familiar with both parties timidly stepped forward, intending to defuse the situation, as the sight of Chu Yilan's foot on Zhou Tongxi was nothing short of shocking. It felt imperative to intervene, lest the social circle erupt in chaos the following day. Zhou Tongxi was not merely frightened, he was rendered speechless. He had previously enjoyed the benefits of Zheng Ji's clever manipulations of Chu Yilan, who had unconditionally defended him in past conflicts, often leaving Chu Yilan in silence. Over time, Zhou Tongxi had developed a false sense of superiority. However, Chu Yilan's actions now conveyed a stark message, that his previous victories had been mere luck, not strength. Zhou Tongxi could not fathom that Chu Yilan would resort to such a humiliating act as stepping on his face. It was no exaggeration. The blood vessels in Zhou Tongxi's eyes bulged with rage as he bellowed, and, with a surge of force, sprang upright, launching a fierce punch toward Chu Yilan. The wind from his fist whistling ominously, making it easy to imagine the impact it would have on a person. Chu Yilan had never doubted the explosive power of individuals in extreme situations, yet that did not prevent him from effortlessly evading the blow. Oh dear! Feng Yuanshan quickly retreated, sensing potential repercussions for himself, while simultaneously instructing his bodyguards to restrain Zhou Tongxi. Keep a close watch. Not a single one is to get through. Zhou Tongxi was consumed by a ferocity unprecedented. His usual elegance completely vanished, leaving behind only the sound of sharp cracks wherever he touched. He was engulfed by a singular thought. If he did not bring down Chu Yilan today, he would likely never hold his head high again. Meanwhile, Shen Lian leisurely observed the scene and, taking a moment to inquire of Zheng Ge, mused aloud whether Zhou Tongxi would hold him accountable if he were to learn the full story behind this humiliation. Fengye's pupilles trembled violently. Shen Lian had confidence that Zhou Tongxi would not be able to defeat Chu Yilan, and indeed, reality confirmed this. Chu Yilan remained unervingly calm, his brow unfurrowed even as he evaded attacks. In stark contrast to Zhou Tongxi's utter disarray, Chu Yilan was merely awaiting the opportune moment. In the next instant, Zhou Tongxi lost his footing on the spilled drinks, and Chu Yilan seized him by the neck with lightning speed. With a sudden, forceful grip, Zhou Tongxi was rendered momentarily blinded, and then a fierce kick to his knee sent him sprawling to the ground. Chu Yilan effortlessly picked up an empty wine bottle nearby. Even Feng Yueshan had never witnessed such a composed display of fury from Chu Yilan. Hey! Feng Yueshan rushed forward, realizing that while it was acceptable for Zhou Tongxi to serve as a punching bag for a time, should matters escalate to a serious altercation given the Zhou family's concern for him, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce confrontation. Weighing the pros and cons, he deemed it unnecessary to let things reach that point, and aside from himself, no one dared intervene. Enough, Feng Yueshan urged, pulling Chu Yilan back to grant Zhou Tongxi a moment to breathe and recover. He then turned to Shen Lian, who had been unresponsive for a while, and prompted him. A little help here. Shen Lian replied with a smile. I will only assist if Chu Yilan is unable to handle him. If he can, then my help is unnecessary. Double trouble. The phrase sprang to Feng Yueshan's mind. During the earlier scuffle, Zhou Tongxi had already received several blows, and now, from head to toe, there was not a single comfortable spot left on him. Furthermore, having been publicly humiliated by Chu Yilan, he found himself utterly deflated, unable to regain his composure. Gulme, let us help our esteemed Zhou out. Feng Yueshan called to the bodyguards. Why don't you join as well? Shen Lian added, leaning closer to Zheng Ge and softly whispering, Happy birthday. Yangbin felt a chill run down his spine. In truth, he had long wished to confront both Zheng Ge and Zhou Tongxi, one who treated his boss as a mere tool, and the other who fancied himself formidable. Yet, with Chu Yilan's unpredictable temper, as an assistant, Yangbin lacked the authority to act openly, thus resorting to clandestine complaints to Sun Binghe. Yet, even if one were to allow Yangbin to indulge in daydreams, he would never have envisioned such exhilarating satisfaction. Shen Lian nudged Zheng Ge forward, feeling that this embellishment was sufficient. If Zhou Tongxi returned and could still tenderly say to Zheng Ge, Baby, I don't blame you, Shen Lian would concede that the power of romantic entanglements in this world was formidable. Subsequently, Shen Lian casually slipped his hand into his pocket and moved to stand beside Chu Yilan, his gaze softening instantly. Feeling better? He asked. The onlookers were perplexed by the meaning behind his words. Yet, Chu Yilan turned to look at Shen Lian, his previously frozen countenance now imbued with warmth, as if he had discovered a new realm of sensation, feeling thoroughly at ease. Yes, indeed, Zheng Ge had naively believed that a light-hearted remark could compel Chu Yilan to serve him, while Shen Lian had tirelessly endeavored to open the man's heart. How misguided Zheng Ge was in his assumptions. Zheng Ge stumbled after Zhou Tongxi, while Wei Fancheng sensed the precarious situation and contemplated a hasty retreat. He was unable to maintain his composure. When faced with uncontrollable circumstances, he immediately assumed a furtive demeanor. A flicker of crimson light illuminated Wei Fancheng's face, causing him to glance back, his eyes filled with alarm. Shen Lian, disinterested in engaging with him, found this scene piercing his mind like a nail. As fragmented images flashed in his thoughts, accompanied by a throbbing pain in his temples, everything before Shen Lian turned dark, and he felt himself weakening, as if transported to another realm. Upon opening his eyes, the surroundings swayed gently, Yet this time, Shen Lian distinctly saw someone locking a door from the outside amidst the rising flames. "What are you doing?" Shen Lian did not utter a word. It was his body that voiced the question. The original self, Shen Lian realized. Wei Fancheng, collar raised to shield half his face, turned at the sound. The madness and malice still evident in his eyes. However, he remained silent and fled. The original self pursued him, only to be struck on the head by a plaster ornament he had concealed, collapsing precisely at the doorway of Zheng Ji's room. The scene tilted. The original self lost all mobility, blood clouding his vision. As the flames danced against the wall, Wei Fancheng glanced back, his expression fraught with fear. Damn! It truly is that scoundrel, Shen Lian thought. The original self, having sustained a head injury, awoke without recollection of the incident, likely suffering from transient amnesia. But no one would believe such a claim. Initially, Wei Fancheng was terrified, uncertain if Shen Lian had seen everything clearly. Yet, when Shen Lian awoke in the hospital, oblivious to the events, Wei Fancheng soon relaxed. The chaos before him swirled into a vortex, making Shen Lian feel nauseous. "Shen Lian! Shen Lian!" Chu Yilan's voice echoed, as if from across mountains, growing clearer. Shen Lian struggled to open his eyes, realizing he was leaning against Chu Yilan, the man's face betraying an unmistakable terror. "Wei Fancheng." Shen Lian's voice was faint, a wave of dizziness washing over him. The fire at the villa had been ignited by him. Chapter 67. You must speak. Only a handful, including Yang Bin, heard this plea. Assistant Yang felt a surge of blood rush to his brain as he abruptly turned, striding forward to restrain Wei Fancheng. "What are you doing?" Wei Fancheng nearly screamed. Yang Bin motioned to his team. "Remove him." Wei Fancheng was trapped. Feng Yueshan was also startled by Shen Lian's sudden predicament. "What happened?" Shen Lian waved his hand, lacking the strength to speak. "Isn't recovering memories supposed to be this uncomfortable?" "To the hospital," Chu Yilan said sternly. Shen Lian did not protest. He was drenched in cold sweat, his legs weak. He struggled to reach the elevator, relieved to lean his full weight against Chu Yilan once they were alone. Chu Yilan lifted him effortlessly, with Yang Bin always ahead. As the car journeyed halfway, a gentle breeze wafted through the window. Shen Lian slowly opened his eyes, grasped Chu Yilan's hand, and whispered, "It's all right now. Have you been unwell for days?" Shen Lian looked up to see the man's face pale with concern and explained, "It was just that moment. Truly, I hadn't recalled it before." Chu Yilan wished to banish the haunting memory of the recent scene. When Shen Lian suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed into his embrace, he felt an eerie stillness envelop him, causing his blood to run cold and his muscles to tense in response. "It's all right, don't speak." Chu Yilan's voice softened. Although Ning Si was not at the hospital, a simple command sufficed. After a thorough examination, the attending physician confirmed there were no significant issues, attributing Shen Lian's condition to a sudden cerebral stimulus leading to an acute stress reaction. As Shen Lian leaned against the headboard, drawing oxygen, Chu Yilan remained by his side. Yang Bin ensured everything was in order before retreating to a secluded corner, taking a deep breath as he pulled out his phone. After several rings, the call connected. "Are you on schedule?" Sun Bing's voice was cold. "It's halftime. I was just about to step out for a moment." Yang Bin cleared his throat. After a brief pause, Sun Binghe sensed something was amiss and halted his stride, his expression turning serious. "What happened?" Yang Bin's professional prowess eclipsed that of Sun Binghe. When Sun Binghe became an ordinary assistant, Yang Bin had guided him through the ropes. Yet, in matters beyond work, it was Sun Binghe who was the multifaceted warrior. In light of today's banquet hosted by Feng Xiao, it coincides with Zheng Ji's birthday, and he's attempting to overshadow us. Sun Binghe's irritation flared upon hearing Zheng Ji's name. What is he up to now? Going to boss with his sob story about his recent misfortunes? Not a chance. Yang Bin replied. Zheng Ge failed to engage properly with Mr. Shen and staged a scene where he pretended to stumble and blame others, but it fell apart as Mr. Shen refused to cooperate, nearly striking Zheng Ge. Sun Binghe, momentarily jolted from his ennui, perked up, and then Zhou Tongxi arrived, shouting and making a fuss. Utterly ineffective. Yang Bin's tone grew increasingly urgent. Can you guess what happened next? You could never imagine it. Sun Binghe felt a surge of frustration. Spit out. President Chu took it upon himself to confront Zhou Tongxi, kicking him a good 2 miles away, with his shoe landing squarely on Zhou Tongxi's face. Yang Bin recalled the scene with exhilaration, his hair standing on end with excitement. Zhou Tongxi, defiant as ever, was soon subdued by President Chu, who had him thoroughly humbled. You should have seen Zhou Tongxi being escorted away by the bodyguards. It was utterly delightful. Sun Binghe, in a fit of irritation, clawed at the protective corner of a decorative frame on the wall. That is not all. Yang Bin continued. Mr. Shen also recalled that the arsonist at the villa was Wei Fansheng. Just wait, Sun Binghe retorted. I'll deal with everyone in the conference room first. Then we can take on Wei Fansheng together. Yang Bin questioned, what about the contract? Sun Binghe pressed his fingers to his temples. Let me finalize this contract first. When he returned to the conference room, 3 minutes later, the atmosphere shifted as the opposing party lost their mirth, for Sun Binghe wore no smile. He approached the meeting with a sense of urgency akin to a man on the brink of rebirth, exuding an air that suggested Han Tai did not need this deal, urging them to hasten if they wished to collaborate, or else to depart immediately. His words flowed like bullets from a machine gun, relentless and precise. The opposing party clearly sought to extract more profit from Han Tai, and Sun Binghe had absolute authority over the matter. He could dictate terms. However, having missed the grand spectacle of the earlier incident, Assistant Sun was decidedly displeased. Furthermore, as Han Tai stood as a leader in the industry, Sun Binghe was unwilling to concede any ground. In the realm of commercial partnerships, it was evident. Those with wealth and connections held the true power. The result was that the counterpart was intimidated by Sun Binghe's demeanor, fearing he might retract his decision, and hurriedly produced the contract. I harbor doubts regarding the efficiency of your company's collaboration. As Sun Binghe signed, he incessantly recounted. The last time my time was wasted so egregiously was when I attended my nephew's parent-teacher meeting, where he scored a mere 13 points in mathematics. At this, Sun Binghe scoffed coldly, eliciting a shudder of amusement from those present. Regarding today's collaboration assessment, I can only say it barely passes muster. Take care, everyone. After uttering this, he set down his pen and turned to leave. The responsible party across the table appeared pallid, realizing they had offended Sun Binghe. What would that mean for General Chu's side? They didn't even have a chance to dine together now. Sun Binghe headed straight to the hospital. By that time, Shen Lian had nearly recovered and was full of vigor. Upon seeing Sun Binghe, Chu Yilan seemed surprised. So soon? Indeed, there was no concession. The counterpart appeared rather dim-witted. Chu Yilan nodded. It's your decision. Sun Binghe scrutinized Shen Lian for 2 seconds, slightly furrowing his brow. Why does Mr. Shen look so pale? Is that so? Shen Lian felt fine. The doctor said everything is fine now. Sun Binghe sincerely expressed concern. You must still pay attention to rest. Shen Lian smiled. All right. By the way, regarding Wei Fansheng, Chu Yilan glanced at his 2 assistants, inexplicably detecting a long-lost excitement in their eyes. Find a way to extract the truth. The pent-up frustration that had been building within Sun Binghe finally dissipated. No problem. Chu Yilan took Shen Lian home. By the time they arrived, it was already deep into the night. Aunt Fun was asleep, and Shen Lian, having just felt unwell, had no desire to eat. Chu Yilan prepared some dumplings, and when he came out, he found Shen Lian sprawled on the sofa, still in his clothes, playfully engaging with Chu Zhumi. The little kitten had grown, seemingly recognizing Shen Lian, and presented its belly for him to pet, occasionally pawing at him. Just don't let scratch you. Yes, yes. Shen Lian was thoroughly enjoying himself, and decided to pick up the kitten for play. The little creature had been well cared for by Aunt Fun, its belly round and plump, resembling a little balloon. Is there any cat food at home? Shen Lian inquired. Chu Yilan pointed to a cabinet. It's all inside there. Shen Lian, curious, opened it to find it stuffed to the brim. Surely Aunt Fun didn't tea by all this? Shen Lian teased Chu Yilan. Aunt Fun isn't adept at online shopping and doesn't understand these brands. Chu Yilan silently enjoyed his dumplings. Once Chu Yilan finished eating and had his fill of petting the cat, Shen Lian donned his bathrobe and headed directly to Chu Yilan's bedroom. Some things need not be explicitly stated, They no longer required separate sleeping arrangements. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Chu Yilan's eyes darkened. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Chapter 68. Spare me. After washing up, Shen Lian sat on the bed playing with his phone. He checked his Weibo back-end and saw his follower count had surged by nearly 500,000, with the trending topics being populated by real users. From the perspective of the detractors, Shen Lian had been too compliant lately, hardly giving them any fodder. As for the conflict at tonight's banquet, without needing any directive from Chu Yilan, Sun Binghe would suppress it with all his might, and regarding Zhou Tongxi, he would not shy away from exposing any embarrassment. Feng Yuanshan sent a weary sigh emoji in the group chat, to which Shen Lian replied, "We didn't drink that much either." Feng Yuanshan responded, "Wasn't tea, I just emotionally stimulated?" Shen Lian chuckled, just about to respond when his phone was snatched away. Looking up, he realized that Chu Yilan had emerged from the shower, unbeknownst to him. It was no exaggeration to say that Shen Lian felt a sudden pang in his nostrils. It wasn't merely the sparks igniting in his mind or the rush of blood, but a certain shyness that made him avert his gaze. Yet, unable to resist, he quickly turned back, fearing that Chu Yilan might change his mind, wrapped in a towel around his lower body. Chu Yilan's height and the sculpted muscles of his abdomen were enough to send electric thrills through Shen Lian's senses. The way Chu Yilan blocked most of the light above him rendered his expression inscrutable. It took Shen Lian a moment to discern the tumultuous emotions swirling in Chu Yilan's eyes. His heart raced wildly, while Chu Yilan remained silent and motionless, the serene stillness pregnant with an impending explosion of fervor that left Shen Lian breathless. Crimson surged from Shen Lian's neck to his cheeks. Chu Yilan observed him quietly, and finally, in a low voice, remarked, "Every day you flaunt your charms, showering me with sweet words and snapshots. Yet when it comes to this moment, you seem to shrink into a quail." "Who said that?" Shen Lian retorted defiantly, stretching his neck in challenge. "Never mind," Chu Yilan replied. "It appears you are reluctant." Shen Lian nearly leapt in surprise. "What?" Before he could finish his sentence, the man leaned in, and even before a kiss could commence, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Shen Lian felt as though the air had been instantly squeezed from his lungs. A tidal wave of heat erupted from all directions, transforming the spacious bedroom into a chaotic vortex, where only the small space encircled by Chu Yilan felt safe. Chu Yilan chuckled softly, his laughter melodious and enchanting. As he regarded the blushing Shen Lian, his desire for possession and destruction heightened to its zenith. At the same time, a gentle breeze and bright moonlight streamed in, illuminating Shen Lian's heart, which longed for vitality. Chu Yilan felt love surging within him. "Shen Lian," Chu Yilan finally declared, "you will come to understand that I am formidable in every aspect." The moonlight shattered throughout the room, amidst the fervor, softly swaying with hushed whispers until dawn broke. As sunlight streamed in, Shen Lian let out a soft hum, laboriously pulling the blanket over his head. His fingertips felt soft, and his mind was a muddled mess. He could recall nothing and wished to do nothing. A cool hand brushed against his forehead for a moment, seemingly testing his temperature. In a daze, Chu Yilan gently caressed his cheek, his tone tender. "Shen Lian, rise and have something to eat." Without thinking, Shen Lian blurted out, "Spare me. Last night's events concluded with me alone handling everything, from washing to changing the sheets. In that scenario, even if you had thrown Shen Lian into the river, he would only have howled from the depths of his soul, 'Spare me.'" Chu Yilan, on the other hand, wore a satisfied expression, in high spirits, even retrieving dusty tools from a long-neglected storeroom, intending to build a cozy little abode for Chu Zhumi. By noon, however, Chu Yilan's patience had worn thin, prompting him to rise and head upstairs. In truth, Shen Lian had nearly completed his slumber, yet this did not prevent his limbs from being unresponsive. Awakened by Chu Yilan's call, he tugged the blanket upward, revealing a pair of hazy, affectionate eyes. "I won't eat. I shall just lie here all day." However, as he spoke more, his throat ached. At this moment, Shen Lian vividly recalled all that had transpired the previous night. With a blanket draped over his head, he began to feign unconsciousness. Yet, Chu Yilan was not one to indulge him. He had already dressed Shen Lian in a bathrobe, thus lifting the covers and carrying him directly to the bathroom. Be gentle. Shen Lian winced, uncertain of which sore spot to press first. How embarrassing, he thought. Earlier, he had boasted with such bravado, his head nearly reaching the heavens, observing Chu Yilan's self-restraint and preparation for such encounters. Yet, what transpired last night? Words had tumbled forth uncontrollably. When he spoke harshly, Chu Yilan responded even more fiercely, and when he softened his tone, Chu Yilan remained relentless. The pitiful state he found himself in was not something he wished to dwell on. Chu Yilan set Shen Lian down, allowing him to steady himself. The young man, barefoot, stood upon Chu Yilan's feet, his movements exceedingly slow. Brushing his teeth and washing his face felt like a monumental task, and, as he bent forward, Chu Yilan's hand firmly across his waist prevented him from slipping. Chu Yilan chuckled softly, believing Shen Lian ought to have learned his lesson. How mistaken he was. Suddenly, Shen Lian glanced into the mirror, locking eyes with Chu Yilan, and with a teasing and proud smile, he quipped, "As for my criteria in choosing a partner, you must admit it is quite commendable." Chu Yilan mused that among those he admired throughout his life, Shen Lian certainly held a place of significance. Before dawn, Chu Yilan had already called Ning Sahan, inquiring whether the absence of fever indicated that all was well. Ning Sahan, deep in slumber, was barely coherent. "What do you mean? No fever?" he mumbled, still lost in dreams. "It's been dealt with," Chu Yilan replied succinctly. Ning Sahan's mind raced with countless thoughts. He pondered the implications of guilt and legal repercussions, questioning if his brother had truly ventured into uncharted territory. He even dared to ask, "How is it?" Chu Yilan curtly responded, "None of your business." Ning Sahan noted that Shen Lian had no fever, while Chu Yilan meticulously assisted him in cleaning up. Shen Lian appeared quite listless. After descending to eat, he leaned against the sofa and yawned, but as warm porridge filled his stomach, he sensed his vitality gradually returning. Shen Lian played with Zhu Mi for a while, but soon succumbed to fatigue and returned to slumber. When he finally regained his breath, it was midday once more. With his limbs now under his control, as Shen Lian turned his head upon waking, he beheld Chu Yilan impeccably attired in a suit. "Off to the company?" "Indeed. There is a meeting. I shall return once it concludes." Chu Yilan habitually checked Shen Lian's forehead, reassured by its appropriate warmth. "Aunt Fun has prepared rib soup for you. Rise shortly to have some." "All right." Shen Lian felt a wave of comfort wash over him, and then his gaze toward Chu Yilan shifted. Mr. Chu Yilan, sir." Chu Yilan interjected, a playful smile gracing his features. "Shen Lian, do not forget your place. You are well fed, yet I remain hungry. Should you wish to provoke me, I could very well forego this meeting." Shen Lian immediately adopted a more submissive demeanor. "By all means." Chapter 69. I am on vacation. Once Chu Yilan departed, Shen Lian, enduring the lingering aches, rolled about in bed several times. "Ah, what a life this is!" Shen Lian reveled in delight. Upon arriving at the office, Chu Yilan found both Yang Bin and Sun Bing present. Today marked the monthly work summary report, a significant event where various data metrics would unreservedly confront Chu Yilan. If the performance was commendable, it would be well and good. However, if it fell short, one might experience a tumultuous heart. Even more alarming was the presence of Assistant Sun, who was typically quite discerning. Unlike Yang Bin, Sun Bingha's disdain for incompetence was vividly etched across his face, and a mere glance from him could instill a sense of self-doubt regarding one's intellect. Fortunately, today seemed to bear favorable tidings, as Chu Yilan spoke little, and both assistants appeared lackluster. As the meeting concluded, disbelief permeated the room, leaving everyone momentarily immobilized. Faces exchanged glances, pondering whether this was truly the end. Chu Yilan's calm voice broke the silence. "Do you require Assistant Sun to provide commentary?" In an instant, the sounds of chairs and desks being moved filled the air as everyone hastily gathered their documents and cups, clearing the room in under half a minute. Once the others had departed, Chu Yilan turned to Sun Bingha. "Has your tongue been sealed today?" Sun Bingha pretended not to hear and began to relay the findings of their investigation. Boss, regarding the incident at the villa, we scrutinized potential suspects. The reason we did not suspect Wei Fancheng was that he had not been invited. He infiltrated the gathering under the guise of a business associate, which is why his name was absent from the entry log. Chu Yilan did not indulge idleness among his subordinates. He had a cadre of capable individuals who could extract the truth, especially someone like Wei Fancheng, who would easily crumble under pressure. Sun Binghe pieced together the details and presented them cogently, knowing Wei Fancheng would divulge information faster than anyone else, particularly out of fear of the imposing security guard at the entrance. Does Wei Fancheng harbor animosity towards Zheng Ge? Chu Yilan Ingui? Indeed, Sun Binghe affirmed. Wei Fancheng has feelings for Zhou Tongxi. That night, when Zhou Tongxi was inebriated, he intended to take advantage of the situation, but instead, Zhou Tongxi belittled him to the point of fury. In a fit of rage, Wei Fancheng impulsively decided to retaliate. I see, Chu Yilan acknowledged. It appears that Mr. Shen has endured considerable injustice. Sun Binghe added, indeed, all accusations were directed at Shen Lian. That night, in the private room, after finishing a drink, Chu Yilan had resolved to utterly ruin Shen Lian. Who could have foreseen that just months later, he would become the apple of his eye? Arrange the subsequent tasks. Chu Yilan instructed as he stood to leave. Yang Bin exchanged a glance with Sun Binghe, hesitating before speaking up. Chu Zong, will you not participate? Participate in what? Chu Yilan turned back. I have hired both of you along with those managers at a premium, only to scatter wealth while also taking on the labor myself? Am I unwell, may I ask? Assistant Yang, you recently returned from a break, but you must understand I have not taken a vacation in 2 years. With a nonchalant spin, Chu Yilan declared, I have taken my leave. Yang Bin was taken aback, while Sun Binghe quickly accepted the revelation, realizing that the boss and Mr. Shen must have made substantial progress. Upon arriving home, Chu Yilan found Shen Lian engrossed in a video game. The controller, which had just arrived that noon, was recommended by Feng Yuanshan along with several shooting games, and Shen Lian trusted him unconditionally when it came to entertainment. You're back. Shen Lian turned back momentarily. With Chu Zhumi nestled comfortably on his lap, the kitten squinting its eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. Chu Yilan remained silent and ascended the stairs to take a shower. Shen Lian indulged in a couple of games. Just as he was about to commence the third round, the controller was seized from his grasp. Wait a moment. Shen Lian's heart fluttered. This scene felt eerily familiar. And fun. Please keep dinner light, Chu Yilan instructed before pulling Shen Lian upstairs. If Shen Lian could not anticipate what was about to unfold, it would be a grave oversight. No, it's not Chu Yilan, it's President Chu, Master Chu. Shen Lian's voice trembled involuntarily. Surely, it can't be that bad. I've just recovered. Chu Yilan unceremoniously tossed him into the room and shut the door behind them. Didn't you say so yourself? You have high standards and enjoy the finer things. Shen Lian observed the clothing carelessly strewn about. From the entrance to the depths of the room, with one piece hanging limply by the bedside, the veins on Shen Lian's slender, pale fingers were visibly pronounced, stark against the dark gray sheets. As he exhaled a heated breath, his gaze unfocused, pondering if it was the return of the sultry season. The air was saturated with moisture, an oppressive humidity that clung to him, rendering escape impossible. Shen Lian had not anticipated that Chu Yilan was genuinely unsatisfied. Or perhaps it could be said that this man had finally tasted sweetness after enduring bitterness for over 20 years. Nothing seemed sufficient now. Shen Lian's consciousness was once again submerged into the depths, and he chose to cease struggling, adopting a resigned attitude. How long could this last? Chu Yilan had not managed to reach Shen Lian for 3 whole days. This time, amidst work, he took a chance and dialed. To his surprise, Shen Lian answered. Chu Yilan blinked. Shen Lian? Shen Lian replied. What's the matter? What have you been up to lately? Chu Yilan inquired. After a full half-minute, while Chu Yilan speculated whether Shen Lian had lost his phone, it seemed that Shen Lian had turned over, emitting a groan akin to someone burdened by age. Hu Ye, you speak. Wow, what is wrong with your voice? I am sick, Shen Lian responded. I am just groggy. Oh dear, take care, drink plenty of water, and rest well. Chu Yilan, preoccupied with his own busy schedule, had neglected Shen Lian, and a few days without contact felt unremarkable. Has director Zhao reached out to you? No. We're still arranging the filming location and setting up. It takes time, Shen Lian explained. My remaining scenes are few. All right, do keep your wits about you. I'll see if I can secure you an advertisement deal. Thank you, Hu Ge. At that moment, Chu Yilan stood behind Shen Lian, hearing the entire exchange with clarity. Is it really that arduous to shoot an advertisement? After ending the call, Chu Yilan spoke. Shen Lian suddenly sprang into action, scrambling away from this perilous zone. Hastily donning a robe, his body ached, causing him to move awkwardly, reminiscent of a zombie staggering into a city. Nonetheless, he pressed on, bursting through the door without a backward glance. He can still run, Chu Yilan mused. However, he did not pursue, understanding that he had indeed been excessive these past few days, as Shen Lian had not left the bedroom for food or water. Subsequently, Shen Lian offered Chu Yilan no pleasant expressions, coldly scoffing at his presence. Aunt Fun was left bewildered, while Chu Yilan accepted it all in stride, efficiently crafting a cozy nook for the little Chu Zhumi, tossing in a soft cushion that the kitten seemed to quite enjoy. Shen Lian leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, her praise tinged with an ironic undertone due to her emotional state. Your skills are quite impressive. Indeed, my grandfather taught me, Chu Yilan replied. Before my grandfather passed away, I often accompanied him in working with wood. Shen Lian, adopting a more serious tone, gently leaned on Chu Yilan's back. No worries, I will assist you in the future, I learned quickly. How easy it is to console, Chu Yilan mused. Chapter 70. But you can shine that evening. Zhao Wenshu called to inform her that the next day, Shen Lian arrived at the filming site bright and early. Standing tall and elegant, she sipped from a thermos cup without taking a seat. As Zhao Wenshu completed his final inspection of the set, he casually remarked as he passed Shen Lian, "Why not sit while you drink?" Shen Lian merely nodded, showing no inclination to move. Inquiring about her recent physique, someone joked, "Teacher Shen, with your figure, do you still need a sculpt?" Shen Lian smiled through her tears, striving for perfection. Otherwise, what can I say? I've been repeatedly grilled over the past few days. Some parts have reached their limit, so I can only stand. If it's too much, can someone bring me a bed? I wouldn't mind lying down. When the stylist arrived, Shen Lian set down her thermos and followed her to the makeup room. Teacher Shen, you've been working hard. You've lost weight again, the stylist exclaimed, noting how the character Lu Shaokai is perceived as beautiful and slender. It was surprising to see Shen Lian continuously pushing herself to embody the role. Shen Lian responded, "Is that thinness? It's merely a loss of vitality." In fact, this morning, when Chu Yilan felt Shen Lian's waist, he deeply regretted it. He had stood there gesturing for quite a while, his brows furrowed in concern. Shen Lian, amused, bravely leaned closer. "Feeling sorry for me? Then don't be so harsh next time." To her surprise, Chu Yilan nodded earnestly. Shen Lian couldn't help but laugh at the memory. Before long, the makeup room door swung open, and Lin Fu entered with an assistant. "Good morning, Teacher Lin." Shen Lian greeted warmly. Lin Fu's usually stern face broke into a genuine smile. "Good morning, Teacher Shen." As they engaged in conversation while getting ready, Shen Lian had enjoyed a few restful days, whereas Lin Fu had not. Some scenes could only be filmed in available rooms or meeting spaces, necessitating immediate action, leaving Lin Fu quite fatigued. As soon as Shen Lian finished changing, the crew urged her to hurry. She quickly followed suit. The current Lu Shaokai had transformed significantly from his days in the small town. He no longer donned cheap, market-bought clothing, but had adopted designer brands under Feng Zhang's influence. Simultaneously, his once vibrant face seemed encased within an invisible shell, appearing rigid even when he attempted to smile. Lu Shaokai arrived for the appointment. Finding himself alone in the private room, the young man sat on the sofa by the door, his head bowed in contemplation. Lu Shaokai aspired for success without relying on Feng Zhang's assistance, which was why he had come secretly this time. The so-called collaborator, in his 50s with a rotund belly, entered the room and immediately cast a swift glance over Lu Shaokai. The man suppressed his satisfaction and proceeded to drink and engage in conversation. Lu Shaokai, at a loss for words, found himself unable to assert his voice and was deftly misled, caught in a haze of confusion, feeling as if success was within his grasp. However, the tale took a dark turn when, while heading to the restroom, Lu Shaokai was pushed down from behind. The youth was powerless to resist as he was silenced and pressed against the sink, the sound of fabric tearing resonating in the air. Lu Shaokai jolted awake from a beautiful dream, only to plummet into despair, the camera focused solely on his face. That large hand stifled any chance of rescue. As a beam of light from outside fell upon his brow, the boy's initial terror and fear morphing into tears that streamed down his cheeks, eventually giving way to a numbing sense of hopelessness. The entire ordeal unfolded like vivid colors on a blank canvas, strikingly clear. With a sudden click, the actor hastily withdrew his hand. Shen Lian's emotional performance had been so explosive that he momentarily feared he had truly hurt him. "Is everything all right, Teacher Shen?" he inquired. Shen Lian waved his hand dismissively, still grappling with his emotions, yet his tone remained casual. It's fine. You were very gentle." Zhao Wenshu, preoccupied with an intense discussion with the scriptwriter, barely acknowledged Shen Lian. As Shen Lian struggled to rise, he attempted to maintain an air of casualness. Lin Fu, noticing his struggle, casually asked, "Did you injure your leg?" "No, I just slept awkwardly, and now it's numb," Shen Lian replied, noticing Lin Fu's continued gaze. "What is the matter? I'm uncertain about my role in this play, but I believe you will shine." "Do you believe it?" Lin Fu remarked. Shen Lian smiled, replying, "I appreciate your kind words." Lin Fu sensed a touch of pride and confidence in Shen Lian. During lunch, Shen Lian received a boxed meal brought specially by Jiang Yu. Zhao Wenshu, curious, leaned over for a look and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wait, what are you eating? This bland fare, plain porridge, pickles, and small buns, doesn't compare to the spicy chicken or braised meat the crew has." Shen Lian had become adept at crafting excuses and replied without hesitation, "My stomach hasn't been well these past few days." "You young ones," Zhao Wenshu sighed, "your bodies are not as resilient as ours." Shen Lian thought to himself, "Resilient? How could I not be? I made it to the set without falling apart. I'm as tough as they come." Meanwhile, Hu Kailin sat silently, staring at several invitations in her inbox. They were all for advertising collaborations, but the intriguing aspect was that they came from renowned brands, offering generous compensation and specifically requesting Shen Lian. "Shall we tackle them one by one?" She pondered. "It's already arranged," Sun Binghe reported to Chu Yilan. "Each opportunity has been meticulously selected. I would never let Mr. Shen be wronged." "I notice," Chu Yilan remarked, lifting his gaze, "that you are particularly attentive regarding Shen Lian." Sun Binghe's expression shifted, and he quickly declared his loyalty. "It's all for you, boss," despite some suspicion of merely enjoying the spectacle. Being dismissed for that reason by Chu Yilan would be quite unjust. Chu Yilan chuckled, asking, "Let me pose a question. What are you afraid of?" Sun Binghe thought to himself, "Given your possessiveness over Mr. Shen, shouldn't I be the one afraid?" Meanwhile, Weibo experienced a brief upheaval. Wei Fansheng, though somewhat known, struggled to maintain even a third-tier status. Suddenly, an avalanche of scandalous revelations emerged. Accusations of bullying fellow cast members, throwing tantrums at fans, and a chaotic personal life, compounded by an ambiguous relationship with Zhou Tongxi. This provided ample entertainment for the onlookers, given the abundance of tangible evidence. Even the most devoted fans found it impossible to salvage his reputation. The final piece of information regarding Wei Fansheng indicated that he had been prosecuted by relevant judicial authorities for malicious arson and intentional harm on a specific day and location. The victim, Zheng, quickly led many to speculate it was Zheng Ge, as on the day of the incident. Zheng Ge had posted a selfie on Weibo with the location tag precisely there. Subsequently, news emerged of him being rushed to the hospital overnight, with photographs capturing his smoke-scorched visage. Zheng Ji's fans erupted in fury, relentlessly targeting Wei Fansheng's Weibo, ensuring he would vanish from public view entirely. Chu Yilan was never one to show mercy. The exposure of Zheng Ge was merely a tactic to draw attention, indifferent to the concerns regarding public perception. As Shen Lian remarked, Zheng Ge would not have an easy time ahead. Chapter 71. a desperate bid for survival, even though the news of that night was initially suppressed. Chu Yilan managed to reach Zhou Tongxi, inciting considerable agitation. There were always those unable to keep their mouths shut, and once rumors began to circulate, it was Zhou Tongxi whose reputation would suffer. Who was the true instigator behind all of this? Had it not been for Zhou Tongxi's intervention, the elderly matriarch would have torn Zheng Gu apart. That despicable scoundrel, a grown man abandoning his dignity to act like a seductress. What purpose does that appendage serve? It would be better to sever it. With a prestigious family background and a plethora of suitable matches available, why did he have to entangle himself with such a mere actor? The elderly matriarch, typically dignified and composed, could unleash a tempest of fury. As she passed by the hospital room, her scornful words were audible to both occupants. So fragile, what sort of man do you think you are? She bellowed before storming off in indignation. Zheng Gu sat at the bedside, his hand trembling as he gripped the porcelain spoon. For several days, he sought Zhou Tongxi, who initially heeded his grandmother's wishes to avoid him. But Zheng Ji's desperate messages and calls, filled with tears and pleas, softened Zhou Tongxi's resolve. Yet upon seeing Zheng Gu, supported by two others, with tear-stained cheeks, the elderly matriarch's fury reignited. One might think he was on the brink of death. Had Zhou Tongxi not intervened in time to bring Zheng Gu back to the hospital room, the latter's frail state would have been crushed under the matriarch's wrath. Even so, the atmosphere between the two was no longer as joyful and carefree as before. An air of awkwardness hung heavily. Zhou Tongxi's defeat was not merely a simple loss. He had been publicly humiliated by Chu Yilan's relentless taunts. Zheng Gu was equally unfortunate, nearly receiving a flower-shaped bruise from Shen Lian. Both shared a mutual suffering, yet found no solace in one another's plight. Only when all stepping stones were overturned would they realize the path beneath their feet was fraught with challenges. My grandmother must despise me utterly, Zheng Gu suddenly remarked. In the past, Zhou Tongxi would have felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy for his lamenting tone, but at this moment he remained indifferent, even feeling a tinge of irritation. What can I do? Zhou Tongxi gazed out the window. Zheng Gu, she's the grandmother who raised me. Tongxi, that's not what I meant. Please stop crying. Zhou Tongxi coldly interrupted. There is nothing to weep about. Zheng Ji's voice was stifled. The warm summer breeze contrasted sharply with the chill enveloping him. Meanwhile, Shen Lian was fervently contemplating calling the police, yet a scene involving Lu Shaokai and Feng Zheng being chased and cornered demanded their attention. Shen Lian executed two wirework stunts, managing to maintain a semblance of fluidity despite the strain on his waist. He accepted the water handed to him by Jiangyu and drank deeply. Brother Shen, Jiangyu whispered, that person outside is President Chu. Shen Lian responded, somewhat taken aback. He instinctively glanced outside, but saw nothing, so he instructed Jiangyu, tell him I'll come after finishing the shoot. All right, Brother Shen, Jiangyu replied. With her doll-like face and shoulder-length hair, Jiangyu possessed an innocence that, in Sun Binghe's eyes, appeared foolishly naive. Inside the car, Chu Yilan sat while Sun Binghe leaned against the door, tapping on his phone, questioning the crew in their collaboration group. Assistant Sun. Jiangyu had just recognized Sun Binghe's identity through his self-introduction. When the car window rolled up, though only his profile was visible, she recognized him as the owner of the lavish villa where Brother Shen resided, who had mentioned he would come after finishing filming. As she spoke, she smoothed her tousled bangs, not out of concern for losing face before a handsome man, but rather due to a lingering feeling of being caught by a strict teacher back in her school days when facing Sun Binghe. Sun Binghe nodded thoughtfully, discreetly observing Jiangyu, and inquired, which school did you graduate from? Jiangyu answered truthfully. When Shen Lian emerged from the filming site, he immediately overheard Sun Binghe's heavy tone. You can't even obtain a level 8 certificate in S language. What school did you attend? A language is merely a hit-or-miss affair for you. At your age, how can you bear this? Jiangyu, with a tone of trepidation and determination, replied, Assistant Sun, I will definitely work hard. Shen Lian remarked, listening to Chu Yilan in the car, chuckling softly. All right, you can go back now. Shen Lian extricated his little assistant, advising her to go shopping or watch a movie, Dismissing any concerns for him, Jiang Yu pressed down her fluttering bangs, her expression resolute as if she were preparing to join the party. I'm going home to study. Sun Binghan nodded approvingly. Shen Lian got into the car, grasping the hand extended by Chu Yilan, exclaiming, the brainwashing skills of Assistant Sun are quite impressive. He held himself to high standards, so witnessing others' lackadaisical attitude was difficult for him to bear. Upon hearing Shen Lian's slight wince, Chu Yilan immediately wrapped an arm around him, asking, not feeling well? Yes. I felt unwell all day. I told you not to go filming. Shen Lian disagreed. Work cannot be postponed. Sun Bingha regarded this statement with utmost appreciation. Once home, Shen Lian finally had the chance to relax comfortably on the sofa, enjoying the fruits cut by Aunt Fun while petting Chu Zhumi and browsing his phone. Chu Yilan did not mention it, nor had he heard others speak of it. Thus, by the time he learned of Wei Fanqing's downfall, it had already reached its concluding phase, and Zheng Ji's fans had ceased their vitriol. Wei Fanqing's misfortunes were of his own making. The scandals surrounding him were not fabricated, and his downfall was merely a matter of time. However, this prompted Shen Lian to ponder another matter. Chu Yilan, he called out. Chu Yilan raised an eyebrow, setting aside his notebook and approaching. What is it? Shen Lian turned slightly, propping his head with one hand. May I inquire about the time when you saved Zheng Ge during the fire? What was your motivation? Chu Yilan felt that a single misstep in his answer could prove fatal. However, concealing the truth from Shen Lian was out of the question. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yilan spoke slowly. It's quite vague. Shen Lian patiently awaited his elaboration. You should be aware that my mental state was not particularly stable recently. At this, Shen Lian felt a sinking sensation. It was more than just unstable. Chu Yilan's despair was profoundly severe. At that time, I could not discern whether my feelings for Zheng Ge were affection or merely a simple emotional refuge. As he recounted the events, he did not hesitate to assign blame. Shen Lian, he manipulated me in this regard. During the fire, Zhou Tongxi was absent. I did not intentionally seek out Zheng Ge. I merely happened to pass by. You had already been assisted outside, while Zheng Ge was trapped by burning furniture, and no one dared to approach. He pleaded with me through tears to save him. The scene flashed back in Chu Yilan's mind, and for a fleeting moment, he felt disoriented. In that same inferno, a wretched female voice echoed through his mind, crying, Xiaolan, run! Without a second thought, Chu Yilan charged into the flames. Shen Lian, that day, even if it were not Zheng Ge trapped, as long as someone called for help, I would have rescued them. Chu Yilan continued, the scar on my face was not for Zheng Ge. It was caused by a falling beam. I was obstructed in my vision and had no time to react. Dragging Zheng Ge from the inferno, enduring excruciating pain, was akin to being a powerless child, helplessly witnessing his mother ensnared in the flames. Chu Yilan had never aimed to save Zheng Ge. He was merely acting on instinct for self-preservation. Chapter 72. Shen Lian sensed that Chu Yilan bore some degree of post-traumatic stress. He refrained from asking any further questions. The answers at hand were sufficient. Anzai, Shen Lian Kenli Mzat Chu Yilan. I'm so tired. Let us head upstairs to rest. This brought a profound sense of relief to Chu Yilan. Had Shen Lian continued his inquiries, he would have responded. But his throat felt constricted as if gripped by a powerful hand. Chu Yilan was unwilling to revisit those memories. And this was indeed the first time he had discussed such matters with anyone. He was far from prepared. As he closed his eyes, he silently expressed his gratitude. It was all thanks to Shen Lian's consideration. No late-night activities tonight. Shen Lian mumbled sleepily after emerging from the shower. Leaning against the headboard, Chu Yilan responded to work messages, chuckling at the remark. I thought you were more formidable than that. President Chu, please be reasonable. Shen Lian retorted, it's only me. Would someone else with such slender limbs manage? Chu Yilan tossed aside his phone, opened his arms wide, and Shen Lian dove in to tuck him under the covers. He quickly began to feel drowsy, speaking only a few words to Chu Yilan before his breathing became steady. With filming scheduled for the next day, he was utterly exhausted. In truth, one could inquire about Chu Yilan's past from Feng Yueshan and others, but Shen Lian promptly quashed that notion, deeming it disrespectful. He was always willing to wait for Chu Yilan to speak, and if he chose not to, so be it. After all, He had taken it upon himself to oversee the latter part of this person's life. As anticipated at the break of dawn, Shen Lian was the first to arrive on set, where he found Lin Fu seated, perusing the script. "Is your leg still numb?" Lin Fu casually inquired. Shen Lian stiffened momentarily, fixing Lin Fu with a gaze that could silence any witness, confirming that this individual was blissfully unaware before responding. "Yes, it's much better now." Once the scene was completed, Shen Lian's role would be entirely fulfilled. In the narrative, Lu Shaokai refrained from discussing anything with Feng Zheng, fully aware that this was a golden era for Feng's career. He knew that should Feng become aware, it would likely lead to a catastrophic fallout. However, it seemed unnecessary. Lu Shaokai lay at home for 3 days, his mind a tumult of emotions that, at this moment, receded like the tide, leaving him as clear as the sky above the small town. Lu Shaokai came to bid farewell to Feng Zheng. Feng sensed Lu Shaokai's lingering imbalance, which had created some friction between them. Even outsiders could perceive that Lu Shaokai harbored a degree of jealousy toward Feng Zheng. Yet, after more than a decade of brotherhood, could they truly part ways? "Shaokai, stay. I can provide you with anything you desire," Feng Zheng assured him. "That is not the issue," Lu Shaokai pressed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Brother Feng, I do not belong here." "What do you mean you don't belong? How can you say that?" Feng Zheng, under immense pressure for months, struggled to contain his emotions. Lu Shaokai had been a significant part of his youth. They had once imitated scenes from films, swearing brotherhood under the moonlight, a solemn oath not to be taken lightly. "Lu Shaokai," Feng Zheng articulated with deliberate clarity, "is it your wish to distance yourself from me?" Lu Shaokai froze, then murmured, "So you are aware." The city's allure dazzled the eyes, yet after a prolonged stay, Lu Shaokai felt suffocated and weary. Rather than jealousy, it was admiration he felt for Feng Zheng, who thrived effortlessly in his environment, flourishing with vigor. "Brother Feng," Lu Shaokai gazed down at his toes, a gesture he often employed when seeking solace. "I am genuinely happy for your success. But some prefer vastness, while others cherish simplicity. It is an unavoidable truth." "What is there to cherish?" Feng Zheng questioned, perplexed. "How many scornful gazes have we endured from childhood? Do you not recall the nights we sneaked into fields to pilfer tomatoes just to stave off hunger? That was a barren wasteland, incapable of nurturing anything worthwhile. We have finally emerged from that. A beautiful future lies before us. How can you possibly?" "But I cherish it," Lu Shaokai interjected, raising his head with reddened eyes. "I truly do, Brother Feng. I was born and raised there, buying a portion of tofu in the morning, assisting uncles and aunts with their appliances, tending to chickens, ducks, and fish, relishing the sunset's glow. I loved that mundane, stable life. Brother Feng, I am not like you. I cannot soar." Feng Zheng's eyes also reddened, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, disfavor, disconnection, no matter how splendid or comfortable, it would always be a burden. "Brother Feng, I must take my leave." Lu Shaokai had made all the necessary preparations. He had relinquished his residence. "You will surely rise ever higher," I sincerely wished him. "When you achieve success and wish to return, I shall be waiting for you in our old house." Feng Zheng turned away, sensing that the last thread connecting him to his homeland had snapped. Lu Shaokai stepped forward, embracing Feng Zheng one last time. "Take care, brother." Time passed, and the office was enveloped in silence. The assistant gently knocked on the door and entered. "Manager Feng, President Huang has arrived." Feng Zheng closed his eyes, then opened them again, all sorrow dissipating into thin air, replaced by a confident and unyielding smile. Downstairs, amidst the bustling traffic, Lu Shaokai boarded a bus. Taking a seat by the window, he cast a final, tranquil gaze upon the city. He knew that to stray from the right path incurs a cost. And while he was uncertain of its magnitude, Lu Shaokai understood that he was headed home. Born into mediocrity, he had ventured forth, leaving nothing behind. Yet he felt no shame. He had encountered his true self and continued onward. Thus, he was unafraid. A smile broke across Lu Shaokai's face. "Snap! Yes, yes!" Zhao Wenshu exclaimed, one foot perched upon a chair, his teeth clenched in frustration at the portrayal of the two characters, though not out of anger. "Yes, that's the feeling. Lin Fu's emotions surged as he watched Shen Lian approach from afar, a strong impulse to embrace the individual overtaking him. Shen Lian's handling of certain details and emotions sent shivers down his spine, reminiscent of Liu Xiaokai's past life. His insights into existence were all shared by Shen Lian. Is it over? Shen Lian inquired with a smug expression, directing his question at Director Zhao. Zhao Wenshu pointed at him. You rascal. The scriptwriter, being a highly emotional person, asked, Shen Lian, do you have anything you wish to say to Liu Xiaokai? The camera zoomed in, ready to capture footage for the bloopers. Nothing. Shen Lian ruffled his hair. Once filming concludes, it's over. The rest belongs to the audience. What could he say? He had taken on numerous roles, good, bad, fortunate, and tragic. He had long ceased to articulate them. Acting was the essence of his pursuit. Well then, Director Zhao, I must take my leave. Shen Lian felt a sense of urgency. Zhao Wenshu remarked, if I were to say you lack dedication, your performance leaves me speechless. Yet if I say you are dedicated, you rush out of here faster than anyone. I have an advertisement to attend to, Director Zhao. Shen Lian chuckled wryly. In the future of the entertainment industry, if there's a title for a relentless worker, I shall undoubtedly be among the top contenders. Laughter erupted, and as Shen Lian bid farewell to them, he secured his coat around his waist and departed in the chauffeur-driven vehicle. Chapter 73. What fate awaits you? In the past few days, Shen Lian had been exceedingly busy, barely pausing to catch his breath. Upon arriving home at night, he exchanged a quick kiss with Chu Yilan before collapsing in a bed. Chu Yilan had endured for 4 days, and on the 5th day at work, she finally cornered Sun Binghe. Did I say you could work nonstop for a week while on a business trip? Sun Binghe replied. Isn't that a common occurrence? Chu Yilan countered, Assistant Sun, life is not solely about work. Sun Binghe stood tall. Then what is the meaning of life? After speaking, he pulled out a stack of documents he had been holding, all pertaining to recent successful collaborations. However, his intent was not to boast or seek praise. Rather, it was to firmly demonstrate what a normal person should embody. Chu Yilan remained silent as she pushed open the office door and entered. Sun Binghe cast a bewildered glance at the gleeful Yangbin. What is the matter? Is the boss speaking to me with hidden daggers? And what is it that you don't understand? Speak. Yangbin responded softly. The advertisements you arranged for Mr. Shen are indeed impressive, but there are far too many. They are incessantly being shot, and President Chu is currently in the throes of romance with Mr. Shen. Are you not undermining their rapport? Sun Binghe was momentarily speechless. On the other side, Shen Lian found solace in the air-conditioned studio, avoiding the discomfort of outdoor shooting. During the intermission, Jiang Yu brought over a dessert, which Shen Lian devoured entirely, not out of preference but rather a necessity to gain a bit of weight. Brother Shen, shall we head home directly once we finish? Jiang Yu inquired. Shen Lian replied, closing his phone. You can manage dinner on your own. Not a problem. Jiang Yu contemplated indulging in hot pot at home. However, as they exited the studio, they were abruptly confronted by a group of 5 individuals, clearly bodyguards by their attire. Shen Lian furrowed his brow, pulling Jiang Yu back slightly, his voice distant and cold. What is it? The leading man, a gentleman in his 40s with an air of elegance, spoke with a refined tone. Please do not misunderstand. Mr. Shen, my surname is He, with the given name Lin. I have come specifically at the request of my wife, who wishes to meet you. With that, He Lin presented a photograph to Shen Lian. Shen Lian did not take it, but glanced at it while it remained in He Lin's hand, and he inhaled sharply. Wasn't this the little girl he had rescued during the near flood in Lin's city? Shen Lian could surmise the situation, but he was not one to take He Lin's words at face value. Please hold on. I need to inform my family. No problem, He Lin replied, remaining patient while Shen Lian contacted Chu Yilan to relay the circumstances. Stay put until I arrive, Chu Yilan instructed sternly. Shen Lian complied. He Lin did not press him further and patiently waited by his side, even preparing a cup of red tea for Shen Lian with such grace that it left the nearby staff in awe. My coat is nearly transformed into a tailcoat, Shen Lian mused. Chu Yilan arrived within minutes. Upon seeing him, He Lin's demeanor visibly shifted to one of seriousness. Lin City and Chu City were not far apart. The annual business summit brought together several industry titans, and while Chu Yilan did not recognize Yilan, it was evident that Yilan recognized him. President Chu. Yilan bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful and sincere. The vehicle journeyed onward, finally halting at the entrance of a prestigious hotel. Ascending to the top floor, as the elevator doors opened, Shen Lian was unexpectedly embraced around the legs. He looked down. Oh, it truly is that little girl. Shen Lian bent down to lift her up. Do you still remember me? The little girl remained silent, nodding vigorously, and then insisted on placing something into Shen Lian's mouth. He instinctively accepted it, savoring the sweet taste of a milk candy. Mr. Shen, a gentle and understated female voice followed, slightly surprised. President Chu? She recognized him, Su Zong. Su Yanning, a formidable strategist within the tumultuous business sphere. Known for her precise judgment and unbeaten tactics, possessed a demeanor and appearance that starkly contrasted her formidable methods, radiating a tranquil and gentle aura. Once, for every man who looked down upon Su Yanqing, there was another who fell victim to her prowess. Their enterprises were consumed, their self-esteem shattered, and few managed to rise again. Chu Yilan was deeply impressed by Su Yanqing. She, too, remembered him at first glance, a man as enigmatic as the color of ink, now standing protectively behind Shen Lian. Su Yanqing instantly comprehended their relationship, maintaining her composure. She stepped aside with a slight inclination, inviting them in. The top floor boasted a grand, arched glass dome that allowed ample light without being overly glaring. At night, the moonlight cast a unique charm, complemented by flourishing greenery and the flutter of butterflies. After sipping tea for a while, Su Yanqing began to reveal her thoughts. Shen Lian had left in haste, and upon finding her daughter, she rushed her to the hospital for examination and treatment, subsequently dealing with those who dared to harm her child amidst the chaos. The process had been anything but smooth, leading to the current delay. Gently stroking her daughter's head with a face full of affection, Su Yanqing's eyes betrayed her sorrow. It was apparent that both Mr. Shen and General Manager Chu had discerned her daughter's condition, autism. If it weren't for Mr. Shen that day, Su Yanqing felt deeply, unable to fathom the detrimental effects external stimuli could have on her child. The search for her that day had nearly driven her to madness. Shen Lian reassured her. If the child is fine, do not dwell on those thoughts. Yes, she is well, Su Yanqing replied with a smile. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude to Mr. Shen. No need, Shen Lian gestured dismissively. It is merely fate. That is certainly not acceptable. After their meal, Shen Lian learned that the young girl, bearing her mother's surname, was named Jin Huan. As they prepared to part ways, Su Yanqing had a small request. She wished to add Shen Lian as contact information, as her daughter had shown a rare fondness and reliance on him. Emotions that were exceptionally precious for a child with autism. A trivial matter, Shen Lian agreed. Observing Chu Yilan's expression, Su Yanqing added, I will not impose excessively on Mr. Shen. I saw you on a variety show before, and Jin Huan was delighted. Chu Yilan finally spoke. No worries, Su Son. There is no need for such caution. Su Yanqing was profoundly grateful. Upon returning home that evening, Shen Lian received a call from Hu Yilan. What on earth? Hu Yilan's voice boomed. What kind of luck do you have, Shen Lian? Hugo, please slow down. The sea god is coming. The current hottest variety show is reaching out to invite you. Hu Yilan, trembling with excitement, was filled with questions. But you don't have the status for such an invitation. Why would they choose you? Turning away, Shen Lian noticed Chu Yilan slumped on the sofa, weary and covering his face. Did he not desire a world for just the two of them? Was that too much to ask? Shen Lian mumbled uncertainly, though he understood deep down that it was likely the result of Su Yanqing's connections. The Sea God is Coming was backed by Tsinghua Variety, with its base in Lin City. Would I not provide resources to Shen Lian if he lacked them? Chu Yilan felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could punch the air in exasperation. Chapter 74. Did you absorb this? The Sea God is Coming is currently the most popular live-streaming variety show, significantly milder compared to others that thrive on guest humiliation, exclusion, and conflict to generate buzz. The theme revolves around indulging in culinary delights, while occasionally setting the stage for heartfelt conversations and casual chats. Each level's drop is relatively uncomplicated, contributing to its soaring popularity. This allure stems not only from an inviting atmosphere and engaging segments, but also from the presence of numerous esteemed celebrities, whose striking appearances captivate the audience. Even when lesser-known personalities make an appearance, the response has been commendable. The director behind the scenes adeptly understands the audience's psyche, rather than relying on contrived scripts. They prefer the spontaneous revelations that emerge during casual dialogues among the stars. The show The Arrival of the Sea God has frequently made headlines, often due to the exuberant exchanges between a few celebrities, leaving fans overwhelmed and craving more. In the ever-shifting landscape of the entertainment industry, Shen Lian, once the target of widespread criticism, has faded into obscurity as the storm subsided, garnering little attention now. Chu Yilan, anxious and sleep-deprived for 2 days, ultimately approached Dai Tong to inquire if the promotional poster for Silent and Speechless could be released ahead of schedule. The lack of attention was not entirely detrimental. After a thorough cleansing of the narrative, it became imperative to generate uplifting discussions. Dai Tong, recognizing this need, graciously obliged Chu Yilan. Shen Lian learned from Li Yi that Chu Yilan had already paid homage in the office. After addressing personnel matters, a touch of mysticism was deemed necessary. Upon the unveiling of the promotional poster for Silent and Speechless, it swiftly ascended the trending charts. Huang Jiatsan's fans exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, fostering a harmonious relationship with the ensemble of beautiful supporting characters. However, the male actors faced a more tumultuous reality. Wei Fancheng had recently been blacklisted, leaving Dai Tong in a difficult position, compelled to summon friends for assistance. Fortunately, his role was minimal, making the adjustments manageable. It was only due to Dai Tong's solid reputation and connections that this production did not meet an untimely demise. Even so, the optimal approach remained to expedite the release. As the male lead, Zhang Ge naturally held his head high, yet his fans displayed an unrestrained fervor, leading to confrontations with Huang Jiatsan supporters over the perennial issue of ranking disputes, providing onlookers with a source of amusement. This time, however, the public precisely identified Shen Lian in the promotional grid poster. The striking image, capturing Li Quan with a chilling demeanor and a menacing aura against a stark black backdrop, elicited a visceral reaction. Upon first glance, Chu Yilan cursed inwardly, perceiving it as a deliberate slight, while other backgrounds boasted vibrant bamboo or celestial motifs. Shen Lian was relegated to a mere black backdrop. Surprisingly, the response was unexpectedly positive. Wow, did they enhance Shen Lian's gaze? Is his acting really this compelling? Honestly, Shen Lian looks quite handsome. It would make a perfect wallpaper. Thank goodness Wei Fancheng was replaced. The candid photo that fans leaked earlier was truly unwatchable. To the sister above, are those noodle bangs? I've seen them in person. They're indeed an eyesore. Shen Lian's fans remained silent, but discreetly added a mystical dragon to the black background, elevating its prestige significantly. Once Zhang Ji's fans finished their squabbles, they turned to the realization that the spotlight had shifted entirely to Shen Lian. This predicament cannot be attributed to Shen Lian. He is currently nestled in his bed, replenishing his slumber after yet another sleepless night. The consequences of Chu Yilan indulging in meat are evident. He has forsaken vegetarianism. Fans of Zhang Ge have not clashed with those of Huang Jiatsan, merely whispering, "Are you all going to summon that so-called executive to advocate for your beloved brother?" The pride of the steaming beef noodle fans is commonplace, yet the eagerness of your kind to elevate their status is indeed rare. Are we to expect that same executive to suppress us? How terrifying! The drawbacks of Zhang Ge prematurely revealing his romantic entanglements are gradually surfacing. Ultimately, it is a case of unmerited virtue. His posters remain meticulously edited, presenting an image of elegance and charm, yet he conveys little of that essence, instead wearing a forced smile that breeds aesthetic fatigue. Zhang Ji's fans may leap with excitement, but no matter how vociferously they protest, Shen Lian supporters remain resolutely silent. Primarily, it is Shen Lian who is unresponsive. Recently, he has adopted a quiet demeanor, resembling someone seeking solace from the world. His achievements are scant, yet his fans unexpectedly unite, opting for a facade of deafness. Zhang Ji's fans, parched from their feudal vitriol, find themselves increasingly exasperated, leading them to bombard the official Weibo of silent and speechless, questioning why Shen Lian's posters are so exquisitely crafted while theirs receive only perfunctory treatment. The staff responsible for the poster designs nearly choked on their disbelief. Having labored several nights over Zheng Gu and Huang Jitsong's posters, while Shen Lian's was merely enhanced with a black backdrop. Now, they ponder if it would have been better not to have created it all. Chu Yilan, seated with her phone on a stool, chuckles coldly. Isn't this a backlash? What era are we in, still attempting to step on Shen Lian's path? Shen Lian, turning in bed, kicks off the covers and resumes his slumber. Chu Yilan, seated on the sofa working, glances up at the commotion, his eyes reflecting a mix of affection and helplessness, and rises to tuck Shen Lian back in. The young man's slender legs are exposed, revealing distinct marks. Shen Lian, by your skin is tender. A little pressure leaves a mark, Chu Yilan muses. Convinced he was not being rough, yet Chu Yilan's heart aches as he gently rubs the bruised area. Suddenly, the slumbering Shen Lian seems to activate a switch, jolting awake with a wild mane and a startled expression, causing Chu Yilan to flinch. They lock eyes for a moment before Shen Lian hoarsely remarks, "Be a person." Chu Yilan, confirming his immobility, finds Shen Lian succumbing to sleep once more. By the time Shen Lian struggles to rise in the evening, the uproar on Weibo has subsided. To put it bluntly, the more silent Shen Lian remains, the more favorably he is perceived by bystanders, while Zhang Ji's fans appear increasingly impotent in their fury. Posters serve as a straightforward representation. If they are appealing, they are appealing, and if they are not, they are not. As for the aura, it is even more enigmatic. In any case, the current Shen Lian is undeniably pleasing to the eye. Why couldn't I hurl a few insults before leaving? Shen Lian mutters. Aunt Flynn's warm noodle soup and refreshing side dishes leave Shen Lian listlessly finishing his meal before he drags Chu Zhumi to the sofa. I must abstain starting tomorrow. Otherwise, if I participate in the arrival of the sea god looking utterly despondent, Hu Ge will surely have my head. Shen Lian confided this notion to Chu Yilan, earnestly insisting on its implementation. Chu, however, was unconvinced. When have I ever made things difficult for you over matters you were reluctant to undertake? Shen Lian's eyes nearly brimmed with tears, reflecting his internal turmoil as he pondered. I've admitted my faults countless times, yet have you truly absorbed any of it? Since the conclusion of the filming for Blazing Fire, he had only enjoyed a mere 5 days of respite, never truly having a moment to breathe. So, shall we proceed again? Chu Yilan crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Shen Lian, recalling the tenacity of this man, pressed his lips together, undeterred by fear. Yes. Chu Yilan threw back his head in laughter. Chapter 75, Good Brothers. Taking advantage of the positive reception, news broke from Shen Lian's studio regarding his upcoming participation in the arrival of the sea god. Both detractors and fans of Zheng were left seething in their beds. This opportunity was coveted by many within the entertainment industry, and it raised the question, why should Shen Lian be the one to seize it? It's splendid. The show requires fresh talent, and it's rare to see a completely new face. I'm looking forward to it, one commenter noted. I echo that sentiment. Many viewers had previously suggested expanding the selection of guests. The big names are limited, and some are unwilling to participate, having followed the arrival of the sea god for several seasons. I hope it continues to improve. The critics, not lacking in attempts to dredge up Shen Lian's past indiscretions, found their efforts largely ineffective. Sun Binghe closed his laptop with a scoff, thinking, isn't it merely about steering public opinion? If you all are rallying behind Mr. Shen, have my years of struggle been in vain? In the stillness of the night, the empty room remained unlit, with Zhang Gu seated on the sofa, his phone casting an eerie blue glow that accentuated his grim expression. Zheng Gu was, in truth, quite sensitive, deeply affected by the opinions of others. Previously, he had garnered support when people disapproved of meddling in others' relationships, aided by his fans' marketing efforts, allowing him to bask in the limelight. However, the situation had shifted, as Shen Lian was rising at an astonishing pace. The strength, radiating from Shen Lian unsettled Zheng Ge. During the day, Zheng Ge mentioned the arrival of the sea god to Zhou Tongxi, who promised to consider a solution. Yet, half an hour later, Zhou Tongxi called to inform him that no feasible options existed and offered him alternative resources instead. Some individuals are like that. They always believe that what belongs to others is inherently superior. Why was Shen Lian chosen? Zheng Ge suppressed his displeasure, striving to appear merely curious. Zhou Tongxi replied, "I'm not sure, but Qinghua specifically requested him. It's likely orchestrated by Chu Yilan." After that, Zhou Tongxi fell silent. Zhou Tongxi discerned Zheng Ji's unspoken wish to participate. Yet the guest list was already full, and the tone from that side suggested they were unwilling to extend him any favors. It wasn't that he couldn't strive for it. Rather, Zhou Tongxi was weary. Recently, he had been exceptionally fatigued, while Zheng Ge, being sensitive, required careful emotional support. However, the matriarch of the Zhou family was unyielding. Having reclaimed the ancestral tablet of Zhou Laozu, placing it prominently in the main hall for veneration, and explicitly informing Zhou Tongxi that he should find a way to bring Zheng Ge into the fold in front of their grandfather. Zhou Tongxi dared not defy her. In the past, he could easily command Shen Lian to relinquish resources with a mere phone call, but now, such an outcome was utterly impossible. Though Zhou Tongxi is rather arrogant, it is evident that Shen Lian has long since severed any lingering thoughts regarding him. That night, during Zheng Ji's birthday celebration, Zhou Tongxi felt utterly humiliated. Amidst the chaos of the brawl, he glanced towards Shen Lian, uncertain whether he was searching for Zheng Ge or seeking to ascertain Shen Lian's stance. All he could recall was Shen Lian's cold smile, laced with disdain and mockery. Thus, in light of Zheng Ge's request, Zhou Tongxi found himself powerless and disheartened. On the day Shen Lian participated in the variety show, the sun shone brilliantly, heralding auspicious beginnings. Li Yi waited outside in the car for 10 minutes, and then Shen Lian emerged, donning sunglasses and a blue and white sun protective outfit, paired with khaki pants and black high-top shoes. His figure, even in such casual attire, was strikingly proportionate. "Brother Shen," Jiang Yu greeted him. "Good morning." Shen Lian responded in his usual tone, though his lips were exceptionally crimson. Inside the villa, Chu Yilan reclined on the sofa, his collar torn open, revealing his well-defined chest. Aunt Fun, having sensed the mood, had wisely retreated to the backyard, granting the two ample space. Undeterred, Shen Lian approached Chu Yilan, unafraid, and boldly kissed him, igniting a fire without taking responsibility for extinguishing it, before turning away with graceful nonchalance. "My dear father," Chu Yilan mused, unable to resist lighting a cigarette, a habit he typically avoided. Exhaling slowly, he heard the sound of a car departing and, for reasons unknown, found himself chuckling softly. Turning his gaze, he spotted Chu Zhumi, engrossed in devouring a can of food, and couldn't he help but admonish, "You should eat less. You're only a few months old. You'll turn into a ball." Chu Zhumi shook his body, unperturbed. "This is quite splendid," Chu Yilan thought, finding satisfaction in the current state of affairs. Shen Lian arrived at the filming location by 10 o'clock, where a few familiar faces were already present. Lowering his demeanor, he prepared himself to be overlooked and ignored. Wei Can, a leading male star whose every drama is a guaranteed hit, known affectionately as the guarantee of good reputation, was sunny and handsome and greeted Shen Lian warmly. Ren Yinfei, 35, with a rather ordinary appearance but exceptional acting skills, was an avid reader and possessed profound knowledge, endearing himself to the audience. Gathered nearby were 3 female stars, chattering animatedly, devoid of any competitive tension. Each was radiant and charming, affectionately referring to one another with endearing terms. Lu Tang, Wu Shengsheng, and Xu Mingwei. Among them, Wu Shengsheng, the leader of her female team, was a small talent in singing and dancing, while the other 2 were leading ladies, always cast in principal roles. Comparatively, Xu Mingwei exuded a gentler aura, her 2 adorable dimples captivating a multitude of male admirers. And it was rumored that she shared a close bond with Lu Tang. For the first time, indeed, it was the first time Shen Lian felt an acute sense of disconnection among them. Reflecting on his past life, he could effortlessly command the center stage. But now he lacked that confidence. I must give it my all this time, Shen Lian resolved, or else a single misstep could lead to a barrage of criticism on my Weibo. Isn't there a brother who could share this burden with me? To his surprise, there was indeed someone willing. Subsequently, a newcomer named Yu Ming arrived, known for participating in major IP films, yet lacking in acting prowess. His presence appeared discordant alongside seasoned actors, although he had a formidable backing and an undeniably striking appearance that exuded an effortless coolness without uttering a word. When others greeted him, he merely offered a perfunctory nod, embodying an aloof demeanor. Hey, Shen Lian chuckled, having encountered all sorts of personalities in his circle. Yu Ming was a quintessential example of someone with connections but little intellect, paired with good looks that surely attracted a swarm of infatuated fans. With him standing at the forefront, Shen Lian felt a sense of security. The cold attitude displayed by Yu Ming prompted a knowing glance exchanged between Wei Can and Ren Yinfei, both understanding the implications. Individuals of this ilk often appear to have their intelligence diminished by their connections. This was common not only in the entertainment industry, but also in ordinary life, where nepotism reigned supreme. There was one final guest yet to arrive, delayed by traffic, as the staff cheerfully announced. The others had no objections, but Yu Ming interjected. Who is it? So annoying. Moments later, a black van pulled up nearby, and Shen Lian looked up, feeling a sense of familiarity. A figure emerged from the vehicle, exuding an ethereal elegance and superior appearance. It was none other than Chongqing. Shen Lian nearly exclaimed in delight. Chongqing's face lit up upon spotting Shen Lian, a scene that caught Wu Shengxing's attention, evoking memories of their recent pairing as a couple, although their budding relationship had been abruptly halted before it could flourish. The artistic creations stemming from it had been particularly delightful. The director stood nearby, wearing a satisfied expression, knowing that these handsome and beautiful individuals were the fruits of his labor. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Chongqing naturally positioned himself beside Shen Lian. Chapter 76. A bowl of noodles. When the camera zoomed in, Shen Lian was still engrossed in conversation with Chongqing. I didn't expect you to be here. Shen Lian whispered. I didn't see your studio release any statement. You're following my studio? Chongqing replied, smiling. What can I do? It was arranged by my agent. Unbeknownst to them, the live broadcast had already commenced, and Wei Can was preparing to introduce himself with a polished smile. Only for the audience to hear Shen Lian and Chongqing's hushed conversation first. The production quality of big-name variety shows was impeccable, capturing every sound with remarkable clarity. Oh, so you're even following their studio? Is this how we're starting off, my friend? Wei Can cleared his throat and immediately transitioned into his professional persona. As he spoke, Shen Lian and Chongqing fell silent. With a face like Shen Lian's, he stands shoulder to shoulder with Chongqing in the looks department. Shall we take a look at this duo's profile side by side? I didn't want this. You're forcing me. Following the introductions, Wei Can took on the role of team leader, guiding them according to the task cards distributed, leading them to explore a picturesque ancient town. It was likely that the tasks were cleverly concealed within this excursion, but for Shen Lian, this felt remarkably effortless. The ancient town was not far from their location, and the production team had thoughtfully arranged for a sightseeing vehicle, allowing them to take their seats comfortably. I truly appreciate the official attitude of the sea god descends. They treat people like people. A group of gentlemen graciously allowed the ladies to select their preferred seats first, followed by the seniors. Shen Lian and Chongqing, recognizing their place, humbly took the last seats, albeit in reverse, showing no concern as they engaged in lively conversation once aboard the vehicle. Wait a moment. Wasn't Chongqing usually quite reserved? Indeed, as reported by Qing Feng, this statement holds true. In previous variety shows, my dear Chongqing often preferred to be a mere backdrop. Qing Feng is a term of endearment among Chongqing's fans. She has always favored producing works over participating in variety shows, often enjoying the comforts of home in her free time. This was no secret, yet today, in the presence of Shen Lian, her chatter was unceasing. What is this? Chongqing pointed at the cascading purple flowers passing overhead, resembling a string of firecrackers. Purple county vine. Shen Lian quickly plucked a tender branch and presented it to Chongqing, revealing the orange stamens, known for their medicinal properties, capable of invigorating blood circulation. See? Chongqing leaned closer. It truly is orange. The barrage of questions and exclamations filled the screen, rendering Chu Yilan, watching from afar, quite uncomfortable. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Jinga. Does your companion not understand the concept of avoiding suspicion? Chu Yilan Zipli, I could easily drive to Lin City and give you a proper thrashing right now. The ancient town was entering its off-peak season, with few tourists around, mostly fans drawn by the news. Everyone held their phones aloft, occasionally waving support signs. Shen Lian casually glanced around and spotted a headband bearing his name, worn by a couple of young ladies. Upon meeting his gaze, they waved enthusiastically. Shen Lian smiled gently, raising his hand in acknowledgement. The surrounding fans of other stars looked on with envy. It felt as though he hadn't encountered such fervor in ages. The contrast between this life and his previous one was striking. The food stalls of the ancient town stretched ahead, winding and narrow, seemingly endless. The production team covered the expenses, allowing the guests to indulge freely, provided they did not waste. A few young ladies were cautious with their selections to maintain their figures. Wei Can and Ren Yanfei opted for a couple of grilled squid skewers, while the one burdened with celebrity expectations, Yu Ming, kept his sunglasses firmly in place, striking poses at every opportunity. As for Shen Lian, Xu Mingwei turned back to see him, and Chongqing already seated at a rice noodle stall. You all go ahead. I am quite hungry, Shen Lian said to Xu Mingwei. Wu Shengsheng, silent until now, strode over and found an empty seat beside the two. Shen Lian felt her gaze was sharp, as if she were on the hunt for something. Care for a bite? Shen Lian inquired tentatively. No, thank you, Wu Shengsheng replied. High in carbohydrates, you two enjoy. Among the stringent female celebrities, Shen Lian is one I have encountered frequently. Upon hearing the words, she did not press further, and together with Chongqing, she broke open her chopsticks, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the rice noodles from the owner, ready to indulge. Wu Shengsheng swallowed hard, pondering that she could always discuss matters after satisfying her hunger. Couldn't one gain 10 pounds in a single sitting? Shen Lian muttered, besides, with your physique, an additional 10 pounds would only enhance your charm. Wu Shengsheng closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, resolutely declared to the owner, 1 bowl, please. Ha ha! Has my Shengsheng been swayed this easily? Shengsheng closed her eyes, thinking she shouldn't eat, but upon opening them, she ordered a bowl. Eventually, Lu Tang and Xu Mingwei joined them, and after a brief struggle, they surrendered completely, gathering to enjoy the rice noodles. Wei Can and Ren Yanfei exchanged glances of helplessness. Shall we continue our stroll? Wei Can suggested. All right, Wei Yanfei replied. Only Yu Ming remained stationary, his expression betraying displeasure. His gaze fell upon Xu Mingwei. Since the broadcast began, he had attempted to converse with her several times, only to be skillfully avoided. Is he trying to create a couple's narrative with you? Lu Tang discreetly inquired of Xu Mingwei, sensing something peculiar about Yu Ming, who insisted on lingering nearby, hands shoved in his pockets, exuding an air of arrogance. Perhaps, Xu Mingwei replied, but I have no desire to, having long surpassed the phase of seeking publicity through scandal. Xu Mingwei now possessed a formidable fan base and had garnered several prestigious awards, endowing her with both capital and confidence. If Yu Ming were an interesting individual, she might entertain the idea of a gimmick. However, she had encountered far too many handsome men, and Yu Ming was neither noteworthy nor to her taste. Who is Yu Ming waiting for? I don't know, but he maintains the same posture. Doesn't it tire him? Immediately, Yu Ming's fans interjected, claiming he was accustomed to standing this way, and it was a habit of his. The comments flowed in a relatively harmonious manner, devoid of disputes over trivial matters, except for Xu Mingyue's fans, who had yet to discern Yu Ming's intentions. After finishing a bowl of rice noodles, everyone felt satisfied, and Shen Lian requested a serving of red date cake from the owner, cutting it into small pieces to enjoy as they walked. Chongqing inquired, how is it? Shen Lian urged him to try, saying, I saw the owner's wife made it by hand. It should be delightful. Chongqing speared a piece with a toothpick, and after tasting it, nodded repeatedly, rich in date flavor. Wu Shengsheng gritted her teeth. Aren't you too afraid of gaining weight? Shen Lian replied. I'm trying to gain weight. My weight is still below standard. Chongqing added, I don't gain weight easily. All right, we understand. You two enjoy your meal at your own pace. One is trying to gain weight, while the other is perpetually hungry. I can't help but chuckle at the grilled cold noodles in my hand. Chapter 77. On camera. Under Shen Lian's leadership, this group truly savored their way through the streets. Not only could Shen Lian eat, but she also possessed a discerning palate, identifying local specialties and flavorful dishes with an eye as sharp as a laser, never once missing a mark. Wu Shengsheng and the others initially resisted, but soon succumbed entirely to the culinary delights. Let us eat. There may not be another opportunity like this, they thought, as reprimands from their manager could be dealt with later. This candied hawthorn with filling. Shen Lian turned to ask, would you like some? All four nodded in unison. Lu Tang, who adored candied hawthorn, chose a skewer with 3 pieces. Being careful to select the durian-filled option, please don't judge me. Shen Lian spoke softly. How can you say such a trivial thing? Lu Tang Zhuge Lai Di. Just then, Yu Ming's voice abruptly interjected. Is it good or not? Wei Can and the others have vanished. Wu Shengsheng, candid by nature, remarked with a frown. Then why don't you join them? Yu Ming's tone turned colder. Is it not out of concern for you all? Wu Shengsheng laughed. My brother, it's broad daylight. With so many people around, what is there to worry about? You must be feeling cornered, unable to approach Xu Mingwei. Although Wu Shengsheng did not voice this thought, her expression was decidedly unfriendly. Shen Lian cast a sidelong glance at Yu Ming, acknowledging that he was even more reckless than she had anticipated. If a companion perishes, the Taoist will not, she thought. Brother, do carry on. Yu Ming was rendered speechless by Wu Shengsheng's comment, struggling to mask his discomfort, his face turning pale beneath his sunglasses. Ugh, how irritating, he thought. The barrage of comments, while not naming anyone directly, conveyed a clear sentiment. This harmonious atmosphere captivated the audience, and the interactions among the guests were quite amusing, yet an awkward presence intruded, particularly as Yu Ming, despite his fame, had produced little work. Typically, he could dazzle other artists on an ordinary variety show, but in this episode of The Arrival of Poseidon, who truly feared him? Fans were even less intimidated, save for Shen Lian. However, Shen Lian maintained a calm demeanor, displaying a hint of humility before her seniors, engaging in banter that made her quite pleasant to observe. At the entrance of Tea House, they spotted a cameraman following Wei Can and Ren Yanfei. Upon entering, they indeed found the two enjoying tea. Shen Lian offered them the sauce-flavored pancake she held, having not eaten enough herself, and Ren Yanfei graciously accepted. Is there a mission? Shen Lian inquired. Wei Can, curious, asked, how did you know? Just a guess, Shen Lian replied. Her keen insight into variety shows surpassing that of anyone present. She had participated in numerous popular shows in her past life. Wei Can, now unhurried, seemed to be preoccupied with some matter. A staff member presented a task card. Shen Lian took it, reading the words aloud. The dancing life blooms in midsummer. To receive an invitation to the banquet, one must earn the smile of the fairy queen. Wu Shengsheng blinked. What does that mean? Shen Lian turned to the staff member. Where is the fairy queen? The staff member, caught off guard by Shen Lian's directness, pointed upward, revealing a floor-to-ceiling deep red curtain parting to unveil the fairy queen, adorned in a white floral fairy costume, standing in the center. This was clearly an NPC, and Shen Lian understood. It seemed that if they wished to dine that evening, they would need to amuse the fairy queen. Wei Can, intrigued, stood beside Shen Lian to analyze the situation. In the previous line, Shen Lian noted, the dancing life likely entails dancing. With that, she and Wei Can turned eagerly toward Wu Shengsheng, their eyes bright with anticipation. Our little singing and dancing prodigy. Wu Shengsheng responded, no problem. She adopted a serious expression, refraining from laughter. Lu Tang, undeterred, ascended to the second floor to stand before the fairy queen, attempting to tell a joke. Yet, the fairy queen's expression remained unchanged. That joke won't do, Shen Lian said as she ascended the stairs, inadvertently stumbling and clattering down a few steps. Chongqing immediately extended his hand. Hey you. Shen Lian steadied himself and turned back to say, It's nothing. The elven queen observed this scene, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Lu Tang shouted, she smiled. Yet, the task prompt remained silent. Shen Lian contemplated for a moment, then realized and beckoned Lu Tang down. There's no need. Telling jokes won't suffice. The dance must be intertwined with the elven queen's laughter. It should be during the guest performance that she laughs for it to count as a success. Otherwise, there would have been a task progress announcement just now. Everyone found Shen Lian's analysis quite reasonable. Yu Ming furrowed his brow. Are you so certain? Don't we need to experiment? Rin Yinfei interjected. Or do you have any insights? Yu Ming couldn't articulate a coherent response. I am beginning to feel exasperated. Shen Lian is truly astute. Yu Ming's fans continued to defend him, yet no one paid heed. Dancing was Wu Shengxing's forte. As the music played, she moved gracefully, clearly showcasing her solid dance foundation. Wei Can watched Wu Shengxing with admiration, while the elven queen above observed intently. As the song concluded, Wu Shengxing, slightly out of breath, asked did she laugh? No, Shen Lian replied, but she clearly wishes to see more. What should we do? Wu Shengxing scratched her head. I'm not skilled in comedic dance either. Rin Yinfei sighed, speaking with a tone of resignation. Let's perform together. Perhaps my complete lack of dance ability might amuse her. Wei Can displayed a smile that was more painful than tears. Huh, the elven queen is indeed professionally trained, but I am on the verge of dying from laughter. Can Wei Can dance? No, aside from Wu Shengxing, I doubt anyone here can. Yu Ming slightly raised his chin. He indeed knew a bit. As the music resumed, Wu Shengxing performed normally. Lu Tang and Xu Mingyue, having played in many dramas with dance segments, moved gracefully despite not being professionals. Wei Can and Rin Yinfei did not disappoint, twisting like transformers. Yet, the most fervent performer was Ming. He had not been in the spotlight until now, pouring in effort. After a couple of moves, he shed his jacket, resembling street dance. In his excitement, he even supported himself on one hand, raising his legs in a challenging pose. Albeit imperfectly, and accidentally kicked Wei Can upon landing. Yet, Yu Ming remained unfazed, lost in his own reverie, imagining how handsome he looked on camera. Shen Lian watched in astonishment. Seriously, brother, you have some explaining to do. Chongqing remarked, I worry he might kick me out. Go on, Shen Lian said. Now out of options. The Group S dynamics became wildly disjointed as the barrage of laughter flooded the screen. But no one anticipated Shen Lian's capabilities. His movements appeared casual, yet hinted at hidden finesse, as he maintained impeccable rhythm, his motions subtle and exuding a sense of languor. As his shoulders swayed, his waist gently undulated, slender and alluring. On camera, close up, his waist is so slim, so alluring, not just attractive. The elven queen also turned her gaze intently towards him. You can do this. Chongqing symbolically waved his arms, moving closer to Shen Lian. Shen Lian mused that her title as a decathlon champion was not unearned, yet she feigned modesty, saying, I know a little. No sooner had the words left her lips than Yu Ming, in a vigorous display, flipped over, his elbow colliding with Chongqing's shoulder. Chongqing winced in pain and stumbled forward. Quick as a flash, Shen Lian caught him. The elven queen above burst into laughter. As the music ceased, the task announcement clearly conveyed, mission accomplished. Shen Lian's hands still rested on Chongqing's shoulders, a perfectly normal posture, and they exchanged bewildered glances. Huh, Wu Shengxing, upon witnessing the elven queen's amused expression, instantly comprehended the situation. Goodness, are you shipping them? The barrage of comments erupted with fervor. If Wu Shengxing could discern this, surely countless others could as well. Those so-called devoted partners, could they really not see it? Su Jingge bombarded her with texts. Come on, let's fight. Chu Yilan lit a cigarette, narrowing his eyes at the screen. For the sake of safety, let me reiterate, audience fan content has no relation to the main characters. Some ship looks, while others ship the plot. Just because they ship, it doesn't mean they're a couple. We maintain a God's eye view. And I'm concerned some adorable viewers might take issue. So let me clarify, Shen Lian and Chongqing are merely good friends, and their interactions are perfectly fine. Chapter 78. Continuing to play pretend upon seeing the elven queen's suppressed laughter, Shen Lian began to grasp the situation. Considering it was a live broadcast, would anyone leave him an escape route by not reading the comments? Unlikely. Enthusiastic viewers began showering gifs and fireworks across the screen, creating an atmosphere of jubilation. Chu Yilan, observing the barrage of "I ship this," ultimately couldn't resist and shut off the comments. Su Jing's remarks had shifted from "come fight" to "I'm starting to feel suffocated." "How about you?" Chu Yilan, stubborn as ever, retorted. "Are you still unaware of the entertainment industry's nature? Truth and falsehood swirl like a breeze. Take it easy." Su Jing offered no quarter. "Keep pretending." Chu Yilan's phone screen went dark. The manner in which they navigated this level was perplexing. Icon, the epitome of a straight man, remained oblivious to the situation. Ren Yinfei, equally unyielding, quipped, "Perhaps it's because our dance is quite amusing." Wu Shengsheng interjected, "You two should just stop." With dinner plan secured, a significant issue was resolved. As they exited the tea house, Shen Lian contemplated where she might one day be buried, her expression tinged with a hint of existential melancholy. "Oh my, I really like Shen Lian. His demeanor carries an inexplicable brilliance. Sister, he is a treasure of a star. Investing in him is a wise choice. Shen Lian, you can dance." Xu Mingwei suddenly bounded to Shen Lian's side. Just as Shen Lian was about to respond, she noticed someone following closely behind. Yu Ming. She remained composed, pausing momentarily, then gently tugged Xu Mingyue's arm, guiding her to stand on her left side, thereby creating a space between them, before finally replying, "I've learned a little." "Beautiful." Xu Mingwei genuinely complimented, her gratitude evident. Shen Lian smiled. At this point, Xu Mingyue's fans began to sense something amiss. Why was Yu Ming trailing Mingyue so persistently? Yu Ming, feeling increasingly disgruntled, could hardly contain his irritation. He believed that his attempts to show off were in vain. After completing the task, he approached Xu Mingyue, only to be met with bureaucratic formalities. Yu Ming felt he had made his intentions quite clear, yet it appeared that Xu Mingyue was unwilling to engage. What was the point of putting on an act? Yu Ming chuckled inwardly. He had been elevated for too long, and over time, he had begun to perceive everyone in a similar light. His gaze fell upon Shen Lian, a flicker of darkness flashing in his eyes. This was a subtle, psychological nuance. Shen Lian had always performed admirably on variety shows, yet in The Sea God Descends, his standing was insufficient, and Yu Ming held a certain apprehension towards the others. Thus, when he was in a foul mood, he instinctively sought a less competent target for his frustrations. Behind the ancient town, a small amusement park had been constructed, offering tasks that were optional. According to the staff, different equipment yielded different scores. Achieving 5 points would earn an additional meat dish for dinner, while 3 points would result in an extra vegetarian dish. If they chose not to play, there would be 12 dishes served for the evening. 8 people dining on 12 dishes was rather scant, prompting Wei Can and Ren Yinfei to participate first. The carousel offered a mere 0. 5 points per ride. And just when everyone assumed that no one would dare to try it, Shen Lian resolutely took a seat. All the guests were taken aback. Shen Lian declared, "I have acrophobia. I cannot engage in thrilling activities." In his past life, he had no such qualms, and he could easily manage the situation for this group. However, he decided against it. Ningxi had warned him to avoid anything overly stimulating. He dared not ride the roller coaster or the free-fall tower, knowing that Chu Yilan would be there to reprimand him before the recording was even complete. Shen Lian's principle was clear: avoid unnecessary risks at all costs. Yu Ming finally seized the opportunity to taunt him, maintaining his aloof demeanor with one hand in his pocket, mocking, "Are you not a man? Can't handle this?" Shen Lian replied, "Sister, I am worthless." The reactions were a chorus of laughter. How effortlessly he navigates this. Shen Lian has no shame, after all. To the haters in front, please leave. While Wei Can and the others engaged in their activities, Shen Lian remained on the carousel for the same duration, occasionally taking a turn on the bumper cars, nearly crashing into Lu Tang and Wei, Kansas. Under the incredulous gaze of the staff, Shen Lian steadfastly played 10 rounds, contributing 5 points, enough for at least one additional meat dish. This is the first time I've encountered a slacker who doesn't incite my ire. He held out until sunset. At that moment, Yu Ming noticed Xu Mingyue pass by, only for her to turn and lean against a trash bin to vomit. Her pace quickened thereafter. Who could fathom what Yu Ming was thinking? It seemed he was venting his frustrations, riding the freefall tower and roller coaster multiple times, as if seeking someone to intervene. His gaze frequently drifted towards Xu Mingyue, but she ignored him. After he finished expelling his stomach's contents, he nonchalantly kicked the trash bin. This is suffocating. Shen Lian, however, appreciated the spectacle, likening it to the Greek deity overseeing the serving of meals. In this game, Shen Lian had contributed the least, a fact he was acutely aware of. Therefore, upon arriving at the dining hall, he took it upon himself to boil water and brew tea, shouldering the entire responsibility. Yu Ming was seated on the sofa. Tried to regain his composure when Shen Lian offered him a cup of honey, grapefruit tea. Yu Ming, unable to contain his emotions, pushed it away forcefully. His face stern, no need. The hot water splashed onto Shen Lian's hand, causing him to frown slightly, yet he remained silent. What was all this commotion about? Chongqing arranged the chairs and approached, her expression turning cold at the sight before her. Who owes you? She remarked. Here we come, our righteous Qingqing. One couldn't help but note that Chongqing's somewhat socially awkward yet fiercely determined demeanor was truly captivating. Do you possess any conscience? How much effort has Yu Ming expended for the team? Every member was striving diligently, and while gratitude was extended, no one demanded anything from Yu Ming, nor was he coerced. From the onset of the live broadcast, he had worn a sullen expression, seemingly irked by his inability to draw near to Xu Mingyue. We were not blind. Wei Kan and Ren Yanfei had approached repeatedly. No one denied his hard work. Yet if one chooses to partake in this endeavor, they should strive to entertain the audience and at least present a semblance of enthusiasm. It's fine. Shen Lian gestured for Chongqing to dismiss it. Casting a glance at Yu Ming, he would tolerate this instance. Shen Lian headed to the kitchen to fetch cold water, simultaneously brewing the coffee that Wei Kan favored. Xu Mingyue entered, inquiring, Are you all right, Shen Lian? I'm fine, he replied, though the back of his hand bore a large red mark. Fortunately, the water temperature was not excessively high, so blisters were unlikely. Lu Tang, who had been trailing behind, quickly interjected, I have burn ointment in my bag. I'll go get it. Yu Ming's temperament was not entirely unpredictable. As Wu Shengsheng had once quipped, this person is a bit peculiar. His emotional instability was rather terrifying from a female perspective, leading to a swift drop in points. It was no wonder that Xu Mingyue had not taken a liking to him at first glance. Shen Lian applied the burn ointment and kindly ushered the two girls out, encouraging them to rest well. He then prepared a half-cooked 8-treasure rice dish, swiftly handling the remaining ingredients alone. I apologize for my earlier remarks about teacher Shen being lackluster. One should marry wisely. The ancients truly do not deceive us. Wake up, that's my wife, someone chimed in. Shen Lian set the dishes on the table, ensuring the corresponding beverages were ready, and arranged the bowls and plates before calling everyone to join for the meal. Chapter 79, Revenge Served Cold. Everyone was already famished. After a few pleasantries, they each dove into a bowl of rice. On camera, Shen Lian's hand, smeared with burn ointment, was quite conspicuous. Yet, Yu Ming displayed no remorse, instead believing that Shen Lian was intentionally flaunting it. His indifferent demeanor was perfectly captured by the lens. Am I handsome? One's appearance reflects the heart. Why do I find him increasingly unattractive? Instantly, Yu Ming's fans rushed to defend him. Yu Ming is always this cool. Just scroll through his past videos. Stop wronging him. Indeed, Yu Ming had a plethora of fervent admirers. Yet such fervor only amplified the perception of their foolishness in the eyes of more rational fans. Must one forfeit their intellect to admire Yu Ming? Shen Lian, do you have any sweets? Lu Tang mused, feeling liberated and ready to indulge completely. There were small cakes in the kitchen. Shen Lian stood to fetch them. I'll go, Yu Ming interjected, moving faster than him, and soon disappeared into the kitchen. 5 minutes later, Yu Ming emerged, having even portioned the cake into pieces with remarkable thoughtfulness. Xu Mingyue felt inexplicably uneasy. Shen Lian paid it no mind, engaging in conversation with Chongqing while taking a bite. Instantly, the layer of chocolate cream melted in his mouth, followed by an overwhelming spiciness that made him cough, his eyes betraying the onset of tears. Chongqing observed the green filling and inquired, "Matcha flavor?" Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Lian hastily excused himself to the restroom. Ha ha ha! Yu Ming burst into laughter, as if this were the most delightful moment since the beginning of the show. The others, perplexed, did not join in his mirth. Chongqing dipped his fingertip into the green layer, only to be met with a pungent aroma of mustard. It was evident that this was not the doing of the production team. With a cold expression, Chongqing questioned, "Did you stuff mustard in here?" "Yes," Yu Ming replied, adopting a mischievous demeanor, having deliberately placed 3 pieces, eager to see who would ultimately consume them. Wu Shengsheng cursed silently in her mind. Ren Yinfei, suppressing his amusement, rose to remove the upper half of the cake, discovering that all the mustard-filled portions were directed towards Shen Lian, which appeared rather targeted. After rinsing his mouth several times, Shen Lian felt the sharpness gradually dissipate. He could tolerate mustard, but this particular intensity felt lodged in his throat and chest, causing discomfort. "Yu Ming," Shen Lian thought. "You rascal. Teacher Shen, are you all right?" A staff member anxiously knocked on the door from outside. Shen Lian had managed to suppress his cough moments ago, but now he was drenched in sweat. Adjusting himself, he stood up to open the door, and with the camera in the corner, he smiled. "I'm fine." Chongqing scrutinized his complexion. "Really, are you okay?" Trudifine. His eyes are red, judging by Ren Yinfei's expression. It seems Yu Ming squeezed an entire tube of mustard in there. How much did Shen Lian consume? "Oh, come on, it's a variety show. A bit of mischief is perfectly normal. Yu Ming's fans, you better watch your words to protect your mother, understood?" The atmosphere in the restaurant became somewhat tense. Just 2 minutes prior, Yu Ming had been laughing uncontrollably, and Ren Yinfei, as a senior, asked without much emotion, was it really that funny? It was then that Yu Ming began to sense that perhaps things had escalated. In previous variety shows, he had bullied others, but at that time he was the leader, with the production team catering to him and the younger stars avoiding him. Even if he pushed boundaries, there were rarely repercussions, bolstered by the strength of his fan base. Everything had gone smoothly. Yu Ming instinctively thought this experience would be no different. However, it was evident that the situation had spiraled somewhat out of control. Yet despite this, Yu Ming would not back down. In this industry, while strength was paramount, resources and connections were equally vital, and he possessed plenty, thus he felt unafraid. Shen Lian approached with a smile. "It's nothing. You all should eat. It'll taste bad if it gets cold. Just say it." Yu Ming lounged lazily in his chair. "We're just having fun, aren't we?" Wu Shengsheng felt a pang of bitterness. Wasn't he this bullying? "Shen Lian, you can take it too?" Shen Lian seemed satisfied, and that was reassuring. With that, Shen Lian seized one of the mustard-laden cake pieces, his hands moving swiftly, shoving it directly into Yu Ming's mouth. Concerned that Yu Ming might resist, he used both hands, gripping Yu Ming's jaw to force his mouth open, thus facilitating the entire piece's entry. Once accomplished, he pinched Yu Ming's mouth shut and declared with a playful flourish, "Now chew it." No chewing was necessary. The mustard was overwhelming. Yu Ming's nostrils flared, his eyes quickly reddening, and he immediately began to struggle, but Chongqing and Ren Yinfei held him down, one on each side. At this moment, it was time to showcase their acting prowess. "Why don't you give it a try?" Ren Yinfei tsiokelt. Chongqing, with a gentle tone, remarked, "The flavor is quite delightful, isn't it?" Aside from Yu Ming, who was somewhat inept, the rest were adept performers, including Wu Shengsheng. Wu Shengsheng covered her lips, laughing charmingly and exchanging a glance with Xu Mingwei. "How long can Yu Ming endure?" Xu Mingwei speculated. "He is quite impressive. Perhaps 3 minutes?" 3 seconds would be a struggle. Yu Ming resembled a frantically leaping carp, and as soon as Chongqing and Ren Yinfei released their grip, he dashed to the restroom. "Umph." Ren Yinfei suppressed a smirk as he observed Yu Ming's retreating figure. If one cannot perform well in acting, they can always improve. But poor character is simply inexcusable. He had tolerated enough. Moments later, the restroom echoed with the sounds of vigorous banging. Yet, everyone seated together remained jovial, unconcerned. "Isn't this bullying?" a fan of Yu Ming exclaimed, leaping 3 feet in the air. Could it be that your precious Zhu has provoked the ire of the crowd? Another added, if Ren Yinfei hadn't intervened earlier, Wei Can would have jumped in. He even sat back down and took a few bites of food after Yuming was restrained. Aren't Yuming's fans the ones who find such playful scuffles completely normal? Isn't this just typical mischief? Can't they take a joke? Perhaps they subconsciously realize that secretly slipping someone mustard is a bit excessive? Am I the only one who thinks Shen Lian is quite impressive? He retaliated on the spot. After emerging from the restroom, Yuming stormed off in a fit of rage, the camera capturing only his silhouette, clearly indicating that he would not participate in the subsequent recording. The production team showed no inclination to retain him. Immediately, Yuming's fans gathered in protest, but as their outcry began, various unusual behaviors exhibited by Yuming during this episode were revealed. Insiders disclosed that Yuming had initially intended to create a romantic storyline with Xu Mingwei, but that plan had not materialized. Following that, a list of victims from past variety shows featuring Yuming surfaced. He had ruthlessly tormented many, often resulting in either a lack of popularity for the show or the artists involved, compounded by pressure from capital, which had thus far spared him from any consequences. However, this time was evidently different. Sun Binghe furiously typed away, instructing the public relations team on the necessary actions, for if they did not strip Yuming of his facade, their boss could very well consume them alive. Shen Lian had not miscalculated. Chu Yilan detested such antics, and a car was already waiting at the restaurant entrance. Chapter 80, The Big Scoop. In the matter of everyone coming to his defense, Shen Lian felt quite grateful when he had just slipped Yuming the mustard cake. He had braced himself for a backlash from Yuming's fans, but unexpectedly, both Chongqing and Ren Yinfei had intervened simultaneously, uniting everyone in solidarity and diffusing the tension. Once Yuming had departed, the unsettling atmosphere dissipated, and Xu Mingwei and Wu Shengsheng raised their glasses in celebration, enjoying handcrafted milk tea, having long forgotten their manager's admonitions. The ambience was exceedingly harmonious. Soon, it was time for the guests to respond to questions from the audience or fans. The projector lowered behind them, displaying relevant questions along with designated guests, all randomly selected from backstage messages. The first chosen was Xu Mingwei, with the question, "What type of boy do you dislike?" Xu Mingwei promptly replied, "Those who love to show off." After expressing her thoughts, she covered her mouth, realizing that she had not named anyone specifically. It would depend on whether the fans of Yuming admitted it themselves. However, the identity was understood by all present. When it was time for the other guests, discussions revolved around romantic intentions or career aspirations, clearly indicating the fans' keen interest. A fan inquired of Chongqing about the timing of the next fan meeting. Chongqing responded with a smile, "I dream about it. I knew it. So afraid to meet us. Has she been secretly meeting some little fairy?" Alas, the little fairy is none other than myself. Su Jingge hummed playfully in front of the screen. Shen Lian, having taken a bite of his noodles, noticed his name appear in the lower right corner of the projector and quickly swallowed. What does Shen Lian's ideal partner look like? This question startled the others present. Was the production team intentionally trying to stir things up? Everyone knew about the prolonged online interaction among the executive of Zhou's company and Zhengge. However, Shen Lian's expression remained unchanged, a soft chuckle escaping him as if he recalled something amusing. The crowd was puzzled. What is causing you to be so amused? Tall and handsome, Shen Lian began to describe, revealing that society had become increasingly accepting of homosexuality, making it unremarkable to disclose his preferred gender as male. Holding his chopsticks with a serious demeanor, he continued, "He may appear cold as ice, but he is actually quite proud and easily appeased. Yes, a buzz cut. I absolutely adore a buzz cut." He then turned away, and asked, "Do you realize how lethal a buzz cut looks when paired with a tailored suit?" Wei Can nodded, somewhat understanding, mentioning a previous advertisement where he sported a buzz cut that received high praise from fans. "That wasn't particularly attractive," Shen Lian remarked. "Icon." Shen Lian, eager to share, piqued Wu Shengxing's curiosity. "What about the practical conditions for your partner?" "No requirements," Shen Lian replied with a light laugh. "As long as he catches my eye, I could always support him." By the way, you must have the surname Chu. Under the table, Chongqing discreetly kicked Shen Lian, scolding him silently. Why not just reveal the name Chu Yilan outright? Shen Lian cleared his throat. Well, for now, that's all. Outside in the car, Chu Yilan shifted his position. A tablet rested on his lap, his arm draped over the back of the seat, one hand unconsciously brushing his buzz cut. It's the first time I've heard of having a preference for surnames, Ren Yinfei remarked, curious. Shen Lian fabricated a response. A fortune teller said it would bring me good luck. Ha ha ha. Wei Can laughed. You still believe in such things? Lu Tang, getting excited, chimed in. Are there not many who believe in this within the circle? Didn't Yu Ming once go to a temple to seek a talisman for safety? Oh, please. That was just an excuse. He strolled around the temple and then headed straight to a private villa 3 kilometers away, Wei Can added. The atmosphere fell silent. Wei Can gently closed his eyes. I knew it. Where's my army? Go investigate. Wei Can provided a rough outline of events, leaving the rest to the netizens. Yu Ming had visited a temple once, even posting a side profile photo with a hazy aura of Buddha light, captivating a number of fans, before promptly heading to a private villa 3 kilometers away. What the heck? The netizens cross-referenced the timeline and discovered that indeed, a significant event had occurred that day. The renowned singer Chun Yu, residing here, was caught cheating by his girlfriend of 8 years, a commoner. The object of his infidelity was shrouded in mystery, revealing only a vague silhouette, which upon closer inspection bore a striking resemblance to Yu Ming. Indeed, it was Yu Ming. I had enhanced the surveillance photo, noting the red string around his wrist, a token he had once sought at a temple. What a revelation! In the entertainment industry, it is commonplace for various celebrities to cross paths during daily events, rendering the public somewhat desensitized. However, if two incidents become intertwined, the narrative shifts entirely. Despite fans of Yu Ming attempting to refute the unfolding allegations, they gradually fell silent in the face of mounting evidence. Wei Can forced a smile for the camera, one that appeared more painful than sorrowful. The lens swept across the guests, who, abandoning their meals, were all engrossed in the unfolding drama. Indeed, a genuine spectacle. This episode was undeniably riveting. With 5 trending topics, it lived up to its reputation as the premier live variety show. Online users delved into their own investigations. Some astute observers sensed that Shen Lian was not merely jesting. They began to scrutinize individuals named Chu in Shen Lian's life, yet found nothing of substance. This was hardly surprising, as Chu Yilan's public exposure was virtually non-existent. Even when rumors of a love triangle involving Zhou Tongxi and Zheng Ge circulated, no one dared to disseminate his information online. As the program concluded, the guests rose to depart. Shen Lian retrieved his phone, and upon powering it on, his expression subtly shifted, taking a deep breath before relaxing, ultimately exchanging contact information with everyone. Lu Tang leaned toward Wei Can, whispering, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Wei Can smiled, his demeanor no longer the innocent charm displayed on camera, but rather imbued with a hint of coldness. The girl whom Chun Yu had betrayed was someone he had quietly watched over, a desire unfulfilled, and he vowed that neither of the two scoundrels would find peace. Shen Lian was the first to dash out of the restaurant, swiftly entering a sleek black Mercedes. Leaning against the car door, he caught sight of Chu Yilan 2 meters away, his expression brightening with surprise. "What brings you here?" he queried. "To fetch you," Chu Yilan replied, extending his hand. As soon as Shen Lian grasped it, he was pulled into an embrace. The collision of 2 adult males was anything but gentle. Yet Shen Lian felt his heart soften instantly. His gaze became dreamy as he reached for Chu Yilan's lips and kissed him. Chu Yilan attempted to wrap his arms around Shen Lian's waist, but Shen Lian stopped him. "Wait." His eyes sparkled as he retrieved a vibrant orange flower from his pocket, presenting it to Chu Yilan. Today's offering. The production team had confiscated their phones during the day's recording, and he had neglected to pre-order a bouquet. Chu Yilan furrowed his brow as he accepted it. "It's a carrot flower," Shen Lian remarked, "a makeshift gift." The thought of it elicited a primal response from Chu Yilan, who promptly held Shen Lian firmly. Shen Lian laughed, leaning back, allowing him to unleash all his pent-up emotions. As everyone exited the restaurant, a car passed by, obscuring the view from outside. Wu Shengsheng tightened her coat, pondering aloud. Did Shen Lian leave by plane? He vanished so quickly. Chapter 81. A pause and work on his way. Chu Yilan was seething with frustration. If this dismal program is not meant to continue, then it is better left undone. However, aside from Yuming, Shen Lian maintains harmonious relations with others, and the production team's handling of matters is quite reasonable. Coupled with a remote yet fervent display of affection from the short-haired Chu, Shen Lian was left with no temper to speak of. A kiss brought an end to their exchange. Shen Lian, drained of energy, rested his head upon Chu Yilan's shoulder and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Chu Yilan examined Shen Lian's scalded hand, studying it intently. No worries, it will swell down by tomorrow, he assured. If you endure his antics, I shall not be pleased. What do you lack support? At this, Shen Lian chuckled softly. Did the wasabi leave you with any discomfort? Chu Yilan inquired further, his brow furrowed with concern and tenderness. I'm fine, Shen Lian replied slowly, just exhausted from the day's exertions. What is going on between you and Chongqing? Shen Lian's alarm bells went off. Hey, fans shipping CPs have nothing to do with the main parties involved. You cannot hold me accountable for that. Chu Yilan hope fet like thee. By the time their vehicle arrived at the villa, Shen Lian had succumbed to sleep. As Chu Yilan prepared to carry him, the young man suddenly awoke. Are we home? Yes, Chu Yilan replied. Shen Lian insisted on getting out himself, not wishing to face Aunt Fun in an embarrassing manner. As the door swung open, a series of thuds echoed through the house. Shen Lian was perplexed. Are they setting off firecrackers? Chu Zhumi dashed out from around a corner, its visibly plump figure unmistakable. Its large eyes, along with the adorably symmetrical black spots on its mouth that Chu Yilan had doubts about, revealed a well-cared-for creature. Yet, despite its intentions to approach Shen Lian, it would abruptly halt, bending low to peer at its two guardians from between its legs. There's something wrong with its head, Shen Lian remarked. We should have Bing He take it for an IQ test, Chu Yilan responded seriously. Shen Lian spent a while playing with the cat before heading upstairs for a bath. The tub was quite spacious, and midway through his soak, Chu Yilan entered. Wrapped in a robe, his eyes dark and contemplative. Such moments often found Shen Lian pleading for mercy during and feeling a lingering trepidation afterward. Yet a day without such intimacy left him yearning. He flashed a languid and charming smile, his fingertips delicately skimming the water-esque surface. Chu Yilan stepped in, the bathroom steaming with warmth. Occasionally, a hand, flushed with heat, pressed firmly against the foggy glass, only to be swiftly reclaimed. When Shen Lian emerged, he remained blissfully unaware of the time. Chu Yilan stepped onto the balcony, drawing a cigarette while basking in the soft glow filtering in from inside, seemingly toying with something in his hand. Boss. Sun Bing He's rational and cool voice echoed through the phone. Bing He, Chu Yilan replied casually. Do you know how to preserve radish flowers? Sun Bing He responded with confusion. Huh? Shen Lian gifted me a radish flower, Chu Yilan explained. Perhaps you could bring it to the office tomorrow? I'm sure there's a way, Sun Bing He suggested. All right, Chu Yilan agreed. After ending the call, Sun Bing He was left slightly bewildered. Was this all for a late-night conversation? There was nothing more to it. With Shen Lian by his side, Chu Yilan felt elated. The next morning, as sunlight streamed in, Shen Lian stirred his fingertips, slightly opening his eyes to contemplate whether he had any plans for the day. Finding none, he decisively closed his eyes, returning to slumber. Chu Yilan arrived at the company at 7 and returned by 10. Aunt Fun was watering the flowers when he solemnly inquired, Is everyone alive? With a cheerful smile, Aunt Fun replied, Yes, everyone is well. Oh, by the way, Xiao Lian hasn't tea at breakfast. No worries, let him sleep. Chu Yilan zet ponde again li. Shen Lian could even sleep through the online chaos. The events had festered overnight. Yu Ming had been thoroughly condemned as the unknown third party involved with Chun Yu and his ordinary girlfriend. Yu Ming had closed his Weibo comments, and his studio had chosen to remain silent. This, however, was not the worst of it. His past misdeeds were so egregious that revealing them could shatter one's worldview. Fans of Xu Mingwei worked tirelessly through the night to create memes to ward off bad luck. The audacity of this scoundrel entangling them in a CP scandal was terrifying. Yu Ming's supporters sought to attack the true instigator, Wei Can, but Wei Can's fans were not to be trifled with. When questioned, they retorted, "Who dares to act without taking responsibility? It is not our Wei Can who is the puppet." Lu Tang subsequently voiced her sentiments, lamenting that if her own 8 years were betrayed, it would surely take a long time to recover. Indeed, Lu Tang had known Wei Can for quite some time, and she understood the feelings he harbored. Chun Yu's ordinary girlfriend was a childhood friend of theirs. After the incident, she resolutely left the country to heal, all the while seething with indignation. This was a golden opportunity. If they did not bury Yu Ming, he would remain oblivious to his misdeeds. As for Chun Yu, he was to be dragged into the fray. In a presidential suite of a certain hotel, the extreme pleas for mercy were followed by anguished wails. Yu Ming curled on the floor, his face bruised and bloodied, trembling from the beating. "Damn it, you made a fool of me?" A middle-aged man sat nearby in a burgundy armchair, his corpulence accentuating a deceptively benevolent smile. He took a puff of a cigar and gestured for his subordinates to continue. After a series of muffled groans and sobs, Yu Ming fell silent. Jean Lei remained unfazed. Had it not been for the online revelations, he would have remained unaware of Yu Ming's treachery. Some speculated whether Yu Ming's boss was Chun Yu. What a joke, he thought, a couple of pretty boys. Jean Lei glanced down at the photograph in his hand, taking another drag from his cigar, his eyes glistening with lustful satisfaction. The young man in the photo was strikingly beautiful, captured in an ancient town, glancing at the camera with a faint smile tinged with helplessness, embodying the gentle mountain breeze and the serene moonlight over the fields. Jean Lei could almost scent the sweetness emanating from him, and thankfully Yu Ming had brought the photograph to him, allowing him to meet someone he particularly admired. The subject of the photograph was none other than Shen Lian. Jean Lei had been developing in Country A, only recently returning but maintaining a low profile, aware that a formidable lion lay in wait. "Chu Yilan." Jean Lei was lost in thought, reflecting, "Your son is far more capable than you." Meanwhile, Shen Lian found himself inexplicably consumed by a desire for violence in his dreams. He could not pinpoint the source of his agitation. Upon awakening, his heart raced uncomfortably. Slowly turning to his side, he leaned against the headboard, waiting for the discomfort to subside. Chongqing once remarked to Su Jinga that Shen Lian possessed an exceptionally formidable and sharp essence, which rendered him seemingly languid, effortless, and even invincible, particularly as he dared to confront Chu Yilan. Yet, upon the slightest furrow of his brow, one would realize that this individual was gradually withering away at a painfully slow pace. When Chu Yilan entered the room, his expression shifted instantly. Shen Lian had no time to muster a smile. The medicine that Ning Sahan had opened lay on the bedside table, and upon its discovery, Shen Lian ceased to resist. As Chu Yilan brought over a cup of warm water, he took the medicine from the man's hand without raising his arms, merely licking the palm of Chu Yilan gently with his tongue as he departed, a gesture imbued with reassurance. "Let us pause work for a moment." Chu Yilan intended to insist that they cease all activities, but as the words formed on his lips, he realized such a demand was excessively domineering, especially considering the presence of Shen Lian before him. Shen Lian perceived his thoughts and nodded in agreement with remarkable ease. "All right." Chu Yilan leaned down to embrace him, and Shen Lian reciprocated, his fingers tangling within Chu Yilan's hair, a delightful sensation that was both comforting and intimate. Shen Lian cherished this happiness more than anyone else, and he would bury anyone who dared to disrupt it. Chapter 82. I see no issue at noon. Shen Lian obediently consumed 2 bowls of old duck soup. After the meal, he basked in the sunlight in the courtyard, where Chu Zhumi frolicked in a vast expanse of catnip, lost in the pursuit of nibbling at the greenery. Shen Lian's discomfort came swiftly and left just as quickly, except for a fleeting moment in a dream, where he seemed to instinctively sense danger, his heart racing as though walking a tightrope, leaving him on high alert. However, this period was undeniably taxing work-wise. He had not turned down any task assigned by Hu Keiling, collaborating to the point where Hu Keiling found other artists under his command to be less than satisfactory. Uncertain of how Chu Yilan managed the situation, he had just received a call from Hu Keiling, who spoke with a cautious tone. You should take a break for a while. Shen Lian chuckled lightly. Thank you for your concern, Hugo. Chu Yilan stepped out holding a teacup, only to find Shen Lian already asleep, leaning against the chair. The young man's brows were calm, utterly unguarded, with long fingers resting on the blanket that covered his waist, showing no worry about catching a cold from sudden draft. For in the presence of Chu Yilan, he felt entirely secure. Chu Yilan placed the teacup on the stone table and gently wrapped Shen Lian in the blanket before carrying him back to the bedroom. Shen Lian's thoughts were rather simplistic. He believed that as long as he cooperated, everything would be fine. However, after bathing that evening, when he sought intimacy with Chu Yilan, he was met with the man's cold dismissal. Shen Lian, perplexed, questioned, why? Chu Yilan's demeanor was resolute and serene, akin to ancient ice. And regardless of how radiant Shen Lian appeared tonight, he would not yield, adhering to Ning Sahan's counsel of moderation. Shen Lian raised his voice defiantly. I see no issue. Chu Yilan replied firmly. I heed Ning Sahan's advice. Shen Lian observed as Chu Yilan, embodying masculine virtue, tightly wrapped himself in his night clothes, occupying merely the edge of their 2-meter-wide bed, clearly delineating a boundary between them. With a decisive flick, he turned off the light and, enveloped in darkness, commanded in a low voice, sleep. This left Shen Lian sitting in a daze. Is it not possible? He gazed at the vague silhouette. Can't we even embrace while sleeping? Chu Yilan responded. Am I not familiar with you? Shen Lian let out a lamenting cry and collapsed onto the bed. I share no common ground with Ning Sahan. Shen Lian understood that Chu Yilan was not jesting. He took deep breaths to quell the flames of his frustration. With a turn of his body imbued with a sense of indignation, he found, to his dismay, that Chu Yilan remained as unyielding as a mountain. After a few futile attempts, Shen Lian succumbed to weariness. His body seemed out of sync with his spirit. He felt no fatigue, yet once he settled into silence, exhaustion swiftly devoured his rationality. If his breathing were not so labored, it might have been accompanied by a drowsiness that would allow him to rest peacefully. Ningxi had previously advised Chu Yilan over the phone. After a long while, confirming that Shen Lian had drifted into slumber, Chu Yilan turned over, bathed in the moonlight. He tucked a blanket around Shen Lian's feet and, from behind, embraced him, attuning himself to Shen Lian's steady breath, which had notably calmed compared to the previous night's urgency. Chu Yilan instinctively tightened his embrace. His world had been dismantled and rebuilt, brick by Shen Lian, and he would not relinquish him to anyone or anything. The summer in Kudu was fleeting. Almost overnight, the autumn winds began to rise. Chu Yilan brought all his work home, remaining inseparable from Shen Lian. While Chu Yilan worked, Shen Lian would don his headphones to watch films, focusing on those featuring veteran actors who had garnered prestigious awards, which he regarded as crucial learning materials. When Su Jinga called, Chu Yilan had just finished serving canned food to the kitten. Though he feigned disdain for the cat's plumpness, in truth, even after Aunt Fen had fed it, as long as Chu Zhumi rubbed against his ankle and mewed, Chu Yilan would indulge it once more. In contrast, Shen Lian, the true guardian, was less concerned. He merely chuckled when Chu Yilan's sentiments did not align with his words. In a few days, there's a business meeting for the Blue Ocean Project. You must treat me to dinner. Su Jinga's tone was languid. I'm out of money, Chu Yilan replied. Su Jinga chuckled. Could your excuses be any more absurd? Do you wish to participate? He pointedly asked. The so-called Blue Ocean Project involved a bridge connecting Kudu with the neighboring Qinghai, closely monitored by the government. During the investment banquet, when Chu Yilan took his seat, a hush fell over the room. Hung Tai undeniably possessed the financial clout, and few could rival Chu Yilan. The upper echelons of society were strictly hierarchical. Even Feng Yuanshan, who shared a good rapport with Chu Yilan, would not dare claim to secure much for the Feng family. In the face of vast familial interests, personal connections inevitably took a back seat. The appetite for participation was vast, and Chu Yilan had to navigate this endeavor carefully, lest a minor crack lead to endless troubles. However, he was taken aback by Su Jinga's keen interest, even from Lin City. Do you have business dealings with Qinghai? Chu Yilan inquired again. Su Jinga, somewhat impressed by Chu Yilan's perceptiveness, responded, "Yes, once the port opens, the Qin family from Qinghai wishes to secure priority usage rights." His tone was exceedingly mild. Chu Yilan, however, scoffed lightly, "Ambitious, aren't we?" Previously, the two had not been particularly compatible, each embodying the sentiment of two tigers unable to coexist. Yet, circumstances had changed. During the flood crisis in Lin City, they had significantly aided each other. Not to mention Shen Lian's friendship with Chongqing. Diplomatic relations, at times, proved remarkably effective. "Call me when you arrive," Chu Yilan instructed. Upon hearing this, Su Jingge felt assured. All right. Shen Lian refrained from engaging in the intricacies of business affairs. Yet upon Chu Yilan's suggestion to attend the business conference together, he readily acquiesced without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, countless individuals believed he was unworthy of such a significant occasion, but Shen Lian held a different opinion. "I am more than deserving," he mused. The grand phoenix tree in the courtyard began to shed its leaves, while Chu Zhumi, energetically darting close to the ground, pounced on each leaf that fell, brimming with vitality, so unlike the feeble creature that had once nearly been swept away into the drain. As Shen Lian adjusted his tie and stepped outside, he caught sight of Chu Zhumi leaping onto a leaf and couldn't help but turn a boast to Chu Yilan. Chubby, yet agile, Sun Binghe was also present. Yang Bin had already arrived at the conference venue, while Sun Binghe was tasked with absorbing all critical information, ready to collaborate with Chu Yilan if needed. Sun Binghe seldom visited this villa, having previously only come to retrieve documents. His lasting impression was of Aunt Fun's kindly demeanor and the cold living room, perpetually shaded from sunlight, exuding opulence yet lacking warmth. Even in spring's vibrant bloom, the atmosphere remained unchanged. However, this visit was different. Upon entering that morning, Sun Binghe was taken aback by the vibrant array of flowers on the balcony. The living room was bright and inviting, its gray curtains mysteriously replaced by creamy white. Aunt Fin noticed his gaze and smiled. All these were purchased by Shaolian. Sun Binghe nodded, having surmised as much. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed from upstairs, and upon seeing Chu Zhumi, Sun Binghe felt this little creature might require a ceremony of sorts. Was there truly no malevolent presence within the villa? Chapter 83. Favoritism as they settled into the car. Sun Binghe slightly turned his head. "Boss, it will take approximately 40 minutes. "All right," replied Chu Yilan, and with that, Sun Binghe elevated the central partition, maintaining a quiet professionalism. Shen Lian, filled with curiosity, whispered to Chu Yilan, "Has Assistant Sun ever been in a relationship?" Chu Yilan shook his head. "Not to my knowledge. I suspected as much." Shen Lian remarked, "His mind is consumed with work." Chu Yilan felt no guilt in discussing his assistant behind his back, even exuding a sense of candor. "Since Binghe became my assistant, many have pursued him, not to mention those in the company. My friend Zhou Yuanlin, whom you've met, has also expressed interest." Shen Lian's eyes widened in surprise, tugging at Chu Yilan's sleeve for him to elaborate. "I have no objections, as long as it does not affect work or the company's reputation." Chu Yilan slowly recalled. Zhou Yuanlin often dined with Binghe under the pretense of collaboration, but eventually, during one such dinner, he resigned himself to despair. Shen Lian contemplated Zhou Yuanlin's usual demeanor. "He is too much of a dandy." "Not quite," Chu Yilan countered. "It was because Binghe stated, 'I apologize, Mr. Zhou, but I do not wish to pursue a deeper relationship with someone who barely passes in language arts.' Of course, I do not doubt your intelligence. It's just that your grades in mathematics and science are quite shocking to me." This remark was equally impactful for Zhou Yuanlin. According to Zhou Yuanlin's account, even though Sun Binghe was making an effort to conceal his disdain, Zhou perceived an unmistakable contempt in his gaze, akin to that of a higher being observing a paramecium. Sun Binghe was not jesting. For him, academic performance constituted the foundation upon which one could attain a passing grade at school. Zhou Yuanlin had never cared about grades before, yet at that dining table, he felt the belated humiliation and shame of his student days. In that fleeting moment, the admiration and filter he had for Sun Binghe dissipated entirely, as he found Sun Binghe's judgment of his academic standing reminiscent of his grandfather's. At that moment, Feng Yuanshan, seated at the table, nearly laughed himself under the table upon hearing this. Ning Sihuan stifled a laugh, teasing Feng Yuanshan, "What are you laughing at? Your past grades, in the eyes of Assistant Sun, were nothing but trash." Now, it was Shen Lian's turn to suppress laughter. He leaned against Chu Yilan's shoulder, gently covering his face. 40 minutes later, a black Maybach arrived at its destination. The gathering today was well attended, and the atmosphere was far more solemn than that of a typical banquet. Shen Lian and Chu Yilan descended from the vehicle, one after the other. Not all merchants had the privilege of encountering Chu Yilan. Yet those who had were now subtly gravitating toward this direction, awaiting an opportunity to strike up a conversation. Shen Lian lagged half a step behind Chu Yilan, walking side by side with Sun Binghe. Su Jingge had arrived early, accompanied by Chang Qing, engaged in tea and conversation with Su Yining. Upon noticing Chu Yilan and his companions, the trio rose to greet them. "I came early, demonstrating my sincerity, did I not?" Su Jingge extended his hand. Chu Yilan shook his hand, responding amiably. "Mr. Su." Su Yining, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of elegance, after exchanging pleasantries, turned her attention to Shen Lian. "Mr. Shen, long time no see." Su Yining was notably more courteous toward Shen Lian than she was toward Chu Yilan. After all, her daughter was her lifeblood, and Shen Lian had saved Jin Huan, thus earning her absolute authority in discourse. Moreover, Shen Lian was a man of great discernment, never once seeking to exploit her gratitude. The sea god's arrival was indeed a token of gratitude from Su Yining to Shen Lian. Qinghua had her shares, and Su Yining had prepared for the possibility that Shen Lian might falter, leading to a decline in reputation and financial losses. In reality, however, the current season had set records for popularity, with fervent discussions surrounding him online. "Mr. Su," Shen Lian surveyed the surroundings. "Didn't you bring Jin Huan?" "I did, but she wasn't fond of it, so she went out to have fun with her assistant." "I see." Chang Qing set down her cup of water, stepping forward to pat Shen Lian on the shoulder, and the two moved aside to converse. Before the business meeting commenced, there was to be a speech, with Chu Yilan seated in the center of the front row. Shen Lian, wishing to refrain from drawing too much attention, declined the seat beside him and opted for a position in the row behind, next to Yang Bin, who could serve as a conversational partner. As the speaker began their address, Yang Bin swiftly took notes in his notebook. Shen Lian whispered, "Can't you use a computer? I'm accustomed to this." Yang Bin explained it. "Besides, I can remember it after writing it down once." Shen Lian raised an eyebrow. Remarkable memory. Chu Yilan leaned back slightly in his chair. At that juncture, Sun Binghe turned his head, emphasizing, "Boss has an excellent memory as well." Shen Lian nodded, all right. I know you're a devoted follower of Chu Yilan." In reality, however, Sun Binghe was merely fishing for Yang Bin's favor. Shen Lian refrained from indulging in jealousy, while Sun Binghe was entirely captivated by Chu Yilan's formidable prowess. Shen Lian pointed to a chibi figure in the upper right corner of Yang Bin's notebook, inquiring, "Did you draw this?" Yang Bin replied, "I sketched it out of boredom." Unbeknownst to Shen Lian, Yang Bin was experiencing a headache. After all, he was a trusted confidant of Chu Yilan, akin to a brother. Had there been an ordinary Zhang or Li seated here, Shen Lian would have paid them no mind. "Hey, Yang Bin," Shen Lian begun. At that moment, Su Jingge interjected, leaning slightly, his handsome demeanor exuding a playful smile. "For now, perhaps you should refrain from speaking." Chu Yilan retorted, "What does it matter to you whether he speaks or not?" Su Jingge shot back, "If you're so capable, why the low pressure?" Shen Lian frowned. Chu Yilan is sitting calmly. How is there any low pressure? Su Yining struggled to maintain a neutral expression, though amusement quickly sparkled in her eyes. Chang Qing patted Su Jingge on the back, signaling him to let it go. After all, when under a roof, one must bow their head. Though the commotion was subtle, it certainly captured the attention of the gathering. What is happening? Those behind craned their necks, speculating incessantly. Had they reached an agreement? Changed their minds? Or perhaps had new proposals emerged? Yang Bin tucked away the notebook, the source of the stir. Shen Lian discerned the exaggeration in their reactions, thinking these individuals were overreacting. Chu Yilan was merely possessive, yet generally quite amiable. Ignoring his own biases, He reached out and poked Chu Yilan's waist from the right side of his chair. Concealed by the overcoat, Chu Yilan grasped Shen Lian's fingers, gently caressing them, akin to stroking a piece of warm jade. Yang Bin, with his gaze lowered, felt as though time had stretched into eternity. Once the speech concluded, a server guided them to the subsequent cocktail party. Among the servers, one stood out with a striking appearance, waiting for Chu Yilan to approach and immediately stepping forward. It was unclear who had orchestrated this, but it mattered little. Sun Binghe swiftly placed himself between them, his eyes warning. Chu Yilan had already noticed this server. Upon catching Chu Yilan's gaze, the server promptly flashed a charming smile. In the next instant, Chu Yilan's expression shifted to one of indifference, as if the server were merely an object. Today, many sought to partake in his domain. Yet Chu Yilan held the reins, and in critical moments, all means would be employed. Shen Lian observed quietly, choosing not to speak. Su Jingge lingered a moment, curious. Aren't you angry? Chongqing is becoming a national heartthrob, and you're not upset? Shen Lian countered. Su Jingge's chest heaved dramatically as he feigned anger. Chongqing garnered attention without resorting to gimmicks or hype, possessing both beauty and talent, his popularity soaring. His cool demeanor, tinged with a hint of social anxiety, created an inexplicable charm that captivated not only young girls, but even middle-aged women when he graced the screen as the revered master in a hit drama. Su Jingge seethed with envy while begrudgingly strategizing for resources. The influx of rivals was indeed disheartening, but he would never allow Chongqing to compromise himself for gain. After receiving a verbal jab from Shen Lian, Su Jingge fell silent. Chu Yilan turned slightly, seemingly amused. At the cocktail party, the soothing and elegant strains of the violin played, while conversations were maintained within a gentle range. Shen Lian took a sip of plain water and, noticing the small cakes carried by the waiter, couldn't resist taking a piece. Just then, a pair of arms wrapped around her calf, and looking down, she saw Jin Huan. The little girl had returned and, spotting Shen Lian amidst the crowd, inquired if she wanted cake. Shen Lian smiled and nodded. She had inherited Su Yining's beauty, looking exquisite like a porcelain doll. Jin Huan held Shen Lian's hand, daintily enjoying her cake, and whenever she desired something, she would point it out to Shen Lian. Shen Lian peeled an orange for her, and Jin Huan finished it neatly. Chu Yilan was engaged in a conversation, yet could easily see them. Feng Yuanshan and Ning Sahan arrived later. Despite Feng Yuanshan's well-structured attire, his eyes were slightly red, suggesting another sleepless night. Jin Huan, feeling full and sleepy, was carried away by Su Yining, who expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Shen Lian waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. His striking appearance, constantly protected by Chu Yilan, exuded a sharpness in his features, yet his eyes, filled with emotion, held an alluring charm that seemed almost tangible. Though Shen Lian refrained from initiating conversations, his silent presence deterred others from approaching, not only due to his own aloofness, but also because of the cold, silent Chu Yilan standing a few steps away. The magnetic aura between the two was palpable. You wouldn't say he's just a privileged young master from some affluent family, Feng Yuanshan mused softly. Ning Sahan didn't even lift his eyelids. Nowadays, no ordinary young master can compare to his prestige. What about Zhou Yuanlin? When will he arrive? Ning Sahan repeated. Probably in about an hour. At that moment, Shen Lian stepped forward. You are quite astute, managing to avoid that irritating speech. Indeed, Feng Yuanshan chuckled, but his expression soured as he focused his gaze. That scoundrel has the audacity to show up. Upon hearing this, Shen Lian turned and saw a stranger standing at the entrance, appearing to be of similar age, with a fair and unassuming countenance, exuding a hint of shyness. Ning Sahan's goffet disdainfully. This reaction surprised Shen Lian. Ning Sahan usually maintained a facade of calm. Unlike the distant Chu Yilan or the lively Feng Yuanshan, he typically sat quietly at gatherings, contributing a few words now and then, whether to enliven the atmosphere or deliver a sharp retort. It was rare to witness him express such overt disdain for someone. The young man caught sight of them, his expression shifting abruptly as he awkwardly exited. Shen Lian, intrigued, asked who is he? Wei Maopeng, from the raw materials factory on the outskirts of the city. that's his family's business. Shen Lian inquired further. Do you have a grudge? More than that, Feng Yuanshan replied coldly. If it weren't for the older generation intervening and the need to compromise for mutual benefit, I would have broken his legs. Feng Yuanshan did not leave Shen Lian guessing. He directly explained that Wei Maopeng was once part of their circle, not merely superficial acquaintances, but a companion since the age of 12 or 13, regarded as a younger brother rather than a subordinate. Wei Maopeng was the youngest son of the Wei family, overshadowed by 3 older brothers, and had faced considerable bullying throughout his life. However, having formed a friendship, Feng Yuanshan felt protective of him, thus including Chu Yilan. They all considered themselves loyal to Wei Maopeng. Shen Lian discerned the timidity in Wei Maopeng, which was not mere pretense, but rather his true nature. Yet this very individual, upon receiving a modicum of praise from the elder of the Wei family, became as pliable as a vine soaked in vinegar. At that time, the Zhou family was fiercely competing with the Wei family in business, and Zhou Yuanlin was the sole heir of the Zhou lineage. The underhanded tactics in the business realm were numerous, but Wei Maopeng's interference with Zhou Yuanlin's vehicle was beyond the pale. This act was a severe affront, trampling upon the dignity of Feng Yuanshan, who had vouched for him. That fateful evening, Zhou Yuanlin, in a moment of reckless abandon, found himself behind the wheel of a car driven by Ning Sahan. As they ascended the elevated highway, the speed escalated and the brakes failed. When Ning Sahan called, Feng Yuanshan initially thought it was a jest, only to witness Wei Maopeng's face drain of color as he shattered a wine glass in panic. Chu Yilan promptly apprehended him. The car, having scraped against 2 doors, eventually came to a halt after colliding with a rock. Fortunately, Ning Sahan sustained only minor injuries. Yet, who would not be frightened by such an occurrence? Zhou Yuanlin's countenance darkened as he demanded a thorough investigation. Wei Maopeng, a fool who left a trail, inadvertently allowed Zhou Yuanlin to inspect the vehicle, which ultimately unraveled the truth. Afterward, Wei Maopeng claimed that his grandfather had merely intended to teach the Zhou family a lesson, believing the matter to be trivial. Feng Yuanshan and Zhou Yuanlin, incensed, stripped off their jackets and beat him mercilessly. Wei Maopeng, perhaps never having garnered much respect at home, was bewitched by his grandfather's words about becoming the family's pillar. He stubbornly insisted on familial loyalty, oblivious to the fact that the elite circles were rife with betrayal. However, Feng Yuanshan could not tolerate such duplicity. When a brother extends sincerity, one should not resort to cunning. Wei Maopeng was cast aside, yet he remained unaware of his transgressions. Upon attempting to return, he was met with another onslaught from Feng Yuanshan, who declared, in non-essential situations, I shall strike you every time I see you. As a result, Wei Maopeng's social standing had deteriorated significantly. After hearing all this, Shen Lian felt an itch in his palms and remarked, Brother Feng, your patience is truly commendable for not having beaten him to death. Feng Yuanshan replied, it is merely a matter of time. But he continued, considering his insignificance in the Wei family, what brings him here today? Ning Sahan interjected, you seem to be idling your days away. The eldest Wei indulges in frivolities. The second is embroiled in economic crimes, and the third lacks potential. Among them, he is the one still of some use. Feng Yuanshan patted Ning Sahan on the shoulder, stating, the Wei family's choice of him signifies their impending decline. If necessary, we shall join forces against them. Ning Sahan did not contest, saying, just call me when the opportunity arises. Shen Lian harbored a longing to possess a company of his own to partake in their endeavors. I must mention something else. I hope you do not take offense, Feng Yuanshan said, turning his gaze to Shen Lian. Shen Lian, intrigued, asked, what could I possibly take offense to? Wei Maopeng once harbored feelings for Yilan, Feng Yuanshan disclosed. Instantly, Shen Lian's expression fell. Feng Yuanshan, observing his reaction, burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha! Yilan wore a similar expression upon discovering this. Later, when Zhou Yuanlin visited the temple to dispel his misfortunes, Yilan even assisted him in donating a sum for the incense offerings. Chapter 85. After being targeted by Feng Yuanshan, Wei Maopeng languished in despondency for an extended period, fully aware that he could no longer penetrate that circle. However, When he observed Chu Yilan feeding pastries to Shen Lian, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Shen Lian's hands were smeared with fruit juice, and Chu Yilan skillfully fed him a couple of bites without allowing him to use his hands. "Who is that?" Wei Maopeng inquired of a companion nearby. "I hear he is President Chu's boyfriend," came the reply. "Not merely a companion, but a true romantic partner." Wei Maopeng, indifferent to the entertainment industry, possessed only a superficial understanding of Shen Lian. In this gathering, there were numerous celebrities accompanying wealthy businessmen, including a retired leading actress. Yet, an unspoken agreement prevailed amongst them. Apart from Shen Lian exchanging a few words with Chongqing, everyone else merely exchanged nods and smiles. Once beyond those doors, they all understood what was appropriate to say and what was best left unspoken. Su Jingge seemed to have latched onto Chu Yilan, insisting on making an impression at the harbor, while acquaintances flowed in and out in succession. Chongqing, unable to remain still, followed Shen Lian to the open-air balcony, where the autumn afternoon sun cast a languid warmth and a gentle breeze wafted through. Shen Lian swallowed 2 pills with plain water, causing Chongqing to furrow his brow in curiosity. "What are you taking?" he asked. Shen Lian offered a fleeting smile. "Vitamins." Chongqing's expression reflected skepticism. It was not that he doubted Shen Lian, but rather that, away from Chu Yilan, Shen Lian was reluctant to reveal any vulnerabilities. There was no purpose in doing so, for everyone had their own affairs to attend to. Focusing solely on one individual seemed absurd. "By the way, I have a script that requires a cameo role. Would you be interested?" Chongqing inquired. Shen Lian's initial impulse was to accept immediately, but then he recalled a night when he awoke to find Chu Yilan wide awake, akin to a devoted puppy encircling him, making it difficult for him to rise. "Where will it be filmed? Are there many scenes?" "I'm on vacation at the moment." Chongqing, immersed in their shared world, failed to notice anything amiss with Shen Lian. After all, during Shen Lian's vacation, Su Jingge was equally relentless, with the agent's inquiries met with his characteristic sarcasm. "It's not much, but the character is quite likable," Chongqing remarked. "You die in your first appearance." Shen Lian's eyes brightened at this. "All right, I'll discuss it with Yilan later." Chongqing nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wei Maopeng entered with a glass of champagne in hand. The open space was sufficiently expansive, allowing guests to come and go freely. Yet, Wei Maopeng appeared somewhat awkward, attempting to feign admiration for the scenery while discreetly sizing Shen Lian up, which to Shen Lian was hardly distinguishable from a lack of subtlety. Shen Lian remained silent, continuing his conversation with Chongqing about the filming schedule and cast. He maintained his composure, while Wei Maopeng grew increasingly restless. Eventually, Wei Maopeng approached, still holding his glass of champagne. "Mr. Shen," he greeted. Chongqing shot Shen Lian a glance, silently asking if he should retreat. Shen Lian subtly shook his head. "I haven't moved an inch. Do you have something to discuss?" Wei Maopeng smiled as if nothing were amiss. "I am a friend of Chu Yilan and the others." Shen Lian interrupted amiably, propping his chin with one hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to claim friendship while attempting to undermine someone?" The color drained from Wei Maopeng's face in an instant. "Don't act as though I am bullying you," Shen Lian continued. "If there is any misunderstanding regarding this matter, you may express it to me. Under reasonable circumstances, I shall assist in clarifying the situation." "There is no need for clarification. Wei Maopeng has been in the wrong for years, not uttering a single word in his defense. He merely discovered that Shen Lian was just another artist recently subjected to online vilification, not taking it to heart. Yet he did not anticipate that Shen Lian was fully aware of everything. The fact that Chu Yilan and Feng Yuanshan could relay this information to him indicated that they regarded him as one of their own. The shadow cast by Wei Maopeng loomed over Shen Lian, yet could not obscure his radiant brilliance. What Wei Maopeng lacked, the friendship he once garnered through pity and a modicum of sincerity, had long since vanished. With his heart in turmoil, after a moment's pause, Wei Maopeng remarked, "The person Chu Yilan is destined to marry will undoubtedly be a scion of a wealthy family. It is also possible that it could be a future superstar in the entertainment industry." Shen Lian replied with utmost seriousness, "For instance, myself." At this, Chongqing's lips twitched slightly. Coming to me is futile. Do you think you can provoke me? Shen Lian responded indifferently. With that mind of yours, just forget it. Why should I forget it? Wei Maopeng suddenly became agitated. Why should be dismissed? Just then, Feng Yuanshan ascended the stairs. Upon witnessing this scene, his first instinct was to survey the surroundings, and then he promptly removed his coat, handing it to Ningshi. Following that, Feng Yuanshan executed a swift kick from 5 meters away. Shen Lian and Chongqing instinctively stood up and retreated. Wei Maopeng, no match for Feng Yuanshan, was overwhelmed by fear and guilt, covering his head and desperately seeking to evade while pleading for mercy, repeatedly calling out to brother Yuanshan, his voice eventually breaking into a wailing tone, conveying his deep sense of grievance. Feng Yuanshan, with a heart of iron, retorted, "Stop your sobbing. You can cry when Chu Yilan arrives." With reddened eyes, Wei Maopeng lamented, "Must one mistake preclude the opportunity for redemption?" Upon hearing this, Shen Lian raised his voice. "Continue the beating. What a nonsensical argument. A malfunctioning brake is akin to a death sentence. Zhou Yuanlin and his associates have every right to be enraged. If you truly seek to apologize, you must be prepared to shoulder the entirety of their wrath, rather than uttering apologies while contemplating evasion of responsibility." Wei Maopeng was cornered by Feng Yuanshan against the wall. The other proprietors and companions on the rooftop had long since slipped away. This news could not remain concealed. Occasionally, passers-by outside glanced in this direction. The Wei family could not remain oblivious to the developments. In the past, they had been ruthless in business competition, and now, when in a position of weakness, they sought to mend ties. Wei Maopeng realized he was once again the unfortunate scapegoat. Given the circumstances, what was there to be courteous about? When Zhou Yuanlin arrived, without further ado, he pummeled Wei Maopeng once more. Reflecting on the past, when he had felt sympathy for Wei Maopeng, showering him with luxury watches and extravagant cars, as if money were no object, Zhou Yuanlin felt a wave of disgust. After their conversation concluded, Chu Yilan and Su Jing approached. Upon seeing the trembling Wei Maopeng in the corner, Chu Yilan chose to ignore him, instead removing his overcoat and draping it over Shen Lian's shoulders. Taking the young man's hand, he noticed it was damp and cold. Chu Yilan frowned. "Are you unwell?" "Not all," Shen Lian replied. "Isn't there just a